Battling Records of the Chosen One Chapter 1019 to Chapter 1072. Swish, suddenly, bright golden flames appeared in Chu Beihai's eyes, and it was like a bolt of lightning that tore through the veil of night as it shot towards the nearby illusion restriction formation. Flaming golden eyes, Chu Beihai was born with a natural talent that allowed him to see through reality and see through the truth. However, in next to no time, he frowned. The illusion restriction formation was covered in layers of mist. Even though it could be seen through, it was actually unable to lock onto Lin Sun's figure. Could it be that Lin Sun isn't within this formation at all? Chu Beihai's heart shook, and he swept the surroundings with his gaze. The entire Sand Cloud City was empty since a long time ago, and there wasn't a single living being within it. Moreover, he wasn't able to notice a place where Lin Sun could conceal himself. Lin Sun, don't blame me for destroying this formation by force if you still don't show yourself. Chu Beihai's slender figure emanated a strand of terrifying imposing aura, and he seemed like a god that had descended to the mortal world. Being disregarded like this and not receiving a reply for so long caused him to be slightly impatient. Bang, he withdrew a violet-colored short battle axe. As soon as this treasure appeared, it emanated violet radiance that was dazzling, resplendent like rain. It was dazzling, resplendent, and possessed unfathomable might. However, before Chu Beihai could attack, a powerful voice suddenly resounded through the heavens and the earth. Beihai, stand back. This kid is cunning and once used a King Dao restriction formation to trap and kill old freak Mo Shi. Let me deal with this formation. Along with this voice, the figure of a mighty and tall middle-aged man appeared here. His figure was imposing like a mountain, and he emanated the terrifying imposing aura of a King Realm expert. It caused the clouds and the surroundings to collapse and space to wail. Shockingly, this was an old freak at the King Realm. Then I'll be troubling Martial Uncle Xianwei. Chu Beihai's heart shook, and he took the initiative to move aside. After these past few days of pursuit, he'd long since understood that Devil God Lin wasn't just unbridled and unbridled, Devil God Lin was extremely scheming and cunning. So, he had no choice but to worry if the illusion restriction formation before him contained killing intent. Bang, Xianwei attacked. The glow of the Dao that covered the sky converged into a palm that blotted out the sky, and then it slapped down forcefully. In an instant, the illusion restriction formation wailed, and then it collapsed with a bang like a piece of paper. It transformed into a rain of light that dispersed into the surroundings. Xianwei and Chu Beihai were slightly surprised that they were able to break through the formation so easily, but when they looked over, their expressions turned gloomy. Before the teleportation formation that was originally covered by the restriction formation was a row of words that were written with vigorous strokes, and it was written eloquently. I couldn't bear to see you all off, so I left first. If I have the fortune in the future, I'll surely pay a visit to your esteemed sect. Chu Beihai's eyes flickered indeterminately, and his chest felt like it was blocked by a rock. He felt a wave of indescribable agitation and depression, and he almost coughed up blood. A diversion, huh? Demon God Lin. He enunciated word by word, his expression terrifyingly cold. His entire body exuded a shocking killing intent. This time, he'd plotted and made sufficient preparations. He'd originally thought that he could seize this opportunity to kill his opponent, but he'd never imagined that his opponent had purposely set up a deceptive formation, while in reality, his opponent had already fled. Chu Beihai couldn't help but feel ashamed when he thought about how he had been talking to the other party just now. This kid deserves to die. Xianwei's expression was gloomy and unsightly as well. This was equivalent to being played by a junior, and if news of this were to spread, then it would definitely be extremely embarrassing. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, in the vicinity of Sand Cloud City, many terrifying figures appeared one after another. They were all from the King Realm. However, at this moment, when they saw the words left by Lin Sun, their faces also became gloomy. They were fooled. They could only blame themselves for believing that Lin Sun would choose to leave through the teleportation formation. Mobilize all our forces to arrest this kid. No matter what, we can't let him escape from ancient Song province. Xianwei said in a deep voice. Despite such an order, everyone knew that it would be very difficult to stop Lin Sun this time if he escaped. Originally, they still had the Yin and Yang spirit lock mirror, which could firmly lock on Lin Sun's breath. But with the capture of Shui Qianhen and the others, this treasure also fell into Lin Sun's hands. In addition, Lin Sun had mastered the formless skill, which could transform into different appearances. Under such circumstances, it would undoubtedly become extremely difficult to capture him again. Damn it! Chu Beihai stepped forward and tore up the words left by Lin Sun. This kid left about 10 hours ago. I can roughly lock on his breath when he left. Maybe, there's still a chance to catch up with him. Suddenly, a thin old man in a black robe walked out and said in a deep voice. Chen Huaikong, a strong man from the Qing realm of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land, had been famous for many years and was a tyrannical existence who had passed the tribulation of immortality. In ancient Song province, he was a terrifying figure like an overlord. Seeing this, the eyes of Chu Beihai and the others suddenly lit up. Only left for 5 hours, it wasn't too late. Whoosh, the vast universe arc was like a silver streamer, whistling in the vast night sky. In the blink of an eye, it could cover a distance of 100 miles. It was incredibly fast. From this direction, I can leave ancient Song province and reach Kanglin province in less than a day. On the treasure ship, Lin Sun spread out a map and was studying it. Previously, because the enemy had the yin and yang spirit lock mirror, no matter which direction he fled to, he would inevitably be stopped within a few hours. This also made Lin Sun dare not escape with the help of the vast universe arc, for fear that he would be intercepted by the old monsters of Qing realms sent by the enemy halfway. But now, the yin and yang spirit lock mirror had fallen into his hands, so he didn't need to worry about it. Moreover, the flying speed of the vast universe arc was extremely fast. When it flew at full speed, it was comparable to the speed of the old monsters of Qing realm. This had been proved when he was chased by the 2 old monsters of the Black Demon Tengu tribe in the West Hing territory. Even if they lock on my breath, when they catch up with me, I will almost have left ancient Song province. Lin Sun took a deep breath. He knew that success or failure depended on this. At this critical moment, he must not relax. The night faded and the dawn broke. Several hours later, Lin Sun left the territory of ancient Song province safely and came to a city in Kanglin province. Soon after entering the city, Lin Sun left again. He had already inquired about an ancient transmission formation in a city called Shuiming, about thousands of miles away. This formation was controlled by a first-class sect in Kanglin province, Flaming Sun Sword Sect. Not long after Lin Sun left, Chen Huaikong arrived in the city with Chu Beihai, Xianwei, and the others. Except for Chu Beihai, the others were all old monsters of Qing realm. As soon as they appeared, they immediately caused a stir and an uproar in the city. This man has left. Judging from his direction, he must be going to Shuiming City and use the ancient transmission formation to leave. Go after him. After a while, Chen Huaikong and the others also whistled like a gust of wind. Shuiming City. This city was quite strange. It was built on a huge mountain range. Looking from afar, the mountains were like dragon bones, rising and falling continuously. The city on it was like a mountain range of China. Lin Sun put away the vast universe arc, turned into a middle-aged man, and floated into Shuiming City. When he arrived in front of the ancient transmission formation in the city, there were already hundreds of practitioners waiting in a long line. May I ask when this formation will open? Lin Sun asked. Soon, in about a quarter of an hour, a bearded man beside him said casually. May I know which province this formation leads to? Lin Sun continued to ask. The bearded man rolled his eyes and said angrily, of course it's the Azure Rain City of Goldwood Province. You don't even know this? Lin Sun smiled and didn't speak further. He'd already roughly determined the location of Goldwood Province in his heart. It was located slightly north of Dongxing World, and it was over 100 provinces away from ancient Azure Province where the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land was located. So long as he arrived there, he would absolutely not have to worry about being pursued. Everyone, the ancient transmission formation is about to open. You can start paying the fees now. 3,000 top-grade spiritual marrow per person. An old man with a goatee spoke loudly. This was an expert of the Crimson Sun Sword sect that controlled the ancient transmission formation. Anyone who used this formation had to pay a fee to them. But when he heard the price of 3,000 top-grade spiritual marrow, Lin Sun was still shocked. The price was so expensive that it wasn't something that ordinary cultivators could bear. When he finished collecting the fees from every single cultivator, the old man with a goatee took out the restriction talisman and activated the ancient transmission formation. After that, he said loudly, "Everyone, I wish all of you a safe journey." Hundreds of cultivators entered the ancient transmission formation one after another and were about to cross the void. At this point, Lin Sun heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he left this place, he would be able to fly freely in the future. No matter how powerful the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land was, they probably wouldn't dare to chase him all over the world. After all, although the territory of Dongxing World was large, it was controlled by various ancient orthodoxies. No matter how arrogant the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land was, they wouldn't dare to act unscrupulously in the territory of other forces. Wait. Just at this moment, a loud shout sounded, and a group of figures rushed over. Boom, especially the person in the lead. Before he arrived, he had already stretched out his hand and covered the ancient transmission formation that was about to be activated. Then, he took out the restriction talisman embedded in the ancient formation. Everyone was stunned and extremely dissatisfied. But when they saw the group of figures rushing over, they all fell silent and their expressions changed greatly. Even the experts of the Crimson Sun Sword sect stiffened, and their faces showed fear and respect. Because, impressively, several old monsters of the King Realm had appeared together, such a force was enough to sweep away the entire Watersound City. Even the headmaster of the Crimson Sun Sword sect had to be polite to them. On the other hand, Lin Sun's pupils suddenly contracted. He saw Chu Beihai. In particular, the aura of the old man in the lead was as empty as the sky, as deep as the sea, and unfathomable. Lin Sun had seen many strong practitioners of the King Realm, so he instantly judged that this old man was by no means an ordinary old monster of the King Realm. It was very likely that this old man had already embarked on the path to immortality. In addition, there were a total of 4 old monsters of the King Realm following this old man. This lineup was too terrifying. Compared to them, Chu Beihai seemed to be less of a threat. Lin Sun sighed in his heart. Such a thing had happened at the last moment. His luck was too bad. With the arrival of Chu Beihai and his group, this area instantly fell into dead silence. The crowd was uneasy and didn't know what had happened. His voice was ice cold, filled with a strong sense of mockery and killing intent. Lin Sun also knew that the formless skill he displayed couldn't hide from Chu Beihai's eyes at all, so he immediately showed his true form. Only now did the cultivators in the vicinity realize that this group of old fellows at the King Realm had actually come specifically to pursue this young man. This was unimaginable. He was just a young man at the reincarnation developing realm. What did he have to deserve such treatment? Moreover, some people with discerning eyes had already recognized from their attire that Chu Beihai and the others were experts from the Heaven's Pivot Holy Ground. This was an ancient orthodoxy of the ancient Sung continent. It was extremely powerful and famous in the entire East Victory domain. At the same time, Qing Huaikong, Xianwei, and the other King Realm old monsters were sizing up Lin Sun. This was Demon God Lin. It didn't look like much. Hand over Shui Qianheng and the others and I will let you die with dignity. Chu Beihai's eyes were cold and his expression was cold and emotionless. In reality, this pursuit had already accumulated a bellyful of rage. First, he was fooled by Lin Sun and failed to catch him in Sandcloud City. Then, he chased him all the way from ancient Song Province to Watersound City in Kanglan Province. He almost lost Lin Sun. No matter how shrewd Chu Beihai was, he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. You can leave first. Hand over the prohibition talisman, and I'll let them go, Lin Sun said casually, looking very calm. Little bastard, you still dare to haggle? Xianwei roared out explosively, his power like that of a deity, intimidating everyone present, making everyone's souls feel an incomparable pressure. Some cultivators noticed that the situation was bad, and they'd moved far away since a long time ago as they were deeply afraid of being affected. When a king got angry, blood flowed like rivers. It was too terrifying. Even Lin Sun was shocked by the roar, and he had to admit that he was far behind the real King Realm. However, he wasn't afraid and said coldly, "Old bastard, you're from the Heaven's Pivot Holy Ground and have such a high status and power. Why is your mouth so stinky? You're looking to die." Xianwei's expression darkened. There seemed to be a terrifying whirlpool of lightning spinning in his eyes. Since when did someone dare to call him an old beast? He was definitely tired of living. Boom. An invisible pressure spread from Xianwei and pressed on Lin Sun fiercely. Ah, a scream came from Lin Sun, but it was not Lin Sun's voice. Junior brother Zhang Jiang. Chu Beihai's face was gloomy. He said angrily, Lin Sun, what did you do to junior brother Zhang Jiang? It's nothing. I took half of his life. If you continue to be so arrogant, he might be dead, Lin Sun said casually. Although the pressure of an old monster at the king realm was strong, it wasn't enough to intimidate him. You. The expressions of Chu Beihai and all the other old freaks were gloomy while killing intent coiled around them. Their terrifying might caused the entire sky above Watercry City to be enveloped in a layer of seemingly material killing intent, and it caused the entire city to be shocked. Hand over the Prohibition Talisman. Otherwise, don't even think about seeing Zhang Jiang and the other three ever again. Lin Sun didn't waste any time and looked at them coldly. He was extremely overbearing. This made Chu Beihai and the others so angry that they almost went crazy. They'd taken great pains to catch up to their opponents, yet they were still threatened like this, and this caused them to feel boundless rage and aggrieved. All right. Unexpectedly, Qin Huaikong, who'd been silent all this while, agreed readily. He waved his sleeve and shot out a Prohibition Talisman that he'd collected earlier towards Lin Sun. But almost at the same time, Lin Sun's pupils suddenly constricted. Because along with the Prohibition Talisman was a huge hand that blotted out the sky and the earth. It was like a dragon's claw that suddenly stretched out from the void. Instantly, the light of the Tao bloomed, and it produced a strange and boundlessly terrifying force that was impossible to resist. In an instant, Lin Sun was pulled over, and it was as easy as picking flowers and leaves. This was the king's power of the longevity realm. It was boundlessly powerful, and dealing with a reincarnation developing realm powerhouse like Lin Sun was like looking down on an ant. There was no need to care at all. Instantly, Chu Beihai and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Even they couldn't help but praise Qin Huaikong's attack. It was absolutely divine and unstoppable. Under such circumstances, Lin Sun was bound to be restrained, and it was impossible for him to have another chance to kill Shui Qianhen and the others. However, unexpectedly, Lin Sun didn't resist at all during this process. Instead, he was extremely cooperative and took advantage of the situation to charge over. Soundlessly, a mutton-fat jade bottle that was a few inches tall appeared in the void, and it was directly activated by Lin Sun. Bang, a rumble that sounded like a landslide and a tsunami resounded. Boundless dazzling fluctuations of the restriction poured out like a blazing sun had appeared and then exploded. In an instant, this place was dazzling. Magnificent divine radiance shot into the sky, and it was as if the door of destruction had been opened. Dense Kingsway restrictive markings surged and enveloped this world. This was an indescribably terrifying force that was too shocking. Oh no. Qin Huaikong's expression that was cold and confident earlier had changed greatly at this moment. The palm that he'd stretched out was instantly crushed into powder. Moreover, before he could dodge, he was drowned by the boundless fluctuations of the restriction. Instantly, he let out a shrill cry. His entire body burned as he struggled ceaselessly. At the same time, Xianwei and the other old fellows at the King Realm noticed that the situation was bad, and they intended to flee. However, it was already too late, and they were enveloped by the restriction as well. It wasn't that they were weak, and it was instead because the strongest might of the King's four symbols restriction formation was condensed within the bottle. After it was enhanced by the bottle, its might had doubled explosively. It could be said that they were facing a King Dao restriction formation that had doubled in might, so how could they resist it? Moreover, it had occurred suddenly. No matter how they racked their brains, they were probably unable to imagine that Lin Sun would possess such a strange and inconceivable treasure. As expected, they'd encountered danger. Alas, Qin Huaikong, who was a king that had stepped foot into the tribulation of longevity, hadn't even been able to display his might when he was enveloped by the terrifying energy of the restriction, and even someone as formidable as him let out an extremely shrill and miserable cry. His entire body seemed as if it was on fire. Inch by inch, his skin was charred while his bones and flesh were burned apart. Xianwei and the others were in a similar situation. Their figures were drowned in the terrifying fluctuations of the restriction, and no matter how they struggled, they were unable to escape. On the contrary, they were blasted to the point that their skin and flesh were lacerated, and they were in an extremely sorry state. Extremely far away. Countless practitioners were horrified. This was too terrifying. In the blink of an eye, several old fellows at the King realm had actually suffered at the same time. This was unbelievable. At the same time, they were extremely shocked. They couldn't imagine that a young man like Lin Sun, who was only at the reincarnation development realm, actually possessed the power to severely injure several old fellows at the King realm. If news of this were to spread, it would definitely shock the world. Unexpectedly, Chu Beihai had avoided it. Firstly, Lin Sun had specifically targeted those old fellows, and he felt that Chu Beihai wasn't a threat. Secondly, Chu Beihai had actually taken out a strange black stone bowl at this critical moment. It emitted a silver luster, and it actually blocked all the attacks. His figure was suddenly taken away from where he was, and he appeared hundreds of meters away. It was no different from teleportation. There was no doubt that this strange black stone bowl was an incredible treasure. Even so, Chu Beihai was still so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. This black stone bowl was obtained from that strange meteorite at the Stone Appraisal Convention. It was a mysterious and unfathomable treasure called the Heaven-Transforming Bowl. This time, if it wasn't for this treasure, he would definitely have been wiped out in an instant. After all, that was the power of the restriction of the King realm. Even old fellows at the King realm couldn't block it, let alone a young genius like him. Damn it! Chu Beihai's face was livid, and he was so angry that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Originally, they all knew that Lin Sun had a pagoda saint treasure in his hands, but they weren't too afraid. This was because they believed that with Lin Sun's strength, it was impossible for him to exert the full power of the saint treasure. As long as the old fellows at the King realm made a move, it would be enough to suppress him. Who would have thought that before they could even see the saint treasure, Lin Sun would actually take out an indescribably terrifying restriction of the King realm in an instant? All of a sudden, they were caught unprepared. At this moment, even though Chu Beihai was extremely furious, he didn't dare to move forward again. The attack was too terrifying, and it covered the heavens and the earth. Lin Sun couldn't be bothered to pay attention to all of this. He madly activated the Great Way Immeasurable Bottle and concentrated all his attacks on Qing Huaikong and the other old fellows at the King realm. How dare you? Who dares to cause trouble in my Crimson Sun Sword sect? A thunderous shout resounded in the sky above Waterchime City. It was the leader of the Crimson Sun Sword sect who was alarmed. He was also at the King realm. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and glanced sideways at the battlefield. An old fellow at the King realm had already been killed. His body had been split into 3 pieces like broken charcoal, and even the aura of his soul had been extinguished. Qing Huaikong and the others weren't in a good state either. Even if they could survive, they would definitely suffer heavy injuries and suffer unimaginable injuries. Without hesitation, Lin Sun's figure flashed into the ancient teleportation formation, and he embedded the restriction talisman in his hand on the ancient altar. Buzz, the ancient teleportation formation operated, and it emitted a wave that shot into the sky. In an instant, Lin Sun's figure vanished. Lin Sun, no matter where you flee to, I'll definitely kill you. Chu Beihai was furious, and he let out a long howl towards the sky. He was so angry that he was about to go mad. Little bastard. You and I are absolutely irreconcilable. Qing Huaikong roared furiously as well. He and the other 3 old fellows at the King realm had survived, but they were in an extremely sorry state. They had suffered heavy injuries and looked extremely miserable, and they had almost died. In the distance, the hearts of countless practitioners trembled. They clearly felt that this was definitely a major event that would shake the ancient Song province and spread throughout the world. In less than a day, the news had spread to the ancient Song province at an unbelievable speed, and it caused a monstrous storm. In less than half a month, the divine pivot Holy Land that was pursuing Lin Sun had suffered casualties, and several old fellows at the King realm had suffered heavy injuries. There was even one who had died. Who would dare to believe this? However, the demon god Lin, who had caused all this, had escaped safely in the end and left through the ancient teleportation formation. This had shocked countless practitioners so much that their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Before this, they didn't think highly of Lin Sun at all. They thought that he had offended the divine pivot Holy Land, And even if he had the talent to go against the natural order, it would be difficult for him to escape death. But the fact had undoubtedly given them a heavy blow. Green Rain City, Goldenwood Province. The streets and buildings in the city were all antique and picturesque. In the center of the city, the ancient transmission formation was opened, and a young man appeared. Surprisingly, as soon as he showed up, he looked up to the sky and laughed as if he had gone mad. Many cultivators nearby pointed at him. Lin Sun also noticed this scene, but he didn't bother to pay attention to it. Why should he pay attention to the secular world? It's really cruel. In order to kill me, you sent 5 old monsters of the king realm. It's a pity that you are still inferior. Lin Sun was very happy, and the depression of these days was swept away. He was chased by the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land. Now he not only escaped safely, but also gave them an unexpected heavy blow. How could Lin Sun not be happy? In particular, one old monster of the king realm was also killed. Lin Sun couldn't believe it. Besides, the other 4 old monsters of the king realm were seriously injured and dying. It was like a dream. It took me more than 30,000 upper-grade spiritual marrow to accumulate power for the limitless Great Way bottle, but it has such a wonderful effect. It's not a loss. Lin Sun became more and more determined that the limitless Great Way bottle was definitely a great weapon. If he could make full use of it, he wouldn't be afraid even in the face of the old monsters of the king realm. Without delay, Lin Sun strode away and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The ancient transmission formation would be opened at any time, so it was not advisable to stay here for a long time. Goldenwood Province was located in a remote area in the north of Dongxing Territory. Further north, across more than 10 provinces, there was a border river between Dongxing Territory and Beidu Territory. If he went south, he only needed to pass through 7 provinces to reach White Jade Capital, where the heaven-reaching sword sect was located. Green Rain City was hazy, and the whole city presented an ethereal, and picturesque atmosphere. Even the spiritual qi in the air was quite rich, which was very suitable for cultivation. Unfortunately, for this city, Lin Sun was just a passerby. Half a day later, he left Green Rain City, shuttled through the mountains and the wild, and headed south. This was the result of careful consideration. According to Lin Sun's judgment, if the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land didn't give up, they would definitely think that he would escape through the ancient transmission formation. Furthermore, his understanding of the entire East Victorious domain was very superficial. He also wanted to take this opportunity to travel around this domain as a traveler. Read 10,000 books, travel 10,000 miles. It was the same for cultivation. The Dongxing realm was known as the home of all saints. It was the most ancient and glorious realm in the ancient Desolation region. There were many orthodoxies and tens of thousands of races. If one wished to rise in cultivation, one had to first understand and adapt to it. The mountains were vast, quiet, and boundless. As they moved through it, it was like they were in a desolate area. Strange mountains and rocks, waterfalls, flowing springs, the cries of apes, the roars of tigers, and the galloping of beasts could be seen everywhere. Compared to the cities where the Xianxia lived, the wilderness was undoubtedly more vast and boundless. Early in the morning, Lin Sun woke up in the rising sun. He walked in the void and walked alone among the mountains and rivers, observing the wonders of heaven and earth and comprehending his own dharma. At dusk, like tired birds returning to the forest, they fished and caught beasts, lit a fire to cook, and tasted delicacies. In the night, Lin Sun bathed in the starlight and meditated in the silence of the world. His state of mind was completely relaxed, and he felt unprecedentedly peaceful. Since he entered the Shihing realm, he had never been so relaxed. There were no killing grudges or worldly trifles. Along the way, he was accompanied by heaven and earth, mountains and rivers. Forgetting the troubles of the world, alone, he moved forward, meditated, comprehended Dharma, and moved forward. The wilderness was not a paradise, and there were also unpredictable dangers. One night, Lin Sun, who was meditating, opened his eyes quietly. He pressed his fingers together, and a trace of saber intent appeared. Whoosh, 1,000 feet long rift was suddenly cut open in the void. At the end of the crack, a black shadow suddenly flashed out, looking a little embarrassed, and let out a deafening roar. It was a black wolf, with green eyes like fire and a body of more than 30 meters long. It was vigorous and fierce, exuding a frightening and violent aura. With the roar, the silent mountains were shaking, and the wind and clouds were changing. A dark wolf who had stepped into the half-step king realm. "Young man, this is my territory," it roared. Before it finished speaking, Lin Sun had already attacked. He pressed his fingers together and chopped. In an instant, a ray of bright light flashed out. Puff, the dark wolf who had stepped into the half-step king realm had no time to struggle, and its huge body suddenly collapsed. It died too quickly, without a scream, without the tragic scene of blood rain after being killed, and even without a trace of aura left. Like a stain on a piece of paper, it was completely erased. From the beginning to the end, the void was silent, the mountains and rivers were silent, and nothing was aware of it. Ghosts and gods were not alarmed, but the dark wolf was gone. Life and death in an instant. Lin Sun said to himself. This strike was the life and death cut he had recently comprehended, the fifth move of the 6 cuts of Tian Yuan. What was life and death? There were 60 moments in a snap of the fingers, and 900 lives and death in a moment. The life and death cut was derived from the essence of life and death in an instant. As soon as the cut was made, it could distinguish life and death in an instant. It was incredibly fast and full of unimaginable power of destruction. The mystery contained in this strike could be said to be difficult, abstruse, broad, and profound. Now Lin Sun could only be regarded as a preliminary mastery of it, but even so, he was very confident that if he encountered a top half-step king realm like Wen Xingzhou again, he could kill him with just one strike. Life and death can be distinguished in an instant. The true meaning of this strike is really wonderful. This strike should be the most lethal strike I have mastered so far. Lin Sun comprehended it in silence and closed his eyes again. All was silent, the night was clear, and the stars above his head were as bright as a dream. A few days later. Floating Mountain City, Virtual Landscape Province. There was a golden message tree in the center of the city. Ye Chen, a genius of the young generation of the Yi clan of the Crepe Myrtle Mountain in the Beidou world and known as the Crepe Myrtle Sword Demon, crossed the void and arrived at the Dongxing world. Within 3 days, he defeated the talents of the young generation of the 6 ancient orthodoxies. Yu Lingkong, the successor of the Longevity Pure Land in the South Xian world, participated in the Treasure Light Tea Party and defeated 18 top talents alone. Wu Daokong, the successor of the Star Cliff Pavilion, broke into the Blood Spirit Cave alone, killed 800 blood spirits, and left. In front of the message tree, important news came out one after another, causing an uproar and exclamation. Anything that could appear on the golden message tree must be a great event that could cause a sensation in the Dongxing world. Ordinary news was not qualified at all. Lin Sun stood silently in the crowd. Comprehending the Tao outside the world, refining the mind in the mortal world, and leaving the world and entering the world were all kinds of cultivation. If one wanted to rise in the great world, he was bound to face the competition of all the talents in the world. If he kept hiding from the world, there was no way to talk about the competition. It was also on this day that Lin Sun knew that not only him, but also the top figures in the South Xian world and the Beidou world had arrived in the Dongxing world one after another, and they showed their own unique brilliance that shocked the world. Like Ye Chen, the Crepe Myrtle Sword Demon. Like Yu Lingkong, the successor of the Longevity Pure Land. There was no doubt that their achievements in the Dongxing world could cause such a sensation and be spread on the golden message tree, so their combat strength was extraordinary. I don't know what kind of combat strength Yu Lingkong has now. Lin Sun thought. Demon Lin is not bad. He made a mess in the West Heng world. As soon as he arrived in the Dongxing world, he fought against the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land. Even a strong man of the King realm died tragically in his hands. Someone sighed with emotion, which attracted Lin Sun's attention. This man is really a powerful character. Although he killed the strong man with the help of foreign objects, he was able to fight his way out of the heavy siege. It's not easy. Many people were talking about it. Lin Sun realized that what he had done in the ancient Song province had spread in the Dongxing world. Many people felt incredible about his achievements. Of course, most of them were shocked. A young man from the mortal world rose in the West Heng world in defiance of the natural order, and then escaped the pursuit of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land in the Dongxing world. It was hard not to attract attention. In particular, the fact that he had a holy treasure was no longer a secret, and it was spread with the incident. For Lin Sun, this news was undoubtedly terrible. At present, he hadn't really risen to become a king. It was impossible for him to dominate the Dongxing world where there were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The wordless pagoda in his hand was a treasure that could make sages jealous. It was a source of disaster and was bound to attract many covetous eyes. Although he had killed an old monster of the king realm and shocked the world, it was clear that it was not his own power but the power of the foreign objects. In addition, he had no one to rely on, so he was more likely to be coveted than others. There is still 1 year before the star list competition of the Four Realms, which is held every 30 years. At that time, the Dongxing world is bound to be turbulent. When Lin Sun was about to leave, he was attracted by a conversation. Yes, the battle of the great world is coming. This star list competition is destined to be completely different from the past. The peerless figures who are interested in competing in the great world are bound to participate in it. At that time, there will be a battle for hegemony among the young talents. The star list competition is destined to pave the way for the Tianjiao Golden List. As long as you can rank in the top 100 of the star list, you should be qualified to enter the Tianjiao Golden List. In the discussion, Lin Sun had already turned around and left. The star list competition of the Four Realms, which had been passed down from ancient times to the present, was a martial arts event for the young powerhouses of the Four Realms in the ancient Desolation territory. Every 30 years, the star list competition would be held. Lin Sun was also very interested in it. Within 2 years, the great world was bound to come, and the star list competition was a battle for the young powerhouses of the Four Realms in the ancient Desolation territory. Before the great world came, it was bound to attract the attention of the world's proud sons. If there is a chance, I will go and have a look in 1 year. Lin Sun thought as he left the floating mountain city. In the following days, Lin Sun still traveled alone through the mountains and rivers, occasionally entering the cities to inquire about the latest news in the Dongxing world. Unknowingly, he had already traversed several provinces and traveled more than 100,000 kilometers. 1 month later, Lin Sun finally entered the territory of the White Jade Capital State. White Jade Capital was in the sky, and there were 12 buildings and 5 cities. When the immortals touched my head, I tied my hair and received immortality. Since ancient times, this prefecture had countless magnificent and inconceivable myths and legends, and in the boundless years of time, it had given birth to many legendary overlords. The most famous legend was the founder of the Sky-Reaching Sword sect. He was also a legend. The founder of the Sky-Reaching Sword sect was respectfully called the Sky-Reaching Sword Master. When he was young, he was a shepherd boy. By chance, he set foot on the path of swordsmanship. Later, he fought for 3,000 years and slaughtered millions of enemies. With the sky-reaching sword, he killed people in the sky and cut the hell. He was like a sword immortal, and his name was well known in ancient times. Later, the sky-reaching sword master got tired of killing and lived in the White Jade capital. He comprehended the mysteries of the world and finally established the sky-reaching sword sect. Until now, the Sky-Reaching Sword sect had long been a famous ancient orthodoxy in the Dongxing world. It was also rumored that when the Sky-Reaching Sword Master established the Sky-Reaching Sword sect here, White Jade Capital was a famous place for practicing Taoism and contained great opportunities. It was also because of the supreme opportunities here that the Sky-Reaching Sword Master was enlightened and reached the top of the Tao. No matter what, the countless legends made the White Jade Capital even more mysterious. Now, White Jade Capital could be ranked among the top 10 holy places for practicing Taoism in all the provinces in the Dongxing world. White Jade Capital, 12 buildings and 5 cities. Golden Cloud City was one of the 5 cities. It was so large that it was bigger than any city Lin Sun had seen these days. The streets were bustling with people and carriages, and it was bustling and clamorous. Lin Sun turned into a young man in gray. He looked ordinary and inconspicuous. Interesting. He noticed that most of the practitioners he met along the way, no matter men or women, carried swords on their backs and dressed like swordsmen. Look at my star piercer. Humph. My flying light is enough to kill you. On the street, a group of naughty children were playing. Each of them carried a wooden sword as they chased each other and played around with each other. Carrying the sword diagonally is Xianxia's usual action. Whenever he goes to war, he will carry the sword on his back and not carry it diagonally. An old man beside him sighed. Master, what's the difference? A young girl beside the old man asked curiously. There isn't much of a difference. Rumor has it that Yun Qingbai views the sword as his own flesh and blood. He carries it on his back to show his devotion to the way of the sword. If he carries the sword on his waist, it would be seen as disrespectful to the way of the sword. Of course, this is only Yun Qingbai's understanding of the sword Dao. In that case, those cultivators with swords on their backs that we've seen along the way are all imitating Yun Qingbai? His influence is really great. The young girl exclaimed. It's not just in Golden Cloud City. Yun Qingbai is a legendary figure in the entire White Jade capital. He's revered by the younger generation. Everything about him is being imitated. The elder also sighed with emotion. This is the true pride of the heavens. Each and every move he makes already leads the trend of a province. It can be said to be terrifying. As the elder and the young girl walked further and further away, Lin Sun was a little stunned. He had heard many rumors about Yun Qingbai, such as the #1 swordsman of the young generation in the ancient Desolation realm and the #1 person below the King realm. But only at this moment, Lin Sun deeply realized how great Yun Qingbai's influence was. Merely a single movement of his had been imitated by countless cultivators, and even his sword moves were known by young children. This was undoubtedly extremely shocking. After pondering for a moment, Lin Sun continued to move forward. To understand a person clearly, it was not enough to only listen to rumors. One had to go to the place where he lived and experience it personally. Only then could one know his nature, habits, hobbies, and so on. This time, Lin Sun didn't come to White Jade capital for revenge. He just wanted to see how far Yun Qingbai had reached in his cultivation. On the first day in Golden Cloud City, Lin Sun learned that since Yun Qingbai was born, he had been born with a sword bone. The headmaster of the Heaven-Reaching Sword sect personally took him into the sect and raised him. At the age of 5, he stepped into the 9th level of martial realm and mastered 19 Upanishads of swordsmanship, which shocked the whole Heaven-Reaching Sword sect. He was praised as a rare genius of swordsmanship. At the age of 9, he stepped into the Gang Spirit realm and entered the outer gate of the Heaven-Reaching Sword sect as an exception. That year, Yun Qingbai became the youngest outer gate disciple in the history of the Heaven-Reaching Sword sect. At the age of 13, Yun Qingbai reached the Sea Spirit realm and mastered 37 Upanishads of swordsmanship. He defeated all the outer gate disciples of the Heaven-Reaching Sword sect and entered the inner gate to cultivate. At the age of 16, no one in the inner gate was a match for Yun Qingbai. That year, he stepped into the Tao Insight realm and caused the myriad swords contending phenomenon, which shocked the whole White Jade capital. At the age of 17, Yun Qingbai reached the Reincarnation Developing realm and became the leader of the young generation of the Heaven-Reaching Sword sect. He became the disciple of Xianxia, the supreme elder of the Heaven-Reaching Sword sect. At the age of 19, Yun Qingbai suddenly fell silent and disappeared from the world. It was also from that year that there was almost no news about Yun Qingbai. No one knew where he had gone. When he appeared in front of the world again, it was already 10 years later. 10 years later, he was still in the Reincarnation Developing realm, which aroused many doubts. People thought it was very likely that he had run out of talent. But it was also in that year that Yun Qingbai killed hundreds of strongmen of the Half-Step King realm alone, which shocked the whole world. At that time, a sage sighed with emotion. Yun Qingbai has the demeanor of the Heaven-Reaching Sword ancestor. From then on, people found that Yun Qingbai already had the strength of the first person under the King realm, and it was indisputable. However, right when everyone in the world was guessing exactly when Yun Qingbai would step into the King realm, he'd vanished once more. Before he disappeared, he once said, "My swordsmanship should pursue the road of extreme detachment, suppress all ages, and stand above all the heavens. But now it is not the right time." Then, he began to practice in seclusion. Until now, nearly 10 years had passed. No one in the world had seen Yun Qingbai again, but there had always been legends about him in the world. After learning the news, Lin Sun drank alone in the restaurant for a whole day. The world only knew that Yun Qingbai had suddenly disappeared from the world at the age of 19. But only Lin Sun knew that Yun Qingbai came to the mortal world at the age of 19 and killed all the lineal clansmen of the Lin family of Heart Cleansing Peak. He had also dug out the spirit vein of a newborn baby who had just been born into the world. The next morning, Lin Sun left Golden Cloud City. In the next few days, he appeared in different cities of White Jade capital and heard more and more news about Yun Qingbai. Except for the exaggerated parts, Lin Sun gradually had a clearer understanding of Yun Qingbai in his heart. His temperament was like a sword, and so was he. What he pursued was also the most perfect way. In the eyes of the world, Yun Qingbai was an almost perfect genius, as dazzling as the sun in the sky, shining alone. This might be exaggerated, but at least it could prove that he had extremely harsh requirements for the way he pursued. About 10 years ago, he had been practicing in seclusion. I don't know how powerful he is now. Lin Sun paced along the bustling street of the Purple Sky City. The more he knew, the more Lin Sun realized that Yun Qingbai was absolutely an immeasurable enemy with unfathomable strength. Even the information he knew couldn't be measured at all. Before long, Lin Sun came to an ancient building which was thousands of meters high and shaped like a giant sword. This building was one of the famous 12 buildings in White Jade capital, Sword Testing Tower. The building was thousands of meters high and straight into the sky. It was like a divine sword, exuding an ancient and boundless spirit. In the sun, it was covered with a layer of sacred atmosphere. In front of the sword testing tower, it was extremely lively. Many practitioners, most of whom were young, were gathered. They all looked at the towering ancient sword testing tower with longing and expectation. 10 years ago, before Yun Qingbai practiced in seclusion, he entered the sword testing tower again and rushed to the top of the 9th floor in a quarter of an hour. This record has not been broken so far. A practitioner sighed with emotion. Lin Sun stood in the crowd and looked at the sword testing tower with a calm expression. Before coming here, he had learned that the heaven-reaching sword sect would open its gate in 10 days to recruit a group of true disciples. The criteria for recruiting true disciples were simple, but also extremely harsh. First, they must be no more than 30 years old. Second, they must pass the 6th floor of the sword testing tower within 30 minutes. Therefore, these days, countless young practitioners came from all directions every day to try the sword testing tower. The heaven-reaching sword sect was second to none in the Dongxing realm. It was every practitioner's dream to be able to enter it. However, this time, the disciples recruited by the heaven-reaching sword sect were not ordinary disciples or inner disciples, but true disciples. Coupled with the extremely harsh requirements of the recruitment this time, even though many cultivators had come to challenge the sword evaluation tower, very few were able to succeed. After all, it was not so easy to become a true disciple, especially when the heaven-reaching sword sect was not an ordinary ancient orthodoxy. Alas, if I want to pass through the 6th level in the time for an incense stick to burn, then I'm afraid I have to possess the top strength in the paradise realm. Moreover, I have to be below the age of 30. If I possessed such natural talent, then I would have joined an ancient sect to cultivate a long time ago. Why would I wait until now? Some people sighed and felt depressed. Yes, in my opinion, only the peerless talents in Tao Insight realm can achieve this step. Other practitioners should give up their wishful thinking. The others also chimed in. But there were also some who didn't give up and were waiting to go to the sword testing tower. What if they succeeded? Lin Sun turned a deaf ear to these discussions. He had already decided to try the sword testing tower, but not to enter the heaven-reaching sword sect. Instead, he wanted to take this opportunity to compare himself with Yun Qingbai 10 years ago, so as to speculate Yun Qingbai's current combat power. The sword testing tower was thousands of meters high and divided into 9 floors. Each floor was a test of a cultivator's combat power. The stronger one's combat power was, the faster one could pass the test. The opposite was also true. Generally speaking, to pass the first 3 tests, one needed to be at the Sea of Spirit realm. To pass the 4th to the 6th floor, one needed to be at the Tao Insight realm. To pass the 7th to the 9th floor, one needed to be at the Reincarnation Developing realm. However, although it seemed simple, each test was extremely harsh and dangerous. Unless one was an outstanding cultivator of the same realm, it would be difficult to pass. Take the 9th floor for example. Since ancient times, only a few dozen cultivators at the Reincarnation Developing realm had succeeded. This was because this floor was so abnormal that even the top cultivators at the Reincarnation Developing realm would not be able to pass it. And those who were able to pass were all peerless heaven's favorites in the Reincarnation Developing realm. About 10 years ago, Yun Qingbai, with his Reincarnation Developing realm cultivation, rushed all the way to the 9th floor of the sword-testing tower in just a quarter of an hour. One could imagine how terrifying his combat power was. And the record he created became the best record in the sword-testing tower since ancient times. Until now, no one had broken it. Many young cultivators were waiting in front of the sword-testing tower. However, their goals were different from Lin Sun's. As long as they could pass the 6th floor in half an hour, they would be satisfied. Because if they could do this, they would be able to become a true disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. However, there were exceptions. At this moment, a black-robed young man was blocked outside. "Why are you blocking me?" The black-robed young man frowned. His eyebrows were like knives, and his whole body was like a spear that could pierce through the sky. He was sharp and intimidating. "Young friend, you already have the cultivation of the reincarnation developing realm. It seems that there is no need for you to pass the test," an old guard in front of the sword-testing tower said indifferently. The black-robed young man sneered and said coldly, "I am not here to be a disciple. I want to see if Xianxia record is really as unbreakable as the legend says." As soon as he said this, the crowd was in an uproar. Countless eyes fell on the black-robed young man with surprise and disbelief. This guy was too arrogant. He had actually come to break Xianxia's record. Humph. They don't know the immensity of the heavens and the earth. Over the years, who knows how many self-proclaimed peerless geniuses have come to challenge the trial, but in the end, they all retreated in defeat and left with their tails between their legs. Someone sneered. People nowadays are really arrogant. Xianxia is one of the top giants in the White Jade Jing. He is like an undefeatable legend. How can anyone challenge him? Some people were disdainful. "Friend, I advise you to keep a low profile. Otherwise, you'll be too arrogant and be put on the spot in the end. That would be a disgrace," someone said sarcastically. Boom, he was condemned by the masses, yet the black-robed young man suddenly let out a cold grunt, and then a strand of terrifying and ostentatious might suddenly swept out. In an instant, he seemed as if he'd transformed into a god, and his imposing aura shot into the sky, causing the clamorous noise in the surroundings to be instantly suppressed. Many people's faces turned pale, and they were so shocked that their bodies trembled. Their souls were frightened, and no one dared to make a sound in the huge square. "A bunch of trash. How dare you criticize me, Xianxia? I'll annihilate all of you if you dare speak another word." The black-robed young man's clothes fluttered with the wind, and his eyes were filled with dazzling cold lights. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked towards the sword evaluation tower with large strides. This fellow is actually a formidable figure that has stepped foot onto the peak. Lin Sun was slightly surprised, and he couldn't help but take another glance at Xianxia. "I remember now. He's the junior brother of the Sun Moon Temple's disciple, Mi Hingzhen, and he's one of the 9 core disciples of the Sun Moon Temple." Suddenly, someone cried out loudly. "So it's him. No wonder he dares to be so overbearing." The others recovered from their shock successively, and their expressions couldn't help but become slightly complicated. A figure like Xianxia was indeed not someone they could criticize. Humph. But it's probably impossible for him to break Xianxinbai's record. There were many people that were disgruntled, and they waited to see Xianxia make a fool of himself. I remember that a few days ago, a core disciple from the ultimate Taoist sect called Lu Zhongyang had once clamored about breaking Xianxinbai's record. But what happened in the end? Didn't he return in failure? No matter how strong Xianxia is, he's probably only on par with Lu Zhongyang in strength. Just you wait, he's bound to lose. Lin Sun watched from the sidelines as well, and he paid no attention to the nearby discussions. In next to no time, Xianxia started to challenge the tower, and one could clearly see a spirit formation diagram lighting up on the first floor of the sword evaluation tower. But it was quickly extinguished, and then a spirit formation diagram lit up on the second floor. This represented that Xianxia had already started to challenge the second floor. In practically the time of over 10 breaths, he'd already stepped foot onto the 6th floor of the sword evaluation tower, and his speed was so swift that it caused many cultivators to be unable to help but be shocked. Was Lu Zhongyang this swift at that time? He didn't seem to be. The expressions of everyone became serious as they held their breaths in concentration. Because they knew clearly that perhaps the first 6 floors couldn't be considered to be difficult for Xianxia, but it would be different from the 7th floor onward. Sure enough, Xianxia used an entire 3 minutes to pass through the 7th floor. On the other hand, Xianxia used 5 minutes to pass through the 8th floor. This fellow actually charged up to the 9th floor in around an eighth of an hour? Many people were shocked. Perhaps one wouldn't be able to sense anything from the outside world, but cultivators that truly understood the might of the sword evaluation tower's tests were clearly aware that Xianxia's ability to accomplish this could already be said to be shocking to the extreme. At this moment, even those cultivators that ridiculed and were waiting to watch Xianxia make a fool of himself had shut their mouths in unison. Xianxia's ability to ascend to the 9th floor in such a short period of time was sufficient to prove his strength, and it was even to the extent that if nothing unexpected happened, the 9th floor wouldn't be difficult for him. The only difference was perhaps the length of time he took to pass through the tests of the 9th floor. Regretfully, Xianxia was still unable to break Yun Qingbai's record in the end, and when he passed through the 9th floor, he'd already exceeded the time of 15 minutes. This caused many cultivators present here to be unable to help but heave a sigh of relief, and they seemed to be unwilling to see Yun Qingbai's record be broken. But when Xianxia's figure walked out of the sword evaluation tower, none of them dared to ridicule him. Conversely, the gazes they shot over carried a trace of respect. Even if he couldn't compare to Yun Qingbai, being able to pass through the 9th floor in such a short period of time could still be considered to be rare in the history of the sword evaluation tower. It seemed like such a peerless figure was worthy of their respect. However, Xianxia's expression seemed to be extremely gloomy, and he seemed to be unwilling and dejected as he muttered. I can't even compare to Yun Qingbai from 10 years ago. Many people sighed in their hearts. Of all the people he could compare with, he just had to compare with a legendary figure like Yun Qingbai. How could this be a competition? Amongst all the geniuses in the world, anyone that tried to compare with Yun Qingbai would probably run into a wall. Young man, what do you intend to do? Right at this moment, the old man that guarded the sword evaluation tower frowned as he spoke. Everyone was stunned, and they looked over to see another young man at the reincarnation evolution realm intending to head to the sword evaluation tower. They couldn't help but be slightly astounded. This fellow wouldn't have come to break Yun Qingbai's record as well, right? This person was naturally Lin Sun. In the face of the question, he answered casually, I'm here to challenge the tower and see how capable Yun Qingbai was at that time. The crowd was in an uproar. Although they had guessed correctly, they still couldn't believe their ears. What was going on today? Why did 2 people suddenly come out to challenge the record left by Yun Qingbai? Who was this guy? He knew that even Xianxia had failed, but he still insisted on challenging the tower. Did he come prepared, or did he refuse to turn back until he ran into a wall? Xianxia originally planned to leave, but when he noticed this scene, he couldn't help but stop and look up at Lin Sun with a touch of doubt in his eyes. May I ask which orthodoxy you are from? He couldn't help but ask. No sect, Lin Sun said. Everyone's expression suddenly became strange, and someone couldn't help but tease, dude, are you here to be funny? You're overestimating yourself, aren't you? Everyone else smiled with a mischievous expression. A young man without any sect dared to challenge the best record in the history of the sword evaluation tower. This was too outrageous. In their eyes, being without a sect meant that he didn't have a master or heritage, and he was destined to be a top figure. Only Xianxia's heart moved, and he looked at Lin Sun with a touch of contemplation. Go. I hope you don't persist in going about things the wrong way and retreat early. Otherwise, you'll lose a lot of face. The old man who guarded the sword evaluation tower waved his hand. Although he wasn't optimistic about Lin Sun, he couldn't stop him. This was the rule. Thank you, Lin Sun said as he strolled into the sword evaluation tower. Buzz, instantly, it was like entering another time. It was a vast expanse of whiteness, and the air was surging with the aura of the spiritual formation. Swish, a figure appeared with a spiritual sword in his hand, and he emitted a murderous aura and an unparalleled killing intent. This was the sword servant who guarded the level. It wasn't a real life, but was condensed from the obscure fluctuation of the restriction. But its combat strength couldn't be underestimated, and the combat strength of the sword servant on every level was completely different. Chop. As soon as it appeared, the sword servant rushed to Lin Sun. Lin Sun waved his sleeve, and with a bang, the sword servant's body suddenly turned into a rain of light and disappeared as if he was struck by lightning. Buzz, Lin Sun's figure flashed, and he was moved to the second level. At the same time, a sword servant appeared, whose strength was comparable to the top in the gang spirit realm. But for Lin Sun, it was not enough at all. In the blink of an eye, the sword servant was killed by Lin Sun's sleeve. In the following time, Lin Sun rushed all the way to the 6th floor of the sword evaluation tower at an incredible speed. This guy's speed is quite fast. Outside the sword evaluation tower, many people were surprised. They were keenly aware that Lin Sun's speed of passing through the first 6 floors seemed to be a little faster than Xianxia's speed just now. No one noticed that a strange light flashed in Xianxia's eyes imperceptibly. He saw it clearly and accurately judged that Lin Sun was indeed a little faster than him when passing through the first 6 levels. Of course, it was just a gap of about the blink of an eye, which was not enough to surprise Xianxia. Although he didn't take it seriously, Xianxia looked more serious. The 7th floor was the real test of a reincarnation developing realm practitioner's strength. Through his previous observation, he found that although Lin Sun looked strange, his breath was very unusual, so he couldn't see through Lin Sun at a glance. Like Xianxia, other practitioners also fixed their eyes on Lin Sun. The 7th floor. The restriction surged and condensed into a figure of a sword servant with an extremely strong breath, more terrible than an ordinary practitioner in the perfection of reincarnation developing realm. Top level, Lin Sun judged it at a glance. At the same time, he didn't stop at all. He stepped forward, and a snow-white ice dragon rushed out with its head held high. Crack, the body of the sword servant was smashed by the tail of the ice dragon halfway, turning into a light rain and dissipating. At the same time, the sound of people gasping came from the outside. My God! He passed the 7th floor just like that? Instant kill. Xianxia's pupils shrank slightly, and he murmured, interesting. The old man guarding the sword testing tower was also stunned, and his attitude became much more serious. The 8th floor. Boom, a sword servant whose breath could be regarded as a top talent rushed out, and his momentum was not inferior to that of Li Qinghuan, Sha Luchan, and Qing Lianer. But Lin Sun didn't look at him, and just stretched out his right palm. Clatter of flaming galaxy spread out, producing a terrible power that could burn the sky and destroy the earth. During his previous month of traveling, Lin Sun had long since attained the level of Tao truth in the energy of the grand Tao of fire he possessed. Now, as soon as he displayed this peerless secret method, he was in a trance as if he was refining a real starry sky. The stars were burning and exploding in it, and the strange phenomenon was amazing. In the same instant, the sword servant was burned. It took less than a minute. I don't know what level the test of the 9th floor is. Lin Sun took a deep breath. The next moment, his figure disappeared from the 8th floor. At the same time, the outside world was boiling. F***ck. It's weird. He passed it in the blink of an eye again. Someone cried out involuntarily. Is that guy also a freak who has set foot on the peerless path? Someone murmured in a trembling voice. Some people's expressions changed and their faces were burning. They were very disdainful before and had ridiculed Lin Sun, thinking that he was overestimating himself and would certainly make a fool of himself. But now, reality had reversed too quickly. Not only had he been seen for a good show, but he had also been silently slapped in the face. Who is this person? Could he be one of the 10 supreme giants of the East Victory Domain? No, he shouldn't be that heaven-defying. Among the 10 great titans, there isn't such a person. Perhaps he's a ruthless figure on the minor tycoon ranking? However, none of the 36 little giants in the world seemed to match this person's temperament. Don't tell me, he's above the giants, impossible. Every single one of those fellows are capable of competing with the strongest experts of their generation throughout the ages. With their identities, it's utterly impossible for them to come here. At this moment, Xianxia was finally moved. As his eyes opened and closed, bolts of lightning flowed within them, and his heart was rather restless. Although it was easy for him to pass the 8th stage, it took him some effort and some time. In contrast, Lin Sun's performance was undoubtedly amazing. The slightest difference was like the difference of 1,000 miles. It seemed that the difference of time between passing the 8th floor was negligible, but the difference was impossible for anyone to ignore. No matter who he is, let's see if he can break Yun Qingbai's record. Xianxia took a deep breath. In the depths of his heart, he was both expectant and resistant. To the young talents in the world, Yun Qingbai was like a layer of shadow that covered the sky. It was easy to imagine how uncomfortable it was to live under the shadow. If someone could break the record he set 10 years ago, it was of course a good thing. At least it proved that the legend of Yun Qingbai could be broken. Of course, it was Yun Qingbai from 10 years ago, but similarly, Xianxia didn't want this record to be broken by Lin Sun, as if doing so would make him lower his head in front of Lin Sun. This kind of mentality was very subtle and contradictory. At the same time, the others were also staring closely at the 9th floor of the sword-testing tower. They held their breath in concentration and didn't even blink. Unlike Xianxia, most of them admired Yun Qingbai extremely, so they didn't want this record to be broken. The 9th floor. Lin Sun finally felt the pressure. The sword attendant opposite him was full of fluctuations of Tao. His power was like the blazing sun in the sky, shining brightly. He stood with his sword like an unshakable mountain. If ordinary cultivators were here, they would be frightened and lose their fighting spirit before they could make a move. He was too strong. But for Lin Sun, the aura of this sword attendant was only comparable to the top figures like Shen Baixian, Yu Lingkong, and Ji Xingyao. Yu Lingkong had been suppressed by him once, and Shen Baixian had been defeated by him once. Although he hadn't fought with Ji Xingyao, Lin Sun knew that even if this woman was stronger than these two people, it was impossible for her to defeat him. What was more, Lin Sun was different from the past. He had stepped into the later stage of reincarnation developing realm, and his combat strength had already undergone a great change. At this time, when facing this sword attendant again, although he felt pressure, it couldn't threaten him. Clang, in a flash, the sword attendant drew his sword and slashed at Lin Sun. In an instant, it was like a flash of thunder and lightning. From the 9th heaven, fierce and overbearing, with great momentum to kill the universe. At the same time, Lin Sun also attacked. He clenched his palm and fingers, and an earth-shaking fist intent burst out, and the nearby void suddenly collapsed. The restriction of the sword-testing tower was unique. When breaking through the level, one could only fight with one's own strength without the help of external objects. Otherwise, Yun Qingbai's record would have been broken. After all, Lin Sun wasn't the only one in the world who had mastered the holy treasure. Bang, 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 the battle broke out. The sword intent and the fist intent collided, producing terrible waves that spread out. Fortunately, this was the sword-testing tower, which was protected by the restriction power. If it were outside, the consequences would be unimaginable. Swish, the dense sword chi crisscrossed, each of which was fierce and bright. The scene of thousands of sword chi was enough to make people desperate. This was a peerless swordsmanship. Lin Sun couldn't help but be surprised. The restriction power of the sword-testing tower was really amazing. The sword attendant wasn't a living creature, but it could use Taoist magic, which was amazing. But unfortunately, it was still not enough. Lin Sun stretched out his hand and grasped. 5 bright cyan halos swept across the void, and the rain of sword chi exploded. At the same time, he stepped out and pushed forward with his black hair flying in the air. Boom, under the attack of the hexagon seal entangled with the power of the Tao of Water, the sword attendant's body suddenly exploded. That's it? Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. Up to now, he hadn't even exerted 50% of his strength in just a few rounds of confrontation. No, immediately, Lin Sun's pupil shrank. The restriction surged, and the figure of the sword attendant was condensed again. But compared with before, the sword attendant's breath was stronger. The fluctuation of the Tao. Lin Sun's pupil shrank, and he realized that the 9th floor of the sword-testing tower was really not simple. Boom, undoubtedly, the battle broke out again. Although the sword attendant was strong, and the swordsmanship it displayed was enough to suppress the top figures in the world, it was still not a big threat to Lin Sun. After only dozens of moves, the sword attendant's chest was smashed by Lin Sun's punch. Fortunately, only about 4 minutes have passed. Lin Sun breathed a sigh of relief. From the 1st floor to the 9th floor, it took less than a minute. Only in the 9th floor, it took about 3 minutes. But compared with Yun Qingbai's record of half a quarter, the time was more than 3 times shorter. What? But Lin Sun didn't wait for the sword attendant to pass. He noticed that the figure of the sword attendant appeared again. This made Lin Sun look more serious and dignified. Before, he was a little surprised. He felt that although the 9th floor of the sword testing tower was abnormal, it was just SOSO. But now, he knew that he was wrong. The sword attendant was not that easy to be killed at all. Boom, the battle broke out. This time, Lin Sun didn't hold back. He exerted all his strength and crushed the sword attendant in just a few breaths. But immediately, the sword attendant condensed again. Puff, 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 again and again, the sword attendant was killed. But every time he was killed, his aura would grow stronger. The 16th time. The 17th time. When the sword servant was resurrected for the 18th time, his combat power was so strong that even Lin Sun was shocked. Nearly 7 minutes have passed. If I had known this earlier, I should have gone all out the first time. In this way, at least I could have saved a lot of time. Lin Sun frowned. He took a deep breath and reached out his hand. The divine light condensed and turned into a broken sword. Whoosh, facing the sword attendant who had become extremely powerful, Lin Sun didn't hold back and displayed silence cut. As soon as the sword attendant was launched, time and void seemed to fall into extreme silence. There was no sound anymore. Only a touch of sharpness seemed to pierce through time and space. Puff, with just one strike, the sword attendant was killed. It seemed easy, but it was Lin Sun's all-out strike, which consumed nearly 20% of his strength. Clang, at the same time, a bell rang on the 9th floor of the sword testing tower. With a blur, Lin Sun was moved to a strange place, where there was only a huge jade wall. On the jade wall, there were golden names imprinted one after another. At the very top were the 3 words Xianxia. Every word was like a peerless divine sword. They were extremely sharp and gave off a resplendent light. Just looking at it made people feel that their eyes were stinging and their souls were being cut. These names should be left by the strong people who have passed through the 9th floor here in the past countless years. Lin Sun realized. Then, he saw the surface of the jade wall tumble. When it returned to normal, Yun Qingbai's name had appeared in the 2nd place. The 1st place was blank. At the same time, a wave of restriction emerged and condensed into a pen in front of Lin Sun. Leaving one's name on the jade wall, since ancient times, only those who passed through the 9th floor of the sword testing tower within 30 minutes could leave their names on this stone wall. This was a supreme honor. It was a supreme glory to leave one's name on the jade wall. Anyone who could leave his name on it could amaze the world and be known by countless practitioners. This was of immeasurable benefit to improving one's reputation. Sometimes, reputation also represented a kind of recognition and power. Since ancient times, it had been said that the higher one's reputation was, the more luck he could obtain. But Lin Sun just glanced at the pen floating in front of him, and then turned away casually and calmly. He came here to compete with Yun Qingbai 10 years ago, so as to speculate the gap between him and Yun Qingbai 10 years later. As for leaving his name on the jade wall, it was not what Lin Sun needed at all. The restriction formation on the 9th floor was extinguished, which made the outside world fall into a dead silence. An invisible shock atmosphere enveloped the whole place. All practitioners opened their eyes wide and stared at the 9th floor of the sword testing tower. They were in a trance and their minds were in turmoil. Xianxia went silent as well. His eyes surged with strands of extremely frightening and unusual lights, and tempestuous waves similarly arose in his heart. 15 minutes, he passed the 9th floor of the sword testing tower. 10 years ago, the record set by Yun Qingbai here before his closed-door training was a quarter of an hour. This also meant that Lin Sun not only broke Yun Qingbai's record, but also shortened the time taken to pass the test by half. This outcome was undoubtedly too shocking, and it was sufficient to topple common sense. In White Jade Capital, even in the whole ancient Desolation realm, Yun Qingbai was like an invincible legend. 10 years ago, he could be described as unrivaled in the world. Over the years, there were some talents who wanted to break the legend created by Yun Qingbai, but they all failed without exception. For example, Xianxia was just one of the losers. There were also more outstanding and amazing practitioners than him, but they were all defeated on the 9th floor of the sword testing tower. But today, this record was broken. It could be imagined that when this news spread out, it was bound to cause a sensation in the whole white jade capital and attract the attention of all the practitioners in the world. Who was he? This was what Xianxia and others were most concerned about. Although it was only the record left by Yun Qingbai 10 years ago, it was enough to prove how powerful and brilliant the young man was. In the dead silence, Lin Sun walked out of the sword-testing tower. The gazes everyone shot over couldn't help but carry a wisp of heartfelt respect and reverence because this was the treatment a true expert ought to enjoy. Even Xianxia had a serious and solemn expression. He came from Sun Moon Hall, and was also an outstanding figure at the peak. However, he knew that compared to the young man who had just walked out of the sword-testing tower, he was still inferior. He had no choice but to accept it. "May I know your name, young master?" When Lin Sun walked over, a cultivator summoned up his courage and couldn't help but ask respectfully. "Young master, may I know which sect you are from?" Immediately, all sorts of noises rang out. They were too curious. This kind of genius young man was enough to attract their attention. But Lin Sun didn't say a word and soon disappeared. It wasn't because he was too arrogant and ignored everyone, but because he had something else to hide. This was the White Jade Capital, the territory of the Heavenly Sword sect. He could not reveal his identity now. Who is this guy? However, none of those cultivators dared to be dissatisfied or complain. So what if he was proud and aloof? So what if he was arrogant? He had such strength. If an unworthy expert dared to put on such an attitude, he would probably be drowned in saliva. Since he succeeded and broke Yun Qingbai's record, his name will definitely be left on the sword-testing tower's jade wall. "Senior, please let us have a look." Many cultivators looked at the old man guarding the sword-testing tower with pleading expressions. Xianxia also begged. The old man knew that this matter couldn't be concealed and would be discovered sooner or later. Therefore, he nodded and agreed after a slight hesitation. But the result stunned everyone. The first place on the jade wall was blank and nameless. "I must find out who you are." Xianxia's strong curiosity was aroused. He turned around and left in a hurry. "The only difference between us is time," Lin Sun thought as he walked on the bustling street. 10 years ago, Yun Qingbai, with the cultivation of reincarnation developing realm, traveled across the ancient Desolation realm and killed more than 100 people of the half-step King realm. Since then, he gained the title of the first person under the King realm. It was also at that time that he created the most dazzling record in the sword-testing tower, which had not been broken until today. Today, 10 years later, Lin Sun broke the record and took half of Yun Qingbai's time to pass. This undoubtedly proved that Lin Sun's combat strength had surpassed Yun Qingbai's 10 years ago. It should be noted that Yun Qingbai was already 30 years old when he created the record 10 years ago. Today, 10 years later, Lin Sun was 20 years old when he broke the record. Lin Sun was superior to Yun Qingbai in terms of age and combat power. The accumulation of 10 years of closed-door training is the most immeasurable. Lin Sun didn't look down on Yun Qingbai. After all, the previous record was created by Yun Qingbai 10 years ago. Now, about 10 years had passed. Just how powerful had Yun Qingbai's battle prowess become? Lin Sun still remembered that Yun Qingbai once said before his closed-door training, "My swordsmanship should seek the road of extreme detachment, suppress all ages, and surpass all heavens. But now, it's not the right time." These words carried a great boldness that was sufficient to move the hearts of the world, and only a peerless figure would dare speak such bold words. Many people in the world were speculating when Yun Qingbai could become a king. But Lin Sun could roughly guess that Yun Qingbai didn't want to break through the King realm during these 10 years of closed-door training. Instead, he was accumulating strength, perfecting himself, and waiting for an opportunity to make complete preparations. What opportunity? It was very simple. It was the opportunity to reach the King realm when the Great World came. Only in this way could Yun Qingbai realize his wish of suppress all ages and surpass all heavens. At the reincarnation development realm, even with 10 more years of accumulation and training, it is impossible to make any progress in cultivation. If he wants to compete in the great world, he must temper his cultivation of martial arts, soul, state of mind, and Tao to the point of perfection. Only in this way can he continue to suppress all enemies in the same realm in the world as before. Although Lin Sun had never seen Yun Qingbai, he could infer what he had been doing all these years. Because in the final analysis, he and Yun Qingbai had many similarities. They were both pursuing an unprecedented Tao and seeking the power to transcend the extreme and compete with sages and sages in the Tao. The only difference was that Yun Qingbai had walked on this path of cultivation many years earlier than him. Time was the foundation. It was enough to change the sea into mulberry fields, turn a beauty into dry bones, and make a peerless figure like Yun Qingbai undergo an amazing transformation. Time. Lin Sun secretly clenched his fingers. An hour later, Lin Sun's figure appeared in front of a simple and modeled stone building. This building, which was 100 feet high, was named Heart Sharpening. Like the Sword Testing Tower, Heart Sharpening Tower was also one of the 12 buildings and 5 cities, and there was a secret realm of heart sharpening inside. For practitioners of different cultivation, the secret realm of heart sharpening would produce different tempering and tests. In short, this building sharpened the state of mind of cultivation. Unlike the Sword Testing Tower, Heart Sharpening Tower was a place for cultivation, and not everyone was qualified to enter. Of course, the qualification to enter Heart Sharpening Tower was very simple. Those who were not the descendants of the heaven-reaching sword sect had to pay 3,000 upper spiritual marrows. 3,000 superior-grade spiritual essence was not a small sum to any cultivator, therefore, although Heart Sharpening Tower was extremely famous, few practitioners came to take the test at ordinary times. But Lin Sun didn't care. He came here to see how strong Yun Qingbai's state of mind was 10 years ago. At this time, the front of Heart Sharpening Tower was also deserted. There were only a few practitioners, but they were all tourists admiring Heart Sharpening Tower. Clatter with a wave of his sleeve, 3,000 upper spiritual marrows turned into a torrent and flowed into the mouth of a Pishio mythical beast statue in front of Heart Sharpening Tower. The next moment, the closed stone door of Heart Sharpening Tower slowly opened in a strange wave. Lin Sun didn't delay and entered it in a flash. This guy actually walked into Heart Sharpening Tower. Xiaoqing, his figure appeared quietly. Looking at Lin Sun, who disappeared in Heart Sharpening Tower, he couldn't help but have a bold speculation. Does he intend to break the record set by Yun Qingbai 10 years ago in terms of state of mind? At the thought of this, he felt a trace of inexplicable excitement. What a ruthless man. He didn't know whether he would succeed or not. The test of Heart Sharpening Tower focused on the state of mind. At that time, Yun Qingbai broke through the test of 18 Heart Sharpening Tower by virtue of his strong state of mind, and the record he set was also beyond that of the past and the present. The stronger the state of mind was, the firmer the pursuit of Tao would be, and the less likely it was to be confused by external things. It seemed to be a very obscure and mysterious power, but if one wanted to make great achievements on the road of Tao, a firm state of mind played a very important role. Xiaoqing had came from the Sun Moon Palace. In his sect, he left many personal letters of sages, among which most mentioned that the state of mind determined the level of the sage's achievement to a great extent. Since ancient times, anyone who challenged Heart Sharpening Tower would trigger the sound of the Heart Sharpening Tower. The bell would ring once when he passed through the test of 6 levels, and the bell would ring twice when he passed through the test of 12 levels, so on and so forth. The more times the Heart Dao bell rings, the stronger the mental strength. This bell is not simple. If you can hear it, it can play a wonderful role of purifying the Taoist heart and tempering the mind. Nearby, a tourist was explaining things about Heart Sharpening Tower with saliva flying everywhere, which attracted a lot of practitioners to listen. Is it really so magical? Someone doubted. Clang. The bell was not loud or sonorous, but it carried a trace of power that went straight to people's heart. All the tourists trembled. They clearly felt that their mind was like a piece of stubborn iron, which was severely hammered. At first, it was uncomfortable, but soon they felt that their mind was lively and their acupoints were clear. But unfortunately, the bell was only a wisp and soon disappeared. This made those tourists feel lost, and then they became excited and curious. The sound of the heart-piercing bell was really wonderful. Xiaoqing was a little surprised that Lin Sun had passed the first 6 hurdles of the heart-piercing secret realm so quickly. At the same time, Lin Sun walked alone in a vast world. Although the world was vast, he was alone, and his back was firm and lonely. The first 6 tests of heart-piercing test were just some illusionary wind, thunder, earth, and fire, which acted on Lin Sun's mind. Although they were strong, Lin Sun's mind was as firm as a rock and was not shaken at all. However, when he heard the sound of the heart-piercing bell, Lin Sun felt enlightened. His mind felt as if it was bathed in a cool breeze and drizzle, and it washed away the complicated thoughts within it, causing his state of mind to become even more clear and ethereal. Boom, muffled thunder surged in the sky, and dark clouds suddenly appeared. Suddenly, heavy rain poured down like a waterfall from the ninth heaven, covering the world. Every drop of rain didn't wet Lin Sun's clothes. Instead, it turned into a sharp force like a sword, killing into Lin Sun's mind. The dense rain was like tens of thousands of sharp swords, showing the terrible killing power of tens of thousands of swords. What was killed was the mind. Lin Sun's expression remained unchanged, and he continued to move forward, treating the heavy rain as nothing. His movements were not shaken at all, and his face was unchanged. Storms from all directions attacked me, but I stood firm. Before long, the rain was over, and the sun hung high in the sky, shining brightly. However, every single ray of sunlight carried a burning and bone-piercing power. It was even more terrifying than the rain, as if it could incinerate and vaporize one's mind. Lin Sun's figure was straight, and he walked forward as usual. The fellow practitioner who entered the heart-piercing tower just now should be a powerful young man. Otherwise, it is impossible for him to pass the first 6 tests of heart-piercing test in such a short time. The tourist kept talking. However, in my opinion, he can only hold on to the 12th test at most. He was in a green robe, thin, straight, and with his hands behind his back. He looked like an expert. Why do you say that? Someone was curious. Because the 12th level is also called demons and monsters transform into inner calamity. Once you enter it, your mind will feel as if it has fallen into the realm of ghosts, and the slightest bit of carelessness will cause you to be assaulted by a myriad of ghosts. No matter how extraordinary your abilities are, you'll be unable to expel them. The green-robed old man spoke in a commanding manner. Over the years, many self-proclaimed talents have come to take the test, but only if 2 or 3 of them could pass of Heart of Heart. Of Lin. Of God. Of King of Si, and of A, and of Heart of the Sound, and he, of Mountain, of. The green-clothed old man spoke proudly. I'm certain that the young man from before is destined to be unable to cause a second bell chime. Clang, but as soon as he finished his words, a bell rang, shaking people's mind. It was strange and magical. Everyone's expression suddenly became strange. They couldn't help but look at the green-robed old man, who was stiff and embarrassed. It was a slap in the face. Just as he made the judgment, it was subverted. The rhythm of the slap was too fast. Ahem, nothing is absolute. There are exceptions. In my opinion, the fellow practitioner just now is obviously an exception. This guy was so thick-skinned that he soon recovered and began to boast again. At the same time, in the heart-piercing secret realm, Lin Sun's black eyes flashed sharply, and he said to himself, "My heart is like a knife, which can cut ghosts and demons in the world." He continued to move forward. The bell rang for the second time, which made his mind become firm and bright as if it had been hammered thousands of times. It was just like the sharpness of a sword. If you pass the first 6 tests, your state of mind can be called as strong as steel. If you pass the first 12 tests, your state of mind can be called as high as a mountain. As for passing the first 18 tests, Xianxia looked solemn and murmured in his heart, according to the ancient legend, anyone who passes this test can have a state of mind called heart as bright as a mirror, which is also called illumination. At that time, Yun Qingbai, with the cultivation of reincarnation development realm, already had the illumination sword heart, so he passed the 18th test of heart-piercing secret realm and rang the bell 3 times. I don't know if this young man can reach this level. Xianxia was looking forward to it. Then tell me, can this young man pass the 18th test of the secret realm? Nearby, everyone looked at the green-robed old man. The azure-clothed old man sneered, "Since ancient times, there have been countless heroes who have entered the heart-sharpening pavilion, but only Yun Qingbai has passed through the 18th level of the secret realm, surpassing both ancient and modern times and laughing proudly at the world." At this point, he hesitated and thought of the embarrassing experience of being slapped in the face. He weighed his words and said, "If that young man wants to recreate Yun Qingbai's glory from back then, it's not that it's impossible, it can only be said that the hope is very slim, close to zero, unless a miracle happens. What if a miracle really happens to that person? Someone asked with a smile. The green-robed old man did not fall for it. Instead, he said in a disapproving tone, then he will be the second person in history to pass the 18th test of the secret realm. Clang, the heart Dao bell rang out again. Damn it, the green-robed old man's expression changed abruptly, and his face was burning with pain. This guy is deliberately making things difficult for me. Why is he so eager to slap me in the face? The other tourists were shocked. Is there a second person in history? A miracle really happened. They could no longer care about watching the green-robed old man make a fool of himself, because this fact was too shocking. If it was spread out, it would cause a sensation in White Jade Capital. He did it. Xianxia could not help but gasp, and his expression changed slightly. According to his judgment, in the Sun Moon Palace, only Mi Hengzhen, the eldest senior brother, could achieve this with his state of mind. As for himself, he was still some distance away from the enlightened Taoist heart. But now, he witnessed the birth of a miracle with his own eyes. Who on earth is that guy? Xianxia became more and more curious. In the secret realm of heart sharpening, Lin Sun finally saw the clearance mark that Yun Qingbai left here. It was a stone tablet, inserted into the ground like a sword. On it, there was a line of words as sharp and frightening as a sword. My heart is like a sword, enlightening the world, at least in the reincarnation developing realm. Yun Qingbai's state of mind power of the enlightened realm was indeed the best among people in the same realm. Of course, all this was destined to change with Lin Sun's arrival. Lin Sun moved his eyes away from the stone tablet and looked into the distance. The secret realm of heart sharpening had more than 18 tests. There were still more tests ahead. Without any hesitation, Lin Sun walked forward with firm steps. The previous tests didn't fully release his state of mind power. Moreover, he had been baptized by the heart-ringing bell 3 times in the tests, so his state of mind power was also improving. He had a hunch that there seemed to be a sign of a breakthrough in his state of mind power. Boom! As soon as he stepped into the 19th test area, the originally quiet sky instantly turned into a scene of doomsday disaster. The void was in disorder, and there were countless shocking cracks, the shortest of which was thousands of meters long, which seemed to sink the whole world. The road ahead was cut off, he couldn't go any further. Looking back, there was nothing in front of him. There was no way to retreat. Lin Sun suddenly felt a sense of despair in his heart. At the same time, he heard a sigh that went straight to his soul. The road ahead is cut off, and there is no way to retreat. Cultivation is just a waste of time. The voice was full of frustration, unwillingness, and helplessness. It seemed ethereal, but it lingered in Lin Sun's heart, making him in a trance. He couldn't help being covered by despair. If one day he knew that the road he sought was just a waste of time, would he regret embarking on this road of no return? Was all the hard work he had put in before meaningless? Seeking the Taoist heart, this sort of tempering was undoubtedly the most terrifying to cultivators. As time went by, everyone outside the Tower of Heart Sharpening was a little impatient. Why didn't the young man appear? Was he continuing to accept the test of the test? If so, it would be amazing, but why there was no movement after such a long time? Xianxia was also a little nervous in his heart. Being able to pass through the 18 tests of the secret realm was just keeping pace with Yun Qingbai 10 years ago. But what if he could pass through more tests? Xianxia was in a dilemma again. He was both expectant and conflicted. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, a figure floated out of the Tower of Heart Sharpening while everyone was waiting anxiously. It was Lin Sun. The bell didn't ring. Did it mean that he failed after all and stopped after the 18 tests? Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, they were a little disappointed. They sighed with emotion that the record set by Yun Qingbai in those years was really not so easy to be broken. However, even so, they still looked at Lin Sun with a touch of heartfelt admiration. It was absolutely amazing that Lin Sun could stand shoulder to shoulder with Yun Qingbai in terms of mental cultivation. Only Xianxia frowned. Did he really fail? He didn't believe it. He couldn't help rushing forward and said, "Friend, which test have you passed?" Lin Sun shook his head and turned away. Seeing this, Xianxia became more and more curious. He followed Lin Sun closely and said, "I'm Xianxia, the successor of Sun Moon Palace. May I know your name?" Just as he finished speaking, a bell suddenly rang in the Tower of Heart Sharpening behind him. Different from before, the bell rang directly to the sky this time, shattering the clouds in the sky, and spreading melodiously and boundlessly. At the same time, the whole Tower of Heart Sharpening glowed and emitted holy waves. In an instant, the tourists who had yet to leave were stunned. Their minds were shaken, and they felt an indescribable holy aura. The heart-ringing Tao bell rang, and the heart-sharpening tower shone with divine light. Such a phenomenon had also appeared when Yun Qingbai challenged the 18th level of the secret realm to temper himself. And now, it appeared again, different from that year. This was the 4th time the heart-ringing Tao bell rang. Different from Yun Qingbai, the young man just now must have passed at least 19 secret realms. This was the reason why Xiaoqing's expression changed greatly. The next realm of enlightened Tao heart is divine connection. Does his state of mind already possess such power? Xiaoqing's heart fluctuated. Divine connection was to penetrate the mind. Such a state of mind was persistent in the heart, but not trapped in the heart. Persistent in the Tao, but not trapped in the Tao. Xiaoqing was very sure that in the Sun Moon Palace, the successor of the reincarnation development realm who could reach this step in the state of mind, none, even senior brother Mi Hengzhen was a step away from this realm. He once heard Mi Hengzhen say that he wanted to temper his state of mind to the divine connection before the arrival of the Great Era. This in itself showed that Mi Hengzhen had not reached this realm. Mi Hengzhen was one of the top 10 giants of the young generation in the entire Dongxing domain. Something that even he was unable to accomplish had been accomplished by a young man of unknown origins, and this caused Xiaoqing's scalp to go numb. Monster, this guy is absolutely a monster that defies the natural order. Xiaoqing himself was an extremely proud and conceited person, but at this time, he couldn't be proud at all. Divine connection, on the street, Lin Sun murmured in his heart. When he experienced the tempering of knocking on the Tao heart, he was in despair. The road ahead was cut off, and there was no way back. It could be said to be a dilemma. In his ears, there was a helpless, bitter, and unwilling sigh, which made his state of mind suffer 100 times more and was shaken by despair. He also began to question himself and his path of cultivation. As soon as this thought arose, it cast a shadow over his state of mind, and he fell into a kind of extreme danger. Once he sank into it, he would even lose his cultivation because of the disorder of mind. It was also at this dangerous and critical moment that Lin Sun took a step forward. The road ahead was cut off. It was a broken space crack, empty like a black hole, which seemed to be able to swallow everything. However, Lin Sun opened up a new path with his heart power. When this step was taken, the heavens and the earth changed abruptly. The collapsed path revealed a divine rainbow that shot through the sky and illuminated the path ahead. This step was like reversing life and death. I have stubbornness in my heart. I don't regret the past, and I don't care about the future. I only wish to move forward step by step, cut off all grudges, cut off life and death, and seek immortality. There's no path of retreat on the path of the Tao. Either you die now, or you live ahead. Don't be trapped in your heart, don't cling to the Tao. Only then can you guard your heart and Tao. When Lin Sun understood all this, his state of mind was bright and clear, as if he had broken the shackles and barriers. All the trials in the secret realm vanished like a tide, and the surroundings were filled with light. Then, a stone tablet appeared. It was blank. This time, Lin Sun used his fingers as a pen and engraved a line of words on the stone tablet: enlighten the mind and connect the spirit, and all tribulations are nothing but dust. You killed my kin and stole my spirit vein. Do you feel at ease? 10 years ago, you were still a step behind. Lin Sun's black eyes were deep and calm. Passing through the heart-sharpening tower meant that Lin Sun and Yun Qingbai had a contest in the state of mind 10 years ago. This contest allowed Lin Sun to further perceive Yun Qingbai's state of mind at that time, and he gained a lot. Fellow practitioner, please wait a moment. Xiaoqing had caught up with him. What's the matter? Lin Sun frowned as his thoughts were interrupted. Xiaoqing had felt a little upset in his heart. In the past, he was like the blazing sun in the sky, and he was sought after and surrounded by people wherever he went. But now, he took the initiative to make friends with Lin Sun, but he was rejected, but he didn't show anything. He knew clearly that he had to restrain himself in front of this heaven-defying monster. May I ask if you are going to Soul Refining Tower? Xiaoqinghe asked. He had seen that Lin Sun didn't want to reveal his identity, but he had his own way. Lin Sun nodded. In the Purple Sky City, there were 3 of the 12 towers, namely Sword Testing Tower, Heart Sharpening Tower, and Soul Refining Tower. It was not surprising that Xiaoqinghe could guess this. Do you have a token to enter Soul Refining Tower? Xiaoqinghe continued to ask. Lin Sun was startled and said, I'm going to exchange for one. As far as he knew, there was a special place to exchange for a token to enter Soul Refining Tower in the Purple Sky City. Xiaoqinghe guessed it as soon as he saw Lin Sun's expression. He said with a smile, you may not know, but the token of Soul Refining Tower isn't distributed to the public. Only the inner disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect can possess it. Lin Sun frowned immediately. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. However, I have one here. Since it's useless to me, I'll give it to you. As he spoke, Xiaoqinghe took out a purple jade token and generously handed it to Lin Sun. Lin Sun didn't take it and said, I don't deserve a reward without doing anything. I can't accept your kindness. Xiaoqinghe said with a smile, don't misunderstand, I just want to make friends. Besides, I want to see if you can create another miracle. How about I buy this token with 3,000 upper-grade spiritual essence? Lin Sun said. Xiaoqinghe was speechless for a while. This guy was too vigilant. He had come to Lin Sun's door, but Lin Sun was still so vigilant. If it were in the past, Xiaoqinghe would have flown into a rage and left in a huff. But now, he could only smile bitterly and said, as you say. Immediately, the two completed a transaction. Although Xiaoqinghe was a little depressed, he was sure that through this transaction, the distance between him and Lin Sun had been shortened. As long as they continued to talk, there was no need to worry about not finding out the details of this guy. The Soul Refining Tower was 990 feet high and divided into 36 floors. The tower was as majestic as a mountain. My fellow practitioner, there are a total of 36 soul refining tests in the Soul Refining Tower. Every time you pass a test, a soul lamp will be lit. Purple soul lamps are the most common, followed by gold, silver, cyan, red, and gray. The color of the soul lamp represents the result of passing the test. At that time, Yun Qingbai passed the 36 soul refining tests in one fell swoop. The soul lamps lit in the first 33 tests were all purple, and the last 3 tests were all golden. Purple and gold complemented each other, and it became a popular story for a time. Although this record isn't the first since ancient times, it's enough to be ranked in the top 3 since ancient times. As soon as they arrived at the Soul Refining Tower, Xiaoqinghe took the initiative to introduce it. His eloquence surprised Lin Sun. According to Lin Sun's understanding, Xiaoqinghe was the successor of Sun Moon Palace, and he was also a peerless figure who was extremely dazzling. But now, this guy was like a guide and enthusiastically introduced it to Lin Sun, and this caused Lin Sun to feel a trace of flattery. He didn't know that witnessing Lin Sun's performance in the Sword Testing Tower and Heart Sharpening Tower had already caused Xiaoqinghe to restrain the pride and conceit in his heart. Although he couldn't be said to be subdued by Lin Sun's elegant demeanor, he had firmly believed that the strength Lin Sun possessed was enough to make him treat him so courteously. My fellow practitioner, this soul refining tower isn't simple. You know that the soul is like a lamp that illuminates one's body alone, and the immortal spirit is like immortality. Xiaoqinghe was still speaking with fervor and assurance. The key for us to see through life and death and forge the Tao to become a king lies in the soul. In the future, when we step foot on the path to immortality and attain the Tao to become a sage, the soul will have an irreplaceable magical effect. But before he could finish speaking, he saw Lin Sun had already walked towards the Soul Refining Tower, and he hurriedly cried out. Hey, my fellow practitioner, you're going to challenge the tower just like this? This Soul Refining Tower is really not simple, and the test is extremely difficult. Why don't you learn more about it? His voice hadn't finished resounding in the air when Lin Sun's figure had already vanished from the Soul Refining Tower. This caused Xiaoqinghe to feel like he was playing the lute to a cow, and he was speechless and embarrassed. He muttered in his heart. You'll understand how terrifying this Soul Refining Tower is when you suffer. At that time, I hope you don't regret it. In merely a short moment, Xiaoqinghe couldn't care about letting his imagination run wild because he noticed to his surprise that from the first floor of the Soul Refining Tower onwards, soul lamps lit up one after another at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye. Every single one of them was a round and holy purple color. In less than 3 minutes, a soul lamp lit up on the eaves of the first 18 floors, and the violet light formed a line that shot straight into the sky. Xianxia's eyes stared wide open as if he'd seen a ghost. Isn't this too fucking ferocious? He knew very well that the test targeted at the soul was even more harsh and abnormal than the test targeted at combat strength and mental state. Because the soul was undoubtedly the root of a cultivator's life, and without the soul, even a sage would die. There were many cultivators nearby the soul refining tower, and all of them wore dark green clothes that belonged to the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect that were branded with the pattern of the Heavenly Sword sect. When they noticed this scene, all of them burst into an uproar. Which elite senior brother is challenging the tower? Elite disciple? In my opinion, he ought to be a core disciple. In a short moment, he's already lit up 18 violet soul lamps. It's extremely rare even amongst core disciples. Amazing. I wonder if he's able to break the record set by senior brother Xianxia all those years ago. Xianxia sneered in his heart when he heard this uproar. This guy isn't from your Heavenly Sword sect. If you knew that he'd already broken the record set by Xianxia twice in succession, you'd probably go mad. When he thought of this, Xianxia felt an inexplicable sense of pleasure in his heart. As a disciple of the Sun Moon Palace, Xianxia didn't have a good impression of the Heavenly Sword sect, but he didn't have a bad impression either. It was purely a competitive relationship between the disciples of an ancient orthodoxy. But soon, the uproar stopped abruptly, and the atmosphere fell into a strange silence. Everyone opened their eyes wide, and their gazes seemed to be firmly glued to the tower as it slowly moved up. Bit by bit. Including Xianxia, he didn't have time to laugh at those disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect. His mind and gaze were firmly attracted by the tower, and his heart swayed and tumbled. Because from the 18th floor, although Lin Sun's speed of challenging the tower had slowed down a lot, he maintained a firm momentum and rushed up. During this process, soul lamps were lit up one after another. Every lamp was like purple chi coming from the east. P.S. It's impossible to write down all the details of the 12th floor. Other unimportant ones will be skimmed over. When the soul lamp on the 33rd floor also turned purple, everyone, including Xianxia, couldn't help but feel nervous. In those days, Xianxia lit 33 purple soul lamps, but only 3 golden soul lamps could be lit in the following 3 floors. Even so, this record was still ranked third in history and was famous everywhere. At this moment, this record seemed to be possible to be surpassed, which was enough to attract the attention of any cultivator, but Lin Sun didn't leave much time for them to react. In other words, when everyone's heart was in their throats, speculating about the next result with anticipation or resistance, changes had already taken place. On the 34th floor, a purple soul lamp was lit. On the 35th floor, a purple soul lamp was lit. On the 36th floor, it was also a purple soul lamp. In an instant, the entire soul refining tower was lit up with purple soul lamps that were as straight as dragons, connecting the top and bottom and shining brightly. The successors of the Heavenly Sword sect were all stunned to the point of losing their minds. Xianxia's lips twitched and he screamed in his heart, "Freak! What a mother*** king freak! It's simply unreasonable." The record set by Xianxia could be ranked third in history and in the present. As far as Xianxia knew, the second was the founder of the Heavenly Sword sect, the Heavenly Sword Ancestor. In ancient times, when the Heavenly Sword Ancestor was in the reincarnation development realm, he had also tried to pass this floor and lit 35 purple soul lamps and 1 golden soul lamp. This was a legend known to everyone in the world. Even the record set by Xianxia was slightly inferior to it. As for the first record of the soul refining tower, so far, no one knew who set it. It was rumored that this record was set by the founder of the soul refining tower, who was a supreme existence more powerful than the Heavenly Sword Ancestor. It was also rumored that this record was set by a powerful person who had stepped into the Saint King realm when he was young. The moment he became a Saint King, his name became a taboo existence, which was not known to outsiders. But no matter what, this record had never been surpassed, at least until today. But now, it was broken. Xianxia's whole body was stiff and his lips were bitter. What kind of guy was this? He was like a heaven-defying monster who appeared out of nowhere, and even his divine soul was so powerful. On the top floor of the soul refining tower, Lin Sun sat cross-legged, and a round wheel appeared behind his head, shining brightly. On the other hand, the spirit of his soul core was similarly sitting cross-legged within his sea of consciousness. A divine flower that was pure and white like jade had bloomed above him, and it swayed and emanated a myriad of strands of hazy rain of light that illuminated his entire soul. At the same time, streams of purple light intertwined into a rainbow and poured into Lin Sun's soul from all directions. But the operation of meditating magic bathed Lin's soul in purple divine light, which was constantly nourished and strengthened. It was extremely wonderful. After a long time, the phenomenon finally disappeared. Lin Sun's eyes snapped open, and his temperament seemed to have undergone a transformation and sublimation. He was even more ethereal and otherworldly, but faintly, there was an unimaginable domineering air of a sovereign. It was as supreme as the heavenly Tao, and as terrifying as the abyss. But in next to no time, all his temperament was restrained, and he returned to a state of calmness that was similar to returning to simplicity. The first level of the gathering of divine flowers is completely completed, Lin Sun murmured. He could feel that his six senses had become more transparent and powerful than before. With a single thought, he could generate thousands of thoughts. All of his past experiences flashed before his eyes, and they were reflected down to the slightest detail in his heart. Every single one of his experiences revealed a form of truth. Seeing the truth of the past, all the hardships, gains and losses, honor and disgrace, love and hate, became my Tao marks, nourishing my body and awakening my root of wisdom. In an instant, Lin Sun had an intuition that the shackles of the past could no longer restrain his cultivation from now on. On the contrary, this kind of shackles had become a rare and precious experience, which enabled him to comprehend and grow, which was enough to make him more firm and calm on the road of Tao. This was the power of seeing the past, the first level of the gathering of divine flowers. The level of the soul was divided into 6 realms: perception, spiritual awareness, spiritual spirit, gathering of divine flowers, wandering mind, and transforming into divinity. Among them, the gathering of divine flowers was divided into 3 small realms: seeing the past, seeing the present, and seeing the future. Generally speaking, the gathering of divine flowers was the sole power that could only be mastered by those in the king realm. But obviously, this general situation did not apply to Lin Sun, at least in the reincarnation developing realm. His soul power was not unique, but at least it could be regarded as unrivaled. This was also the reason why Lin Sun was able to rush to the 36th floor of the soul refining tower and light up 36 purple soul lamps. I cultivated the minor nether god art a very long time ago, and then I lit up a unique soul lamp during the Tao Discussion Lantern Conference that could cause the ages to fall silent, allowing me to be the first to step foot into the ranks of the divine flowers. Using the soul as a lamp to illuminate myself is the key to becoming a king. When I reach the king realm, the power of the soul will no longer be my shackles. Lin Sun stood up with a clear look in his eyes. There was an unprecedented confidence in his heart. Boom, a stone tablet suddenly appeared in the void, towering like a mountain. One name after another was imprinted on it. In the 3rd position, the name of Yun Qingbai was engraved. In the 2nd position, there was an illusory sword shadow. It was impossible to see its true appearance if you stared at it carefully. Heavenly sword shadow, this was left by the sky-reaching sword master. And in the 1st position, Lin Sun's black eyes suddenly shrank, and he was surprised to find that the 1st position was empty. Interesting. Is this person also unwilling to reveal his identity here, like me? Lin Sun thought. Immediately, the ranking on the stone tablet began to change. The 1st position was moved down 1 place. At the same time, a pen condensed by the power of prohibition appeared in front of Lin Sun. This undoubtedly meant that Lin Sun had broken all the previous records and ranked first. He could leave his name here. Lin Sun naturally didn't want to leave his name here. However, just as he was about to leave, he suddenly noticed that a name appeared in the 2nd position, White Jade Capital. Lin Sun was shocked and inexplicably surprised. White Jade Capital was the name of a province, which had existed since ancient times. How could it turn into the name of a person here? Was this White Jade Capital not the White Jade Capital? I'm not alone. Suddenly, a heroic and carefree laughter came from the name, my young friend, when you become a saint and jump out of the cage of Tao, it will be the time for you and me to meet." The voice was deafening at first, but soon it became inaudible and disappeared. Along with the voice, the strange and mysterious name White Jade Capital also disappeared. Becoming a saint? Meeting? Lin Sun was stunned. Who on earth was this White Jade Capital? Inexplicably, a poem passed down in White Jade Capital emerged in his mind. White Jade Capital in the sky, 12 buildings and 5 cities. The immortal touched my head, and I tied my hair and received longevity. White Jade Capital, the holy land of cultivation in the eyes of the world, included 12 buildings and 5 cities, and was the seat of the sky-reaching sword sect, an ancient orthodoxy. But now, Lin Sun found that there was a man named White Jade Capital in the world. Who was he? I forgot it just now. This time, I must see which senior brother of our sky-reaching sword sect is here. Yes, he lit 36 purple soul lamps. This is even better than the record set by our ancestor when he was in the reincarnation development realm. He's out. Outside the soul refining tower, when Lin Sun walked out, there was a stir in the field. Everyone's gazes gathered over in unison. Their faces were filled with undisguised shock, curiosity, and fanaticism. But soon, those successors of the sky-reaching sword sect were stunned. They suddenly found that it was a strange young man. Let's go. If these guys are sure that you're not the successor of the sky-reaching sword sect, they will go crazy. Xianxia stepped forward stealthily and left with Lin Sun in a hurry before the crowd reacted. Of course, if Lin Sun was unwilling to leave, he couldn't take him away even if he wanted to. As expected, as soon as they left, there was a heart-wrenching scream near the soul refining tower. Damn it! That guy is not the successor of our sky-reaching sword sect. Who is he? The soul refining tower has been closed to the public for a long time, and only the successors of our sect are allowed to enter to temper themselves. How can he enter? What a disgrace! An outsider broke the record set by our ancestor and senior brother Xianxia. If news of this spreads, where will the face of our sect go? Quickly, go find out who exactly that guy is. However, when these successors of the sky-reaching sword sect reacted, Lin Sun and Xianxia had already vanished. Damn it, I knew the successors of the sky-reaching sword sect would definitely be dissatisfied. If we're stopped by them, it will definitely cause a lot of trouble. On the street, Xianxia laughed in ridicule amidst the bustling crowd. Lin Sun glanced at him and said, "You're the successor of the Sun Moon Hall. Would you be afraid of trouble?" Xianxia shrugged and said helplessly, "The White Jade Capital is the territory of the sky-reaching sword sect. These sword cultivators have temperaments like swords, and they kill decisively. They fight at the slightest disagreement. They're the most difficult group of people to deal with in the Dongxing domain. Although I'm not afraid of them, I don't want to be involved in trouble. Temperaments like swords, kill decisively." Lin Sun thought of Xianxia and had to admit that Xianxia's evaluation was very accurate. "Have you heard of a person called the White Jade Capital?" he suddenly asked. A person? Xianxia was startled, and his expression was strange. The White Jade Capital has always been the name of this prefecture since ancient times. How could anyone be stupid enough to use this name? Isn't he afraid of violating a taboo? At this point, he couldn't help but be amused. He said, "If someone really dared to use this name, I'm afraid they would be hunted down by the sky-reaching sword sect. Does one person want to represent the entire White Jade Capital? This is clearly looking down on the sky-reaching sword sect." Naming a state after a person, Xianxia was surprised, for he had never considered this question. Lin Sun said, "Don't you find it strange that among so many states in Dongxing territory, only this one is named after White Jade Capital?" Xianxia fell into contemplation and said, "Now that you mention it, I remember a legend about White Jade Capital." Lin Sun became spirited. What legend? It is said that in ancient times, there were traces of immortals in White Jade Capital, who single-handedly created the 12 buildings and 5 cities. As for whether it's true or not, no one can say for sure. But the origin of the 12 buildings is still a mystery. At that time, the Tongtian sword master proved his Tao here. Before he founded the sect, the 12 buildings already existed, and it was known to the world that the Tongtian sword master had also entered the 12 buildings to practice when he was in the reincarnation developing realm. Speaking of this, Xianxia made a bold speculation. Do you think this mysterious existence called White Jade Capital is that immortal? Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. Impossible. He had just walked out of the Soul Refinement Tower and witnessed the record set by the White Jade Jing. If he was the legendary immortal, why would he go to the Soul Refinement Tower to challenge the tower? Could he be the successor of that immortal? Xianxia asked. Lin Sun's heart shook, and he once again thought of the poem that had been passed down for a long time. The immortal touched my head, tying my hair and receiving immortality. Why do you suddenly care about this question? Did you see the traces left behind by the White Jade capital in the Soul Refining Tower? Xianxia's reaction was extremely sharp. He guessed something in an instant, and his eyes couldn't help but flash a strange light. No, I'm just curious. Lin Sun shook his head. Lin Sun didn't want to say more, but Xianxia secretly noted it down. He planned to read some ancient books when he returned to the faction. He wanted to find out what was so special about White Jade Jing. Wait, don't tell me you still plan to go to the Enlightenment Tower in Xianxia City? Xianxia suddenly noticed that Lin Sun was walking out of the Purple Sky City. What's wrong? Lin Sun asked. Aren't you worried at all? Xianxia had a strange expression. Before this, you broke the highest records of the Sword Testing Tower, the Sharpening Heart Tower, and the Refining Soul Tower. I believe that it won't be long before the entire White Jade capital will be shaken. At that time, the Heavenly Sword sect will definitely be alarmed. If these sword cultivators who are decisive in killing discover that you ran to the Tower of Enlightenment again, you will definitely cause great trouble. In that case, we just have to pass through the Tower of Enlightenment before them, Lin Sun said casually. As he spoke, he'd already flashed out of Violet Sky City and flew towards the distance with extreme speed. Madman! Xianxia gasped. It was the first time he had seen such an unbridled fellow without the slightest scruple. Although he thought so, he didn't slow down and chased after them. The White Jade capital had 12 towers and 5 cities. There were more than 5 cities. Its territory was vast, encompassing thousands of cities of various sizes and countless mountains and rivers. Amongst them, only the 5 cities had existed since the ancient times until now, and they were filled with the color of legends. Thus, they were known to the world. As for the 12 towers, they were respectively located in the scenic spots and historical sites within the 5 cities, and they were renowned in the world because of their respective miraculous effects. For example, Violet Sky City possessed the 3 miraculous historical sites, the Sword Testing Tower, the Sharpening Heart Tower, and the Refining Soul Tower. On the other hand, the Azure Ray City that Lin Sun wanted to head to at this moment was similarly one of the 5 cities, and 2 of the 12 towers were distributed within it. They were respectively the Tower of Enlightenment and the Tower of Tao Development. The former tempered and tested one's comprehension ability. The latter tested the energy of the Grand Tao instead. After the time for an incense stick to burn. Azure Ray City, the Tower of Enlightenment. After Lin Sun arrived, he didn't hesitate in the slightest to pay 3,000 high-grade spirit essence before entering the tower. Xianxia had arrived as well, and he looked up at the Tower of Enlightenment with a flurry of emotions. Comprehension ability was related to the strength of one's soul, and it was also related to one's own natural talent and innate talent. It was the most profound of all. When Yun Qingbai was 19 years old, he was already the number 1 figure in the younger generation of the Heavenly Sword sect in terms of comprehension ability. He'd once comprehended and grasped a supreme Tao art related to the Sword Tao within 10 days, and he was renowned throughout the world. It was also at that time that Yun Qingbai's tracks mysteriously vanished, and he remained silent for an entire 10 years. But 10 years later, he'd awakened another type of natural talent that could be said to be boundlessly terrifying, and it allowed him to create the most dazzling record in the Tower of Enlightenment since ancient times until now. At that time, the Tower of Enlightenment had once caused a phenomenon of the heavens and the earth to descend because of this record, and 18 golden flowers of the Grand Tao that were shaped like swords descended like rain and illuminated the sky of Azure Ray City. The Tower of Enlightenment has 36 spiritual tablets of enlightenment, and every single one of them contains obscure and profound secrets. Only those with extraordinary comprehension ability are able to see through them one by one. Back then, Yun Qingbai had seen through the secrets of the 36 spirit tablets in 36 breaths. His name shook the world in one fell swoop. I just don't know if this abnormal fellow's comprehension ability is comparable to Yun Qingbai's, Xianxia muttered. But right after that, he seemed as if he'd seen a ghost, and his eyes opened wide. Lin Sun had come out of the Tower of Enlightenment. How long had it been? At most it was less than 10 breaths of time. Xianxia forcefully restrained the surging emotions in his heart and asked, "Why did you come out in advance? Did you encounter a setback?" Lin Sun was stunned. What setback? He didn't encounter a setback. Xianxia's heart trembled, and he cried out involuntarily, "In this way, you've already..." Lin Sun nodded and said, "It's only a test and tempering of comprehension. This tower seems to be very boring instead. I wonder what will happen to the Tower of Dao Development." As he spoke, he strolled towards the distance. The corners of Xianxia's mouth twitched, and he was greatly disturbed in his heart. Boring? Since ancient times, the Tower of Enlightenment had baffled countless young talents, and it caused countless cultivators to feel dejected. Who dared to evaluate it with the word boring? Damn it! Who the hell is this abnormal fellow? No. He passed through the Tower of Enlightenment in such a short period of time. Logically speaking, he should be able to easily break Yan Qingbai's record from all those years ago. Why hasn't he caused any phenomenon until now? Xianxia frowned as he noticed something was off. When he saw Lin Sun walking further and further away, he instantly didn't have the time to think any further and hurriedly chased after Lin Sun. Not long after the two of them left, Tu Xiu arrived before the Tower of Enlightenment as usual. Tu Xiu's figure was straight like a sword, and his gaze was piercingly cold and sharp. He was one of the elite disciples of the current generation of the Heavenly Sword sect. His combat strength was formidable to the extreme, and it was sufficient to be ranked in the top 3 amongst the elite disciples. Moreover, as an elite disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, Tu Xiu's resources and reserves were so deep that it was even sufficient to crush the core disciples of the other ancient sects, but only Tu Xiu himself was clearly aware that compared to the other elite disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, his comprehension ability didn't occupy an advantage. So in the last year, he'd frequently come to the Tower of Enlightenment to temper his comprehension ability in order to make up for his shortcomings. In this way, he would have an extremely great chance of becoming a core disciple. But when Tu Xiu was just about to enter the Tower of Enlightenment as usual, he suddenly stopped moving and raised his head. The sky was blue as if it had been washed. However, when Tu Xiu looked over, a black hole had appeared in the sky. It was as deep as an abyss, unfathomable. The black hole floated there silently, yet a wisp of coldness couldn't help but arise in Tu Xiu's heart, and he felt a practically suffocating pressure. What is this? Tu Xiu widened his eyes and tried his best to sense it. In an instant, his spirit felt as though it had fallen into an endless abyss. It was empty and powerless. His entire body stiffened, his chest felt stuffy, and his face gradually turned pale. His entire person was like a puppet that had lost its soul. In the end, his clothes were drenched in cold sweat, and his breathing was hurried. His mind felt like it was about to be swallowed by the aura of the black hole, and he felt extreme pressure and despair. Ah dash! Suddenly, Tu Xiu let out a loud cry. His soul convulsed, and his expression was one of extreme pain. Isn't that the true disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, Tu Xiu? What's wrong with him? Could it be that I've gone berserk? A wave of discussion sounded out by his ears like the buzzing of flies, and it caused Tu Xiu to feel an indescribable feeling of irritation. After that, he was suddenly stunned, and his originally empty and scattered gaze focused once more. He looked around. He saw some cultivators looking at him in bewilderment, as if they were staring at a monster. After that, he raised his head with great difficulty, yet he noticed to his astonishment that the sky was still azure blue, and it seemed as if the black hole he saw earlier was only an illusion. How could this be? Tu Xiu's expression was ugly. Through the expressions of the others, he was very sure that only he had experienced that extremely terrifying scene earlier. This caused him to be even more horrified. What exactly happened earlier? Tu Xiu did not know that the scene he had just seen was actually a natural phenomenon reflected by the Enlightenment Tower. Previously, Lin Sun entered the Tower of Enlightenment and saw through the mysteries on the 36 tablets of enlightenment at a glance, breaking all the records since ancient times and triggering all this. You really passed all the tests of comprehension? On the way, Xianxia couldn't help but ask. Why would I lie to you? Lin Sun said casually. He was heading towards the Dao Development Pavilion. Then why isn't there any phenomenon? Xianxia asked closely like a curious baby, and he seemed to be impatient to obtain an answer. It doesn't seem to matter if there's a phenomenon or not, Lin Sun said in a low voice. In fact, he also felt a little strange. He was surprised to be able to see through the mysteries of the 36 spirit tablets with a single glance. He never thought that his comprehension ability would be so strong. This was much better than the record set by Yun Qingbai back then. But after thinking about it carefully, Lin Sun felt relieved. Firstly, the strength of his soul was extremely formidable, and he'd imperceptibly raised his comprehension ability to an extremely shocking level. Secondly, since comprehension was related to talent and innate talent, then it would definitely be affected by the devouring abyss spirit vein. Finally, the most crucial point was that there was a gate to heaven in his soul, which was branded with a mysterious word tribulation that contained the inheritance of the 9 transformations of Tribulation Dragon, and a mysterious snow-white feather that he obtained from the heaven accessing place. All of this allowed him to not encounter any obstruction when he accepted the test in the Truth Enlightenment building. With a single glance, he was able to see through all the secrets on the 36 comprehension tablets. Thus, Lin Sun felt that the test this time was extremely boring. Of course, he wouldn't tell Xianxia about this, so as to avoid making an unusual display and being taken as a freak by Xianxia. But Lin Sun didn't know that early on in Violet Sky City, Xianxia had already taken him to be a freak and a freak. At the same time that Lin Sun headed to the Dao Development Pavilion, numerous pieces of news spread out from Violet Sky City at a shocking speed, and it quickly spread to the Heavenly Sword Sect, 9 Profound Mountain. The place where the Heavenly Sword Sect resided was covered in towering mountains and peaks that were coiled by immortal mist all year round, causing it to be gorgeous like a painting. The heavens and the earth here were vast, beautiful, and magnificent, and the air was enshrouded in extremely dense spirit energy. When looked down from the sky, 9 extremely lofty mountains stood towering and pierced into the clouds, and they were completely bathed in rays of light and emitted a divine and misty aura. When looked down at carefully, numerous ancient buildings were arranged in neat rows on the 9 mountains, and they were like immortal palaces and temples that were built in the heavens. They were eternal, brilliant, and existed for eternity. Merely a single glance caused one to have the feeling that one was tiny like an ant. This was 9 Profound Mountain, the location of the Heavenly Sword Sect that was renowned throughout the ages and deterred the East Victory world, and it was regarded as the sacred mountain of cultivation by the people of the world. But when the news spread into the Heavenly Sword Sect, the entire 9 Profound Mountain seemed to have been alarmed, and numerous figures of cultivators charged out from the dense expanse of ancient buildings. What? A young man has successively broken senior brother Yun Qingbai's records in the Sword Evaluation Pavilion, Heart Sharpening Pavilion, and Soul Refinement Pavilion? Who's he? Impossible. Even though those records were left behind by senior brother Yun Qingbai 10 years ago, they can be said to be the most dazzling records since ancient times until now. In the entire 10 years, countless peerless figures of the East Victory world have tried to break these records, yet all of them returned in failure without exception. How could it possibly be successively broken today? It's true. The entire Violet Sky City has already gone mad from the news. Amidst the discussions, emotions of shock, bewilderment, and disbelief spread amongst the outer sect, inner sect, and true disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect. The seniors of the sect, regardless of whether they were from the inner sect or the outer sect, all stopped what they were doing at this moment and paid attention to these news. Yun Qingbai, the number 1 person below the King realm, the pride of the entire Heavenly Sword Sect, and he could be said to be unparalleled since ancient times. Since Yun Qingbai entered the Heavenly Sword Sect, he'd blossomed with a brilliance that could stun the ages, and he'd suppressed those of the same cultivation realm to the point they couldn't even raise their heads. After all, the Heavenly Sword Sect was a first-rate ancient orthodoxy of the East Victory world, and there were many peerless figures in the sect, and those with extraordinary talent were as numerous as the hairs on an ox. But up until now, no one had been able to shake Yun Qingbai's position. He was too outstanding, too dazzling, almost perfect, and invincible. Cultivating with him would even cause others to feel despair, but now, the records that he'd personally created 10 years ago were being broken one by one, and this seemed to be too difficult for others to accept. Impossible. This must be fake. I must go and see it with my own eyes. Some disciples that worshipped Yun Qingbai extremely were unable to accept this, and they immediately rode their swords and whistled through the sky. If this is true, then who's that young man? When did such a formidable figure appear in the East Victory world? Come, let's go take a look. The entire Heavenly Sword sect fell into a state of shock. To other cultivators, perhaps they would only feel shocked and surprised that Yun Qingbai's record had been broken. But to the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, the significance of this was too extraordinary, and it was very likely that it would cast a shadow over the halo that enveloped Yun Qingbai. Simply speaking, Yun Qingbai was like the undefeated legend of the Heavenly Sword sect, so how could they tolerate it being broken? Not long after, numerous disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect set out, and they rode their swords and whistled towards Violet Sky City. Jingzhen, stop right there. Marshall Peak, Cloudlight Hall. This was the residence of the inner court elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, Meng Qiujing. At this moment, a beautiful woman's face was cold as a cicada in winter, and she stopped a dark-clothed young man. The beautiful woman's name was Meng Rong. She had an extremely beautiful appearance and a dignified bearing. Her black hair was coiled into a bun, and she wore a purple dress, which made her look rather dignified. Mother, I just want to see who actually broke Yun Qingbai's record, the dark-clothed young man said helplessly. If Lin Sun was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this young man was the 9th prince, Zhao Jingzhen. Back then, Zhao Jingzhen offended Lin Sun, and his identity as a prince was directly abolished by Ziyao the Great. He was then sent to the imperial tomb and became a mausoleum keeper. But later, because his mother, Meng Rong, was the daughter of Meng Qiujing, an inner court elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, Zhao Jingzhen was able to escape through this relationship. He left Ziyao Empire and was taken to the Heavenly Sword sect to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, several years had passed. The current Zhao Jingzhen was full of heroic bearing, and his eyes were like lightning. He was obviously much more mature than before, and he already possessed a frightening power. No. Meng Rong refused resolutely and decisively. Why? Zhao Jingzhen frowned. Meng Rong's eyes were deep as she said, because you have more important things to pay attention to. What things? Revenge. Revenge? Zhao Jingzhen was stunned. Have you forgotten who made your identity as a prince abolished by your father in Ziyao Empire? And who was it that made you almost become a gravekeeper who could never escape? Meng Rong's face was cold. Lin Sun. Could it be? Zhao Jingzhen's face darkened, and deep hatred burst out of his eyes. Yes, he has come to the ancient Desolation realm. Meng Rong said indifferently, however, if you want to take revenge, I'm afraid it's not that easy to do. Zhao Jingzhen sneered, in the mortal world, with my father's support, I may not be able to do anything to him. But in the ancient Desolation realm, killing him is no different from pinching an ant. His voice was full of disdain and conceit. When he came to the Heavenly Sword sect several years ago, he found that he was just a frog at the bottom of a well. He had never thought that the Heavenly Sword sect could have such a terrifying power and foundation. As the grandson of Meng Qiujing, his status in the Heavenly Sword sect was quite special, and he enjoyed a lot of care that ordinary descendants couldn't enjoy. Now, when he looked at Lin Sun again, he naturally despised and looked down on him. You're wrong. He is not an ant now. Meng Rong's expression was slightly complicated. Then she took a deep breath, restrained her emotions, and said, I have collected all kinds of information about him. If you want to know more, come with me now. I not only want to know, but also want to take revenge. Zhao Jingzhen couldn't wait. He couldn't forget the shame that Lin Sun brought to him in those years. Although he had been cultivating in the Heavenly Sword sect these years, his life was better than before, but he always wanted to go back to the mortal world and settle accounts with Lin Sun. Now, knowing that Lin Sun appeared in Dongxing territory, how could he bear it? Tongtian Peak. This was the forbidden area of the Heavenly Sword sect. Under normal circumstances, only the headmaster and supreme elder could enter and exit this place freely. Halfway up the Tongtian Peak, there was a Qingkuan divine tree that had survived since ancient times. Its branches were lush, its leaves were green, and its green glow was monstrous. Under the Qingkuan divine tree, a man sat cross-legged. His long black and thick hair was loose, hanging down to his waist. His eyes were closed, and a rich pale golden Taoist light lingered around him, making his appearance vaguely visible, making it difficult to see his true appearance. However, he just sat there silently like a god, and he emanated an aura that was sufficient to look down proudly upon the world. A peacock with colorful and gorgeous wings floated over and landed in front of the Qingquan divine tree. Suddenly, it turned into a slender, beautiful woman in colorful clothes with crystal clear skin. Her head, which was originally high, was slightly lowered. When she looked at the man sitting cross-legged in front of the tree, she couldn't help but feel a touch of awe and admiration from the bottom of her heart. Her voice was clear and pleasing to the ear as she said, "Senior Brother Yun, the sect sent news over earlier." It said, she briefly described the incident that occurred in Violet Sky City. As soon as she finished speaking, the surroundings were deathly silent, and only the rustling of the leaves and branches of the Qingquan divine tree could be heard as the mountain breeze blew over. Beneath the divine tree, the man's eyes were closed while the glow of the Taoist Tao enshrouded his entire body, causing him to seem dreamlike and illusory. He was like an old monk in meditation, and he didn't reveal the slightest reaction. The woman in colorful clothes was stunned when she saw this, and she hesitated to speak. But in the end, she restrained herself and seemed as if she was deeply afraid of disturbing his cultivation. But right when she intended to leave, a voice resounded by her ears. "It's only a small matter. I'll have to trouble junior sister Kong to tell me personally." This voice was like the Grand Tao, and it seemed to be flat, yet it carried a force that struck directly at the heart. The woman in colorful clothes swiftly turned around, and she saw that the man that sat cross-legged beneath the tree had suddenly opened his eyes. What sort of eyes are these? They were deep like a pair of large abysses, and they were tranquil like an eternal night. But when one met his gaze, it seemed as if one's soul would sink into it, and one would feel extreme terror and pressure. How terrifying! The woman in colorful clothes was called Kong Ling, and she was from the five-colored peacock clan. She possessed extraordinary natural talent, and she was even one of the core disciples of the heavenly pivot divine grounds. Her reputation had resounded throughout the East Victory world since a long time ago, and she was a genius that was ranked on the absolute peak junior giant rankings. Yet now, under the gaze of this pair of black eyes, it caused her to feel extremely restrained, and her delicate figure stiffened while her mind showed signs of falling into disorder. "Junior Sister Kong, a great era is about to arrive. Even though your current strength isn't ordinary, you're still lacking experience and accumulation. I obtained some comprehension today, and I've improved a step further in the sword Tao, so I'll give this sword to you." As he spoke, the man passed over a spirit sword that was clean and translucent like the veil of night. This? Kong Ling was shocked. How could she not recognize the sword? This was one of Senior Brother Yun's swords, and it was called Nightflower. It had accompanied Senior Brother Yun in battle for many years, and it had slaughtered countless formidable enemies. "Take it. To the current me, this sword is a burden." The man's voice was calm, and it carried an inviolable tone. "Thank you, Senior Brother." Kong Ling received this sword respectfully and put it away carefully, yet her heart burned with desire. This was an extremely extraordinary and extremely legendary King Dao weapon. Before she left, Kong Ling couldn't help but ask, "Senior Brother Yun, do you really not mind?" The man's eyes were black like an abyss, and he had an indifferent expression as he said, "During these years that I, Yun Qingbai, have been in closed-door cultivation, the only thing I've cared about is the opportunity to become a king during a great era. It's the strength to suppress the ages and reign supreme over the universe. Besides this, there's nothing else in this world that can make me pay attention to it." Kong Ling took the Night Glory sword and respectfully left the omniscient peak. "After not seeing you for almost 10 years, Senior Brother Yun has become even more terrifying." Kong Ling's mind drifted, and she was still unable to forget the scene of her meeting Yun Qingbai's gaze earlier. Up until now, a trace of palpitation that she couldn't get rid of still lingered around her heart. 10 years ago, she was just a true disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. At that time, Yun Qingbai had already killed over 100 half-step King Realm cultivators in the ancient Desolation Realm. He had shocked the world and was regarded as the strongest cultivator below the King Realm. At that time, Yun Qingbai was enough to make anyone look up to him. He was like an insurmountable divine mountain that could not be shaken. 10 years later, Kong Ling had grown to become a core disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect with the special talent of the five-colored peacock race. Her name had shaken the entire East Victory domain. Now, she was even ranked among the ranks of the little giants. Kong Ling originally thought that she could shorten the distance between her and Yun Qingbai. However, what she saw today caused her to be completely sober. Perhaps she had become stronger in these 10 years, but senior brother Yun was similarly no longer the senior brother Yun of 10 years ago. Merely his gaze is able to make me feel fearful and uneasy. If he were to attack me, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to resist at all. Kong Ling sighed in her heart. Being in the same cultivation realm as Yun Qingbai was undoubtedly unfortunate. Under his radiance, no matter how stunning and dazzling his peers were, they would probably be overshadowed. Just like a grain of rice, how could it compete with the sun and the moon? Although senior brother Yun hasn't made any breakthroughs in his closed-door cultivation, his accumulation over the years has undoubtedly given him a solid foundation that can make him look down upon all the geniuses of the past and present. When the great era comes and senior brother Yun breaks out of his closed-door cultivation, the entire ancient desolation realm will tremble, right? Kong Ling sighed in her heart. After that, she restrained her thoughts while her clear eyes were translucent and clear like diamonds, and they were suffused with a gorgeous expression. Even though senior brother Yun doesn't mind that his record from 10 years ago has been broken, I really want to see who exactly did this. Kong Ling was well aware of the wonders of the 12th floor. She also knew how difficult and remote it was to break Yun Qingbai's record. But now, everything had changed. This caused Kong Ling to feel as if she'd seen a legend she admired being destroyed, and she was utterly unable to accept it. Whoosh, before long, she transformed into a peacock with gorgeous and dazzling wings and soared into the sky. She left the Heavenly Sword sect and flew towards Purple Sky City. Azure Ray City, Dao Development Pavilion. Overgrown with weeds and mottled moss. This was one of the 12 floors, but it was actually a desolate scene. Lin Sun was stunned. How could this be? Xianxia sighed with emotion. It's very normal. Ever since this pavilion was occupied by Yun Qingbai's record 10 years ago, it gradually became deserted. According to what he said, only one that was capable of breaking the highest record in the Dao Development Conference would have the opportunity to obtain the fortune hidden within this pavilion. 10 years ago, Yun Qingbai stepped foot into the Dao Development Pavilion and ascended to the top in one go. The record he created was so high that it could absolutely be said to be rare since the ancient times, and it caused all those who came after him to return empty-handed. Coupled with the fact that one had to pay an entire 50,000 high-grade spiritual marrow to enter the Dao Development Pavilion, it caused most cultivators in the world to stop at the sight of it. To cultivators below the king realm in the world, the record Yun Qingbai created in the Dao Development Pavilion is like an unshakable mountain. Coupled with the fact that one has to pay an enormous amount of spiritual marrow to ascend the pavilion, who would be willing to challenge it? Xianxia had a complicated expression. The more deserted and desolate the Dao Development Pavilion was, the more it showed how extraordinary Yun Qingbai was 10 years ago. He oppressed cultivators to the point they didn't dare challenge him, and he could be said to be mighty like the sun that illuminated the sky. 50,000 high-grade spiritual marrow. The corners of Lin Sun's mouth twitched imperceptibly. Merely ascending the pavilion required such an enormous amount of spiritual marrow. Not to mention ordinary reincarnation evolution realm experts, even the inheritors of ancient orthodoxies would probably feel it strenuous and painful. Of course, the benefits would be great if one's able to break Yun Qingbai's record. According to rumor, there are 9 types of Grand Dao meditation cushions of different grades at the top of the Dao Development Pavilion. Every single Grand Dao meditation cushion is more or less capable of improving a cultivator's cultivation in the Grand Dao. Xiaoqing's eyes carried a strange expression. In the past, black, white, yellow, crimson, and various other different Grand Dao meditation cushions had appeared in the Dao Development Pavilion. 10 years ago, when Yun Qingbai ascended the pavilion, a violet-colored meditation cushion appeared. According to my judgment, this violet-colored meditation cushion is of the highest quality, and meditating on it is capable of allowing a cultivator's energy of the Grand Dao to undergo a qualitative transformation. Lin Sun had found out about this as well, but he only had a rough idea. Now, when he heard Xiaoqing's words, it caused his heart to shake fiercely. Causing his cultivation in the Grand Dao to undergo a transformation, this was indeed a temptation that no cultivator was able to refuse. The Grand Tao was difficult, and cultivating was even more difficult. Especially comprehending the energy of the Grand Tao, it was even more difficult. With Lin Sun's comprehension ability and resources, he'd only attained the Tao Truth realm in the first-grade Grand Taos of water and fire. As for his grasp of the star obliteration heaven-devouring Tao, he'd only just arrived at the Tao Aura realm, and he was still quite a distance away from the Tao Insight realm, let alone the Tao Truth realm. On the other hand, the fortuitous encounter contained within the Tao Development Pavilion was capable of allowing a cultivator's cultivation in the Grand Tao to undergo a transformation, and this naturally seemed to be extremely unbelievable. Of course, the precondition to obtaining this fortuitous encounter was to first break the record Yun Qingbai had created here 10 years ago. Swish. Lin Sun flicked his sleeve. High-grade spirit essence surged like tidewater into the mouth of a Pixiu statue before the entrance of the Tao Development Pavilion. You really intend to enter? Xianxia was sighing with emotion when he suddenly saw Lin Sun's actions, and he was instantly shocked. I'm not a tourist that's come to admire a historical site. Lin Sun didn't even turn around before his figure flashed and charged into the Tao Development Pavilion. This fellow is either a madman or a pervert. Xianxia was flabbergasted, and he slightly suspected if Lin Sun had enmity with Yun Qingbai. When other cultivators heard of Yun Qingbai's records and deeds, they would more or less feel pressured and hesitate, but this fellow was different. Every single time, he did it so decisively and without the slightest consideration. It seemed as if to him, defeating Yun Qingbai's record was something that he ought to do as a matter of course. Violet color already represents the highest quality Grand Tao meditation cushion. I'm afraid it's extremely difficult for you to break this record. In next to no time, Xianxia frowned. It wasn't that he didn't look favorably upon Lin Sun, but he was very clearly aware that the highest record in the Tao Development Pavilion since ancient times had already been taken away by Yun Qingbai, and it was practically impossible for Lin Sun to break it. Unless a miracle occurred. After he walked into the Tao Development Pavilion, Lin Sun noticed that a modeled and ancient platform appeared before his eyes, and there was a stone staircase that ascended step by step. The staircase had 9 steps, and it was extremely ordinary. When he raised his eyes and looked over, there was only a platform that covered an area of a few meters above the platform, and it was completely empty and without a single thing. But when Lin Sun stepped foot onto the first step, the scene before his eyes changed abruptly. An expanse of darkness enveloped him. It was pitch black to the point he couldn't see his own fingers, and he couldn't sense any aura with his 6 senses. It was silent to the point it was oppressive. Standing within it was even more terrifying than being blind because even one's senses were unable to capture any scenes besides the darkness. The Tao development begins. An ethereal voice resounded. Lin Sun took a deep breath and went silent for a short moment before he stretched out his right palm, and a crystalline and translucent drop of water suddenly floated up into appearance on the tip of his finger. After that, the drop of water trembled lightly before suddenly exploding into strands of water that were fine like the hair of an ox, and they were misty like mist. After that, the strands of water transformed into clear water, a stream, a lake, a river under Lin Sun's command. Rumble. In the darkness, waves rumbled and surged as a vast ocean appeared, and it revealed a majestic imposing aura of a myriad of rivers flowing into the sea and returning to its source. In the sky, a rainstorm poured down and drowned the sky. In an instant, this dark and desolate space became a world of water. It was as big as the ocean and as small as the dew, and all of them deduced the different wonderful forms of water. However, as Lin Sun waved his sleeve, a wisp of flame appeared. At first, it was as small as a lamp bean, and then it turned into a torch that burned fiercely, and then it turned into a river of lava and a surging sea of fire. Until the end, the flames burned the heaven and the earth, dispelled the darkness, and gave people a feeling of boundless brilliance. Rumble. The 2 worlds of water and fire represented the 2 forces of truth that Lin Sun had mastered, and they were deduced at this moment. The former was majestic and boundless, and the latter was unrestrained and boundless brilliance, showing a magnificent scene that shocked the hearts of the people. Boom. However, it wasn't over yet. As Lin Sun deduced the power of star obliteration and devouring way without holding back, it seemed as if a great abyss had appeared between the heaven and the earth, and it swallowed the heavens above and the earth below. All the scenes began to distort, shake, and collapse, until they were annihilated and turned into nothingness. The two worlds of water and fire were similarly affected, and they were controlled and dominated by the terrifying force that engulfed and annihilated them. In an instant, a violent whirlpool and black hole were set off in the vast ocean, and the roaring lava turned into a flaming storm that swept through the world. In a trance, there was actually a terrifying scene of the end of the world and the collapse of all Tao. Boom. After an unknown period of time, as Lin Sun finished deducing his own cultivation, the shocking scenes in front of him vanished. Then, the scene in front of him changed. When he saw the scene in front of him clearly, Lin Sun suddenly found that he had actually come to the ancient modeled Taoist altar. Did he succeed? Lin Sun was a little uncertain. At this moment, along with a strange buzzing sound, 9 futons appeared one after another on the empty Taoist altar. Some were red as if they were burning. Some were snow-white like ice. Some were green like jade. Lin Sun glanced at them one by one, and finally his gaze fell on the 9th futon. This futon was magnificent and sacred in purple, and it seemed to be extraordinary. In contrast, although the other 8 futons had their own wonders, their light was completely overshadowed by the purple futon. Lin Sun's expression suddenly became strange. Why did they all appear at once? This was the reason why Lin Sun looked strange. According to his knowledge, all the cultivators that entered the Tao Development Pavilion in the past and were able to step foot onto the Tao platform would only be able to obtain a Grand Tao meditation cushion. It was the same for Yunqing Bai. Yet now, these 9 Grand Tao meditation mats that represented different qualities and revealed different auras and colors had appeared together, and this seemed to be very unusual. Lin Sun hesitated for a moment before he gritted his teeth in the end and made a bold decision to sit on all 9 meditation cushions. Without any delay, he sat down cross-legged on the futon that was emanating a sacred purple aura. Instantly, a wondrous aura of the Grand Tao surged into his heart, and then it filled his entire body. Lin Sun was shocked. In an instant, he felt like he was in a vast starry sky and saw a figure running wildly. His hair was messy, his face haggard, and his figure was thin. Every step he took caused the surroundings to rumble and the stars to shake. His aura was too supreme and terrifying. He viewed the starry river as his path. Even though time flowed on and all things changed, he was still running madly. In the boundless starry sky, space and time were unable to obstruct his footsteps. He seemed to be searching for something, yet also seemed to be carrying out a game. Every single moment was like he was facing a great enemy, and he seemed to have gone mad. Lin Sun had seen the same scene when he comprehended the star obliteration devouring way at the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival. However, unlike the last time, he felt as if he was there this time, and he'd personally witnessed the old man's expedition and search all along the way. Gradually, Lin Sun's consciousness was filled with mixed and messy insights. In his eyes, the old man seemed to have transformed into a large abyss that swept through the depths of the starry sky. Everywhere it passed, countless stars exploded into pieces before being obliterated and devoured. The Tao is like an abyss, vast and boundless, empty and immeasurable. It engulfs the stars and the void, swallows everything and melts itself. Lin Sun's chest was hot, and the spiritual vein was steaming with holy light, vaguely turning into a big abyss. The sound of sages chanting scriptures seemed to be sounding out from beneath the abyss, and it was like the illusory sound of the Grand Tao. Lin Sun could clearly feel that his mastery of the devouring star way was improving at an astonishing speed, becoming more and more profound and comprehending. But in merely a short moment, this comprehension stopped abruptly. Lin Sun opened his eyes and wished to continue. It was undoubtedly annoying to be interrupted in this way. After that, he noticed the reason. The violet-colored meditation cushion he sat on had suddenly lost all color, and it had become gray, dim, and lusterless. It didn't possess even a trace of spirit any longer. Consuming a Grand Tao meditation cushion of the highest grade actually allowed me to comprehend the star obliteration devouring sky Tao to around 70% of the Tao aura stage. How long has it only been? Lin Sun was shocked. He was very clearly aware how difficult and profound the star obliteration heaven-devouring Tao was, and the profundities contained within it could be described as vast like an ocean. Earlier, he'd racked his brains and experienced a great deal of tempering before finally attaining the Tao aura realm, and he could be considered to have grasped the rudiments of it. But now, after meditating on the purple cattail hassock for a while, he was only 30% away from attaining perfection in the Taoist aura. This rate of improvement was undoubtedly very shocking. I don't know what the magical effect of this golden futon is. Lin Sun got up and sat cross-legged on the golden futon next to him without hesitation. Instantly, the familiar atmosphere of the Tao enveloped his entire body once more. After a moment, Lin Sun opened his eyes, and his entire body surged with an obscure aura of the Tao that caused one's heart to palpitate. The perfection of the Tao aura stage, Lin Sun felt the changes in his body and forcefully restrained the joy in his heart. Without wasting any time, he once again sat on the silver cattail hassock next to him. Not long after, breakthrough, the Tao aura stage, when the silver cattail hassock lost all its spirit, Lin Sun fully realized that his grasp of the star obliteration devouring sky Tao had undergone a qualitative transformation, and he'd stepped into the Tao aura stage from the Tao aura stage in one go. Moreover, he'd only spent a quarter of an hour from beginning to end. If Xianxia saw this scene, his jaw would surely drop to the ground. He wouldn't think that Lin Sun's cultivation had improved too quickly, but he would think that it was too slow, because in the past, any cultivator that was able to arrive at the Tao platform was able to improve a Tao they'd mastered by a level by merely relying on a grand Tao meditation cushion. Moreover, the higher the quality of the meditation cushion one sat on, the more shocking the improvement would be. But after Lin Sun consumed the violet cattail hassock of the highest quality and the other two that could be said to be of high quality, he actually only improved the star obliteration devouring sky Tao by a level. Comparatively speaking, it seemed to be very unusual. However, this could also prove how difficult and profound the star obliteration devouring sky Tao was. As the most mysterious and formidable Tao since ancient times until now, it was as ethereal as a legend, and there were too few cultivators that were able to master it. In the following time, Lin Sun was immersed in the profound comprehension of the Tao. Every time a grand Tao meditation cushion consumed all its spirit, he would move and sit on the next meditation cushion without any delay. During this process, Lin Sun clearly felt that his grasp of the star obliteration devouring sky Tao was obviously improving in the Tao aura stage. However, he also realized that compared to the violet cattail hassock, the strength of the other grand Tao meditation cushion showed a decreasing trend. This was normal. The 9 grand Tao meditation cushions on the Tao platform were divided according to their quality, and the higher the quality, the greater the assistance to one's comprehension of the Tao. Conversely, the assistance would be smaller. On the other hand, because Lin Sun was worried that a mishap would occur earlier, he'd started comprehending from the grand Tao meditation cushion of the highest quality. So in the following period of time, even though the improvement of his cultivation in the Tao was obvious, comparatively speaking, it had already become much slower. But even then, it could still be said to be shocking. According to Lin Sun's judgment, merely this experience of comprehending the Tao had at least saved him around 5 years of time. In a sense, saving 5 years meant that he'd accumulated more foundation in comprehending the Tao than his peers. This effect wasn't just shocking, it could simply be said to be world-shocking. After all, in the entire ancient Desolation region, there were many geniuses that had stepped foot onto the peak like Lin Sun, and there was even no lack of peerless geniuses and natural saints. Being able to save so much time in comprehending the Tao in the same realm would absolutely allow Lin Sun to occupy a great advantage in the future battles of the world. Why hasn't he come out yet? Outside the Tao Development Pavilion, Xianxia frowned slightly. Earlier, when he challenged the Sword Trial Pavilion, Heart Sharpening Pavilion, Soul Refining Pavilion, and Enlightenment Pavilion, Lin Sun's speed of breaking records was simply like a gust of wind, and it was unbelievably swift. But this time an entire 30 minutes had passed, yet there was still no movement from Lin Sun, and this caused Xianxia to be unable to help but arouse a bad premonition in his heart. This abnormal fellow wouldn't have really hit a wall this time, right? If it's really like this, then these 50,000 high-grade spiritual essence of his would be equivalent to throwing it away in vain. Most importantly, he can only stop here before Yin Qingbai's record. Xianxia muttered in his heart. Come to think of it, when Yin Qingbai ascended the Tao Development Pavilion all those years ago, he obtained the violet grand Tao meditation cushion of the highest quality. Such a record could already be said to be the highest, so how could it be broken? This is good as well. At least it proves that this abnormal fellow isn't ridiculously strong in all aspects. Otherwise, it would definitely be a huge blow to others. Xianxia instantly felt much more relaxed when he thought like this. Earlier, when he witnessed Lin Sun's numerous feats that could be said to be abnormal, it caused an extremely proud and peerless figure like Xianxia to suffer a blow. Now, he had a premonition that it was very likely that Lin Sun would suffer a loss. This made him breathe a sigh of relief. He had even thought about how to appease and comfort Lin Sun when Lin Sun returned without accomplishing anything. Perhaps he could even win Lin Sun's favor so that Lin Sun would take the initiative to tell him something he wanted to know, such as identity, origin, and so on. While Xianxia was thinking, he suddenly noticed that there was a sound of breaking through the air like a tide in the distant void. When he raised his eyes to look over, he saw numerous peerlessly gorgeous sword lights flying through the sky, and they were like divine rays that covered the heavens and the earth as they flashed over. One by one, the successors of the Heavenly Sword sect, clad in dark green robes, stepped on the sword light. There were men and women, old and young, and all of them were elegant and extraordinary. In the eyes of ordinary mortals, they were like a group of celestial sword immortals. Damn it, trouble finally comes. Xianxia cursed in his heart. As early as in the Purple Sky City, he had guessed that Lin Sun's feat would inevitably cause a great disturbance, but he didn't expect that trouble would come so soon. White Jade Capital was the territory of the Heavenly Sword sect. Lin Sun had successively broken the records created by Yun Qingbai, and this was bound to cause an intense reaction from the Heavenly Sword sect. The scene before his eyes undoubtedly proved this. For a time, Xianxia's expression changed indeterminately, and he had the impulse to withdraw. Even though he was proud and conceited and had someone to rely on, he didn't want to be swept into this storm. Moreover, he was sure that with the disposition of these disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect that were like swords and possessed fierce and murderous characters, a conflict would surely arise once they saw Lin Sun, but in the end, Xianxia restrained himself and didn't leave. On one hand, he was extremely curious about Lin Sun's identity and origin. On the other hand, after he witnessed Lin Sun's various shocking performances, he didn't want to miss this opportunity to build a relationship with Lin Sun. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, numerous sword lights whistled over and swiftly descended before the Dao Development Pavilion. There were at least 100 figures flickering about. In an instant, the desolate area before the Dao Development Pavilion had become much more bustling. This kid left the Enlightenment Pavilion 30 minutes ago. If nothing unexpected happens, he ought to be in the Dao Development Pavilion now. Someone spoke in a low voice. Humph. This kid is really arrogant. He thinks he can continue flaunting his might in the Dao Development Pavilion just because he broke some records created by senior brother Yun Qingbai all those years ago? Someone was extremely disgruntled and had furious expressions. Let me see exactly who this kid is. Someone spoke with a strand of hostility. Junior brothers and junior sisters, calm your rage. Don't act impulsively before we figure out this kid's origins, so as to avoid being laughed at by the other fellow Taoists for being intolerant of others. In the end, a thin man in the lead with hair that was black like ink and eyes that were cold like swords spoke in a low voice, and he suppressed the clamorous discussion in the surroundings. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect arrived in a threatening manner, and they didn't conceal their hostility in the slightest. Yun Qingbai was the pride of the entire Heavenly Sword sect, and he was the object of admiration for countless young disciples. In their hearts, Yun Qingbai was like a legendary figure that couldn't be disrespected or slandered. Now, the records of Yun Qingbai in the 12 levels were being broken one by one, so how could these people of the Heavenly Sword sect sit still? What are you looking at? Xianxia instantly grunted coldly when he noticed the cold and thin man's gaze, and his words were blunt and domineering. Even though he wasn't willing to cause trouble, it didn't mean that he was afraid of these fellows from the Heavenly Sword sect. The cold man was stunned, and his eyes narrowed as he sized up Xianxia before he said, I'm Hua Yunjin, may I know who you are? Hua Yunjin, one of the core disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect. The Heavenly Sword sect had 13 swords, and they respectively represented 13 core disciples that had stepped foot into the peak. Hua Yunjin was the soul slayer that was ranked at the 9th position. It wasn't just in the White Jade Capital, even in the entire East Victory region, the Heavenly Sword sect's 13 swords were renowned and peerlessly dazzling. When he found out that the cold and thin man was the soul slayer Hua Yunjin, Xianxia withdrew his contempt and said, Sun Moon Hall's Xianxia. As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings instantly became restless. Earlier, when these disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect arrived here, they'd practically directly disregarded and overlooked Xianxia's existence. Only when Xianxia berated Hua Yunjin did it draw their attention, and they were extremely displeased by Xianxia's overbearing attitude. But now, when they found out about Xianxia's identity, they finally realized who this fellow before them was. The Sun Moon Hall was an extremely ancient sect, and in terms of resources and reserves, it was absolutely not inferior to the Heavenly Sword sect. The Heavenly Sword sect had the 13 swords that were renowned throughout the world, whereas, the Sun Moon Hall similarly had 16 blazing suns that possessed supreme combat strength that were renowned far and wide. Xianxia was a peerless figure that was ranked at the 7th blazing sun. The scene was slightly silent. No one had expected that a blazing sun of Sun Moon Hall would appear in the White Jade capital and appear before the Dao Development Pavilion. In particular, Hua Yunjin's eyes flashed with a chilling light. He said, "Are the successors of your Sun Moon Divine Hall the ones breaking the records of the 12 floors?" The expressions of the others were also uncertain. If it really was like that, then the significance of this would be different, and it was very likely to cause a conflict between the younger generation of these two great sects. "Is there a need for me to tell you about this?" Xianxia's expression was cold and arrogant, yet he sighed in his heart. It would be great if that freak was the successor of their Sun Moon Hall. The space between Hua Yunjin's brows carried a wisp of coldness instead. "It's fine if you don't tell me. We'll naturally seek guidance from that young man when he leaves the Dao Development Pavilion later." He emphasized the word "seek advice." Xianxia's pupils constricted slightly. He suddenly sneered and said, "Although the 12 floors are located in the White Jade capital, they are not owned by your Heavenly Sword sect." "Why? You allow Yun Qingbai to set a record here, but you don't allow others to break his record? This is too domineering." He used a disdainful and ridiculing tone to mention Yun Qingbai, and it caused the expressions of Hua Yunjin and the others to sink while the gazes they shot at Xianxia became much colder. "We just want to understand the identity of that young man." "You are too agitated." Hua Yunjin's voice was cold. "That isn't necessarily the case, right? Up until now, that fellow has already broken 4 of Yun Qingbai's records. Can all of you really refrain from making a move?" Xianxia sneered. "That will depend on whether that friend cooperates or not." Hua Yunjin's face was expressionless. Xianxia's heart sank as he realized that it would probably be very difficult to resolve the situation today. If that freak's origins were sufficiently formidable, then perhaps he would be able to make Hua Yunjin and the others feel slightly fearful. But if it was really as that freak had said, and he was a cultivator that didn't belong to any sect or sect, then it would truly be troublesome. The atmosphere was deathly silent and oppressive, and a storm was approaching. Before the desolate and cold Dao Development Pavilion, all the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect had murderous auras, and merely the auras they emanated caused this expanse of the heavens and the earth to fall into an oppressive atmosphere. In the distance, numerous cultivators had been drawn over by this. After all, Hua Yunjin's group had torn through the sky and arrived here earlier, and the sword lights they controlled were dense like the rain. It had drawn the attention of the entire Azure Ray City since a long time ago. But these cultivators that were drawn over only dared to stand a few kilometers away and didn't dare approach. "Xianxia, no matter what relationship you have with that young man, I advise you to leave as soon as possible and not interfere in this matter." Amidst this expanse of silence, Hua Yunjin spoke abruptly, and his eyes were like a pair of sharp swords that revealed an oppressive edge as they coldly locked onto Xianxia. "Haha." Xianxia started laughing, yet his laughter was extremely icy cold. "Do I, Xianxia, need your guidance on what I, Xianxia, want to do? Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Looks like this disciple of Sun Moon Divine Hall is determined to go against us. I have reason to suspect that it's very likely that he's in the same group as that young man. He's probably harboring malicious intent and possesses an unspeakable secret after entering the White Jade capital this time." The expressions of those disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect were overbearing. This was the White Jade capital, their territory. So what if he was a disciple of Sun Moon Divine Hall? He had to lower his head here as well. "This is how your Heavenly Sword sect does things? It really is overbearing and arrogant enough. Come. Come. Let me see what all of you can do to me." Xianxia laughed out of extreme rage. His clothes fluttered, and a shapeless imposing aura spread out and disturbed the wind and clouds. The expressions of Hua Yunjin and the others were icy cold. They were sword cultivators, and they emphasized on having a disposition like a sword and killing decisively. Being provoked like this caused them to be extremely infuriated. Since it's like this, why don't I experience the strength of the seventh blazing sun of Sun Moon Divine Hall? If you lose, it's best that you quickly vanish from the white jade capital with your tail between your legs. Hua Yunjin strode out with large strides. His thin figure was like an unsheathed sword that erupted with a shocking sharpness. His dark green Taoist robe fluttered in the wind, and he was dazzling. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged while the void wailed, and it caused many people to feel suffocated. Clang, a spirit sword that was 2 feet long and completely suffused with a scarlet blood color flashed out and floated above Hua Yunjin's head, and it emitted a murderous aura that was like a bloody hell. Soul Slasher. In the distance, the hearts of the cultivators trembled. This was a murderous weapon that had been passed down since ancient times, and it had drunk the blood of countless powerhouses. Humph. Shameless boasting. Xianxia, wrist shook when he saw this, and a dark iron spear floated up into appearance. His imposing aura was like a sun that illuminated the sky, and his entire body flowed with brilliant golden divine radiance. Rumble. The battle hadn't erupted, yet the pressure emitted by both of them had already collided fiercely with each other. It was like volcanoes colliding, and it caused the space between them to shatter and rumble like glass. The nearby disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect were moved as well, and they realized that even though Xianxia was arrogant, he deserved to be ranked as the seventh blazing sun of Sun Moon Divine Hall, as his imposing aura was far from something an ordinary genius could compare to. My God! One is one of the 13 swords of the Heavenly Sword sect, the other is one of the 16 blazing suns of Sun Moon Divine Hall. Both of them are actually going to fight here. This is a collision between peerless geniuses. It's rare to see in the past, and everyone will have a feast for the eyes now. The spectating cultivators in the distance grew more and more numerous, and they formed a dense mass. At this moment, all of them revealed excited expressions because an unparalleled battle was about to begin, and it caused their blood to boil. I'll advise you one last time. Leave now and we can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, I can only send you on your way myself. Hua Yunjin's figure stood ramrod straight while his clothes fluttered with the wind, and the soul's layer above him let out a clear howl that was like a voice that yearned for blood and possessed extraordinary might. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, then stand. Xianxia had grunted coldly as he pointed his spear towards Hua Yunjin from afar, and a peerlessly violent battle intent surged out like tidewater and covered the heavens and the earth. You don't know what's good for you. Hua Yunjin didn't hesitate any longer. He took a step forward while the vital energy in his body rumbled like lightning, and his fierce killing intent charged through the layer of clouds in the sky. But before he could make a move, the scene before his eyes flashed, and then he saw a figure was already standing before Xianxia with his back facing him, causing the figure's appearance to be unable to be seen clearly. Since I've already asked you to leave, then why haven't you left? Shockingly, this person was Lin Sun. Xianxia stared his eyes wide open as he didn't notice when Lin Sun had walked out from the Dao Development Pavilion. Let's go. Lin Sun patted him on the shoulder. Hey, kid, who do you think you are? Quickly fuck off and don't disturb the battle. Those disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect berated loudly. The battle was about to erupt, yet it was disrupted by the sudden appearance of a young man, and it caused them to feel exceptionally displeased. Quickly move aside. Damn it. This is a peak battle, and it's rare. Kid, do you have nothing better to do? You actually came here to disturb the battle? The distant spectators were displeased as well. They were excitedly preparing to watch the battle, yet it was interrupted like this, and they instantly pointed their spears at Lin Sun who disturbed the battle. Unexpectedly, Xianxia seemed to be extremely obedient, and he immediately restrained the battle intent in his body before turning around and intending to leave without the slightest hesitation. Lin Sun had already come out, so how could he stupidly fight desperately with these disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect? After all, this was White Jade Capital, the territory of the Heavenly Sword sect. So even if he defeated the young, there was still the old. So even if he was able to defeat Hua Yunjin, he would be finished sooner or later. You want to leave just like this? Wishful thinking. Hua Yunjin's expression was gloomy and icy cold, and his aura was terrifying. Previously, he was ready to take action, but he was disturbed by Lin Sun, which made him feel suffocated, and the qi in his body was almost disordered. The most unforgivable thing was that Lin Sun had turned his back to him from beginning to end. Obviously, Lin Sun didn't take Hua Yunjin seriously at all. Whoosh, without any hesitation, Hua Yunjin had already rushed out as soon as he finished his words. The scarlet soul-chopping sword swept out and evolved into a dazzling blood-red sword intent. This sword, like lightning and wind, was incomparably fierce and murderous, and filled with the strong spirit of the fierce blood way, went straight to Lin Sun's back. Looking from a distance, this sword seemed to break the gate to purgatory, which was ghastly and terrifying. Watch out. Xianxia was shocked. However, before he could finish his words, he saw Lin Sun casually patting him without looking back. Bang! Under the gaze of countless people, the amazing sword shattered in the void like a piece of paper. At the beginning, everyone thought that Lin Sun was an ignorant outsider. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to break into the battle that was about to break out like a rash fool. Therefore, both the successors of the heaven-reaching sword sect and the cultivators watching from afar reproached him without hesitation. But at this moment, they were dumbfounded. As the seventh sword of the 13 swords, no matter how ordinary Hua Yunjin's sword was, it couldn't be resisted by ordinary cultivators. When he made his move, everyone subconsciously imagined a bloody scene. The young man was killed and didn't even know how he died. But the fact was quite different. Hua Yunjin's sword was crushed by the young man's palm casually before it could get close. His movement was so casual, as easy as dispersing a mosquito that disturbed people's dreams. But the more it was like this, the more shocking it was. Only Xianxia seemed to have expected this. But when he saw Lin Sun defuse a killing sword intent so easily, he was also a little surprised. "What are you doing? Let's go." Lin Sun glared at him and walked away first. Xianxia was a little unsatisfied. In fact, he actually wanted Lin Sun and Hua Yunjin to have a duel so that he could have a good look at how abnormal the guy he regarded as a monster was. But it was obvious that Lin Sun didn't pay attention to Hua Yunjin from beginning to end. He was in a hurry to leave. Humph. Behind him, Hua Yunjin rushed over again with a gloomy face. He was also surprised that his sword was shattered. Only now did he realize that the young man was not as simple as he thought. Originally, he planned to bear it for a while and explore the background of the young man before making a decision whether to fight. But Lin Sun didn't give him a chance at all. From beginning to end, he left as if he didn't exist. This made Hua Yunjin intolerable. Buzz, the sword hummed like a tide. The soul-chopping sword swept through the air and drew a dazzling sword intent that could dim the sky. It was as red as blood and as delicate as burning fire. Great! The successors of the heaven-reaching sword sect brightened their eyes and were stunned by the power of this sword. This sword was called Flowing Fire Blood, and it was one of the most murderous sword inheritances of the heaven-reaching sword sect. Rumor had it that it was created by a saint of the way of the sword with his blood, sweat, and tears. Once it was used, the sword intent would be like flowing fire and blood, able to turn everything into ashes. Without a doubt, Hua Yunjin was going all out. The heavens and the earth rumbled and the void collapsed. This sword intent flashed out with the momentum of a thunderbolt that shot into the 9 heavens and a scorching sun that destroyed mountains and rivers. Everyone's expression changed greatly, and they all had the misconception that they were almost suffocating. The might of a peerless figure was vividly displayed at this moment. In the distance, Lin Sun and Xianxia hurried forward. Xianxia's back stiffened when he noticed this sword strike, and he couldn't help but swiftly turn around while the vital energy in his body rumbled. This was a kind of battle instinct, a subconscious reaction after sensing the danger of this sword. Lin Sun was still moving forward. He didn't look back, as if he didn't notice it at all. Xianxia's eyes narrowed slightly. How could this freak be so arrogant? Could it be that he wants me to help him neutralize this sword? Xianxia was speechless for a while. He felt that he was about to become Lin Sun's full-time bodyguard. Previously, he helped Lin Sun confront Hua Yunjin, and now he had to worry about and protect Lin Sun's safety. It was simply, but no matter how he cursed in his heart, Xianxia didn't dare to be careless in the face of this sword. Strike, as a peerless figure, he knew too well how terrifying this strike of Hua Yunjin's was, so he must take it seriously. Boom, however, before Xianxia could make a move, he saw the sword intent that broke through the air explode in the middle of its journey once again. The movement was so loud that it sounded like muffled thunder. The bloody light burst out in the void, causing a terrifying mushroom cloud to rise and drown the heaven and earth within a radius of 3,000 meters. Among the cultivators who were watching from afar, many people's hearts twitched and they let out muffled groans. Some of them even trembled all over and were so shocked that they collapsed to the ground. Those successors of the heaven-reaching sword sect turned pale. How could such a powerful and blazing sword be destroyed once again? Unlike the last time, Lin Sun didn't make a move this time. The scene was too strange and unbelievable. It was as if there was an invisible hand blocking it and easily obliterating this flowing flame blood amber. Hua Yunjin's pupils suddenly shrank, and his face became unprecedentedly serious. What a powerful force of Tao! As a person in the game, he knew clearly that this strike of his was defeated by an invisible and obscure force of Tao. A peerless expert, in an instant, he looked at Lin Sun's back with a wisp of vigilance and fear. But who on earth was this person? How could he be so powerful? Why don't you move? It'll be too late if you don't leave now. Lin Sun's voice sounded in Xianxia's ears, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch fiercely. This guy was really freaking abnormal. He sighed, shook his head, and moved forward. Previously, he was ready to fight, but now it seemed that all this was superfluous. That abnormal didn't need his protection at all. Friend, don't you look down on my heaven-reaching sword sect by leaving like this? Hua Yunjin shouted. When the voice sounded, he was still in the same place. When his voice fell, he had already appeared thousands of meters away, and the soul-slaying sword in his hand roared and slashed out. Crash! It was like a blood river falling from the ninth heaven, majestic and boundless, covering the sky and the earth. The blazing sword will of Tao even produced various visions. There were scenes of white bones floating, mountains of corpses piling up, ghosts and gods crying, and the sorrowful hissing of kings. In an instant, Xianxia was shocked and cried, "This guy is crazy." He actually displayed one of the three great sword scriptures of the Heavenly Sword sect, the Catastrophe Sword Scripture. The Catastrophe Sword Scripture was one of the three supreme sword scriptures created by the Grandmaster of the Heavenly Sword sect, and also one of the three great sword scriptures of the Heavenly Sword sect. This sword was composed of the three disasters: natural disaster, earthly disaster, and human disaster, and the heart disaster, spirit disaster, soul disaster, yin soul disaster, yang soul disaster, and spiritual soul disaster. The three disasters and six disasters were obscure and profound, and they were fused into the profundity of the sword Tao. Once it was executed, it possessed unfathomable might that could destroy the heavens and the earth. Just like at this moment, what Hua Yunjin executed was the essence and profundity of the sword Tao of the Catastrophe Scripture. A single strike was like a natural disaster descending into the world, and it displayed the scene of doomsday that caused one to feel despair. All the cultivators present had the misconception that they were on the verge of collapse. Their minds shook, their hairs stood on end, and they were completely awed by the might of this strike. Even the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect were no exception. Why are you so flustered? Have the bearing of a disciple of the Sun Moon Hall, all right? But at the same time, Lin Sun's angry voice resounded by Xianxia's ears, and it almost drove him mad. This was the Catastrophe Sword Scripture. In the entire East Victory region, it was sufficient to be ranked within the scope of a supreme sword scripture. Who wouldn't be nervous when facing such a slaughter? Suddenly, Xianxia came to his senses. Wait, this freak's tone doesn't seem to be nervous at all. At the same time, he saw Lin Sun attack, yet he still didn't turn around and just waved his right hand behind him. His movements were casual, smooth, and otherworldly. In an instant, it was like a vortex formed from a cool breeze had flashed out. In the beginning, it was inconspicuous, yet later on, it transformed into a black hole that expanded wantonly. Rumble, everywhere the vortex swept, the sword insight that seemed like a natural disaster descending into the world was obliterated and devoured amidst the deafening sounds of collision. When looked at from afar, even though the natural disaster blotted out the heavens and the earth, it was devoured by the energy of the black hole, and it vanished completely in the blink of an eye. Not even the slightest aftershock or trace was left behind. Hiss! Xianxia almost bit his tongue, and he gasped without end. What sort of secret technique of the Grand Tao is this? How could this be possible? At the same time, Hua Yunjin's expression turned grim. This was the might of the catastrophe sword scripture, one of the supreme inheritances of the heavenly sword sect. Once it was executed, even a half-step king realm expert would be annihilated. Yet now, it had actually been easily destroyed by Xianxia once again. This caused Hua Yunjin's scalp to go numb, and he was unable to maintain his composure. But he didn't have the time to think because the energy of the black hole that devoured the heavens and the earth had transformed into a palm print that pressed down towards him. For the first time, Hua Yunjin experienced what it meant to be an imminent calamity. This strike was too terrifying, and it revealed the might of being unstoppable and obliterating, causing him to truly feel the aura of death descend upon him. His entire body stiffened while his soul almost left his body, and he couldn't help but let out a sharp cry as he dodged in panic. He seemed to be in an extremely sorry state, and he'd lost his cold and terrifying bearing from before. But the embarrassing thing was right at the instant he just dodged, the black hole palm print had suddenly vanished as if it had evaporated into thin air. Instantly, Hua Yunjin's face flushed red, and his heart was filled with shame. I was obviously teasing and warning myself. If it was Yin Qingbai who executed this sword scripture, then perhaps I would be slightly fearful. As for you, you're far from possessing the qualifications to fight me, so it's best that you stop before going too far. Otherwise, the next time will be the time of your death. An indifferent voice resounded by his ears. The young man in the distance still didn't turn around. But Hua Yunjin knew that this warning was coming from him. He silently clenched his fists, and his face was green. He felt a sense of defeat that he'd never felt before. There were many times when he wanted to charge forward and fight to the death. But in the end, he controlled himself. He didn't dare to gamble with his life. The battlefield was so silent that even a pin drop could be heard. The descendants of the heavenly sword sect stood there in a daze. Like statues, their bodies were petrified. The spectators in the distance felt like they had just picked up their lives from the jaws of death. Their bodies were soaked in cold sweat and their hands and feet were cold. That exchange just now was far too frightening. However, compared to the sword strike that seemed like a natural disaster had descended, the energy of the black hole that swept through the world was undoubtedly even more horrifying and horrifying. Who was that young man? Hua Yunjin was one of the 13 swords and had dazzling combat abilities. How was it possible that he didn't even turn around to look at him? Without a doubt, he had completely disregarded him. In this battle, Hua Yun had suffered a crushing defeat. Whoosh! Kong Ling's arrival added a touch of color to the deathly silent atmosphere. Her skin was like ice and snow, and she was graceful like a celestial maiden. Her appearance was beautiful, and she wore a multicolored dress that caused others to feel ashamed of their inferiority. "Seen your sister Kong Ling." Hua Yunjin was startled, his expression uncertain. The crushing defeat just now made him feel ashamed to face Kong Ling's sword. In the distance, all the cultivators were visibly moved while their gazes carried deep reverence. It was like they were looking at a celestial maiden that had descended to the world, and her bearing was lofty, pure, and inviolable. The heavenly sword sect had the 13 swords, and Kong Ling was ranked third. She wielded the Gushi sword and was peerless in her generation. She inherited the talent of the 5-colored peacock and could be said to be a 1-in-a-million genius. In addition, she had an outstanding appearance, like a goddess. Just in terms of influence, she was far more influential than soul-slaying sword Hua Yunjin. Kong Ling seemed to have something on her mind. Even though she sensed that the atmosphere was strange and subtle, she didn't pay any attention to it. As soon as she arrived, she walked directly towards the Dao Development Pavilion. She was looking for someone. She was looking for a young man who was breaking Yin Qingbai's records. Apart from that, nothing else could pique her interest. Hua Yunjin and the others were stunned when they saw her actions. Then they realized something and their expressions changed slightly. That guy just now, could he be? Boom! Right at this moment, a grand fluctuation swept out from the Dao Development Pavilion, and it emanated rumbling that caused the heavens and the earth to tremble. After that, under the surprised gazes of everyone, the Pishio stone statue that was squatting before the Dao Development Pavilion had actually transformed into a strand of green smoke. Green smoke curled up, and a blurry and hazy figure was vaguely outlined in the void. After waiting for thousands of generations, my Dao is not lonely. In their days, everyone seemed to have heard a heroic and unrestrained laughter resound out. However, when he looked carefully, there was no trace of it. When he looked at the Dao Development Pavilion again, it had recovered its previous calm a long time ago, and only the stone statue of the Pixiu that squatted before the door had vanished. Kong Ling stood there while her clear eyes flickered indeterminately. In the distance, Hua Yunjin and the others were stunned, and a bad premonition arose in their hearts. "Where is that person?" Kong Ling suddenly asked in a clear and clean voice. "He just left," Hua Yunjin blurted out. "Why didn't you tell me immediately?" Hua Yunjin was at a loss for words. His expression was dark and gloomy. Did he have to take the initiative to speak about how he had been defeated? This was too humiliating. Unable to accomplish anything, but more than enough to spoil things. As Kong Ling spoke, her figure flashed, and she transformed into a gorgeous and noble 5-colored peacock that charged into the sky. "I'm not good enough? I want to see if senior apprentice sister Kong Ling is that fellow's match." Hua Yunjin's face was gloomy and ugly. The other successors of the Heavenly Sword sect kept quiet out of fear. At this moment, they finally dared confirm that the young man that took Xianxia away earlier was surely the target they were looking for. "As for this person, I've probably already broken the record of the Dao Development Pavilion." They instinctively looked towards the Dao Development Pavilion while feeling shocked and complicated in their hearts. "Brother, if you don't tell me who you are, I'm going to get anxious." Lin Sun and Xianxia were galloping in the void. Xianxia asked discontentedly. "Let's leave White Jade Jing first." Lin Sun answered casually. "All right." Xianxia agreed straightforwardly. After that, his brows raised as he said, "Wait, did you break Yin Qingbai's record in the Dao Development Pavilion?" "Yes," Lin Sun replied. When he spoke of his experience in the Dao Development Pavilion, Lin Sun still felt as if he was dreaming. Because he'd utterly never imagined that merely ascending the pavilion would allow his comprehension of the star obliteration and sky devour Dao to break through to the perfection realm of the Dao concept in one go. After all, he'd gone through a great deal of effort to barely attain the initial stage of the Dao aura. On the other hand, ascending the pavilion this time had only lasted for 4 hours, yet it allowed this Dao to undergo a transformation by leaps and bounds, and it was almost equivalent to saving around 7 years of time to comprehend the Dao. In other words, if Lin Sun wanted to attain the perfection realm of the Dao insight by relying on his own resources, reserves, and comprehension ability, then it would at least require 7 years of time. Yet now, he'd accomplished it in a short period of 4 hours. Such a fortuitous encounter could be said to be shocking, and it caused Lin Sun to be unable to calm down completely for a while. There were countless fortuitous encounters in this world. Some relied on this to soar into the sky and become renowned throughout the world. Others relied on this to comprehend the Dao overnight and set foot on a higher cultivation realm. This was precisely the fundamental reason why cultivators flocked to fortuitous encounters and fortuitous encounters. Who could resist such a temptation as obtaining a strand of fortuitous encounter might change one's fate? Moreover, for Lin Sun and the other great cultivators of the younger generation who'd set foot on the peak of the reincarnation development realm, the upcoming Great Era was undoubtedly an unprecedented great fortuitous encounter that was hard to come by in a million years. This freak is simply inhuman. After obtaining Lin Sun's affirmative answer, Xianxia had an impulse to curse in his heart. Comparing oneself to others would indeed drive one to death. He'd witnessed Lin Sun's various shocking performances in the sword-testing pavilion, heart-sharpening pavilion, soul-refining pavilion, enlightenment pavilion, and Dao development pavilion. Even someone as proud and conceited as Xianxia felt as if he'd been beaten to the point of being badly injured. He was one of the 16 blazing sons of Sun Moon Hall, and he was a peerless figure that received the attention of all and was renowned in the world. But in front of Lin Sun, he had a feeling of being unable to raise his head. This feeling was absolutely difficult to imagine unless one experienced it personally. What pride, conceit, what foundation, and what reliance were all completely crushed. Who could bear this? Xianxia once heard that when Yin Qingbai traveled the world, the experts of the same generation as him all thought that being in the same generation as Yin Qingbai was destined to be a great misfortune. At that time, Xianxia sneered at this, but now after witnessing Lin Sun's various performances, he finally understood the taste of this great misfortune. "So, you don't intend to continue challenging the levels?" Suddenly, Xianxia realized a problem. "No." Lin Sun shook his head. Among the 12 floors, the 5 floors he'd challenged before had different effects on his cultivation. As for the other 7 floors, 6 of them were places that could only be entered by experts of the King realm. The other body tempering pavilion was specifically aimed at cultivators on the path of physique sanctification, and it was in conflict with his current path. In addition, the movement he'd caused had already alarmed the heaven-reaching sword sect, and he didn't want to get into trouble because of this. In one day, Lin Sun defeated the 5 floors alone, a record in both ancient and modern times. Even Yin Qingbai was slightly inferior to such a magnificent feat. Xianxia sighed with emotion. He secretly decided that when he returned to the sect, he must tell all the news about Lin Sun to senior brother Mi Hingzhen, because in his mind, Mi Hingzhen might be the only one who could compete with Lin Sun in terms of foundation, talent, and combat power. As for whether the other top practitioners of the 16 Blazing Suns could compete with Lin Sun, Xianxia had no confidence at all. At the same time, Lin Sun was also thinking. This trip to White Jade Jing made him gain far more than it seemed on the surface. First of all, in the sword testing tower, he was completely sure that Yun Qingbai 10 years ago was destined to be no match for him. In the heart-sharpening tower, he was sure that his mental state had reached the spirit realm, far surpassing his peers in both ancient and modern times. In the soul-refining tower, his spiritual cultivation had reached the first level of divine flower and prominence. It was worth mentioning that whether it was the mental power of the spirit realm or the spiritual power of the divine flower and prominence, they could only be seen in the old monsters of the King realm. Moreover, ordinary old monsters of the King realm didn't have such power. As for the Enlightenment Tower, although he gained nothing, Lin Sun judged that at least in terms of comprehension, he didn't lose to anyone in the world. His greatest gain was definitely his experiences in the Dao Development Pavilion. The 9 futons of different quality allowed him to improve his cultivation by leaps and bounds in comprehension, and it was absolutely no less than obtaining an extremely rare opportunity. Lin Sun only paid more than 50,000 upper-grade spiritual marrows to pass the 5 floors. Although it was a huge fortune, it was very insignificant compared with the gains. Don't underestimate Yun Qingbai. This person's foundation is unfathomable. 10 years ago, he was already the first person below the King realm, and now he has been in closed-door cultivation for nearly 10 years. Xianxia spoke abruptly. Relying on his comprehension ability and natural talent, 10 years of time is sufficient for his combat strength to undergo a tremendous change. A saint of Sun Moon Palace once said that Yun Qingbai is a peerless figure who is destined to lead the trend of the great world, and it's difficult to compete with him. When he heard the last part, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. No one could ignore or underestimate the judgment of a saint. I won't underestimate him, but I won't take him too seriously either. Lin Sun was silent for a moment and said, the great world means great changes. Everything is possible. Whether Yun Qingbai can dominate the world is also uncertain. Xianxia was stunned. He was keenly aware that there was a trace of imperceptible coldness in Lin Sun's words when he mentioned Yun Qingbai. However, before he could react, Lin Sun said with a smile, what's more, the reincarnation development realm is the reincarnation development realm after all. Even if he accumulates for 100 years, his combat strength will be limited as long as his cultivation doesn't change. He is waiting for the great world to come, and so are countless geniuses in this world. As for me, isn't it the same? Lin Sun smiled indifferently with a composed expression. He didn't speak in a sonorous and passionate tone, but he had a disdainful and confident spirit that couldn't be ignored. Xianxia's heart moved inexplicably, and his blood surged. He said, you're right. We cultivators don't fight for days and nights. We only fight for the great way and who can go further on the great way. However, at this moment, an abrupt and cold voice sounded, I don't think you can go too far now. Along with the voice, a gorgeous and blazing divine rainbow swept through the sky at an incredible speed as if it was teleporting. In the blink of an eye, it had already closed in. When he looked over once more, the divine ray of light suddenly flashed, and it had already transformed into a beautiful woman with fair skin that was graceful like a celestial. Xianxia's expression suddenly became solemn. Although Kong Ling was a woman, she was even more terrifying than the other core disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect. This woman's temperament was prideful and noble. She was extremely talented, and she was the only person at the peak who had received guidance from Yun Qingbai. She was deeply appreciated by Yun Qingbai. None of this was important. What was important was that her temperament was most suited to the sword Dao, and she was decisive in killing, otherwise, she wouldn't have become the third most powerful person in the 13 swords. "You're the one who challenged the 12 floors today?" As soon as Kong Ling arrived, she directly disregarded Xianxia, and her clear eyes were indifferent and icy cold as they locked onto Lin Sun. Her figure was graceful, and she had skin of ice and bones of jade. She had the aura of an otherworldly immortal, but her aura was fierce to the point it aroused reverence in the hearts of others. An indescribable murderous aura began to spread across the world. Lin Sun seemed to be unaware of it and corrected him casually. "Strictly speaking, I only broke through 5 buildings. I was afraid of trouble, so I had to stop here. As long as I have a clear conscience, why should I be afraid of trouble?" Kong Ling's fine black hair was tied behind her head, and her forehead was fair and smooth. Her beautiful face was icy cold, and she had an oppressive and sharp aura. "It's impossible even if I have a clear conscience. I was almost stopped by someone as soon as I walked out of the Dao Development Pavilion. Now, I just want to leave, yet you spared no effort to catch up to me. Do you think this isn't troublesome?" Lin Sun asked. Kong Ling frowned. Before she could speak, Lin Sun said, "Don't talk nonsense. Tell me your purpose. If you want to fight, do it now. If you want to talk nonsense, I don't have time to accompany you." These words were not polite at all. If the other cultivators of the White Jade Capital saw that fairy Kong Ling, whom they respected the most, was actually being treated so rudely, it would probably incur the wrath of the masses. Even if it was Xianxia, he couldn't help but feel extreme admiration. In the eyes of this pervert, there's probably no tenderness towards the fairer sex, and he's extremely ferocious. Kong Ling was obviously caught off guard as well, and her face was icy cold as she said, "What a madman. Then I'll teach you a lesson first before questioning you." Clang, a spirit sword that was jade white like snow, 3 fingers wide, and a meter long left its sheath. In an instant, it was like a scorching sun had appeared in the sky, and it emanated dazzling and blazing divine radiance. Gushou sword, it was a supreme weapon of the heavenly sword sect that had been passed down since ancient times. His sword was like the sun, and it reflected the light of the universe and separated the muddy and pure energy. It was extremely profound. It was even stronger than Hua Yunjin's soul-slaying sword. Extreme Yang Fusion. Kong Ling attacked. The grand shooting sword erupted with light that overflowed into the heavens. It was blazing like a great sun, as if it could melt the heavens. Her movements were extremely nimble and decisive. She attacked as soon as she said she would, and she vividly displayed the swift and fierce aura of a sword cultivator. Not good. This woman used the secret of the great Yin Yang sword scripture right from the get-go. It's obvious that she wants to kill. Xiaoqing's face changed as he transmitted a message to Lin Sun. The Great Yin Yang Sword Sutra was the second supreme sword sutra created by the Heavenly Sword ancestor. It was also one of the sect-guarding legacies of the Heavenly Sword sect alongside the Catastrophe Sword Sutra. This scripture was divided into Yin and Yang scrolls, and it had the miraculous ability to reverse the universe and circulate Yin and Yang. As the saying goes, solitary Yin can't be born, solitary Yang can't exist. Yin and Yang complemented each other, and it just happened to be like the circulation of clear and turbid, the rotation of Yin and Yang, the interaction of dragons and tigers, and it was capable of developing unbelievable might. Just like at this moment, Kong Ling's sword was like a great sun shining in the sky, which was boundlessly terrifying. Moreover, the Guxia sword in her hand was an imperial Dao extreme weapon that was fused with the essence of extreme Yang, so it allowed the might of her strike to increase by at least 30%. Xiaoqing asked himself that he had to go all out to fight against this blow. Swish, almost at the same time, Lin Sun made a stroke with his fingers and displayed the mystery of reaching for the stars. It was just a casual blow, but the bright sun sword intent was smashed in the explosion. Damn it, I forgot that this pervert can't be judged by common sense. Xiaoqing was a little embarrassed. When he fought with Hua Yunjin before, Lin Sun had reminded him to keep his demeanor. But now, he was surprised again. Extreme melting and burning. Kong Ling's momentum became more and more fierce when she failed to hit Lin Sun. Her whole body was covered with five-colored light, which was gorgeous and blazing. Then, she made another earth-shattering slash. Lin Sun and Kong Ling fought fiercely high up in the sky. They fought fiercely to the point the sky and the earth turned upside down, the sun and the moon dimmed, and the sea of clouds in a radius of 5,000 kilometers was disrupted and shattered. If one looked carefully, one would notice that Kong Ling's sword chi was like a rainbow that moved horizontally and vertically, and every strike of her sword would cause a terrifying phenomenon of the heavens and the earth with a shocking momentum. This was the secret of the great Yin-Yang sword scripture, a supreme sword scripture. Even a half-step king realm expert was bound to be annihilated here. Comparatively speaking, Lin Sun was very calm from the beginning until the end. He pressed his fingers together as a blade and fought with Kong Ling. His figure was ethereal like a rock in the undercurrent that couldn't be shaken no matter how it was washed. In the fierce battle, Kong Ling's expression gradually became serious and solemn, and the murderous aura all over her body rose steadily, becoming more and more fierce and dazzling. She knew that she'd encountered a great enemy that was rarely seen in her lifetime. Clang. Before long, she stretched out her hand and drew out a black spiritual sword that was translucent and clean like the eternal night, and then she flashed up into the sky. Nocturnal sword. If the gunslinger sword was said to be extremely young and fierce, then the nocturnal sword was extremely keen and cold. This sword was the sword Yun Qingbai used to conquer the world all those years ago, and it had always been tempered and nurtured by him. As soon as this sword appeared, it instantly intersected with the gunslinger's sword, and they seemed like two black and white dragons that coiled above the sky while emanating boundless killing intent. Even though Lin Sun didn't recognize the nocturnal sword, he acutely noticed that this sword carried an aura that was familiar to him. At the same time, Xianxia's voice transmission that carried shock resounded by his ears. "You must be careful. That's nocturnal sword of Yun Qingbai. He relied on this sword to annihilate over 100 half-step king realm experts 10 years ago. It really is his sword." Lin Sun recalled that when he challenged the barrier on the 5th floor, he'd witnessed the aura left behind by Yun Qingbai many times, and it was exactly the same as the aura on the nocturnal sword. Bang! When he thought up to here, Lin Sun didn't hold back any longer. He suddenly took a step forward, and then a swanny seal tore through the sky and fiercely broke through Kong Ling's attack. After that, he stretched out his hand to grab it, and then he utilized the mighty restriction to seize it from afar. The nocturnal sword shook violently and almost flew out of Kong Ling's hand. Kong Ling's expression finally changed. With a flash of five-colored divine light around her, she dissolved the power of the mighty restriction and saved the nocturnal sword that was almost taken away. However, her expression had become extremely dignified with a touch of surprise and doubt. She finally realized that Lin Sun hadn't exerted his full strength in the previous battle, but had held back. Lin Sun was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that the five-colored divine light around Kong Ling could break his determined attack so easily. Bang! Without any delay, he attacked again. This time, he intended to kill Kong Ling along with her sword. In an instant, Lin Sun seemed to have become another person. The aura around him covered the sky and the earth, and he had a mighty momentum of supremacy in the world. As he moved forward, the brilliant green Taoist light lingered around his body, rumbling like thunder. Just that kind of power made Kong Ling's whole body stiff, her soul extremely depressed, and her heart uncontrollably filled with fear. It was too terrible. Was this his real strength? As Kong Ling guessed, Lin Sun just wanted to see the mystery and power of the great Yin-Yang sword scripture out of curiosity, so he didn't use his real strength at all. But now, when he noticed the existence of the nocturnal sword, Lin Sun finally stopped hesitating and wanted to take the sword. It was not because he was greedy for the treasure, but because there were traces of Yun Qingbai's battle on the sword. If he could get this sword, it would be enough for Lin Sun to further understand some details of Yun Qingbai. At the same time, Xianxia, who was watching the battle, also gasped. Even watching from a distance, he still felt a great pressure and his heart palpitated. Since he had seen Lin Sun's extraordinariness, he had always been very curious about how terrifying the guy he regarded as a pervert was. But now, he finally found a clue. Lin Sun rushed forward, and a big hand was condensed, covering Kong Ling with the momentum of covering the universe and locking the 8 extremes. Clang! Clang! Kong Ling chopped with the Guxia sword and the nocturnal sword, but she couldn't shake the big hand no matter how powerful her sword intent was. Whoosh, moreover, in the process, an irresistible devouring force emerged. The nocturnal sword seemed to be pulled by the mighty force and was suddenly taken away by Lin Sun. Oh no, Kong Ling was shocked. Danger was imminent, so she couldn't care about anything else. She suddenly bit the tip of her tongue and exerted her secret talent. 5 colored light surged around her, and she suddenly turned into a gorgeous peacock with wings as sharp as blades. With a bang, she broke a hole in the big hand covering the sky and got out. The power of the 5 colored light is really horrible. Xianxia was completely moved. Although Kong Ling's combat power was not as good as Lin Sun's, it was not so easy to be killed with such a talent. At the same time, Lin Sun's black eyes also narrowed. He really didn't expect that the 5 colored light was so powerful and had the terrible power to destroy everything. No matter who you are, today's hatred will be avenged in the future. Kong Ling's eyes were cold with incomparable hatred. She spread her gorgeous wings and flew to the distance as if she was teleporting. Obviously, she knew that she couldn't defeat Lin Sun, so she retreated decisively. Lin Sun finally refrained from chasing her. After all, White Jade Capital was the territory of the Heaven-Reaching Sword sect. If he chased after her and encountered the old monsters of the sect, the consequences would be unimaginable. Let's go. Lin Sun put away the nocturnal sword and flew in the opposite direction without hesitation. Wait for me. Xianxia also hurried to catch up with him. He also realized that the situation was serious. Kong Ling's defeat was a small matter, but the nocturnal sword that originally belonged to Yun Qingbai was taken away, which was an unpredictable and serious matter. After 10 minutes, the two appeared in Inwood City. After paying a sum of upper-grade spiritual essence, they smoothly entered the transmission formation located in the center of the city. When the transmission formation was opened, the moment before their figures disappeared, streaks of sword light cut through the sky and rushed into Inwood City. The leading figure, whose sword light was as bright as the sun, was an old monster of the King realm. Coincidentally, this scene was captured by Lin Sun and Xianxia before they left. Lin Sun didn't feel anything, but Xianxia was already in a cold sweat. If he had been a little slower just now, the consequences would be, P.S. Thanks for Xia's gift. In addition, I've been very busy this month, so I haven't mentioned it recently. On that day, the news of a mysterious young man breaking the records of the 5th floor spread like a storm throughout White Jade Capital. For a time, it caused an uproar. Who's that person? Countless cultivators were shocked and curious about the identity of the person who'd challenged the 5th floor. He actually broke 5 of Yun Qingbai's records in a single day. This is unprecedented. Yun Qingbai is like an invincible legend. Now, is his status finally going to be shaken? Even more people were shocked by this news. That's only Yun Qingbai's record from 10 years ago. Since it's a record, it's bound to be broken. Why are you so shocked? Exactly. It's only a record from 10 years ago, and it's bound to be unable to shake Yun Qingbai's status. There were also cultivators that disapproved of this. On the other hand, the Heavenly Sword sect was in a state of chaos and uproar. Some felt resentful, some felt anxious, and some were unable to accept it and shouted about capturing and killing Lin Sun. Of course, they still didn't know who Lin Sun was. This was the most embarrassing part. Not only had a young man of unknown origins broken 5 of Yun Qingbai's records, even they, the overlords of White Jade Capital, were unable to figure out his identity. If news of this were to spread, they would definitely become a laughingstock. Kong Ling's expression was icy cold while a wisp of depression lingered between her brows. At this moment, as she walked on the bustling streets, there was indescribable hatred and humiliation in her heart. Just today, Yun Qingbai had just given the nocturnal sword to her. But on that very day, the sword had been taken away, and this almost drove Kong Ling mad. As a top figure that was ranked 3rd in the 13 swords of Heavenly Sword sect, Kong Ling had sufficient qualifications to be proud. She possessed peerless grace and extraordinary combat strength, and she was from the mysterious 5-colored peacock lineage of the ancient clan. No matter what, she could be said to be outstanding in all aspects. But today, she'd encountered the most embarrassing and darkest day of her life. Don't let me find out who you are. Kong Ling's clear eyes surged with surging flames of rage, and she gritted her teeth with hatred. Who else could it be? It's naturally demon god Lin. A voice sounded out from afar, and it caused Kong Ling, who'd fallen into rage and self-blame, to suddenly sober up and look over. Unknowingly, he'd actually arrived nearby the Dao Development Pavilion once more. However, this place wasn't desolate like it was in the past, and the figures of numerous cultivators had gathered here. The one who spoke just now was a black-robed man with a cold expression, sunken eyes, and a bloodthirsty aura. "Which demon god Lin?" someone asked. "Of course it's that guy who deserves to be hacked into pieces. Not long ago, he turned the ancient Azure continent upside down and shook the heavens' pivot holy ground. He flew into a rage." "Don't tell me you guys don't know?" the black-robed man said coldly. "How can you be sure that he is the one who broke Yanqingbai's record?" Many people still didn't believe it. The black-robed man sneered, "Even if he turns into ashes, I'll still recognize him. As for whether you believe me or not, I can't be bothered to care." With that, he strode out of the crowd. But before he could get far, he was stopped by Kong Ling. "Miss, what are you doing?" The black-robed man's pupils shrank and his face revealed deep fear. "Are you sure this was done by Fiend Celestial Lin?" Kong Ling had accumulated a bellyful of rage since a long time ago. Now that she'd obtained some information by chance, she would naturally not miss it. "I'm sure." The black-robed man nodded. Although the woman in front of him was as beautiful as a fairy, her aura was extremely sharp and frightening. Being stared at by her clear eyes, the black-robed man felt a piercing pain in his soul, as though it was being cut by a knife. "Really?" Kong Ling asked. Although she looked calm, there was an oppressive power in her voice. The black-robed man shivered and his mind was on the verge of collapsing. "To be honest, I'm from the Black Sea Tengu clan. My name is Go Xuxing. I have an irreconcilable feud with Fiend Celestial Lin." The black-robed man clenched his teeth. "Knowing that he appeared in the East Victory World, I immediately headed to the ancient Azure continent and activated the clan's power to conduct a comprehensive investigation. Finally, I'm completely sure that this person is Fiend Celestial Lin." Before he could finish, Kong Ling interrupted him, "Cut the crap. I'm just asking you, are you sure that the person who broke the record on the 5th floor today is Fiend Celestial Lin?" Go Xuxing's face froze, and then he said, "Miss, in the entire ancient Desolation region, if our Black Sea Tengu clan claims to be the second best in the art of tracking, then no one dares to claim to be the first. I dare guarantee with my head that the person who broke the record on the 5th floor this time is definitely Lin Sun, Fiend Celestial Lin. I've already probed the surroundings of the Dao Development Tower, and I've locked onto the scent he left behind. I'm absolutely not wrong." Her words were firm and seemed to be filled with confidence. "Lin Sun. Fiend Celestial Lin. So it's actually this ferocious figure from the West Shore region." Kong Ling's expression flickered indeterminately, and she wished for nothing more than to send this news back to the sect right now. When Go Xuxing saw this, he seized the opportunity to say, "Miss, when we were in the West Hing world, he almost caused me to suffer a calamity and die. I can see that you also hate this person to the extreme. How about, we work together to deal with him? It looks to me like you're extremely audacious and delusional." A wisp of undisguised detest suffused Kong Ling's eyes. She was an heir of the Heavenly Sword sect and a direct line descendant of the five-colored peacock. She had a proud and noble disposition, so how could she work together with the Black Sea Tengu clan that was notorious in the entire ancient Desolation region? Therefore, her words weren't polite at all. Go Xuxing was furious, but he could only endure it in his heart. With his identity, he really wasn't qualified to behave atrociously in the White Jade capital. "I'll remember you. If you dare to deceive me, I'll definitely cut off your head." Kong Ling floated away after she finished speaking. "Damn it, sooner or later, I'll definitely suppress you, you stinking bitch." Go Xuxing swore in his heart. At dusk on the same day, the news about Lin Sun breaking the record on the 5th floor started to spread throughout the White Jade capital. Fiend Celestial Lin, on this night, this name was destined to be known by countless cultivators in the White Jade capital. Dao Martial Peak of the Heavenly Sword sect. In the Cloud Light Hall. How could he be so strong? How could he? Zhao Jingzhen was in a daze. He seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, and the pride and contempt he had before was nowhere to be seen. At this moment, he had completely understood all the news about Lin Sun after he entered the ancient Desolation region. It included all the deeds Lin Sun had done in the West Shore region, and what Lin Sun had done in the ancient Song province not long ago. All of this, like a heavy hammer, completely shattered Zhao Jingzhen's inner pride and reliance, making him almost collapse. It had only been a few years since they last met. How could that country boy have risen to such a level? So, if you want to take revenge, you have to think about it in the long run. You can't have any contempt or neglect in your heart. Beside him, Meng Rong's expression was calm as she guided him. You must remember that your only advantage right now is that your grandfather and I will support you. But this is far from enough. The key is that you need to grow up quickly. Zhao Jingzhen said hesitantly, but he has already set foot on the absolute peak, and his combat capability is unparalleled in the reincarnation development realm. This is not an excuse. Meng Rong said firmly. Meng Rong, don't criticize Jingzhen anymore. Now, come to me quickly. Suddenly, a deep voice sounded. Father, Meng Rong was shocked. The third floor of the Cloud Light Hall was an independent place for meditation. At this moment, there was a tall old man with silver hair sitting cross-legged on a futon. His whole body was surging with the unique terrifying aura of a King Realm practitioner. The old man was Meng Qiujing, Meng Rong's father. At the same time, he had another identity. He was a powerful inner elder of the Heavenly Sword sect. Father, what can I do for you? Meng Rong came and bowed. Have you heard about the breaking of the fifth floor's record today? Meng Qiujing said indifferently. Yes. Then do you know who did it? Who? Meng Rong was startled and puzzled. Her father had been busy in seclusion to prepare for the third tribulation of longevity. Why would he suddenly care about this? Lin Sun. When Meng Qiujing said this name, Meng Rong was completely stunned as if she had been struck by lightning. After a while, she said involuntarily, how could it be him? Meng Qiujing said indifferently, why can't it be him? This news has been confirmed. It can't be wrong. I didn't ask you to come here to see you lose your composure. Meng Rong's heart shook, and she hurriedly took a deep breath to suppress the shock in her heart. She said, Father, please tell me. This kid had his quintessence spirit vein dug out all those years ago. Even if he could survive, he was bound to be a cripple. But now, he has such dazzling achievements at such a young age. According to my judgment, he should have regenerated his quintessence spirit vein. If it wasn't for that, it would be impossible for him to undergo such an unbelievable transformation. Meng Qiujing's expression was solemn, and her eyes were steaming with divine light. In the entire sect, only I, Elder Gu Dongting, and a few others know what Yun Qingbai did when he descended to the mortal world all those years ago. It was also this incident that allowed Yun Qingbai to obtain a great fortune. Thus, he perfected his path and stepped foot onto the peak in one go. He comprehended an extraordinary great Tao. Otherwise, Yun Qingbai would have to delay obtaining the title of the strongest person below the King realm for many years. Meng Rong's heart was rather restless. All those years ago, it was she who'd secretly told her father, Meng Qiujing, that an infant that possessed a quintessence spirit vein had been born in the Lincher clan. After that, her father, Meng Qiujing, told Yun Qingbai about this, and only then did the bloody incident that occurred in the Lincher clan occur. This was an extremely private matter, and only a few people in the entire Heavenly Sword sect knew about it. Once it was exposed, it would definitely cause an unpredictable storm. At that time, it wouldn't just be Yun Qingbai that would be implicated, and it was bound to affect her and her father as well. Thus, if it wasn't necessary, Meng Rong would absolutely not be willing to mention this matter. However, she'd never expected that her father would mention this matter again at this moment. Right at this moment, Meng Qiujing, who sat cross-legged on the ground, suddenly stood up. Her mighty figure seemed boundlessly tall, and it cast a long shadow over the empty hall. The reason I'm saying all of this is because I want to tell you that this kid has appeared in the ancient Desolation region, and he's bound to come for revenge. Her indifferent and heavy voice reverberated through the air and struck directly at the heart. Revenge. Meng Rong trembled all over. She had learned about what Lin Sun had done since he entered the ancient Desolation realm. She knew how terrible the baby, who should have been dead at that time, had become. He was regarded as Demon Lin, who stirred up the entire Westing realm. When he entered the Dongxing realm, he made a mess in the ancient Song province and killed many successors of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land. Even an old monster of the King realm was killed by him, and it was rumored that he had a powerful holy treasure, which was powerful enough to make the immortal hall of the Pure Land of Longevity and the burning sun golden spear of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land helpless. If such a young man with a strong foundation and a holy treasure came for revenge, he would definitely be a hidden danger that could not be ignored. It was enough to make anyone feel uneasy. He must die. Meng Rong screamed and lost control of her emotions. The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. The sharp voice echoed in the empty hall. Meng Qiujing didn't blame her, but nodded, "You're right. He must die." "Father, do you have a plan?" Meng Rong suddenly realized that Meng Qiujing was far calmer than she thought. Meng Qiujing said, "In the whole heaven-reaching sword sect, including you, no more than 5 people know that he is still alive. Even Yun Qingbai probably didn't expect that the baby from back then would miraculously survive." Meng Rong couldn't help interrupting, "Yun Qingbai doesn't know? He has been in closed-door training since 10 years ago. How could he know?" Meng Qiujing said indifferently, "When he seized that good fortune, he didn't even know the name of the baby. Now. Haha, I doubt that he can recognize Lin Sun if he stands in front of him." Meng Rong's eyes flickered. "Should we inform him immediately? If he can take action, it will be absolutely easy to kill him." "No." Meng Qiujing refused flatly and said with a secretive look, "Rong, you can't tell Yun Qingbai about this, and you can't mention it to anyone." "Why?" Meng Rong was stunned. "For a great fortune." A wisp of shocking divine radiance suddenly shot out from Meng Qiujing's eyes, and it burned like a pair of suns were burning within her eyes. Everybody knows that Yun Qingbai is a talented cultivator with extraordinary aptitude. He can be said to be a once-in-10,000 years heaven's favorite cultivator. Speaking of this, Meng Qiujing changed the topic with a touch of coldness. But if he didn't seize that quintessence spirit vein all those years ago, then it would definitely be impossible for him to step onto the path towards the peak of the Tao that countless geniuses dream of so quickly. Meng Rong said with a faint smile, "Meng Qiujing has been among the top experts in reincarnation development. Yunming stage." Meng Qiujing smiled lightly and said, "Rong Jing Zhen has already ascended into the top ranks of the reincarnation evolution stage, but he's still a trace away from stepping foot onto the path to the absolute peak. Do you think that if you have the chance to help him defy the heavens and change his fate so that he can possess absolute strength in one go before the arrival of this great era, would you be willing to give it a try?" "I." Meng Rong's heart beat violently, and her mouth was dry. She didn't expect that her father, like Yun Qingbai, had his eyes on Lin Sun's good fortune. "Don't be so nervous. He hasn't stepped into the King realm. Although he has a fierce reputation, he is not strong enough to make me fear him." Meng Qiujing's eyes were deep and cold. "And I can tell you that if we don't fight for it, Gu Dongting will." "Is it Gu Dongting, the inner elder?" "Yes, this old guy came to the mortal world a few years ago and saw Lin Sun's extraordinariness with his own eyes. He is a king who has stepped into the second tribulation of immortality. Why does he want to get his hands on this fortune? He is prepared for Xianxia." When she spoke up to hear, Meng Qiujing's voice carried a wisp of ridicule. "This old fellow once agreed to help Xianxia seize such fortune, and in exchange, the Green Crane clan that Xianxia belongs to would open up the hallowed grounds of their clan and allow Gu Dongting to overcome the longevity tribulation. To put it simply, it's just a deal. Otherwise, how could Gu Dongting have passed 2 longevity tribulations in just a few years?" Meng Rong realized that Gu Dongting and Xianxia were also eyeing Lin Sun. "If we really do this, won't we have to compete with Gu Dongting?" Meng Rong frowned. Meng Qiujing said calmly, "No, we will cooperate before we kill Lin Sun and seize his fortune. As for who will be able to seize this fortune after killing this kid, the initiative will be left to the 2 juniors, Jing Zhen and Xianxia." "How?" "Solve it in the simplest way. Fight?" Meng Rong's eyes narrowed, and she said anxiously, "Xianxia has become a true disciple of the sect a few years ago, and he has extraordinary talent. As far as I know, he now possesses the combat strength to be ranked in the ranks of the 13 swords. how can Jingzhen fight against him? Meng Qiujing's face darkened, and she said with displeasure, Rong, if he can't even defeat Xianxia, how can he compete for the great way in the great world? What qualifications does he have to compete for hegemony with all the geniuses in the world? As Meng Qiujing's grandson, if Zhao Jingzhen can't even pass this hurdle, I think he can forget about taking revenge in this lifetime. His words were filled with anger at his lack of ambition. Meng Rong's expression changed. After a long time, she took a deep breath and gritted her teeth. Father, let's do this. I will do everything possible to improve Jingzhen's combat strength as soon as possible. Clang, Meng Qiujing waved his sleeve, and a sword-shaped jade pendant swept out, making a whistling sound like a sword. This is the token of the sword wedding tower. When Jingzhen is ready, send him into it to practice. With his innate bone and talent, as long as he persists to the 19th floor, he can compete with Xianxia. The sword wedding tower, it was a holy place for cultivation created by the sky-reaching sword master in ancient times. Generally speaking, only true disciples who made great contributions to the sect were qualified to enter it to practice. Obviously, in order to make Zhao Jingzhen transform as soon as possible, Meng Qiujing also made great efforts. Meng Rong held the sword-shaped token tightly in her palm, and said, Father, how are you going to deal with Lin Sun? The 4-star ranking competition, which is held once every 30 years, will begin in a year. If he wants to fight against Yun Qingbai in the Battle of the World, he will definitely participate in this competition. According to my analysis, compared with Yun Qingbai, what he lacks is time. Only in the star ranking competition will he have a chance to make up for this shortcoming. And this is also the best opportunity for us to deal with him. Meng Qiujing seemed to have a well-thought-out plan. Obviously, she had already thought it through. A year later? Meng Rong said, Isn't it too late? You can't accomplish great things in a hurry. Even if we deal with this lad now, it's no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. Once we can't kill him with a single strike, we're bound to alert him. Meng Qiujing said casually, Don't forget that this lad was able to escape under the heavy siege of the Divine Pivot Holy Land. This isn't something that just anyone can do. Therefore, if we want to deal with him, we must annihilate him with a single strike with the force of a thunderbolt. As he finished speaking, his voice had uncontrollably overflowed with a wisp of killing intent, causing the entire hall to fall into an atmosphere of great terror. This was the power of the King Realm. With a single thought, the world changed. When Meng Rong saw that her father had obviously made all kinds of preparations, she immediately felt relieved and didn't hesitate any longer. She even couldn't help but look forward to it. If Jingzhen could possess the magical and terrifying spiritual vein like Yun Qingbai, then why would he worry about being unable to stand at the peak of the King Realm in the future, Dragon Tiger State? Rainlight City. Under the veil of night, the city was brightly lit and flourishing like a dragon. Lin Sun and Xiaoqinghe walked side by side on the bustling street. The former had a calm expression. The latter had a lingering fear in his heart. Motherfucker. They actually sent a king of the sword doctrine to attack us. This heaven-reaching sword sect is simply crazy. Didn't they just seize Yanqingbai's sword? Why did they mobilize such a large force? Xiaoqinghe was slightly indignant. When he spoke up to hear, he seemed to have thought of something, and a strange smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. He said, Brother, you wouldn't have thought of capturing the beautiful little peacock, Kong Ling, alive, right? I did have this thought, Lin Sun said casually. Xiaoqinghe's expression was mysterious and carried an ambiguous expression as he said with a smile, Truthfully speaking, that little girl is indeed an outstanding beauty, drop-dead gorgeous. If you're able to subdue her, you'll absolutely be able to make all the heroes in the world envious. Lin Sun rolled his eyes, How can your mind be so dirty? I just feel that I lack a mount. You still want to ride her? Xiaoqinghe gasped with a hiss, and he had an expression of adoration as he said, If the people of the world were to see that the exceedingly proud Kong Ling was actually ridden beneath you, it would surely cause the eyes of countless men to go mad with envy. Lin Sun's face darkened. This guy looked dignified, but his mind was really wretched. By the way, we have left White Jade Jing and come to Dragon Tiger State. Brother, shouldn't you fulfill your promise? Xiaoqing had changed the topic and stared at Lin Sun with burning eyes. Come with me. After thinking for a while, Lin Sun left Rainlight City with Xianxia. After half an hour, Lin Sun and Xianxia floated to a mountain range with rolling hills. The night was as dark as ink. Xianxia looked around and joked, "It's a dark and windy night, and it's a murderous night. Are you going to kill me to cover up your identity? The feng shui here is excellent. It's not bad to bury you alive here." Lin Sun glanced at him. Xianxia was surprised and said, "This joke is not funny at all." "Then don't talk nonsense." Lin Sun didn't expect that Xianxia was a chatterbox. He talked incessantly all the way, which made Lin Sun a little unbearable. "Okay. I promise you, but..." Seeing that Xianxia was going to talk at length again, Lin Sun glared at him, "Shut up." Then, he waved his sleeves. Two figures fell to the ground with two thumps. Two figures fell to the ground, groaned in pain, and woke up from a coma. "Demon Lin, how dare you suppress us until now? Damn it." These two people were Shui Qianhen and Zhang Jiang, the core disciples of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land who were captured by Lin Sun in ancient Songzhou. When they saw Lin Sun in front of them, their faces changed abruptly, and they swore loudly with eyes full of hatred. Xianxia was stunned. Demon Lin? It turned out to be him. His heart trembled, and he finally realized who the guy he regarded as a pervert was. As the top figure of the young generation in Dongxing Boundary, it was impossible for Xianxia not to have heard of Lin Sun from Shihing Boundary. But Xianxia still didn't expect that the seemingly handsome and outstanding young man in front of him would be related to the title Demon Lin. "Lin Sun, if you want to kill or torture us, just do it. But if you want to humiliate us in this way, don't even think about it." Zhang Jiang gnashed his teeth and said with a livid face. Anyone who had been suppressed for more than a month would have a bellyful of anger. Although Shui Qianhen didn't speak much, her face was also gloomy. The core disciples of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land were now prisoners, which was extremely unpleasant. However, both Zhang Jiang and Shui Qianhen subconsciously believed that Lin Sun didn't dare to kill them. The reason was very simple. Once they were killed, Lin Sun was doomed to be chased by the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land for the rest of his life. As long as one was smart, he would know what to choose. Otherwise, how could Lin Sun suppress them until now and not dare to kill them? "You too, I understand your thoughts. It's nothing more than thinking that I dare not offend you too much with the support of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land." Lin Sun looked indifferent and calm, looking down at the two. "Unfortunately, you guessed wrong. I didn't kill you before because you are still useful. After all, if the big shots of your sect catch up with me, you can also be used as hostages to place some value." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "But it's very obvious that all of you don't even have that little bit of value now. I've already waited for over a month, yet I still haven't seen any great figures of your sect catch up to you. What's the use of keeping you alive?" His casual voice drifted through the night, but it was like a cold current that caused Shui Qianhen and Zhang Jiang to stiffen and their expressions to change drastically. Don't tell me you want to." Zhang Jiang's face turned deathly pale. "Do you know the consequences of doing this?" Shui Qianhen suppressed the throbbing in her heart and squeezed her voice out. "I've heard such threatening words many times since I was in the Western Han world. Do all of you think that if I'm a timid person, would I still be addressed as the devil god by the people of the world?" Lin Sun's dark eyes were deep and cold, without any emotion. "Remember, it was the Heaven's Pivot sacred ground that tried to harm me first. In order to hunt me down, you sealed off the entire ancient Azure province. If I had fallen into your hands, what would have happened to me?" Zhang Jiang and Shui Qianhen were horrified. The more casual and calm Lin Sun's voice was, the more uneasy and fearful they felt. No one was not afraid of death. Even a saint couldn't remain indifferent in the face of death. Moreover, they were not saints. They were still young and had a bright future ahead of them. They still yearned to rise in the great era that was about to come. How could they be willing to die like this? "Lin Sun, if you let us go, I swear I'll plead with the sect to let go of all the past grievances. I won't make things difficult for you anymore." Zhang Jiang shouted. He was completely terrified. Shui Qianhen also nodded, "That's right. If you kill us, it will only cause more trouble. Instead of that, it's better to let us go. We can also help you solve the trouble." Lin Sun smiled playfully and nodded. In that case, I'll take a step back and spare your lives. Zhang Jiang and Shui Qianhen were relieved. But Lin Sun's next words made them completely dumbfounded, as if they were struck by lightning. You can be spared from death, but you can't escape punishment. I can spare your lives, but you have to pay a price. Before his indifferent voice died away, Lin Sun had already started. Bang! Bang! With two muffled sounds, the sea of qi and dantian of the two were smashed before they could react. The wheel of great wei in their bodies also collapsed and their cultivation was completely destroyed. Damn you, Lin Sun. You. Good. Ruthless. At this moment, Shui Qianhen and Zhang Jiang both felt like going crazy. Being destroyed was more painful than being killed. Without cultivation, one would lose his identity, status, and power and become a useless person. This kind of blow was enough to make any practitioner collapse. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was better to die than to live. Even Xianxia, who saw this scene, was shocked in his heart. He didn't expect that Lin Sun, who seemed to be easygoing in the past, would be so cruel and cold. To be honest, he was also shocked by this scene. Just now you said you would go back to the sect to plead for mercy and solve the grievances between us. Now I promised to let you go, but you're acting like this. It's really disappointing. Lin Sun sighed and waved his sleeve. An invisible force spread out. Get out of here. I hope you can walk out of this mountain full of fierce beasts. Boom! Shui Qianhen and Zhang Jiang were sent to the depths of the mountain in an instant like fallen leaves swept by a hurricane. There was a moment of silence. Xianxia wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Lin Sun said, say it later. As he waved his sleeve, another two figures rolled out. There are more? Xianxia's eyes widened. Lin Sun ignored him and looked at the two figures. They were Jade Baby and Ling Hongjin. The two also woke up at this moment. When they saw Lin Sun in front of them, they both understood their situation. But compared with Shui Qianhen and Zhang Jiang, they were much calmer. Although they looked at Lin Sun with deep fear and hatred, they didn't scold him. You won't be cruel to these two women, will you? Xianxia couldn't help saying. As soon as these words came out, Jade Baby and Ling Hongjin's expressions changed. What did he mean by also? Had Shui Qianhen and Zhang Jiang been killed? In the oppressive and silent atmosphere, Lin Sun said, destroying those two guys is to establish our prestige. As for these two girls, Jade Baby and Ling Hongjin's hearts tightened. After a moment of silence, Lin Sun turned around and left. Let's go. Go? Xianxia was stunned. So were Jade Baby and Ling Hongjin. But Lin Sun had gone far and never looked back, as if he had completely forgotten this matter. Xianxia suddenly chuckled. I knew it. How could the dignified devil god Lin possibly be so ruthless to a woman? Then he said to the two women, no matter what hatred you have with him, at least he let you go this time. Please behave yourself. After that, he hurriedly chased in the direction where Lin Sun left. Jade Baby and Ling Hongjin's expressions were complicated. They both felt extremely surprised, but at the same time, they felt lucky to have escaped from death. I didn't expect that a demon like him would be soft-hearted, Jade Baby said faintly. Her facial features were delicate and charming. She was a delicate beauty. Soft-hearted? Ling Hongjin also looked bitter. In ancient Songzhou, this guy set me up and made me bear the infamy of colluding with foreign enemies. This is a misunderstanding. Only a fool would believe it, Jade Baby comforted. No. Ling Hongjin took a deep breath and said, what do you think the sect will do if we go back safe and sound this time? Jade Baby was stunned, and then her face changed as she realized the seriousness of the problem. They were captured by Lin Sun together with Zhang Jiang and Shui Qianhen. But in the end, Zhang Jiang and Shui Qianhen's cultivation was abolished, and only they were safe and sound. Who wouldn't suspect that there was a secret behind this, saying that Demon Lin was compassionate and didn't kill women? Who would believe such an absurd reason? But if they couldn't explain it clearly, it was bound to cause all kinds of speculation. In fact, people might even think that the two of them had reached a compromise with Fiend Celestial Lin and made some sort of exchange in exchange for their safety. The human heart was the most complicated and subtle. The Heaven's Pivot Holy Land had long hated Lin Sun's guts. Under such circumstances, even if they returned to the sect, it was bound to cause all kinds of interrogations and doubts, which would cause a lot of unnecessary troubles and disturbances. Could it be that the reason why he let us go was that he had already guessed that even if we returned to the sect, the situation would become not optimistic? Jade Baby was shocked. If this guy didn't have such shrewdness and means, how could he survive until now after causing so many troubles? Ling Hongjin's clear eyes were full of hatred, and she gnashed her teeth. She didn't forget the humiliating experience when Lin Sun stripped her naked. If it's really as you said, Demon Lin is too terrible. Jade Baby's eyes were blank, and she felt cold all over. Let's go. No matter what, we have to find a way to solve this matter. Ling Hongjin took a deep breath and stood up. As for revenge against Lin Sun, they had completely given up this idea. They only thought about how to explain it to the sect. I didn't expect that Demon Lin, who makes people pale at the mention of his name, would be so compassionate to women. I admire him, I really admire him. Under the dim light of night, in the vast void, Xianxia said with admiration. When I was in ancient Songzhou, I had already promised that I would settle my grievances with Ling Hongjin. Naturally, I won't make things difficult for her again. Lin Sun said indifferently, as for Jade Baby. I'm afraid that her situation after returning to the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land is not optimistic. Isn't this also a kind of punishment? Xianxia was puzzled for a while. After a while, he suddenly understood and cried, "You're too insidious?" Lin Sun said it for him with a calm look, "It doesn't matter if I'm insidious. I only kill those who deserve to be killed. I'm not a demon who kills indiscriminately for revenge." Xianxia was stunned, and the way he looked at Lin Sun was a little different. Something should be done, and something shouldn't be done. This was the legendary demon god Lin. There was an indescribable emotion in Xianxia's heart. From the initial curiosity and shock towards Lin Sun, it turned into a kind of respect and admiration. Before this, Xianxia only admired one person from the bottom of his heart, and that was Mi Hengzhen, the first blazing son of Sun Moon Palace. But now, there was another Lin Sun. I say, since you already know my background, why are you still following me? Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble? Lin Sun glanced at Xianxia. Xianxia woke up from his contemplation and asked subconsciously, what do you mean by getting into trouble? Lin Sun advised seriously, if you think about it, putting aside the ancient orthodoxies of the West Hing domain, just in this Dongxing domain alone, the Heaven's Pivot Holy Ground and the Heavenly Sword sect have already viewed me as their enemy. Aren't you worried about being seen as my accomplice if you follow me? Xianxia sneered, if you're not afraid, why should I be? There was a touch of arrogance in his expression. As one of the 16 blazing sons of the Sun Moon Hall, he was really not afraid of any trouble. Then you're going to follow me like this? Lin Sun frowned. Xianxia looked very hurt and said, Brother Lin, we've been through thick and thin together. Stop. Lin Sun said flatly, it's fine if you want to follow me, but you should at least tell me why. Xianxia looked solemn and said, Brother Lin, you're thinking too much. Among my peers, besides senior brother Mi Hengzhen and you, I've never admired anyone else in my life. After a pause, he deliberated and said, as a friend, I want to invite you to the Immortal God Mountain to participate in the Junior Giants list in a month. Before Lin Sun could ask, he explained the list of Junior Giants to Lin Sun. In the Dongxing boundary, there would be a Junior Giants list competition every 5 years. At that time, the young geniuses at the reincarnation developing realm would gather on the Immortal God Mountain and compete. In the end, only the top 36 experts could obtain the luck of the Great Way. Luck of the Great Way? Lin Sun was shocked. Yes, you also know that you can't become a king without luck. Xianxia's eyes were burning, especially if you want to set foot on the peak of the king realm after the arrival of the Great Era. It's not enough to rely on your own strength. You must fight for and accumulate your own luck. The stronger your luck, the greater your chance of becoming a king. This was the consensus of all the ancient orthodoxies in the world. That Immortal God Mountain is a secret realm that can be said to be mystical since ancient times. Until now, no one has been able to discover its origins. According to ancient legend, this mountain was born along with the karmic luck of the heavens and the earth, and it possesses the characteristic of being eternal. It can exist for eternity, and it's undying. It's also rumored that this mountain is one of the most primitive places of origin of the Great Way in the ancient Desolation realm. There used to be innate deities born in chaos living on it, Xianxia sighed with emotion. All in all, there are too many rumors related to this undying divine mountain. But countless years have passed, and up until now, no one has been able to give a conclusive answer. Where is Immortal God Mountain? Lin Sun asked. Even Brother Lin is moved? Xiaoqing's eyes lit up. In my opinion, based on the combat strength you possess, you'll absolutely be able to fight your way into the top 36 in the competition of the minor tycoon rankings. I'm asking you where this mountain is. Lin Sun felt helpless. Undying Forbidden Land. Xiaoqing answered without hesitation. If you want to participate, I can lead the way for you. He continued, the Undying Forbidden Ground is one of the 5 great forbidden grounds of the East Victory domain. Only the ancient orthodoxies possess the pathfinding mystic map to enter. Even if other cultivators have heaven-defying battle prowess, if they want to enter, they have to seek help from an ancient orthodoxy. So that was it. Lin Sun finally understood. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This was the reality. In the ancient Desolation realm, those ancient orthodoxies were like the dominators of heaven and earth, controlling all the cultivation resources. If one was not the descendant of an ancient orthodoxy, no matter how amazing his talent and combat strength was, he was not qualified to participate in the competition of the minor tycoon rankings. In the long run, the descendants of the ancient orthodoxies would only become stronger and stronger by using various cultivation resources. On the other hand, it would become more and more difficult for other cultivators to rise up. In the end, Lin Sun decided to participate in the competition of the minor tycoon rankings. Speaking of which, this competition had a lot to do with the upcoming 4-realm star list competition in a year. The competition of the two was both located in the Undying Forbidden Land. The top 36 on the minor tycoon rankings were called minor tycoons. And the top 10 of the star list competition were the real tycoons. However, the competition of the minor tycoon rankings would begin in a month. Before that, Lin Sun planned to go to the Holy Land of Spiritual Treasure. The Holy Land of Spiritual Treasure was located in the Mabai province, which was not far away from the Dragon Tiger province where Lin Sun was located, only 3 provinces away. Since he was in the Dongxing territory, Lin Sun went to Sizhao Jingxian first. Thinking of this bright and free woman, Lin Sun couldn't help but smile. They hadn't seen each other for several years since they parted outside the ultimate ruins. Lin Sun didn't know how far she had progressed on the Great Tao. One day later, Lin Sun and Xiaoqing came to the Mabai province with the help of the ancient transmission formation. Then they flew for half a day and finally arrived at the Wuling town. Sanqing Mountain, where the Holy Land of Spiritual Treasure was located in the vast mountains thousands of miles away from Wuling town. In a restaurant, Xiaoqing looked at Lin Sun, hesitated for a long time, and couldn't help but ask, Lin Sun, what are you going to do in the Holy Land of Spiritual Treasure? Didn't I say that I'm visiting an old friend? Lin Sun said casually. But why do you disguise yourself? Xiaoqing was puzzled. At this time, Lin Sun was dressed like a thin scholar. If Xiaoqing hadn't seen it with his own eyes, even he wouldn't have recognized him. If the successor of the Holy Land of Spiritual Treasure recognizes me, it may cause a lot of trouble. As soon as Lin Sun said this, Xiaoqing patted his forehead and cried, I knew there must be something wrong. Then, he couldn't help but ask, how much hatred do you have with the Holy Land of Spiritual Treasure? I killed one of their inherited disciples and embarrassed some of them. Oh, by the way, there's also an old guy named Gao Yang who hates me to the core. Lin Sun couldn't help thinking of the scenes that happened in the secret realm of demons in the ultimate ruins. At that time, he was taken by Zhao Jingxian to the ultimate ruins to explore opportunities with a team of the Holy Land of Spiritual Treasure. But later, there was a bloody conflict between him and the Holy Land of Spiritual Treasure. Lin Sun still remembered that Gong Yangyu died in his hands. As for Xiao Ran, Su Xingfeng, Wen Xiang, and Yun Che, they escaped. This also made them hate him to the core. Under such circumstances, Lin Sun didn't want to be too ostentatious and be seen through by the Holy Land of Spiritual Treasure. He only came to see Zhao Jingxian. But at this time, Xiaoqing was completely stunned after hearing this. He looked at Lin Sun with an indescribable complexity in his eyes. As soon as you entered Dongxing territory, you made a mess in the divine pivot Holy Land. They were so flustered and exasperated that they chased you all over the world. Then, you went to the White Jade capital and broke 5 of Yunqingbai's records in a row, which made the sky-reaching sword sect furious and lose face. Now, even the Holy Land of spiritual treasure has enmity with you. I, Xianxia, have never admired anyone in my life, but now I admire you, demon god Lin. Xianxia sighed with emotion. In his opinion, Lin Sun was simply too fierce. He didn't belong to any sect or sect, and he came from the lower realms. Yet, he single-handedly stirred up a storm in the West Hing realm. Now, even after he entered the East Victory realm, he didn't remain silent. Instead, he caused great commotion one after another. As expected of an existence like a devil god. It's published, it's published. This month's Tianjiao list has been published by the Wind Whisperer clan on the Golden Message Tree. Suddenly, there was an excited shout in the restaurant. Then, the restaurant, which had been full of guests, quickly rushed out and rushed to the Golden Message Tree in the center of the city. Lin Sun was stunned. What's the Tianjiao list? It's a list made by the Wind Whisperer clan. It is published once a month, and 10 of the hottest sensational news related to the young generation of ancient Desolation territory are published at a time. Xiaoqing has said casually, this list has been published for 3 months. Now it has become a trend with great influence and has attracted the attention of the whole world. You also know that the Great World War is coming, and the actions of the geniuses will inevitably attract the attention of the world. Therefore, as soon as the list made by the Wind Whisperer clan was released, it was sought after by countless practitioners. It can be said that the name on this list now represents a kind of popularity and fame, which will attract the attention of the whole world. Of course, there are only 10 news on the list, which means that only the most sensational and popular geniuses can be on it. Lin Sun understood and couldn't help laughing. In order to spread the news and attract the attention of the world, the Wind Whisperer clan really took great pains and resorted to all kinds of means. Xiaoqing also laughed. In ancient times, the ancestors of the Wind Whisperer clan were known as the King of News. In order to inquire about the news, they ran faster than anyone else. It is said that they could even inquire about the color of the underpants worn by saints. Lin Sun almost spat out the wine in his mouth. He couldn't help laughing. He thought of Bai Feng Lu, the old fool, who had been clamoring to be the king of news. Let's go. Let's go take a look and see which of the geniuses on the genius honor list have done something so shocking. Xiaoqing has stood up and said with great interest. Okay. Lin Sun nodded. In the center of Wuling County, a vigorous and bright golden message tree stood. Its branches seemed to be made of gold, shining in the scorching sun. At this moment, the surroundings were filled with a dense expanse of cultivators, and they completely surrounded this area. Moreover, numerous cultivators were rushing over from all directions. It seemed that the release of the list had caused a sensation in the entire Wuling County. It could be seen how influential the list was. Lin Sun and Xiaoqing also came. Seeing the crowd competing to watch, they couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The great world was coming, and every move of the world's geniuses also attracted the attention of countless practitioners. When Lin Sun and Xiaoqing arrived, the news of the 6th place on the list had just appeared on the golden message tree. Yi Mok, the future leader of the Origin sect, broke out of closed-door cultivation and went alone to the dangerous place of chaos, one of the 5 forbidden places. Yi Mo, a wave of gasps resounded in the surroundings. Lin Sun noticed that Xiaoqing seemed to be slightly surprised as well, and his expression changed imperceptibly. This fellow really doesn't care about his life for the sake of a fortuitous encounter. The chaotic demon danger ground is a renowned ancient battlefield in the ancient times, and it's filled with great terror. Not to mention a reincarnation evolution realm cultivator, even a true existence in the king realm wouldn't dare step into it easily. Xiaoqing muttered. Obviously, Yi Mo was unable to calm down after entering the chaotic demon danger ground. What fortuitous encounter? Lin Sun was curious. Xiaoqing explained patiently. It turned out that the chaotic demon danger ground was one of the 5 great forbidden grounds of the ancient Desolation realm, and it was a terrifying secret battlefield that had survived from the ancient times. It was dangerous, mysterious, and ominous. But at the same time, there were numerous unknown fortuitous encounters within it, but for countless years, every single expert that entered the chaotic demon danger ground had a slim chance of survival, so this forbidden ground caused all the cultivators in the world to turn pale at the mention of it, and almost no one dared to step into it. According to the ancient books of my Sun Moon Palace, the chaotic demon danger ground is extremely complicated, and it's very likely related to the legendary battle between gods and demons. Xianxia pondered for a moment and said, "Now that Yi Mo has gone there alone, I'm afraid it's for the sake of tempering his Daluo restoration path." The Daluo restoration path was one of the 99 great ways that led to the heavens, and it was world-shaking. This great way had always been firmly controlled by the Origin sect. However, even in the Origin sect, not everyone was able to comprehend and grasp the profundity of this Tao. It was because this Tao was extremely profound. Unless one possessed extraordinary comprehension ability and extraordinary natural talent, it was utterly impossible for one to comprehend this Tao. But obviously, Yi Mo was an exception. The Daluo restoration path revolves life and death, transforms the universe, and suppresses evil. It's miraculous and unfathomable, and it's not much inferior to the Tao of unmoving light of my Sun Moon sect. If Yi Mo is able to temper this Tao to the level of the profundity of the Tao, then his combat strength is bound to become extremely terrifying. Xianxia's voice carried a wisp of fear and vigilance. Presently, his combat strength is ranked 5th amongst the top 10 of Dongxing world. But if he's able to walk out of the chaotic demon danger ground alive, then his ranking is bound to change. Lin Sun listened in silence, and his heart was also touched. There would never be a lack of peerless geniuses in this world. Yi Mo, for example, was able to be ranked among the top 10 peerless geniuses, so he must be an extremely dazzling genius. At that moment, the golden message tree displayed the news of the 5th place on the prodigy list, the first Tao of the Western Heng realm, the current saintess of the Heartsword House, Xianxia, is going to challenge the first core disciple of the Supreme One Tao sect, Wang Xuanyu. Unfortunately, Wang Xuanyu is in seclusion and did not accept the challenge. Xianxia defeated 8 core disciples of the Supreme Tao sect by herself and left. An uproar arose in the surroundings. Xianxia, this name was destined to be known by all the great orthodoxies of the East Victory domain overnight. This proud girl is also here. Lin Sun looked a little strange. He remembered some conflicts between him and Xianxia in the West Heng world. "You're from the West world as well. Exactly how formidable do you think Xianxia is?" Xianxia couldn't help but ask. "Very powerful. He should be more than a little stronger than you," Lin Sun said casually. Xianxia looked stunned and said with a wry smile, "I'm just asking. You don't have to hit me like this, do you? I'm just telling the truth. This woman has cultivated the incomparably powerful 3-live sword seal. At the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival, she also comprehended the Taishan Way, one of the 4 ultimate killing ways. Her combat power is incomparable to that of ordinary peerless geniuses." Lin Sun explained. Xianxia curled his lips and suddenly said, "Compared with her, who is stronger?" Lin Sun was stunned and thought, "It's hard to say. In the West Heng world, I once fought with her, but there was no winner." "Now, how about now?" Xianxia asked. "It's hard to say." Lin Sun shook his head. He was getting stronger, but his opponent must be getting stronger too. Unless there was another battle, he dared not say that he could win for sure. Obviously, Xianxia was not satisfied with this answer. But after thinking about it carefully, he also understood that the strong who reached the level of demon god Lin could no longer be measured by convention. Next, the news of the 4th, 3rd, and 2nd places on the Tianjiao Golden List appeared on the golden message tree one after another. Every single piece of news would definitely cause an uproar in the surroundings. Even Lin Sun read it with relish. For example, the news of the 4th place was related to a sabersman named Laughing at the Heavens. This person came from the Beidou world and was named after the sword devil Yi Chen. Both of them were regarded as the sword and saber duo in the younger generation of the Beidou world, and their combat power was heaven-defying. The news of the 3rd place was related to Mi Hengzhen, the successor of the Sun Moon Palace. It was said that he intended to imitate the ancient sages and go to the cosmic star path, one of the 5 forbidden areas, to gain experience. When he heard this news, Xianxia was both amazed and worried. This was because Mi Hingzhen was the person he admired the most among his peers in the sect. But Xianxia was clearly aware that the universe void star path was just like the chaotic devil danger ground, and it wasn't a place that just anyone could wander about. The news of the second place, however, made Lin Sun extremely surprised. It was actually related to a woman of unknown origin. According to the news, this woman lived in a mysterious and strange ice coffin with a star map, and there were 2 servants with monstrous combat power by her side. They were a giant silver white bear and a pure-blood dragon turtle. They once appeared on the bank of the Boundary River, and the trace of the woman in the ice coffin attracted the attention of an old monster of the King Realm in the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land, who intended to seize the ice coffin in which she lived. But the result was chilling. The woman carried the cover of the ice coffin and killed the old monster of the King Realm with a single blow. According to the speculation of the Wind Talker clan, the ice coffin should be an extremely mysterious and terrifying holy treasure. It was also because of this that the lady in the ice coffin was enveloped by a layer of incomparably mysterious luster. The woman in the ice coffin killed an old monster of the King Realm with a coffin cover. Xianxia clicked his tongue. Lin Sun recalled that he had seen the giant silver white bear at the bottom of the mysterious lake in the chaotic Stars Beach, and he had also seen the ice coffin carried on the back of the dragon Yuan. The experience at that time could be described as weird. Whether it was the giant silver white bear or the dragon turtle, they were scared and fled as if they had seen a ghost when they saw him. Up to now, Lin Sun hadn't figured out the reason. But when he heard the news of the giant silver white bear and the pure-blood dragon turtle again, he realized that there was a woman living in the ice coffin with a mysterious star map. Who was she? Was she also a mysterious existence like Xiaohao, the young master of the Nether Star Imperial clan and the young master of the sacred island of 5 elements? Lin Sun thought quickly. Right at this moment, a wave of clamorous noise that shook the heavens and the earth suddenly resounded in the surroundings, and it was an extremely magnificent sight. Xianxia patted Lin Sun on the shoulder and transmitted his voice excitedly. "Brother Lin, you're awesome." "What did I say? Your heroic deeds in White Jade Capital are enough to shock the world." Lin Sun woke up from his thoughts and looked up. The news of the first place on the Tianjiao list had appeared, which caused a shock in the field. Demon God Lin from the West Hing realm has once again revealed his demonic bearing this month. A few days ago, he broke the record of the 5th floor of the 12 floors in one fell swoop. The record set by Yun Qingbai 10 years ago has been broken by a young man who is younger and more monstrous than him. Over the years, countless cultivators in the world have been asking whether Yun Qingbai, who is regarded as the strongest person below the King Realm, can be surpassed. Now, the appearance of Demon God Lin has revealed the answer to us. Demon God Lin, a young man without a sect, has stirred up the West Hing realm and killed his way out of the siege of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land. Now, he has once again shone brilliantly in the White Jade Capital. Will he be able to continue on his legendary path? Let's look forward to it together. This was the news of the first place on the Tianjiao list. It was described in a long and dramatic manner by the Wind Talkers. The scene was in an uproar, and countless cultivators were in an uproar. Just as the news said, a young man with no one to rely on could create legends and create his own glory among the young generation of the ancient Desolation realm, where tens of thousands of geniuses were rising together. It was unimaginable. Most unbelievable of all was that Fiend God Lin was still able to rise so domineeringly despite the suppression of so many ancient orthodoxies. He had never dimmed or fallen silent. This was just too shocking. From now on, I will only obey Demon God Lin. Many young cultivators were excited and showed admiration on their faces. Humph, the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. No matter how dazzling Demon God Lin is now, he hasn't really grown up. Who knows when he will die? Some people snorted coldly and said in a sour tone. Damn it, I like Demon God Lin's way of doing things. He dares to go against so many ancient orthodoxies alone. Who in the world can compare with his boldness? There was a continuous discussion in the field. Lin Sun felt a headache. He was very clear that as soon as this news came out, whether it was the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land, the Heaven-Reaching Sword sect, or those forces that had enmity with him, they would probably regard him as a thorn in their side and want to get rid of him as soon as possible. Similarly, the bird that sticks out will be shot. Although he seemed to be in the limelight now, he was bound to attract a lot of attention. It was impossible for all of these gazes to be kind. I finally understand why the practitioners in the world love and hate the Wind tribe so much. Lin Sun smiled bitterly. Being ranked first on the prodigy list could indeed spread his name further and make him known to the world. This was a kind of prestige. But at the same time, this process would also attract a lot of malicious attention. From now on, who in the world doesn't know you? Xianxia smiled brilliantly at the side. Lin Sun said grumpily, cut the crap. Let's go. Alas, why are you so unhappy? If it was any other cultivator, then that cultivator would have probably gone mad with joy a long time ago if they were able to possess your current reputation. But you seem to be unwilling. Are you worried that you'll be burdened by your reputation? Xianxia grinned. Lin Sun was not in the mood to joke. He frowned and said, I have no one to rely on, just like duckweed on the water. Once there are stormy waves, I will be swept into it. This reputation is more harmful than beneficial for me at present. After that, he stepped out of the city. It seems that this guy has not been blinded by his current achievements. Maybe this is the real talent, who regards fame and fortune as floating clouds and only focuses on his own cultivation path, Xianxia thought as he caught up with Lin Sun. Outside Wuling County, mountains rose and fell as if they were boundless. It was a scene of primitive wilderness. Mount Sanqing, where the holy land of spiritual treasure was located in the depths of the mountains. Are you going to visit your old friend like this? On the way, Xianxia couldn't help asking. The holy land of spiritual treasure was also an ancient orthodoxy. No matter how exquisite Lin Sun's disguise skill was, as long as he dared to show up on Mount Sanqing, he would definitely be seen through by the old monsters of the holy land of spiritual treasure. So, I intend to ask you for a favor, Lin Sun said with a smile. Me? Xianxia was stunned. Yes, it's not convenient for me to show up, so I can only ask you to go to the holy land of spiritual treasure. But, Xianxia hesitated, I can go, but you have to tell me who your old friend is, right? Zhao Jingxian, the descendant of the holy land of spiritual treasure. As soon as Lin Sun said this, Xianxia's expression suddenly became weird, and he shouted, it's her. This time, Lin Sun was surprised. Why, do you know her? Xianxia's expression became more and more weird. He stared at Lin Sun and said, can you first tell me, what's the relationship between you and this woman? Friend, Lin Sun said without hesitation. Really just a friend? Xianxia further confirmed. Lin Sun keenly sensed that Xianxia's question seemed a little wrong. He thought for a moment and said, yes, a friend. There were some things that could not be explained to Xianxia. That's good. Xianxia seemed to be relieved and said, I know this Zhao Jingxian, but it's not because of how beautiful and dazzling she is, but because of a person. Who? Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. Yan Zhanqiu. Xianxia said word by word. This name seemed to have a strange magic, making Xianxia's expression become solemn and dignified when he spoke. Who's this person? Lin Sun couldn't help but ask. You've just arrived at Dongxing World, so it's easy to understand that you don't know Yan Zhanqiu. But to the cultivators of Dongxing World, Yan Zhanqiu is a legendary top genius. Xianxia's voice was heavy, and it seemed as if the name Yan Zhanqiu was able to bring extreme pressure to him. He's the current holy son of numinous treasure Holy Land, and he's from the ancient divine Dao clan, the Yan clan. He's ranked third among the top 10 giants of Dongxing World. This person was born with a dragon-scale Dao pattern on his back, and he innately grasped the great Dao of the 8 groups of heavenly dragons. It's only been 30 years since he started cultivating in numinous treasure Holy Land, yet he already possesses the title of invincible true dragon. I once heard an old senior of the sect say that the blood of dragons flows within Yan Zhanqiu's body, and it's extremely likely that his mother's clan is related to the bloodline of the ancient true dragons. Lin Sun couldn't help but be slightly surprised when he heard this. It seemed that Yan Zhanqiu not only had outstanding combat strength, but even his background could be said to be extremely terrifying. He was from the Yan clan, a divine Dao clan, and his mother's clan was extremely likely to be related to the bloodline of the true dragons. Even he himself had now become the current holy son of an ancient orthodoxy like numinous treasure Holy Land. Just this background alone could absolutely make most of the so-called top geniuses in the world. About 6 years ago, my senior brother Mihingzhen once fought with Yan Zhanqiu. No one knows the process, and no one knows the result. But after this battle, my senior brother once sighed lightly and said that Yan Zhanqiu was indeed a figure like a true dragon, and he had no choice but to admire him. Xiaoqing's expression was complicated. That was the first time I saw my senior brother give such a high evaluation to a peer. Hearing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but wonder, this person may be called a top genius, but what's his relationship with Zhao Jingxian? Xiaoqing's expression suddenly became strange again. It's very simple. 3 years ago, there was a successor of the sacred hermit land who went to numinous treasure Holy Land to propose marriage to Zhao Jingxian. But do you know what the result was? Without waiting for Lin Sun's answer, he answered himself. At that time, Yan Zhanqiu, who was in closed-door practice, immediately broke out of the closed-door practice when he heard the news. Regardless of the obstruction of a group of bigwigs from numinous treasure Holy Land, and without asking any reason, he directly attacked and almost killed the guy who proposed marriage. Lin Sun's eyes narrowed, and he finally vaguely guessed some of the reasons. At that time, after doing this, Yan Zhanqiu said that whoever dared to have any ideas about Zhao Jingxian in the future should first get through Yan Zhanqiu. Otherwise, even if the Emperor of Heaven came, he would still beat him. When he spoke up to hear, Xiaoqing couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This matter caused an enormous storm all those years ago, and it caused all the cultivators that didn't know of Zhao Jingxian to remember her name from then onwards. Lin Sun finally understood why Xiaoqing had asked him about the relationship between him and Zhao Jingxian with a strange expression just now. It turned out that Zhao Jingxian had a flower guardian, Yan Zhanqiu, by her side. But, what's the relationship between Yan Zhanqiu and Zhao Jingxian? Lin Sun frowned. In fact, he had a vague speculation in his heart. It's hard to say. Some people say that apart from cultivation, Yan Zhanqiu cares about and likes Zhao Jingxian the most. Others say that Yan Zhanqiu regards Zhao Jingxian as his future partner and doesn't allow others to touch her. In short, it can be roughly confirmed that the relationship between Yan Zhanqiu and Zhao Jingxian is definitely not ordinary. Otherwise, how could a peerless giant like Yan Zhanqiu care so much about Zhao Jingxian? Speaking of this, Xiaoqing reminded, so, I still advise you not to have any other ideas about this woman. Even if she is a friend, you should pay attention to propriety, lest you provoke a strong enemy like Yan Zhanqiu again. Lin Sun replied with an inexplicable feeling of bitterness in his heart. After several years of not seeing each other, he didn't expect that Zhao Jingxian would have a flower guardian like Yan Zhanqiu. Was this the man she had chosen, or, she and Yan Zhanqiu were already together? Lin Sun's thoughts were a little chaotic. He was actually a little hesitant about whether he should go and see Zhao Jingxian, his old friend now. If he took the liberty to appear in front of her, would it cause her some unnecessary troubles? Besides, after several years of not seeing her, had she changed? Was she no longer the person he was familiar with in the past? Involuntarily, the image of a beautiful woman disguised as a man with a bright smile and a natural and unrestrained temperament emerged in Lin Sun's mind. In his heart, he became more and more bitter and hesitant. Lin Sun, you don't really have anything to do with Zhao Jingxian, do you? Seeing Lin Sun's silence and uncertain expression, Xiaoqing couldn't help but be shocked and asked suspiciously. Don't talk nonsense. Lin Sun glared at him and secretly took a deep breath to restrain the strange emotions in his heart. Then, do you still want to visit this old friend this time? Xiaoqing asked. Yes, why not? Do I have to change my intention of visiting just because of Yan Zhanqiu? Lin Sun smiled. He suddenly realized that he had thought too much just now. Before confirming the relationship between Zhao Jingxian and Yan Zhanqiu, it seemed very meaningless to think so much, and it was no different from worrying for nothing. Moreover, he calmly thought about it. There was indeed no special relationship between him and Zhao Jingxian. At most, they could be regarded as old friends who had gone through trials and tribulations together and admired each other. As for whether this relationship could be further developed, Lin Sun didn't know either. Or it could be said that he had never considered this question in these years, so he didn't know whether he liked Zhao Jingxian more as a man and a woman or as a friend. But no matter what, this time, he must meet the other party. Ha, you're right. Xianxia slapped his thigh and laughed. I forgot that the person in front of me is Demon God Lin. What I said before was completely unnecessary. Speaking of this, he suddenly said excitedly, speaking of this, I'm actually looking forward to you taking Zhao Jingxian away from Yan Zhanqiu and taking this opportunity to strike a blow at Yan Zhanqiu's arrogance. Lin Sun was speechless for a while. This guy just wanted to see the world in chaos. Before long, the two figures appeared in a mountain range, surrounded by boundless mountains and fields. The sky was high and the clouds were light. I'll wait for your news here. Lin Sun stopped. Less than 1,000 miles away was the Sanqing mountain where the Holy Land of Spirit Treasure was located. Wait for my news. Xiaoqinghe agreed readily. As the successor of Sun Moon Palace, it was not a big deal for him to visit Zhao Jingxian and let her come out to catch up with Lin Sun. On the top of a rugged mountain peak, Lin Sun sat on a rock and looked at the sea of clouds in the distance, lost in thought. In his mind, he couldn't help but recall the scene from the first time he met Zhao Jingxian to the time when he met her again and again. Zhao Jingxian was very beautiful. It was a kind of clear, unrestrained, and graceful beauty. Every frown, smile, and movement of hers revealed a kind of temperament that made people feel like bathing in the spring breeze. Being with her, Lin Sun had a relaxed feeling that he could talk about anything and was unrestrained. It could be said that among the women Lin Sun knew, Lu Qingyan was peerless, Bai Lingshi was beautiful, and Lu Kaiwei was intelligent and elegant. Each of them had their own beauty, temperament, and elegance. But only Zhao Jingxian made Lin Sun feel extremely comfortable when he was in contact with her. Every woman was unique, but it was obvious that Zhao Jingxian was different from Lin Sun. As for Xia Solstice, thinking of this, Lin Sun's heart tightened inexplicably, and then he showed a wry smile, seemingly helpless and doting. I haven't seen her for several years. Everyone has their own changes, but I don't know if Miss Zhao has become different from before, Lin Sun murmured in his heart. The sea of clouds in the distance seethed and roiled without end, and under the illumination of the gradually setting sun, it was suffused with gorgeous and colorful colors. Just like Lin Sun at this moment, he looked calm on the outside, but his mind was rippling and his thoughts were fluctuating. He was not as calm as he looked. Under the perception of Lin Sun's huge spiritual awareness, there were gorgeous escape lights thousands of miles away. Lin Sun suddenly got up, his black hair fluttering, and his white clothes fluttering in the mountain wind. In the distance, the sea of clouds was steaming, and the setting sun was like fire. Swoosh! Swoosh! Numerous gorgeous streaks of light flashed through the sky and gradually appeared 500 kilometers away. However, Lin Sun's face sank, and the slight anticipation and strange emotion in his heart had completely vanished. In the distant streaks of light were Xiaoqinghe and numerous cultivators from the Spirit Treasure Holy Land in apricot yellow Taoist robes, but Zhao Jingxuan's figure was nowhere to be seen. Moreover, there were more than 30 figures, and there were even a few half-step King Realm existences amongst them. This was very unusual. Lin Sun had experienced slaughter and tempering himself in these years, so he noticed something was strange with a single glance. He immediately circulated the Baiyan Qi and hid himself without hesitation. After a short moment, Xiaoqinghe and the cultivators from the Spirit Treasure Holy Land whistled through the sky and arrived. Everyone, there's no need to send me off. Since Miss Zhao has already gone to Immortal Mountain to prepare for the minor tycoon rankings, then I can come visit her again in the future. Xiaoqinghe stood in the sky and cupped his hands. Fellow Taoist, you're too polite. The thin old man in the lead with a goatee smiled and said, Before I leave, may I ask if fellow Taoist has come alone this time? As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the others became slightly subtle. Xiaoqinghe swept everyone with his gaze and said with a surprised expression, What? Could it be that there's a problem with me coming to visit your sect alone? The old man with a goatee laughed, No problem, but, he paused for a moment, restrained the smile on his face, and a wisp of an interrogative expression appeared in his eyes. According to what we know, fellow Taoist didn't come alone. Xiaoqinghe frowned, What do you mean by that, senior? Stop playing dumb. Who doesn't know that it was you and demonic god Lin who caused trouble in White Jade Capital a few days ago? A young man shouted loudly. We respect you as an heir of Sun Moon Hall, but don't blame us for being rude if you harbor ill intentions. Tell me, did demonic god Lin come with you? The other disciples of the spirit treasure Holy Land spoke successively, and the gazes they shot at Xianxia carried a wisp of coldness. In the sky, the sea of clouds roiled, and the atmosphere was murderous. Xianxia pondered for a moment, and then he suddenly laughed with ridicule. I noticed that something was off when all of you sent me off respectfully with such a large force. Now that I look at it, it really is so. He was all alone, and he was faintly surrounded by all the cultivators from the numinous treasure divine grounds. Even then, he wasn't afraid in the slightest, and he revealed an expression of disdain instead. You want to get information about Demon Godlin from me? What wishful thinking! I advise you to get out of the way. With that, Xianxia stepped forward. Whoosh, the figure of the old man with a goatee flashed to block before Xianxia, and his expression had already become indifferent and cold. Fellow Taoist, if you insist on going your own way, then we can only utilize some other methods. As he spoke, the other experts surrounded him while their auras surged, and they seemed as if they would fight at the slightest disagreement. Xianxia's face sank, and he said coldly, I only have one question. Do you want to start a war with my son Moonhal? Gong Yangqian's eyelids twitched, and he chuckled. It's not that exaggerated. We just want fellow Taoist to tell us the truth. Once we obtain the answer, we'll naturally send fellow Taoist off respectfully, and we'll absolutely not obstruct you. Clang, a dark iron spear appeared in Xianxia's palm while his entire body was suffused with golden divine radiance, and his imposing aura instantly rose to the limit. Cut the fucking crap. Make a move if you have the balls. He shouted loudly as bolts of lightning shot out from his eyes. Alas, why must fellow Taoist be so thick-headed? It's not too late to rein in before it's too late. Gong Yangqian sighed lightly, yet his eyes were filled with an icy cold and ghastly expression. Old fellow, I'm not afraid to tell you that even if all of you kill me today, you can dream of obtaining any information from me. Feel free to try if you don't believe me. Xianxia's aura rumbled like thunder while his entire body was golden and bright. He held the spear as he stood proudly in the sea of clouds, and he seemed as if he could hold back an entire army by himself. Gong Yangqian's eyes flickered, and then he suddenly smiled lightly. Do you think that Demon God Lin would stand by idly and do nothing if we make a move against you? Xianxia's expression went slightly grim as he said, What do you mean? Fellow Taoist, I'm sorry for the offense. Gong Yangqian shouted loudly as his thin figure suddenly straightened, and then he took a step in the sky before slashing his palm down at Xianxia. Bang! This palm strike was like a mountain descending from the heavens, and it seethed with violet divine radiance as it crushed and shattered space into pieces. Its might was heavy and boundlessly terrifying. Xianxia swept his spear horizontally and collided head-on with it. Amidst terrifying rumbling, Gong Yangqian's attack was easily dealt with. With just you? You think you're worthy of fighting me? Xianxia was disdainful, and the space between his brows was filled with arrogance and aloofness. A half-step King Realm cultivator was indeed unable to pose much of a threat to him. What if we're included? Meanwhile, a few figures flashed out successively. There were both men and women amongst them, and all of them were half-step King Realm cultivators. At the same time, the other cultivators of the numinous treasure hallowed land withdrew their respective treasures and stood on guard in the surroundings as they waited solemnly. Bullying with numbers? Are all the peak figures of the numinous treasure hallowed land dead? Xianxia ridiculed. Fellow Taoist, watch out for trouble coming from the mouth. Gong Yangqian strode forward while his lean body erupted with a might that shot into the sky, and he was like a violent bolt of lightning that smashed out. At the same time, the other half-step King Realm cultivators attacked from different directions. Dong, a middle-aged woman withdrew a beast skin war drum and lightly patted it. The sound of the drum was like the shout of a fiend god, and it shook the heavens and the earth. Swish, a short and fat man swung a bright silver chain that slashed the heavens and the earth in a fierce and overbearing manner. Slash! A grey-robed old man held a dark blue ancient sword as he charged over. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia was surrounded by enemies from all directions, and he was enveloped by various attacks. Obviously, these half-step King Realm cultivators of the numinous treasure hallowed land didn't underestimate a peak figure like him in the slightest. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible for them to swarm him together. Xianxia's expression became solemn and gloomy, and he was furious in his heart. This is obviously bullying me because I'm all alone. However, before he could make a move, a figure had already appeared out of thin air before him. Shockingly, this person was Lin Sun. After witnessing the scenes from before, he'd long since understood the entire situation, and his heart couldn't help but surge with uncontrollable killing intent. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the attacks from all directions had enveloped him. Whip shadows, palm force, drum sounds, sword chi. All of them were powerful and terrifying, and they were the powerful killing force of the half-step king realm cultivators. When they converged together, it caused the heavens and the earth to wail and the wind and clouds to surge. The vast sea of clouds instantly shattered with a bang. Lin Sun's eyes and hands were sharp, and he instantly struck out thousands of bright green palm prints. Every palm print was condensed, real, and branded with Taoist light. Along with a deafening explosion, all the attacks were resolved, but Gong Yangqian and the others weren't shocked but delighted. Ha ha ha, Demon God Lin, you finally showed yourself. Gong Yangqian looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. The other descendants of the numinous treasure hallowed land also sneered as if they'd known this would happen. Are you an idiot? You clearly know that they want to force you to show yourself, so why do you still do this? Do you really think they dare to kill me? Xianxia was flustered and exasperated as he glared at Lin Sun. The reason why he feigned civility and conversed with Lin Sun before was to tell Lin Sun, who was hiding in the dark, that the situation had changed, so that Lin Sun could take the opportunity to leave quickly. Who would have thought that this guy would jump out like a fool? Idiot? A smile appeared on Lin Sun's lips. As a friend, being an idiot is better than being heartless. What do you think? Friend? Xianxia was stunned, and he was rarely touched. Demon God Lin, do you still remember that you killed my nephew Gong Yanyu in the ultimate? In the distance, Gong Yangqian's expression was full of hatred and horror. I've been waiting for this day for a long time and you've finally come. You're Demon God Lin? How dare you? In the ultimate, you made my numinous treasure hallowed land lose face. Today, you still dare to set foot on my numinous treasure hallowed land. You really don't know how the word death is written. The others' expressions were also extremely cold. You really have a lot of nonsense. I dared to kill Gong Yanyu back then, so I dare to slaughter all of you today. As he spoke, Lin Sun moved. He already had the intention to kill, so he wouldn't waste any time. Bang, he took a step forward, and a snow-white ice dragon soared into the sky. His momentum changed, as if he had turned into a demon god, and he rushed forward. Gong Yangqian narrowed his eyes and suddenly operated all his cultivation. He activated a saber and slashed out. Let's attack together and kill this demon. However, before he finished speaking, Lin Sun had already rushed forward. He was too fast, as swift as teleportation, overbearing and disdainful. He punched out. With a clang, Gong Yangqian's saber let out a violent wail and fell out of his hand. At the same time, the blazing and terrifying fist momentum shrouded down and ruthlessly imprinted on Gong Yangyu's chest. Crack, Gong Yangqian's chest suddenly collapsed and burst into pieces. His lean body bent like a cooked prawn, and he flew out violently. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices, and he screamed. He was seriously injured and on the verge of death. From beginning to end, it only took the blink of an eye. The whole place was silent. One punch, even a half-step king realm existence like Gong Yangqian couldn't resist it. It was also at this moment that they suddenly realized that the young man in front of them was a demon god who had a great reputation in Dongxing world. Even Xiaoqing's lips twitched imperceptibly. In terms of ferocity and abnormality, Lin Sun was undoubtedly the one that made him feel the most puzzled. There was a commotion in the field, and the expressions of the cultivators from the Holy Land of Numinous Treasure changed greatly. At this moment, Lin Sun continued to attack without holding back. After all, this was the territory of the Holy Land of Numinous Treasure, and it was only 1,000 miles away from the Sanqing mountain where his sect was located. If he didn't end the battle quickly, it would definitely cause an unpredictable counterattack. Boom, Lin Sun's figure was like an illusion, and he rushed towards the short and fat man holding the silver chain. But halfway, there was an earth-shattering sound of a drum. The sound of a drum that seemed to be real spread out, and it was extremely powerful. Lin Sun let out a loud shout that was like the sonorous sound of the great Tao. A phantom of the divine beast Paleo soared into the sky, and with a bang, it forcefully crushed the sound of the drum. The power of Paleo's roar didn't diminish, and it caused the middle-aged woman holding the drum to feel as if she was struck by lightning. Her soul was heavily injured, and she let out a shrill scream. Although the half-step king realm was a failure to break through to the king realm, it was equivalent to stepping into the threshold of the king realm, and its combat effectiveness far exceeded that of the practitioners of the 5 realms. Especially the top half-step king realm, its combat effectiveness was extremely powerful. But for a peerless figure like Lin Sun, no matter how strong the half-step king realm was, it was no different from a chicken or a dog. Boom! Under the attack of the Swanee seal that was dazzling like the sun, the short and fat man that held the silver chain was still killed in the end no matter how hard he tried, and his fat body was forcefully crushed into pieces, causing blood and flesh to spray in all directions. In the distance, the scream of the woman holding the animal skin drum stopped abruptly, and her face was full of horror. The gray-robed old man who was rushing over stopped immediately, and his whole body stiffened. The descendants of the Holy Land of spiritual treasure nearby all widened their eyes, and their faces were full of horror and disbelief. The battle had just begun, but the army was defeated like a landslide. This was an outcome they had never expected. Killing a half-step king realm is like cutting grass. I'm afraid that even Yun Qingbai in those days is slightly inferior. Xianxia exclaimed. Enough. Seeing that Lin Sun attacked again, a deep and cold roar suddenly sounded. A descendant of the Holy Land of spiritual treasure, who was only at the reincarnation development realm, burst out a terrifying power at this moment, disturbing the wind and clouds in all directions. This was the power of the king realm. Lin Sun's pupils shrank, and he saw that the young man had turned into an old man with gray hair, a resolute face, and an incomparably powerful body in an instant. Around him, the light of Tao surged, shining like the morning glow. When his eyes opened and closed, it was as if thousands of thunderbolts were rotating in them, and the electric light was surging. There was no doubt that this was a terrifying existence who had stepped into the king realm. He had been in disguise to hide his true identity. Ancestor Suer. In the field, the cultivators of the Holy Land of spiritual treasure, who were originally horrified, were all excited at this moment. Suer was a terrifying old monster who had stepped into the second tribulation of longevity. Oh no! Xianxia's face changed. He recognized Suer's identity and hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Lin Sun. Lin Sun's pupils shrank at this moment. He was just about to start a massacre, but he didn't expect that an old monster of the king realm would appear, which caught him off guard. In that instant, the tables had turned. A king's realm that had set foot on the path of immortality was not an ordinary king's realm. No matter how heaven-defying one was in the reincarnation development realm, in the face of such an existence, one was no different from a fragile scarecrow. Let's go. Xianxia was anxious. Lin Sun naturally knew how grave the situation was. There was no need for him to remind them. He had already brought out the vast universe Arkansas hum. Lin Sun grabbed Xianxia and was about to escape while the silver treasure ship overflowed with a sacred luster. However, at that moment, Suer moved. Boom! At this instant, the heavens and the earth trembled while the nearby mountains silently collapsed into pieces, plants were crushed into powder, and space was thrown into disorder. You dared to commit murder in front of my spirit treasure Saint Land. If I let you escape, where would I, Suer, put my face? Suer's figure was like a god as he shot through the air. He stretched out his hand, which seemed to cover the sky as it descended. It seemed to be an understatement, but as soon as this palm appeared, it was actually like the hand of the heavens. The markings on every single finger were clearly visible, and it was like the markings of the Grand Tao were branded on it. On the other hand, terrifying phenomena like the setting of the moon, the changing of the surroundings, the furious roars of fiend gods, and so on and so forth surged into appearance at the center of his palm. Every single one of these phenomena represented a type of calamity. With so many phenomena converging at the center of his palm, it seemed to cover the heavens and the earth as it enveloped down, and the scene was simply terrifying to the extreme. This was a king that had set foot on the path of immortality. Moreover, he was taken to be an immortal, and the energy of the Grand Tao he grasped had long since exceeded the scope that ordinary cultivators could understand. He was capable of resonating with the heavens and the earth and transforming the Grand Taos of the world for his own use, Facing such an existence was no different than a mortal facing an immortal. The speed of the vast universe arc was extremely swift, but Su'er was even swifter, and he utterly didn't give Lin Sun and Xiaoqinghe the chance to escape. When this palm enveloped them, the two of them had just stepped onto the arc, and it was already too late for them to escape. At this extremely dangerous moment, Lin Sun was surprisingly calm, and he was prepared to utilize the boundless Great Dao bottle, but unexpectedly, Xiaoqinghe actually brazenly stood before him at this moment, and Xiaoqinghe withdrew a violet-colored decree with a raise of his hand. The decree was branded with Saint Dao markings that twisted like earthworms, and it glowed brilliantly in midair like a violet-colored sun that illuminated the world. Bang! The descending momentum of the enormous hand was obstructed by the violet-colored decree, and it erupted with a deafening sound of collision. The bodies of the nearby cultivators trembled as if they'd been struck by lightning, and it was uncomfortable to the point they almost coughed up blood. A collision of such strength was too terrifying and supreme, and it even affected them. A decree written by a saint? Humph. Unfortunately, your cultivation is too low, and it's utterly insufficient to bring forth the might of such a treasure. Break! Su'er was first shocked, and then he sneered. The enormous hand that blotted out the sky rumbled as it crushed through space and continued descending. Rumble, the divine energy of the violet decree actually faintly showed signs of being unable to hold on any longer. At the same time, Xiaoqinghe's countenance turned ghastly pale while his figure shook, and he couldn't refrain from coughing up a mouthful of blood. What are you still standing there for? Quickly leave! He roared, using all his strength to activate the purple edict. Lin Sun took a deep breath and forcefully restrained the killing intent in his heart. He steered the vast universe arc and swiftly flew off into the distance. Just as Su Kong was about to chase after it, he was startled to discover that the vast universe arc speed had completely surpassed his imagination. In just the blink of an eye, it had disappeared without a trace. I never thought that this kid would actually possess a Saint Dao treasure ship. Su'er's eyes shone with a shocking divine light. The other successors of the numinous treasure sacred land were all stunned. They had never thought that even a king tier like Su'er would not be able to stop him. For a time, they were very unwilling. In the battle just now, one half-step King Realm expert from their side was killed, and two half-step King Realm experts were heavily injured and on the verge of death. This loss didn't seem to be huge, but if news of this were to spread, it would be too dishonorable in the end, and it would damage the reputation of their numinous treasure Holy Land. Go back and tell the sect to put out a bounty for Fiend Celestial Lin. Su'er took a deep breath and made his decision. His figure flashed as he flew in the direction that Lin Sun and the others had escaped to. Thump! Not long after the vast universe arc flew out, Xiaoqinghe staggered and fell to the ground with a thump, and then he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood and let out a muffled groan of pain. As for the violet decree, it was impossible to take it back since a long time ago. How are you? Asked Lin Sun. Don't worry, I won't die. Xiaoqinghe wiped off the bloodstains on the corners of his mouth and grinned. Unfortunately, I wasted that decree on an old dog. It's too fucking not worth it. Lin Sun went silent for a moment before he said, I'll avenge you tenfold. Earlier, Xiaoqinghe fearlessly helped him block Su'er's attack, and this caused Lin Sun to be extremely surprised and extremely touched in his heart. If it was said that he only took Xiaoqinghe to be an ordinary friend in the past, then it was completely different now. Adversity builds friendship. Even though these words were vulgar, it was an irrefutable truth since ancient times. It was precisely because of this that Lin Sun couldn't restrain the rage in his heart when he saw Xiaoqinghe suffer such a heavy injury. He'd only come to pay a visit to Zhao Jingxian this time, and it was even to the extent that he didn't reveal himself for the sake of avoiding trouble. But the numinous treasure Holy Land obviously didn't think so. Not only did they mobilize a large force to deal with Xiaoqinghe to force him to show himself, they even dispatched a king that had stepped foot into the second tribulation of longevity with the intention of killing him. This was intolerable. Ask you to avenge me? Xiaoqinghe let out a strange cry, and then he gnashed his teeth and said, This won't do. I must personally get even with that old bastard. Damn it. Since I started cultivating until now, I've never been in such a sorry state. After that, he changed the topic and said with a bitter smile, But now, I'm really not a match for that old bastard. Just as the world says, those that haven't become kings haven't matured in the end. In the eyes of a true great figure, no matter how extraordinary you are, you're still no different from an ant. I was still too naive in the past. I thought that by relying on my identity as the successor of Sun Moon Hall, at least before I become a king, no one would dare to target me. But only now do I realize that the so-called identity is bullshit. In the end, one's own strength must be sufficiently strong. As he finished speaking, a wisp of ruthlessness flashed between his brows. Obviously, this experience had greatly affected him. That old bastard has caught up. Suddenly, Lin Sun's eyes narrowed as he sensed an extremely terrifying aura approaching swiftly from behind. Without any hesitation, Lin Sun urged the vast universe arc with all his strength, and the entire treasured arc was like a bolt of lightning that tore through the sky. However, Lin Sun didn't expect that this pursuit would continue for an entire 3 days. Every time he and Xianxia entered a city and intended to take a rest, Su'er would catch up to them in less than a quarter of an hour. Lin Sun had once used Xianxia to conceal his aura, but it was utterly useless. Along the way, Lin Sun not only consumed a large amount of upper-grade spiritual marrow, but also gradually found it strenuous to control the vast universe Arkansas. His physical strength and cultivation were also consumed. While fleeing, and Su'er was like a maggot in his tarsal bone, leaving him no chance to recover and rest. On the other hand, after several days of recuperation, Xianxia's injuries had more or less recovered. That old bastard haunts us like a ghost. Why do you still intend to enter a city? On this day, Xianxia couldn't help but ask in surprise when he saw Lin Sun put away the vast universe arc and arrive in front of a city. I suspect that someone is secretly tipping off Su'er. Lin Sun's black eyes were cold. These days, we've entered a total of 13 cities. Every time, no matter how we hide, we'll be accurately found by that old monster in less than a quarter of an hour at most. There's a problem with this in itself. With his current cultivation, it was extremely difficult for even an old monster in the King realm to detect him when he operated Xianxia to conceal his aura. But this time, he failed repeatedly, which made Lin Sun wonder whether there was someone else helping Su'er. Or, Su'er had mastered some kind of tracking secret skill that was powerful enough to ignore Xianxia. Xianxia's heart shuddered, and he said, "So what do you plan to do?" Birch Sand City. This was a small city on the border of Mabai province. At noon, Lin Sun and Xianxia sat by the window on the second floor of a restaurant, ordered a banquet, and drank with each other. In the past 3 days, we entered 13 cities. Every time, we were accurately found by that old beast. If someone secretly tipped us off, it was destined not to be done by one person. Xianxia muttered. Yes, in fact, I have a vague answer in my heart. Lin Sun drank a glass of wine. Let's wait patiently. The answer may be revealed soon. Xianxia asked no more. Time passed little by little. 10 minutes passed. At this moment, Lin Sun suddenly seemed to notice something. He put down the glass in his hand and winked at Xianxia. Immediately, the two figures disappeared from the restaurant. West Street of Birch Sand City. This was a bustling city with all sorts of people. There were all sorts of people here, and it was bustling with noise and excitement. In the shade of a corner of the downtown, a thin middle-aged man in a shabby Taoist robe was sitting. In front of him was a stall with a couplet hanging on it. The first couplet was 4 pillars and 6 lines, calculate all the good and bad things in the world. The second couplet was 5 elements and 8 trigrams, predict all the good and bad omens in the world. The man in the Taoist robe sat there with a solemn and profound look, like an expert. However, his business was very quiet and no one was interested in it. However, the man in the Taoist robe was calm and composed. Fortune teller, how do you calculate your fortune? Xianxia came straight over, squinting at the man in the Taoist robe with a playful smile. The man in the Taoist robe changed his face slightly, coughed and said, "May I ask what you want to infer?" Xianxia said, "Life and death." Life and death? The man in the Taoist robe's eyes flickered and said with a hollow smile, "This matter involves fate and cause and effect. I have little talent and knowledge, so I can't judge it." "I can." Xianxia's eyes became cold. He looked down at the man in the Taoist robe and said with a fake smile, "At least, I know whether you will live or die today." The man in the Taoist robe suddenly raised his head. At the same time, Xianxia pressed his palm. An invisible force pressed down and instantly imprisoned the man in the Taoist robe, making him unable to move. The man in the Taoist robe was shocked and angry. "Friend, what do you mean?" "Pa," Xianxia slapped the fellow's forehead and scolded, "Bastard, you're still pretending." The man in the Taoist robe was beaten so badly that he was seeing stars. His expression became ferocious as he shouted, "You still dare to hurt me?" Xianxia kicked Xianxia to the ground, and then he stretched out his hand to crush Xianxia's tightly clenched fingers before pinching out a crystalline and translucent pearl of blood from the center of his palm. The Black Nightmare Tengu clan's fire beacon blood bead. "No wonder that old bastard was able to find us. So it was all because of you black dog bastards." Xianxia's expression was icy cold, and his eyes revealed killing intent. He'd never thought that Su Kong, a king realm expert of the numinous treasure sacred land, would actually collude with the infamous Black Sea Tengu clan, who were known for their poison spreading everywhere. What are you going to do?" The Taoist-robed man panicked when he saw that his identity had been exposed. "Since you know my identity, you should know how severe the consequences of offending my clan are, right, Pa?" Xianxia couldn't be bothered to waste his breath. He raised his palm and directly knocked Xianxia out, and then he carried Xianxia up like he was carrying a dead dog before swiftly vanishing on the spot. In a small dark room, wave after wave of extremely horrifying and shrill cries resounded out, and they were occasionally mixed with a wave of strange dog barks, causing one's hair to stand on end. Fortunately, the small dark room was covered by a restriction and isolated from the outside world. Otherwise, it would definitely draw a great deal of attention. Under Lin Sun and Xianxia's interrogation, the Taoist-robed man was tortured to the point tears and snot flowed down his face, and it wasn't long before he collapsed and spilled everything. It turned out that the cooperation with Su'er this time was initiated by Go Xuxing, the young master of the Black Nightmare Tengu clan. He ordered all the experts of the Black Nightmare Tengu clan that were distributed throughout Mabai province to act together. So long as they found any trace of Lin Sun, they would definitely send a message to Su'er through the fire beacon blood bead at the first possible moment. At this point, Lin Sun and Xianxia finally completely understood that if he had the assistance of the Black Nightmare Tengu clan, then Su'er's accurate tracking would be very easy to understand. Lin Sun also sighed with emotion. The traceless method and Bian Qi were so mysterious, but they couldn't hide from the noses of these black dogs, which made him somewhat convinced. At the same time, he finally remembered who this Go Xuxing was. It was the young master of the Black Nightmare Tengu clan who had chased him and Xia Xiaochong all the way in the West Hing boundary. Of course, the influence of the Black Nightmare Tengu clan spread throughout the ancient Desolation domain, and this Go Xuxing was just one of the young masters of the clan. But Lin Sun didn't expect that this Go Xuxing still didn't give up after the lair of the Black Nightmare Tengu clan in the West Hing boundary had been destroyed, and crazily chased him all the way to the Dongxing boundary to take revenge on him. This was too vindictive. It was no wonder that although the practitioners in the world despised and hated the Black Nightmare Tengu clan, not many dared to provoke this clan. They were afraid of being bitten by this group of mad dogs. "What about this guy?" Xianxia asked. Lin Sun smiled slightly. "Have you tasted dog meat?" Xianxia immediately showed a disgusted expression and said, "You want to eat this kind of thing? Anyway, I won't eat it even if you kill me." Lin Sun casually said, "After you eat it, you'll definitely regret saying that." As the two of them conversed, the man in the Taoist robe revealed a look of horror and despair. He squatted in the corner of the small black room and shivered. Swoosh, a beam of light tore through the sky and descended in front of Birch Sand City. This person had gray hair and a mighty figure. His eyes were like a myriad of thunderstorms when he blinked. It was Su'er, who had stepped into the second tribulation of immortality. When he arrived here, his enormous divine sense spread out, and in an instant, every inch of Birch Sand City was covered. The pedestrians on the streets, the birds in the sky, the ants on the ground, the grass moving in the wind. Everything appeared in his mind. Then, Su'er took a step forward as if he had teleported. In a few breaths, he arrived in front of a fortune-telling stall at the western street of Birch Sand City. "Where's the news? Why hasn't it been sent this time?" Su'er's gaze fell on the middle-aged man in the Taoist robe sitting behind the stall. "The situation has changed this time. That demon god Lin disappeared as soon as he entered the city. It wasn't easy for me to find a trace of him. The man in the Taoist robe stood up and revealed a flattering smile. Cut the crap. Give me the beacon blood pearl. Su'er frowned, and he emanated a terrifying aura. The man in the Taoist robe hurriedly nodded and withdrew a jade bottle. Su Kong was stunned. At the same time, the translucent jade bottle suddenly glowed and sprayed out a boundlessly terrifying monarch Dao restriction. It was like a bolt of lightning, and its might shook the world. This strike was much stronger than the full-strength strike of a true King Realm expert. The powerful and blazing fluctuation caused Su'er's entire body to stiffen. His heart thumped violently as he sensed lethal danger. Shit, Su'er's expression changed abruptly, and he instinctively circulated all his strength and pushed out with his palm. But what he never expected was for Little Silver's soul-devouring killing sword intent to erupt in that instant. This attack was shapeless and immaterial, and it was the most mysterious and unfathomable when used on the soul. Even though Su'er was a second tribulation king and his soul essence had already attained an extremely powerful state, he was still injured by this sudden attack. His soul felt like it was being torn apart, and it caused his vision to go black. All of this took a long time to describe, but it actually happened in the blink of an eye. It was too fast. It was so fast that even an experienced old monster like Su'er was caught off guard. By the time he sensed that something was wrong, the power accumulated by the great Tao immeasurable bottle had already smashed onto his body. Boom! At this instant, heaven and earth shook, and a blazing and terrifying divine radiance erupted from Su'er's body. The terrifying destructive power drowned his mighty body. At the same time, the man in the Taoist robe transformed back to Lin Sun's appearance. There was no doubt that this was Lin Sun's revenge. Heaven and earth rumbled, and the buildings near the West Street exploded and the ground collapsed. The nearby cultivators fled in panic, and it was chaos. Luckily, this attack had landed squarely on Su'er's body. Otherwise, just the shockwaves alone would have been enough to destroy the entire region. However, it had to be said that an old monster at the second tribulation of longevity was indeed too terrifying. He grasped an unbelievable power of the great Tao. Even though his figure was drowned, he still had the strength to fight back. At the instant he was heavily injured, he attacked furiously. His palm and fingers slashed down like blades. Clang! Lin Sun, who had already taken out the wordless pagoda, blocked the attack by a hair's breadth. However, the powerful force still sent Lin Sun flying like a kite with a broken string. His chest felt stuffy, and he almost coughed up blood. This caused his expression to change, and he drove the vast universe arc to flee. Almost at the same time, Su'er's mighty figure broke free from the divine radiance, and he roared, "Little bastard, I'll cut you into pieces." His voice was like a clap of thunder, rumbling through the sky, and it shook the entire Birch Sand City. At this moment, Su'er's beard, hair, and eyebrows had been completely burned. His clothes were ragged, and his skin was charred black and cracked. Especially on his chest, there was a torn wound. His flesh was badly mangled, and it was a ghastly sight. His appearance was too miserable and embarrassing. A dignified existence at the second tribulation of longevity had been reduced to such a state. This made him so angry that he almost coughed up blood, and he felt extremely humiliated. Boom! Without the slightest hesitation, he charged into the sky like an enraged dragon, and he chased after Lin Sun. On the other hand, countless cultivators in Birch Sand City had just recovered from their shock. They looked at each other, and they felt as if they'd escaped from death. The King's Tao pressure that Su'er released earlier was truly too terrifying. However, what caused their hearts to tremble even more was who exactly dared to make a move against a king. I said it earlier. Even if I rely on a divine treasure, it's utterly impossible to kill an old bastard like Su'er. On the vast universe arc, Xianxia sighed lightly. At least let him taste the feeling of being injured. Lin Sun was slightly unwilling in his heart. The energy of the king's four symbols accumulated in the great Tao immeasurable bottle consumed over 30,000 top-grade spiritual essence every time it was used, and it was an enormous amount of wealth. Yet now, this energy was merely able to injure Su'er, and Lin Sun had no choice but to admit that a king that had stepped into the longevity tribulation was truly too strong. Haha, that's right. That old bastard has probably gone mad with rage at this moment. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. This surprise attack was extremely successful. Even though he wasn't able to kill Su'er, he'd caused Su'er to be in an extremely embarrassing state and lose all face. It was extremely satisfying. Su'er was furious indeed. This time, he had attacked personally with the help of the black demon Tengu tribe. He had thought that victory was in his grasp, but Lin Sun had repeatedly escaped his pursuit in the past few days. It was hard for him to believe. Until this time, he was even tricked by Lin Sun. Not only did he suffer heavy injuries, he also lost face. How could he tolerate this? He was sure that the news of his injuries would spread throughout the Mabai province in less than a day. Little bastard, you're dead this time. If Su'er had attacked Lin Sun previously because he wanted to avenge the juniors of his sect, he was now in a difficult position. Only by killing Lin Sun could he save his lost face. Of course, more importantly, he was now sure that Lin Sun had more than one saint treasure on him, not to mention a king like him. Even a sage would be tempted by such a temptation. However, in the following chase, the situation had changed. Lin Sun escaped into different cities, and every time he entered a city, he would kill the black demon Tengu tribe powerhouses in the city. In this way, Su'er lost his eyes and ears, and his pursuit was hindered. It didn't take long for him to lose track of Lin Sun. This made him so angry that he almost went crazy. At the same time, in the Mabai province, the news of demon god Lin being wanted by the Holy Land of Spirit Treasure caused a great uproar and heated discussion. It had to be known that a few days ago, the Wind Whisperer clan had just released a new prodigy influence list. The news of demon god Lin wreaking havoc in the White Jade capital was ranked first on the list. He had received the attention of the entire East Triumph domain. Now, demon god Lin had appeared in the Mabai province and created a feud with the Holy Land of Spirit Treasure. How could people not be shocked? What is demon god Lin trying to do? After causing havoc in the Heavens Pivot Holy Land and the Heavenly Sword sect in the White Jade capital, is he going to cause havoc in the Mabai province? Many cultivators clicked their tongues. They thought that Lin Sun was too cruel, as if there was no force in the world that he didn't dare to offend. When the news of Su'er, a king, being severely injured in Birch Sand City spread, the entire Mabai province was in an uproar. Su'er was a king in the second tribulation of longevity. He was not an ordinary person, but he was actually injured. This was sufficient to cause any cultivator to be unable to maintain their calm. This Su'er is already so old. As a senior, if she went to kill demon god Lin, it would seem like she was bullying the young and damaging her character. But now, she went for wool and came home shorn. Instead, she was injured by demon god Lin. AI, this Su'er can be considered an important figure in the numinous treasure saint land, but now, she can't even keep her chastity. What a pity. When he heard these comments, Su Kong was so angry that he almost vomited blood. To him, there was nothing more malicious than the words losing his integrity in old age. This also made him more determined to kill Lin Sun. He looked for Lin Sun's traces everywhere like a madman. When the Holy Land of Spirit Treasure heard the news, it was speechless and annoyed. It felt a little embarrassed, so it secretly dispatched a lot of forces to help Su'er search for Lin Sun. However, they probably didn't expect that Lin Sun was currently gorging on dog meat with Xianxia. Moreover, they were in a deep gorge that was less than 1,500 kilometers away from Sanqing Mountain. The bonfire was blazing, and a huge black dog leg was skewered on the grill. It was burned to a golden brown and flowed with oil. The rich meat fragrance caused Xianxia to be unable to help but swallow his saliva. Beside him, the ground was already covered with bones that had been completely gnawed. But at this moment, he still felt that he could gorge on it for another 300 rounds. The reason was that the black dog meat was simply too delicious. The meat was chewy and plump, and the taste could be said to be superb when some seasoning and salt were smeared on it. Didn't you say that you wouldn't eat black dog meat even if you were beaten to death? Lin Sun focused on grilling the black dog leg and casually ridiculed Xianxia. Xianxia chuckled like a scoundrel. Isn't it still alive? Truthfully speaking, although this black dog meat isn't presentable, its taste is truly wonderful. At the end of his sentence, he couldn't help but smack his lips. He couldn't wait to look at the golden greasy black dog leg on the grill. Not long after, Lin Sun separated the roasted black dog legs and gave one to Xianxia. Both of them didn't say anything more and buried themselves in eating. When he couldn't hold it in any longer, Xianxia patted his stomach as he looked at the flowing clouds in the horizon, and he sighed faintly with emotion. How comfortable. Wouldn't it be a blessing if I could have black dog meat accompanying me every single day while I cultivate? As long as you're not afraid of being hunted down by the Black Sea Tengu race, you can fulfill your wish at any time. Lin Sun glanced at him. He didn't expect him to be a foodie. Speaking of which, how long do we have to stay here? Asked Xianxia. There's no hurry. Doesn't the numinous treasure Holy Land want to put me on the wanted list? It's impolite not to reciprocate. Before I leave, I have to give them a big gift. Lin Sun got up and looked into the distance with his dark eyes. A great gift. Xianxia was stunned, and then a wisp of extraordinary splendor suddenly flashed in his eyes. He's here. At this moment, Lin Sun's figure flashed and disappeared. In the distant sky, a group of disciples of the numinous treasure Holy Land that wore apricot yellow Taoist robes flashed through the sky, and they flashed towards Wuling City. The person in the lead was a handsome man with an imposing figure. His black hair hung loosely on his shoulders, a white jade belt around his waist, and inky cloud boots on his feet. His entire body was covered in a strand of a Taoist glow that seethed like fire, and it flowed endlessly, causing his might to be unrestrained and ostentatious. But at this moment, this handsome man's expression was terrifyingly gloomy, and it caused all the people that followed by his side to go silent like cicadas in the winter. Shockingly, this person was Su Xingfeng. All those years ago, he, Xiao Ran, Gong Yangyu, Wen Xiang, and Yin Che had descended to the lower dimensions under the lead of the numinous treasure Holy Land's outer court elder, Gao Yang. Senior brother Su, that demon god Lin is extremely cunning. Even though his strength is formidable, it's absolutely insufficient to injure old ancestor Su Kong. According to my judgment, old ancestor Su Kong has surely been tricked by demon god Lin. A young man spoke in a low voice and seemed to be consoling Su Xingfeng. Of course. Do you really think I'm so stupid that I can't even discern this? Su Xingfeng frowned, and his voice carried a wisp of rage that couldn't be restrained. The young man's face stiffened, and he was embarrassed to say a word. Let's go quickly. I'd like to see how powerful Lin Sun has become after not seeing him for a few years. Su Xingfeng took a deep breath and flew straight forward. Su'er was his sixth granduncle. The reason why he attacked Lin Sun this time was also to avenge Su Xingfeng. But now, not only did Su'er fail to kill Lin Sun, but he was also tricked. This made Su Xingfeng shocked, and he couldn't help but feel great hatred. This time, he didn't set out to kill Lin Sun, but to see how much the young man who once made him lose face in the secret territory of the demon saint in the returning ruins had grown after a few years. However, not long after, Su Xingfeng was stunned. He opened his eyes wide and said, "Sixth granduncle, why are you back?" In the void in front of him, a mighty figure with gray hair and beard swept out, emitting a threatening aura. At the same time, all the people around Su Xingfeng saluted in unison. "Greetings, old ancestor Su." Su'er glanced at the crowd and finally fixed his eyes on Su Xingfeng. He said, "Xingfeng, what are you doing?" Su Xingfeng gnashed his teeth and said, "I want to see Lin Sun with my own eyes." How could a coarse boy from the mortal world become so powerful in just a few years? His voice was full of hatred and unwillingness. Su'er responded with an "oh" and said, "You're not willing to lose to this kid? Or can't accept the fact that he has become more powerful than you?" Su Xingfeng's face was slightly stiff. After a while, he nodded and said, "Sixth granduncle is right. I do have such an idea." There was no need to hide it. To cultivate, you must first recognize the reality and your own ability. Xingfeng is so narrow-minded. I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to achieve anything in the future. Su'er sighed. Sixth granduncle, Su Xingfeng opened his mouth to explain, but he saw Su'er's face darkened. An invisible force spread out and suddenly shouted, "You still want to quibble? I think you are blinded by lard. Kneel down and admit your mistake." His voice was like a thunderclap, making Su Xingfeng's ears buzz and his mind shake. He subconsciously knelt down in the void. But immediately, he noticed that something was wrong. Sixth granduncle had always taken good care of him and had never spoken so harshly. What was wrong with him today? he couldn't help but raise his head to take a look. What he saw instantly made him realize that something was wrong. Although the appearance and demeanor of the sixth granduncle in front of him were exactly the same as he remembered, his breath was obviously much weaker and lacked the unique power that belonged to the longevity tribulation king realm. Moreover, there was something wrong with the way he looked at her. It actually carried a trace of a faintly discernible sense of ridicule. "You are not the sixth granduncle," Su Xingfeng said angrily. The others were also stunned, and they were completely baffled. But Su'er laughed and said, "You want to recognize me as your grandfather, but I don't want to recognize you as my grandson." As soon as he finished speaking, Su'er revealed his true appearance and turned into a handsome young man. It was Lin Sun. Seeing Lin Sun and listening to the mocking laughter, Su Xingfeng's handsome face suddenly turned red, and his long hair flew backward. He was so angry that smoke came out of his 7 orifices. He suddenly stood up and pointed at Lin Sun with a trembling finger. "Lin Sun, you bastard, how dare you humiliate me like this?" He was so angry that he almost went crazy. Just now, he actually knelt in front of his enemy. Although he was deceived, it was still too shameful. If such a scandal were to spread, he would not be able to raise his head for the rest of his life. "Demon God Lin, how dare you? Damn it!" The other descendants of the Holy Land of Spiritual Treasure also reacted, and their faces were extremely ugly. A few years ago, Su Xingfeng was still brooding over his defeat at the hands of Lin Sun in the secret land of the Demon Saint in the Ultimate Ruins. A few years later, Su Xingfeng had successfully entered the ranks of the core disciples of the Holy Land of Spirit Treasure, and he thought it was enough to wash away his previous shame. But what he couldn't accept was that Lin Sun was now the famous demon god Lin. He was unwilling to admit that he had been overshadowed by Lin Sun once again. Therefore, when he learned that Lin Sun had appeared in the Mabai province, he intended to find out for himself how powerful the enemy he had hated for years was. At this time, Su Xingfeng finally realized how terrifying demon god Lin was. In just 3 strikes, he was directly suppressed without any suspense. He was completely crushed without any strength to struggle. Compared to a few years ago, Lin Sun was like a different person now. His fighting skills were so powerful and his power was so domineering that Su Xingfeng felt a wave of despair. After all, he had also set foot on the extreme path of cultivation, but when he faced Lin Sun, he was still suppressed. It was also at this time that Su Xingfeng finally realized that in these years, while he had been growing stronger, so had Lin Sun, and he was ridiculously strong. He suspected that in the entire Holy Land of Spirit Treasure, only Yan Zhanqiu could have a chance to suppress Lin Sun. However, before Su Xingfeng could think further, he was knocked out by Lin Sun. After a while, the other 16 successors of the Holy Land of Spirit Treasure were all suppressed. None of them survived, and none of them could escape. Wuling City. The night was dark, but the city was brightly lit. A travel-worn cultivator had just arrived outside the city and was about to enter. But when he looked up, he was dumbfounded. On the tall and lofty city wall, there were many figures hanging in a row, all tied up and with disheveled hair. And on it, there was a line of wantonly and eye-catching bloody words: "Some successors of the famous sects have no sense of shame and colluded with black dogs. Their despicable behavior is outrageous and intolerable." Seeing this scene, the cultivator gasped and was shocked. It wasn't long before more and more cultivators gathered outside the city, and their expressions changed and were extremely shocked when they saw this scene. Who is it that dares to hang a descendant of a spirit treasure holy land here to show off? Many people's hearts trembled. The Wuling County was the closest city to the Holy Land of Spirit Treasures. But now, the future leader of the Holy Land of Spirit Treasures was tied up and hung on the city wall. This was clearly a slap in the face for the Holy Land of Spirit Treasures. Colluding with the Black Sea Tengu race? If it's really like that, then these fellows are truly shameless. Who doesn't know that these black dogs are the race that all the cultivators in the world hate the most? There were also people who gasped in surprise. The information revealed by that line of bloody words was truly shocking. If it was proven to be true, the reputation of the spiritual treasure Holy Land would definitely be stained. It must be Demon God Lin's doing. Only this guy would have the guts to do such an outrageous thing. That's right. Hasn't the numinous treasure Holy Land been searching for this kid these past few days? Obviously, all of this is a form of revenge from that kid. Most cultivators simultaneously guessed the same name at the first possible moment, and their hearts surged without end and they were unable to calm down. Earlier, when they heard the news that the spiritual treasure Holy Land was searching for Lin's son, there were still many cultivators intending to watch the show, and they thought that demon god Lin would probably suffer a calamity this time. But who would have imagined that demon god Lin would launch a counterattack tonight? Moreover, this counterattack was completely undisguised and overbearing to the extreme. Once this matter is exposed, the spiritual treasure Holy Land will absolutely not let it go. If nothing unexpected happens, the entire Mabai prefecture will start to suffer a great storm tonight. Someone sighed with emotion and had a premonition that the matter tonight was bound to cause an unpredictable storm. In the distance, Lin Sun and Xianxia withdrew their gazes, looked at each other, and both of them laughed silently. The spiritual treasure Holy Land will definitely be infuriated by this great gift, and that old bastard, Suer, who colluded with the Black Sea Tengu race, will not only have to bear the infamy, but he also has to give the spiritual treasure Holy Land a satisfactory explanation. Otherwise, the influence will be too bad. Xianxia said with a smile. Coming from the Sun Moon Palace, he knew the style of these ancient orthodoxies best. For the sake of dignity and reputation, it was impossible to choose to cooperate with the Black Sea Tengu race openly. Otherwise, they would be despised by the world. It's a pity that I can't see Miss Zhao Jingxian this time. Xianxia had glanced at Lin Sun. Isn't it said that she has already gone to the Immortal God Mountain? It happens that we are also going to participate in the Junior Giants list, so there's no harm in seeing her at that time. Lin Sun looked calm, but in fact, he felt a little regretful in his heart. His original purpose of coming to the Mabai prefecture this time was to see Zhao Jingxian, but he didn't expect that it would cause such a disturbance. However, Lin Sun didn't regret it. The hatred between him and the spiritual treasure Holy Land had been formed several years ago. Even if there was no conflict today, it was bound to break out in the future. But I have to remind you that Yan Zhanqiu also went to the Immortal God Mountain with Zhao Jingxian this time. Xianxia reminded. Moreover, everything you've done today will surely enter the ears of Yan Zhanqiu at the first possible moment. Even if it wasn't for the sake of Zhao Jingxian and merely for the sake of defending the reputation of the sect, Yan Zhanqiu would probably take you to be a thorn in his side. Lin Sun nodded. Of course, he knew what kind of consequences would be caused by what he did tonight. A few days later, the Dongxing boundary was shocked. Lin Sun, who had received a lot of attention because he ranked first on the Tianjiao list, once again aroused the amazement of countless cultivators. Someone calculated the time. It had only been less than 3 months since Demon Lin entered the Dongxing boundary, but he had already caused trouble in the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land in the ancient Song Prefecture, the Heaven-Reaching Sword Sect in the White Jade Capital, and the Spiritual Treasure Holy Land in the Mabai Prefecture. Every single one of these 3 great powers were renowned ancient sects that possessed extremely deep resources and reserves. As for Fiend God Lin, he was a youth without a sect, yet he dared to challenge an ancient orthodoxy. Every time he did so, he would stir up a huge storm before swaggering off. This truly shocked countless cultivators. It was unbelievable. There were many ancient orthodoxies scattered throughout the Dongxing boundary. After all, this was the ancient desolation domain that was publicly acknowledged as the home of saints and the place where the divine path lasted forever. Originally, some ancient orthodoxies didn't care about the sudden appearance of Demon God Lin, and they thought it was only a small matter caused by a young junior. But now, these ancient orthodoxies were alarmed, and they started to pay attention to this young man who rose up powerfully like a shooting star. He came from the mortal world, had no sect, had no roots, and was all alone. Yet he was able to escape safely from the hands of 3 ancient orthodoxies time and time again. This undoubtedly seemed to be extraordinary. This kid is like a demon that runs amok and is lawless. Once he rises up, he's bound to bring calamity to the world. Many orthodoxies made such an evaluation. Lin Sun was a young man of humble birth, yet he dared to challenge ancient orthodoxies time and time again. This caused the other orthodoxies to feel vigilant, and they sensed a trace of a threat. A great era is about to arrive, and an unprecedented change is about to play out in the ancient desolation domain. It isn't surprising that a young genius like Demon God Lin was born at this time of replacement. Even more orthodoxies maintained an attitude of watching coldly from the sidelines. There would never be a lack of geniuses and outstanding geniuses in this recent period of time. Even though Lin Sun's display was extremely striking, he was still a young man in the end. There were many peers that were as outstanding and extraordinary as him, and it was even to the extent that there were some that were even more extraordinary than him. Perhaps only if he was able to step foot into the peak of the king realm in this great era would the true measure of his resources. While the outside world was discussing this matter, Lin Sun and Xianxia had already appeared on a desolate and uninhabited snowfield. Everywhere that met the eye was covered in snow and ice, and the boundless heavens and the earth were covered in a silvery white expanse. The immortal mountain is located within a secret realm. If we want to enter it, we must first cross this black frost icefield. Xianxia let out a breath of air, and the hot air had just spread when it was frozen into ice shards that rustled and fell to the ground. This place is rumored to be the lair of the ancient Torch Dragon clan. It's cold to the bone, and there are numerous fierce beasts hibernating within it. It won't be easy to cross it safely. Xianxia introduced as he flew forward with Lin Sun. Even though the vast universe arc was extremely fast, it consumed a great amount of energy as well. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Lin Sun didn't want to drive such a holy artifact to swagger about. At this moment, there were still around 7 days before the minor tycoon list. According to Xianxia's judgment, if nothing unexpected happened, they should be able to enter the immortal mountain in advance. In the boundless snow and wind, their figures were quickly drowned, and they vanished into the distance. After a moment, a wave of intense sounds of battle came from extremely far away. Lin Sun and Xianxia suddenly stopped and spread out their divine senses. Extremely far away, an ice python that was 3 kilometers long and as thick as a house soared into the sky, and it was an intense battle with a man with a dignified figure. The ice python possessed peerless strength, and a pair of horns had already faintly appeared on its head, causing it to faintly seem like it had transformed into a dragon. It soared through the sky and controlled the energy of lightning and frost, causing the heavens and the earth to fall into a state of unrest while emanating monstrous ferocious might. It could be said without exaggeration that even a half-step king realm expert was bound to perish in the mouth of this beast. However, contrary to the expectations of Lin Sun and Xianxia, the ice python had completely fallen into a situation of being suppressed at this moment. The man with a dignified figure had fiery long hair, and he held a blood-red saber that was a meter long and completely suffused with the sheen of lightning, causing him to have an unrestrained bearing. His combat style was extremely unique. His saber was like a thunderclap, swift and overbearing, and the numerous dazzling saber chi seemed as if they were condensed from thunderclaps from the 9 heavens. They crisscrossed in the heavens and the earth, and they were filled with a terrifying aura of destruction that caused the sky to shatter into ripples that spread ceaselessly. Merely looking at him from afar gave others an oppressive, fierce, and overbearing aura. Bang! When Lin Sun and Xianxia looked over, the battle was already nearing its end, and they saw the figure that was dignified like flame suddenly charge into the sky before slashing down with his saber, and it was like a blood-red bolt of lightning had descended from the sky. The enormous head of the ice python exploded into pieces with a bang. Lin Sun couldn't help but feel a little amazed. With a single glance, one could tell that some people were extraordinary. They were destined to shake the world and soar through the clouds. For example, the dignified figure who stood proudly with a saber after killing the python was undoubtedly such a person. Laughing in the heavens. Xianxia said in surprise, "He's here too." In an instant, Lin Sun also remembered who this person was. In the younger generation of the Northern Dipper world, there was Yi Chen, the sword devil who once fought in the Northern Dipper world alone and defeated 90 provinces with one sword. There was also Laughing in the Heavens who once said, "I dare to laugh at the heavens like a pond, but I hate the heavens for being too low." Both of them were regarded as the double master of sword and saber. Like the twin stars, they were famous in the Northern Dipper world and were as dazzling as the sun. Obviously, the dignified figure in the distance must be Laughing in the Heavens. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, Laughing in the Heavens in the distance looked back. His facial features were as sharp as a knife, and his eyebrows were sparse, giving him a heroic spirit. Especially his eyes, which were narrow and bright like a knife. When he looked back, there seemed to be a sharp bolt of lightning shooting across the air in his eyes. Xianxia's body tensed imperceptibly. Qi surged all over his body, and his clothes fluttered without wind. This was an invisible confrontation of momentum. Just for a moment, laughing in the heavens' eyes moved to Lin Sun. He deserves to be called Blade Maniac. Lin Sun looked indifferent as if he didn't feel it, but he couldn't help but be surprised. Due to their different personalities and different paths of the Great Tao, the temperament and aura displayed by every prodigy was different. Some people's breath was reserved, some were strong, and some were feminine. Laughing in the heavens' breath was like the sun shining alone in the sky, shining brightly and dazzlingly. In the face of such an existence, some of his peers who were not strong enough would be shocked instantly and couldn't resist at all. Of course, Lin Sun was only a little surprised. He was surprised. That laughing in the heavens momentum was one of the top powerhouses of the younger generation he had ever seen. As for shock and fear, it was far from it. At the same time, laughing in the heavens in the distance was also a little surprised. His instinct told him that Lin Sun was an extremely unusual character. If his momentum was like a scorching sun that could illuminate the sky, Lin Sun gave him the impression of a great abyss. Vast, boundless, and unfathomable. Interesting. The fight for the minor giants this time around will not disappoint me. Laughing at the heavens withdrew his gaze and laughed soundlessly, revealing 2 rows of neat, snow-white teeth. Then, he turned around and left. Although Lin Sun was extraordinary and surprised him a little, momentum was only a part of strength. There were too many factors that could determine whether an expert was powerful or not. A stronger aura did not necessarily equate to a stronger combat power. Laughing at the heavens stood tall and proud. His hair was crimson like fire, and he was dressed in a white robe. He strolled through the wind and snow, and even his back was dazzling. Xianxia sighed, "I'm not as good as him." To make a prideful figure who had reached the pinnacle admit that he was inferior to others undoubtedly required a great deal of courage. Lin Sun patted him on the shoulder and said, "It's just a small gap. This is just a temporary struggle. The road to the Great Way is a struggle for a lifetime." Xianxia shrugged and said with a smile, "Don't worry. I've already been defeated by you once in White Jade Capital. My skin has already become thick and tough. How can I be defeated again?" The two continued to walk along the path taken by laughing at the heavens. It was calm and peaceful, and they even gained a lot of advantages. Because all the fierce beasts along the way had been killed by laughing at the heavens with one saber strike. When Lin Sun and Xianxia arrived, there was only a pile of broken corpses on the ground. The mysterious frost icefield was far more vast than Lin Sun had imagined. Along the way, the wind and snow were everywhere, and the environment was extremely harsh. Ordinary practitioners couldn't bear the invasion of such biting cold air at all. Even Lin Sun and Xianxia had to run their cultivation to resist the whistling cold air in the air as they went deeper into the icefield. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind swept from the far distance behind them, setting off a storm, frost, and snow all over the sky. It was a phoenix with golden wings. Its wings were 300 meters long when stretched out, and it flew in the void with amazing power. On the back of the golden phoenix sat a group of young men and women. The men were handsome and the women were beautiful. Each of them had an extraordinary bearing, and one could tell at a glance that they came from an extraordinary background. They obviously noticed Lin Sun and Xianxia, but they didn't pay attention to them. Soon, they left on the golden phoenix. The successor of the first returning Taoist sect has also come. Xianxia narrowed his eyes slightly. "I wonder if Lu Songfeng has come. That guy is abnormal. 5 years ago, he was only one step away from entering the ranks of the junior giants." After Xiaoqing's explanation, Lin Sun knew that Lu Songfeng was the leader of the younger generation of the first returning Taoist sect, and his combat strength was extremely tyrannical. As the people of the first returning Taoist sect left, cultivators appeared one after another along the way. All of them were the successors of ancient orthodoxies. They traveled in groups. Not only did they come from Dongxing boundary, but there were also successors of ancient orthodoxies from Shihing boundary, Beidu boundary, and Nanxian boundary. Even Xiaoqing couldn't recognize the successors of some sects, but it didn't mean that they weren't strong enough. After all, the 4 boundaries of the ancient desolation were separated by the boundary river. It was normal that they didn't know each other's situation. But this still made Xianxia feel dignified, and he said, in the past, the participants of the Junior Giants list were mostly the top figures of the younger generation of Dongxing boundary. But this time, it's obviously different. There was no need to explain the reason. Lin Sun was well aware of it. There was no other reason. The Great World was coming, whether it was for the sake of entering the Tianjiao Golden List or to seize the great fortune in the Great World. The young talents of Xihing boundary, Beidou boundary, and Nanxian boundary were bound to be unwilling to be left out and would participate in the competition for hegemony. Just like the Junior Giants list this time, it was bound to be completely different from the past. This time, the competition is bound to be more intense and cruel than before. Originally, I had the confidence to attack the top 36, but now, Xianxia sighed lightly, I suddenly feel a little unreliable. The result of this kind of competition can only be known after fighting. Lin Sun said casually, people can't be without pride, nor can they belittle themselves. Xianxia shook his head. He was a member of his own family, and he knew his own business. Indeed, he was a core descendant of Sun Moon Palace, ranked among the 16 blazing suns, and was also a very famous figure among his peers. But he also knew that there were definitely many figures like him among the many ancient orthodoxies of Dongxing boundary. Moreover, in addition to the cultivators of Dongxing boundary, there were also experts from other 3 realms participating in the Junior Giants list this time. However, Xianxia wasn't without confidence. Because this time it was a fight for the minor tycoon ranking and not the tycoon ranking of the 4 realms. According to the rules and restrictions of the Immortal Mountain, any expert over the age of 30, no matter how extraordinary his talent was, couldn't participate in the competition. This restriction alone was enough to stop the pace of many powerful figures. At the same time, the experts who had been ranked in the Junior Giants list couldn't participate in the competition for a second time. Figures like Yin Qingbai, Yan Zhanqiu, Mi Hingzhen, Wang Xuanyu, and Yi Mo naturally couldn't participate. In this way, the pressure of the competition would be relatively less. Otherwise, if the senior geniuses like Yin Qingbai and Yan Zhanqiu were allowed to participate, there would be nothing left for others. I hope there won't be too many freaks like this guy in this competition. Otherwise, there won't be any hope. Xianxia had cast a sidelong glance at Lin Sun. He was very sure that with Lin Sun's current combat strength, he should be able to enter the Junior Giants list. As for where he could be ranked, it was hard to say. After all, under the background of the coming Great Era, there would definitely be many monstrous figures participating in the Junior Giants list. It was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be more freaks than Lin Sun. 6 hours later, Lin Sun and Xianxia finally passed through the mysterious frost tundra and arrived in front of a vast ocean. Far away, they could see numerous islands standing on the surface of the sea. They were densely packed and scattered like stars in the sky. In the distance, they couldn't see anything because it was shrouded in thick mist. This is the Star Chest Sea, and the undying forbidden area is located on the other side of the sea. Xianxia pointed at the distant ocean and said, this sea isn't simple. It's like a chessboard, and the islands densely packed on it are like chess pieces that are intertwined and complicated. If you want to cross the sea, then you must possess the Pathfinder diagram. Otherwise, no matter how extraordinary your ability is, you're bound to be lost within it and have practically no hope of escaping. A very long time ago, there was once a saint that intended to head to the undying forbidden area to search for fortuitous encounters. But because he didn't possess the Pathfinder diagram, he was trapped within it and hasn't returned until now. Thus, under normal circumstances, no one dares to take a step into the sea. Lin Sun nodded. He'd already noticed that as soon as his divine sense spread out to the distant sea, it was like a clay ox entering the sea and vanished without a trace, and it was utterly unable to play the slightest role. Obviously, some sort of forbidden energy that was related to the operation of the laws of the heavens and the earth existed on this vast Star Chest Sea, causing the divine sense to lose its miraculous effect. When Lin Sun and Xianxia arrived before the coast, they just happened to see some cultivators flashing towards the Star Chest Sea. As soon as their figures appeared on the surface of the sea, they actually vanished into thin air as if they'd completely evaporated from the world. Lin Sun was shocked in his heart. This Star Chest Sea really is extraordinary, and it's enveloped in an unimaginable and miraculous energy. Let's go as well. Once we arrive at the undying forbidden area, We'll be able to find out exactly which formidable figures are participating in the competition for the Minor Colossus rankings this time. Xianxia took a deep breath and intended to set out. But right at this moment, the figure of a mighty old man suddenly flashed out explosively from behind an enormous rock in the extreme distance. "Little bastard, you've finally come. I've been waiting here for you for a long time." As his voice resounded out, the old man's figure had already flashed and charged over, and an extremely terrifying aura of a king covered the heavens and the earth like tidewater as it enveloped over. Suer's heart was filled with the pleasure of revenge. A few days ago in Mabai province, he was ambushed by Lin Sun. Not only did he suffer heavy injuries, but he also bore the infamy of colluding with the Black Sea Tengu clan. This was a great humiliation to him, and he couldn't control himself at all. He immediately started searching for Lin Sun's traces. After analysis, in his opinion, if Lin Sun wanted to rise in Dongxing domain, it was very likely that he would participate in the competition for the minor giants. As such, Suer had arrived here a long time ago and had waited patiently. A sovereign who had stepped into the second tribulation of immortality did not hesitate to do this to deal with a junior. It could be seen how angry he was. Hard work paid off. Now that Lin Sun had appeared, Suer, who had been preparing for revenge for a long time, would not hesitate any longer. Moreover, after learning a painful lesson last time, he used his full strength as soon as he attacked. The terrifying pressure of the sovereign realm pressed over like a landslide and a tsunami, enveloping the universe and making it difficult for Lin Sun and Xianxia to even move. The two were shocked. They did not expect Suer, the old bastard, to rush out at the moment they were about to enter the Star Chess Sea. Moreover, he used his full strength as soon as he attacked. The power of a life and death sovereign was enough to kill any cultivator of the 5 major realms. Moreover, Suer was a sovereign who had passed 2 tribulations of immortality. The power of this attack was something that even a true sovereign realm cultivator would not dare to take. However, at this critical moment, an unexpected scene happened. A pitch-black iron rod suddenly shot through the sky like a pillar that supported the heavens. It pierced through the sky and squeezed through the void, emitting a divine power that could destroy heaven and earth. Rumble, the iron rod swept through the air and smashed down violently. The divine might of the sovereign realm that covered the heavens and the earth suddenly exploded like chaotic clouds, emitting a deafening hiss. At the same time, Suer, who was sneering ferociously, suddenly froze. His eyeballs protruded, and he was almost scared out of his wits. Before he could react, the iron rod had already swept across his body. Bang! Under the astonished gazes of Lin Sun and Xianxia, Suer was smashed away like a sandbag. The sound of bones breaking could be heard, and Suer's powerful body had been smashed into a crooked shape. Even his spine had been broken. Amidst his shrill and terrified screams, his entire body flew towards the horizon, falling into the depths of the boundless snowstorm. Xianxia was flabbergasted. Lin Sun also felt a little dizzy. This scene was undoubtedly too shocking. A king who had stepped into the second tribulation of immortality was actually sent flying like a meteorite by a rod and disappeared without a trace. At the shores of the Star Chess Sea, some of the cultivators who had yet to take action gasped as well, looking as if they had seen a ghost. Boom! The pitch-black iron rod that had pierced through the sky was put away and landed in the hands of a tall figure that was as tall as a mountain. Then, it disappeared. In an instant, the oppressive holy aura that permeated the air also disappeared. This tall figure was a young man with bronze skin. His face was rugged, his eyebrows were as thick as ink, and his eyes were large and bright. The strange thing was that he wore animal skins. His thick long hair was disheveled, and the skin on his exposed arms were like rocks. He stood there like a barbarian from the primitive wilderness, and he emitted a violent and domineering aura that caused one's heart to tremble. At this moment, everyone's gazes fell on this young man in animal skins. Their expressions were filled with surprise, curiosity, and seriousness. Lin Sun and Xianxia were naturally no exception. It was all thanks to the help of this young man in animal skins that they were able to avert disaster this time. However, before they could express their gratitude, the tall young man in animal skins who emitted a violent aura said in a low, muffled voice, "I'm Alu. I want to participate in the minor giant rankings. If you have the Guiding Way mystic map, then bring me along. If you don't, then forget it." His voice rumbled like thunder, and his words were straightforward and straightforward. You also want to participate in the minor giant rankings? Xianxia's eyes widened in disbelief. This fellow can send a second tribulation longevity monarch flying with a single strike of his rod. Why would he come here to join in the fun? Alu scratched his head and asked in puzzlement, I'm only 19 this year. Why can't I participate, 19 years old? Another wave of gasps sounded out nearby. Truthfully speaking, they had all thought that this boorish-looking fellow was an old senior. Who would have thought that he would actually be so young? At this moment, Lin Sun calmed down and found that although Alu's aura was extremely powerful, it had not exceeded the scope of the reincarnation developing realm. He also did not have the unique aura of a monarch realm. But why did you send him flying with a single strike of your rod just now? Xianxia was stunned and felt that his brain was not enough to process it. Before he finished speaking, Alu rolled his eyes and grinned, You're really an idiot. That was the power of my dragon bone rod, not my personal combat strength. Black lines appeared on Xianxia's forehead, and he was depressed in his heart. Being called an idiot by a 19-year-old blockhead caused him to feel extremely displeased. However, seeing that the other party had saved his life once, he endured it. Dragon bone rod. It seems that it should be a powerful holy treasure. Lin Sun finally made a judgment when he thought of the scene where Su'er was sent flying. Just now. Alu, you saved us just now because you want us to take you into the immortal forbidden area? Xianxia couldn't help asking again. Alu rolled his eyes again and said, I'm not that bored. I attacked just now because I don't like that old guy. He has already stepped into the king realm, but he still wants to go against us young people. He's too shameless. He deserves to be beaten. Xianxia really couldn't stand this guy's supercilious eyes. It seemed that he was looking at a mentally retarded person, which made him uncontrollably angry. He gritted his teeth and said, Just because I don't like him? Alu nodded naturally and then said unhappily, I just asked you if you could take me with you. Why do you talk so much nonsense? You're just like a noisy and smelly crow, annoying. If I was in a bad mood, I would have slapped you to death. Xianxia's lips twitched fiercely and he gritted his teeth secretly. Alu was too arrogant. Every single word of this barbarian was simply capable of infuriating someone to death. Alright, let's go together, Lin Sun spoke and directly decided. Instead, he felt that Alu was very interesting. You agreed just like that? Xianxia had transmitted his voice angrily and muttered. Aren't you worried about being angered to death by this barbarian who's simple-minded, well-developed, and likes to roll his eyes when he speaks? Lin Sun smiled, patted Xianxia on the shoulder, and didn't say anything further. In the end, Xianxia was unable to dissuade Lin Sun, and he flashed towards the star chest sea with Alu. Swish! As soon as they arrived on the surface of the sea, a miraculous scene appeared. It was as if the heavens and the earth had turned upside down and the stars had moved. The scene before their eyes suddenly changed as numerous bright silver starlight descended from the sky and descended onto the islands that stood towering on the surface of the sea. At this moment, the densely packed islands seemed to have awakened from silence, and they flowed with dazzling and illusory starlight. As far as the eye could see, the starry sky was vast, the ocean was boundless, and the silver starlight flowed through the heavens and the earth, giving others an unreal, magnificent, and illusory feeling. Xianxia's expression became extremely solemn and serious, and he withdrew a secret map that was polished from jade and branded with dense and obscure markings before carefully comparing the directions. After a short while, he suddenly raised his head and flashed towards an island in the distance. Lin Sun and Alu hurriedly followed closely behind him. This star chess sea was like a chess game of the heavens and the earth, and it was boundlessly mysterious. Once one wandered about within it, even a saint would very likely get lost within it. However, with Xianxia leading the way, no accidents occurred on the way forward. Lin Sun noticed that as they went deeper, the number of islands in the sea that they saw along the way increased, and they were densely packed like the stars in the sky. They were like numerous chess pieces that had been sprinkled on the surface of the sea, and they overflowed with dreamlike starlight. When he looked around, it was as if he'd entered the depths of a vast starry sky, and he was unable to distinguish north from south and couldn't even find the way he'd come from. Lin Sun was in a trance, and he seemed to see the figure of an old man sitting above the vast ocean. A sky full of stars converged and circulated above him, and a myriad of silvery starlight poured down. On the other hand, his body was like a black hole abyss that swallowed and annihilated the starlight that poured down in torrents. It came endlessly and cycled in an endless cycle. At this instant, the heavens and the earth were silent, and it seemed as if only the figure of the old man remained. He was so solemn, dignified, and supreme. He was like a ruler from ancient times until now that had forgotten about the heavens and the earth and swallowed the stars in the sky. Inexplicably, Lin Sun's chest felt hot, and his spiritual veins silently released an obscure energy of the great way that surged into his sea of consciousness. In just an instant, an obscure and profound formation appeared in Lin Sun's mind. This formation used the heavenly cycle stars as its foundation, and was formed by 365 major heavenly cycle star formation diagrams and 14,800 minor heavenly cycle star formations. After carefully comprehending it, the entire formation was like a starry universe, and there were countless dazzling stars within it. They circulated along different trajectories, and it was dense and complicated to the extreme. Holy formation of all stars, impressively, this was a mysterious and shocking holy formation inheritance. Its mysteries converged in his sea of consciousness and transformed into a diagram of stars in the sky. This bizarre scene made Lin Sun feel like he was in a trance, as if he was in a dream. Could this star chess sea be transformed by a great formation of all stars? And the figure of the old man that had sat here and swallowed the stars in the sky seemed to be the figure of the saint that had once dashed wildly in the depths of the sky. Devouring star path, spiritual vein, abyss devouring star, star chess sea, and great formation of all stars. There seems to be a subtle connection and echo among them. It's because of the spiritual vein that I was able to comprehend the devouring star path at the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival and peep into the experience of the saint running wildly in the depths of the sky. And it's also because of the spiritual vein that I inadvertently obtained the inheritance and mysteries of the great formation of all stars in this star chess sea. Thinking of this, Lin Sun couldn't help but have a deep doubt in his heart. How many secrets were hidden in his talent of devouring star spiritual vein that he didn't know? Lin Sun. Suddenly, Xianxia's call rang in his ears, which made Lin Sun suddenly awaken from that kind of trance and misty thoughts. Looking up, he saw Xianxia and Alu staring at him as if they were looking at a monster. At first, Xianxia and Alu didn't notice anything wrong. But later, as they went deeper into the star chess sea, they both found that the bright starlight falling from the sky actually surged towards Lin Sun, making his figure silvery and dreamlike. Only then did they realize that something was wrong. The starlight was illusory and overflowing with clear brilliance, adding an ethereal aura to Lin Sun. His body was like a bottomless black hole. No matter how much starlight came, it would be swallowed up completely. Later, as Lin Sun inhaled and exhaled, the stars in the sky seemed to tremble with him, and the falling starlight came from all directions like a surging river, causing the void to be in disorder. It was silver and dazzling. Such a scene could be described as earth-shattering, but what was worse was that in this way, their path forward was covered by the starlight. Even if they had the guide map, they couldn't identify the path at all. In desperation, Xianxia had to say something to interrupt Lin Sun's wonderful encounter. Lin Sun came to his senses and glanced around. When he saw the surrounding starlight surging and dense like mist, he immediately understood what was going on. His heart stirred as he recalled the heavenly cycle star diagram in his sea of consciousness. He subconsciously waved his sleeve. Whoosh! The bright starlight all over the sky returned in all directions along the original direction, and soon disappeared without a trace. From a distance, it was like an immortal shaking his sleeve, and the starlight rushed into the sky. The magnificent scene made Xianxia's eyes pop out. How could this happen? Alu's reaction was very simple. He clicked his tongue in wonder and said, "It's so fucking beautiful. One day, I must ascend to the 9th heaven and grab a handful of stars to play with." Grab a handful of stars to play with? Brag hard, Xianxia sneered. A frog in a well, how pitiful. Alu rolled his eyes and didn't bother to pay attention to Xianxia. Xianxia was instantly flustered and exasperated. What he couldn't stand the most was Alu's supercilious look. It was simply intolerable for a rough and overbearing guy like the barbarian god to like supercilious look. "I'm warning you, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you saved us once," Xianxia said furiously. "Only the weak will threaten. the strong will directly attack. Alu crossed his arms that were as thick as rocks in front of his chest. His figure was extremely tall and was a full head taller than Xianxia. Naturally, he gave off a feeling of looking down on Xianxia. You. Xianxia really had the urge to make a move. This Alu's mouth was definitely a great killing weapon that attracted hatred, and it would infuriate people to death. Alright, let's hurry up and leave. Lin Sun quickly persuaded. Humph. If it wasn't for Lin Sun's persuasion, I would have disregarded everything and fought you. Xianxia grunted coldly. Words and no action won't do. A real man only has one word, do it. Alu's eyes were bright as he stared at Xianxia provocatively. Lin Sun felt a headache. Only now did he realize that Xianxia and Alu were like enemies who were destined to restrain each other. They never stopped fighting. Helpless, he could only take the lead and move forward. This instantly shocked Xianxia, and he hurriedly rushed forward and shouted, "This is the Star Chess Sea. You can't run around." This small dispute was finally over, and the three of them continued forward. However, Lin Sun's expression was slightly strange. As he moved forward, all the secrets of the nearby area appeared in his sea of consciousness in detail, allowing him to instantly judge the direction of every path. Where there was danger, where there was a maze, everything was clearly seen through by him. As expected, this Star Chess Sea is formed from a heavenly cycle star formation. Lin Sun's heart shook, and he felt as if he had been enlightened. He could even determine that the area they were currently moving forward was in the direction of the heavenly gate of the Horned Palace in the east of the formation. This place belonged to the scope of one of the 360 major heavenly cycle star formation diagrams, and there were 360 small formations hidden within it. The core of every formation corresponded to an island on the surface of the sea. Under the operation of the formation's energy, every island was covered in different powers. There were maze restriction, illusion restriction, slaughter restriction, and so on and so forth. Once he trespassed without permission, he would definitely trigger the restriction. After all, this was a holy formation that covered the heavens and the earth. Pulling one part would affect the whole thing. At that time, no matter how extraordinary one's means were, he was bound to encounter unpredictable dangers. Lin Sun made a careful comparison and found that the path Xianxia led was indeed one of the few paths of life in this area. Thinking of this, Lin Sun couldn't help but smile. The Star Chess Sea might be an insurmountable impasse for the cultivators in the world. But for him who possessed the inheritance of the major heavenly cycle star formation, entering this sea was like walking on flat ground. Moreover, as long as he was willing, he could completely use the formation's power for his own use. In his sea of consciousness, the major heavenly cycle star diagram floated quietly. Lin Sun knew that he had inadvertently encountered a great fortune this time. Just the inheritance of this formation was enough for him to benefit endlessly. Along the way, Lin Sun compared and referred to it to figure out the mystery of the inheritance in the major heavenly cycle star diagram. The more he understood, the more amazed he was. The power of this formation was completely beyond his imagination. If it was operated at full strength, it could draw the power of 14,800 stars in the sky, which was enough to destroy a part of the world and destroy all living things. Regrettably, this was a holy formation, and it needed to be set up with the law of divine way. Even if he could see through its mystery, it wasn't something that Lin Sun could control right now. Back then, could it be that the saint who was running above the Zhou Su had set up the great heavenly cycle star formation here with supreme means and transformed it into the Star Chess Ocean? Lin Sun sighed with emotion. If I encounter a fatal crisis that I can't resolve in the future, I can sneak into this place. In this way, even if the saint comes, he probably can't do anything to me. Of course, passively taking a beating wasn't Lin Sun's style. The Star Chess Sea was an unimaginably large holy formation. If he could use 1/10,000th of its power, it would be more than enough to deal with the old monsters in the King realm. Along the way, Lin Sun occasionally talked with Alu. Soon, he learned that Alu's origin was extremely complicated. Alu came out of a secret realm left by the ancient times and finally came to the Dongxing boundary after many twists and turns. Before coming to the Dongxing boundary, Alu lived in a village deep in the mountains of that secret realm. He had been cultivating with an old man he called Old Bastard since he was a child. Speaking of the old bastard, Alu was full of resentment and complained to Lin Sun. He said that from the age of 3, he was forced to compete with the cub of the six-armed demon ape tribe in strength, the descendant of the star bird in flying speed, the descendant of the true roar tribe in terms of whose voice was louder, and the descendant of the dragon elephant tribe in terms of whose body was stronger. Until the age of 13, when he finally defeated the descendants of other creatures in all kinds of competitions, Alu thought that he was finally free. Who would have thought that the old bastard made an even more abnormal request, moving mountains? Every day, he had to move a mountain thousands of meters high and run from dawn to dusk, and from dusk to dawn. When Alu could carry a mountain thousands of meters high like playing with stones, the old bastard made an even more outrageous request. Overturning the sea, when Alu could turn the clouds and rain like a flood dragon and set off a storm thousands of meters high in the sea, without exception, he made a higher request. Until he came to the Dongxing boundary, he was still fighting with a group of descendants of horrible creatures. Every time, he didn't stop until he was exhausted. The old bastard has promised that when I step into the Supreme King realm in the Dongxing boundary, he won't make any more requests. At that time I will be truly free. When Alu said this, his rough and wild face was full of longing and longing. It could be seen what a dark life he had lived before. After hearing this, Lin Sun also sighed and couldn't calm down. He could be sure that Alu in front of him was walking on the most difficult and arduous path since ancient times, becoming a sage by body refining, and the old bastard in Alu's words must be a great master. Moreover, through Alu's words, Lin Sun also realized that Alu seemed to live in a small village deep in the mountains, but in fact, the village was absolutely not simple. There were descendants of six-armed ape, star bird, true roar, dragon elephant. It was not a village at all. It was obviously an unworldly place occupied by ancient alien creatures. Thinking about it, the dragon bone cudgel in Alu's hand was a holy treasure that could easily knock away an old monster like Suer. It could be inferred how extraordinary the secret realm he grew up in was. After hearing all this, Xianxia was speechless and scolded Alu in his heart. He had thought that demon god Lin was abnormal enough, but he never thought that Alu was not inferior to him at all. Here we are. After walking through the star-chest sea for half a day, they arrived at an island. With a strange wave, Lin Sun and the other two were instantly moved to an empty world. The sky was blue, the earth was fragrant, and the air was filled with peaceful and pure spiritual energy. This place was very magical. Whether it was the verdant plants, vines, or the beautiful flowers, all of them were clean and flawless with spirituality. As soon as they arrived, Lin Sun and the others felt as if they had entered the legendary Pure Land of divine soil. Their mouths and noses were filled with pure and peaceful spiritual energy, and their spirits were refreshed and refreshed. Undoubtedly, this was the undying Forbidden Land, regarded as one of the 5 forbidden lands in Dongxing world. At a glance, they could see a divine mountain standing in the distance. It was as black as ink, and there were 36 peaks on it. They were like blooming lotus petals that held up the sky. That's the undying mountain. It was born with the fortune of heaven and earth and possesses immortal characteristics. It has existed since ancient times and seems to be eternal. It's said that it's also one of the most primitive places of the Great Way in the ancient Desolation territory. The innate gods that were born in the chaos once lived on it. Xianxia's face revealed a trace of fanaticism. There are too many magical legends about it. Since ancient times, no one has been able to see through all its mysteries. Although there was the word death in the name of the immortal mountain, its charm and mountain style were opposite to it. This mountain was lofty, tall, and graceful like a winding dragon. It was completely jet black like black jade, and it had the momentum of uprooting the earth to connect to the sky. Its entire body flowed with an immortal and holy aura. At the center of it, the 36 peaks were like blooming lotus petals, towering into the sky, magnificent and majestic. No matter who came here, so long as they saw this mountain, they would feel a grand aura of eternity. It was too sacred and extraordinary, and it imperceptibly affected the power of the laws of heaven and earth in the immortal forbidden area, causing this place to be full of vitality and enshrouded in auspicious signs. It was like a pure land of divinity. Is this the immortal mountain? Lin Sun couldn't help but be shocked. The strength of his soul was extremely strong, and he could instantly capture the mountain's momentum. It was eternal and filled with incomprehensible fluctuations of supreme energy. According to rumor, in every minor tycoon ranking, the top 36 experts would be able to obtain a strand of the Great Way karmic luck contained in the Immortal Mountain. The higher one's ranking was, the more the Great Way karmic luck would be obtained. Without karmic luck, one couldn't become a king. The Great Way karmic luck was the most illusory and precious thing in the world. Ordinary fortuitous encounters might allow a cultivator's strength to advance by leaps and bounds. But the Great Way karmic luck could affect a cultivator's path, and it was even sufficient to affect the direction of a cultivator's destiny. Just like breaking through to the king realm, if one didn't have karmic luck, then no matter how strong one's foundation and talent were, one was bound to be unable to reach this realm. To put it simply, the stronger one's karmic luck was, the more fortuitous encounters one might obtain on the path to the Tao. Even if one encountered calamities, one would be able to avert danger. On the other hand, if one's karmic luck was bad, then no matter how fast one's cultivation was, if one died prematurely, then all one's efforts were bound to be in vain. 1's life, 2's karmic luck, and 3's feng shui. Everyone in the world knew this universal principle. Xianxia had cleared his throat and introduced, although the minor tycoon ranking this time is different from the past, the rules are still the same as before. It's roughly divided into 3 stages. The first stage is climbing the mountain, the second stage is guarding the mountain, and the third stage is fighting for karmic luck, which is also regarded as the ranking competition. Climbing the mountain is the first hurdle. When the minor giants ranking competition begins, all the experts will rush to the top of the immortal sacred mountain at the first possible moment. What matters is speed. Whoever can take the lead will have the advantage in guarding the mountain. Alu said indifferently, "What's so difficult about that? When I was 14, I could already play around with a mountain peak in my hand. It's karmic karma luck." Xianxia was very blunt. He felt that he had finally found a chance to attack Alu. Karmic god. Karmic karma Khan Shao. He was KIC dragon. You saw that on, there in Mountain of King Mountain. King of Mountain of the mountain. Karmic, Lin, he, mountain, cable mountain, king, and, he, and, as you can see, there are 36 peaks on karmic mountain, which means that only 36 people can win the competition. In the past battles for the minor tycoon rankings, most of the most powerful individuals would not choose the same route when ascending the mountain. This was because it was very easy for both sides to be injured, and the losses would outweigh the gains. Lin Sun nodded. If a peerless figure like Laughing at the Heavens really chose to climb the same mountain, there was no doubt that many people would be eliminated in the first round. At that time, it would be useless even if they had the strength to be ranked on the minor tycoon ranking. Therefore, before ascending the mountain, one had to carefully consider the route of ascending the mountain. If the king could not see the king, then that would undoubtedly be the best result. Li Qinghuan was obviously worried about this. The reason was simple. This minor tycoon ranking was completely different from the past. There were too many peerless people, and the 36 peaks were not enough for everyone. This also meant that the competition on the way to the mountain would be crueler and more difficult than before. Are there any dangers or restrictions on Undying God Mountain? Lin Sun asked. Xianxia shook his head. There isn't any danger. There's only a layer of Grand Tao restrictions that prevents flying when ascending the mountain. Moreover, one has to resist a certain amount of pressure, so one can only rely on one's own strength to ascend the mountain. Apart from that, those who are over 30 years old and whose cultivation exceeds the reincarnation developing state will be excluded and will not be able to participate. Most importantly, when ascending the Immortal God Mountain, Saint Artifact level weapons, some terrifying forbidden techniques, or extremely vicious secret treasures will be completely suppressed and unable to be used. At this point, Lin finally understood the rules of mountaineering. Of course, this is only the first stage. Unless one's luck is too bad, or if one has an unresolvable grudge against an opponent, one will usually be able to ascend the mountain peak. The real test is the second stage, guarding the mountain. When he spoke up to hear, Xianxia's expression became much more serious. The 36 mountains will only be occupied by 36 supreme figures in the end. Even if you occupy a single mountain, it will still suffer the seizing from other experts. In the end, it all depends on whether you're able to defend it. At that time, it's also the real time to compete for combat strength. Remember, when competing for the mountain peak, there's only one chance to fail. Once you fail, you'll be eliminated. Moreover, from the beginning of ascending the mountain to the time of guarding the mountain, there's only 30 minutes. After the 30 minutes, as long as one remains on the mountain peak, he or she will be ranked on the list of junior giants. Then, it's the competition for the ranking. Speaking of this, Xianxia suddenly found that his reminder was a little redundant. Whether it was Lin Sun or Alu, they were both abnormal guys like monsters. With their strength, they were at least more than 50% sure that they could successfully guard the mountain. What's the meaning of the third stage, strive for luck? Lin Sun asked. Xianxia smiled and said, you'll understand it yourself at that time. Without further delay, the three of them headed towards the distant Immortal God Mountain. At the foot of the Immortal God Mountain, many figures of practitioners had already gathered. There were men and women, and they were all very young. Each of them was extraordinary, faintly exuding an aura that far surpassed their peers. They were all outstanding and had different styles. They were all the top figures of the younger generation from various orthodoxies in the ancient desolation domain, and the weakest one was at the level of inherited disciple. As for the core disciples of ancient orthodoxies like Xianxia, there were also many of them. All of them were like the blazing sun, surrounded by many figures like stars surrounding the moon. In addition, there were also some retainers, maids, and the like gathered there to serve their respective masters, which made the inheritors of the ancient orthodoxies even more noble and extraordinary. A group of experts of the Wind Whisperer clan were running around in the field with excited expressions, constantly recording the scenes in the field with message leaves. These experts of the Wind Whisperer clan didn't come to participate in the competition for the list of junior giants, but purely came to join in the fun and collect information. The dazzling figures of the younger generation of the Four Worlds were gathered in this competition for the list of junior giants. Any one of them might be a genius that was rarely seen in 10,000 years, and there was no lack of top figures whose names had already shaken the world. It could be said that geniuses that were rare to see in the outside world were numerous in the Immortal God Mountain. It could be said to be a gathering of geniuses and stars. Similarly, because a great era was coming, the competition for the list of junior giants had become completely different from the past, and it caused countless people in the outside world to pay attention to it. Nowadays, geniuses from the Four Worlds had gathered. How many lucky people could be ranked in the list of junior giants? Many ancient orthodoxies were also paying close attention to it. How could the experts of the Wind Whisperer clan, who liked to join in the fun, miss such an unprecedented event? When Lin Sun and the others arrived, they saw such a lively scene. Motherf *Ker, the number of people participating in the competition this time is at least double that of the previous years. Xianxia gasped. With just a glance, he recognized many familiar figures, and all of them were top figures on par with him. There are indeed a lot. Lin Sun couldn't help but be stunned. From his gaze, there was no lack of top figures amongst the young men and women in the field. Their auras were unusual, and they faintly had an all-powerful temperament that stood out from the crowd. Besides them, the other young men and women were similarly dazzling. They belonged to the top figures of the same generation, and each had their own edge and aura. Lin Sun couldn't help but sigh with emotion because at least half of the most dazzling geniuses of the younger generation had appeared here. Actually, it was normal when he thought about it carefully. Each of the Four Worlds in the region of ancient desolation could be said to be boundlessly vast, and it possessed countless cities, hundreds of millions of cultivators, and all sorts of cultivation forces. Even if only one top figure could be selected from 100,000 young experts, it was sufficient to select a large group of similar stunning figures in the Four Worlds. Not to mention that ancient orthodoxies like the Profound Inquisition Sword School, the Pure Land of Longevity, the Heavenly Sword Sect, and the Holy Land of Spiritual Treasure had never lacked true peerless figures. These are the so-called geniuses of this world? In my opinion, they aren't as strong as the descendants of the starnet bird near our village. They're only impressive to look at, but they're useless. Alu's eyes opened wide as he glanced at everyone present. In the end, he seemed to be slightly disappointed, and he couldn't help but mutter. Xianxia stood up abruptly, covered Alu's mouth, and gnashed his teeth as he said, "What's this place? How can you ridicule everyone? Aren't you afraid of arousing public wrath and becoming the target of public criticism?" You're useless. Alu pushed Xiaoqing's hand away, rolled his eyes, and said, so long as my fist is big enough, then what's there to be afraid of? Xiaoqing's expression changed indeterminately, and he felt a headache coming on. This fellow is simply a blabbermouth, and a few words are sufficient to offend a large group of people. Even though Alu's voice wasn't loud, everyone present was a cultivator with sharp ears and eyes. In just an instant, numerous gazes looked over. Sure enough, trouble has come. Xiaoqing couldn't help but sigh in his heart when he noticed the scene. He wasn't afraid of trouble, but he didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble because of this. Now, Alu had successfully ridiculed everyone as soon as he spoke, and it drew the attention of a large group. Most of the people present here were of extraordinary origins, and all of them were renowned geniuses. Yet now, they were ridiculed as pleasant to the eye but weak to the eye, so they naturally felt uncomfortable in their hearts. But when they saw Alu's rugged appearance and dressing like a barbarian that had walked out from deep within the wilderness, some of them couldn't help but chuckle, and they shook their heads in silence and couldn't be bothered to pay any attention to him. Why pay any attention to a fellow that seems to be extremely vulgar? It's an insult to our identities for no reason. But there was also someone who was displeased and sneered with ridicule. Bumpkin, what era is it already? You're still wearing extremely simple beast skin, and your words are so vulgar and ignorant. It's simply a disgrace. A person like you dares to look down upon us? Simply laughable. This was a young man that wore a black robe with golden threads, and he was an inheritor of an ancient sect. He had a group of lackeys clustered around him, and he seemed to be extremely cold, arrogant, and noble. Alu was stunned, and then he turned around to ask Xiaoqing. He's insulting me? Xiaoqing hurriedly said, don't act rashly. Fighting and killing are prohibited in the Undying Forbidden Grounds. Once you do, you'll be expelled by the rules of the Grand Dao here. At that time you won't be able to participate in the competition for the minor titans. Before he could finish speaking, the black-robed young man laughed with ridicule and interrupted him. So it turns out that you're an idiot that doesn't know anything. Alu grinned and revealed 2 rows of snow-white teeth, and his rugged face carried dense disdain as he spat fiercely towards the black-robed young man and cursed. Bastard! Grandpa will definitely smash your balls apart when we ascend the mountain later. This fellow is really vulgar. Everyone present here frowned. This was the Undying Divine Mountain, and all the young people present here were dazzling figures that were dragons and phoenixes amongst men. How could they have imagined that someone would actually spit so vulgarly? On the other hand, some of the young women opened their eyes wide when they heard Alu's ferocious and swift words, and they didn't dare imagine that someone would dare speak such filthy words before their faces. You! How presumptuous! The black-robed young man's nose was almost crooked from anger. If he hadn't dodged in time earlier, then that mouthful of spit would have almost stuck onto his body, and just thinking about it caused him to feel disgusted. Alu rolled his eyes and said with disdain, so what if I'm presumptuous? Grandpa is a man of my word. If I don't beat you to death, I'm not your grandpa. Everyone was speechless when they heard this. This fellow really knew how to take advantage of others. Regardless of whether he killed the other party or not, he still considered himself to be the other party's grandfather. His mouth was really sharp. Seeing that the black-robed young man was about to go mad with anger, Lin Sun and Xiaoqing hurriedly took action together and dragged Alu to another area in the distance. Alu was a little displeased and grumbled, why did you pull me? In terms of cursing, not even the descendants of the true Howl are my opponent. You all know how freakish the true Howl bloodline is, able to shatter mountains and rivers just by opening their mouths, making the sun and moon tremble. However, when they encounter me, they can only run after being cursed at. As he finished speaking, he couldn't help but become complacent. Obviously, he was proud of his skill in cursing. At this moment, Xiaoqing finally understood why he was always angered to the point of wanting to beat Aru up. It turned out that this fellow was actually a blabbermouth. At the foot of the Undying Godly Mountain, there were many heaven's favorites from different ancient orthodoxies. Therefore, they all gathered in groups of 3 to 5, each occupying their own space and minding their own business. The area where Lin Sun and Xiaoqing were at was relatively deserted with only a dozen people. Originally, Lin Sun thought that he could finally have some peace and quiet. Unexpectedly, a female practitioner of the Wind Whisperer clan suddenly screamed and ran towards him. My God, it's you, Demon Lin. You're here too. Can I ask you some questions? Don't worry, if you don't want to answer, I won't force you. Her red lips were like fire, her beautiful eyes were like ripples, and her appearance was charming and attractive. But at this time, she looked excessively excited. What? He's that Demon Lin? It's him? No way, that barbarian is Demon Lin? His speech is too vulgar. Idiot, Demon Lin is the young man next to the barbarian. There was a commotion in the field. All eyes gathered from all directions and fell on Lin Sun with curiosity, surprise, and suspicion. Alu's previous performance was so eye-catching that they couldn't recognize Lin Sun at first. It was not until then that they realized who Lin Sun was. Demon Lin, this name could be described as hot in the Dongxing territory, which caused a lot of waves and attracted the attention of all parties. But at this moment, it was hard for them to associate the handsome and quiet Lin Sun with the rumored demon god Lin, who was incomparably ferocious and mighty. The contrast was so great that it was hard to imagine. You're that Demon Lin? Even Alu was surprised. He looked at Lin Sun up and down and said, but, why do you look like a gigolo? Lin Sun was speechless and said to the female practitioner of the Wind Whisperer clan, I want some peace and quiet now. Please leave. The coquettish female practitioner was not discouraged. On the contrary, she was quite cheeky. She approached Lin Sun with a smile and said, Don't. I only want to ask 3 questions. I'll leave after that. Lin Sun frowned and felt a headache. He really couldn't understand why the Wind Whisperer clan was so keen on inquiring about information. Aren't you afraid of offending me? Lin Sun said expressionlessly. I'm not afraid. Anyway, fighting is not allowed in the Immortal Forbidden Area. And I believe you won't attack a weak girl like me for no reason, right? The coquettish woman looked sly and rascally. Lin Sun sighed. When he was about to say something, Alu strode forward and said, You're called Demon Lin, but you can't even handle a girl. Watch me. As he said, he stretched out his bronze-colored arm, which was as thick as a rock, and held the coquettish woman's slender waist. He put his stubbled face in front of the woman, took a deep breath, and showed a wretched and intoxicated smile, saying, Girl, you smell so good. Ask me if you have any questions. I'm sure I can satisfy you. The coquettish woman was stunned at first, and then let out a scream. She ran away with a pair of slender legs. Alu laughed, stroked his chin, and said, What a big butt. If I carry this girl back to the village to be my wife, she must be very fertile. Lin Sun and Xianxia looked at each other, and a thought emerged in their minds at the same time. A wicked person would be tortured by another wicked person. After all the strong people in the field were the dazzling figures of the younger generation. After the initial surprise, they withdrew their eyes and no longer paid attention to Lin Sun. However, they couldn't ignore it in their hearts. After all, this was Demon Lin, a top figure who could stir up trouble in the Shihing boundary and also rise to fame in the Dongxing boundary. His strength had long been proved by many facts. Who dared to ignore him? However, taking him seriously didn't mean being afraid of him. Although Demon Lin was strong, they didn't admit that they were weaker than him. The fact that they dared to participate in the ranking of junior giants was enough to prove how confident they were in their own strength. So you are Demon Lin. Suddenly, a man in a white robe sat cross-legged on a rock. His hair was red like fire, and he was sitting cross-legged. His eyes were closed, and his aura was as dull as a rock, which was not eye-catching at all. But when he opened his eyes and looked at Lin Sun, it was as if a scorching sun came out of the sky, which made everyone present change their faces. Laughing at the heavens, the frenzied blade, even some of the top figures in the field who were extremely conceited revealed solemn expressions at this moment. In their hearts, laughing at the heavens was undoubtedly an extremely terrifying competitor. Lin Sun had exchanged glances with laughing at the heavens from afar, so he wasn't surprised to see him again. He met laughing at the heavens' gaze without hesitation, shrugged, and said, Titles are given by others. I have no choice even if I don't want to. You don't want to call yourself a demon god, and I don't want to call myself a frenzied blade either. After all, these titles are nothing to me. However, I'm looking forward to having a match with you. laughing at the heavens, smiled freely. His red hair fluttered in the wind, and his long and narrow eyes were frighteningly bright like the edge of a blade. He gave off an aura that looked down on the world, and there was an unconcealable peerless sharpness in his every move. He was indeed outstanding and unique. After he finished speaking, he ignored Lin Sun and closed his eyes. His aura fell into silence, like a blazing sun lying dormant in the eternal night. Many powerhouses in the field couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The aura laughing at the heavens revealed just now was too strong, and they also felt a lot of pressure. At the same time, they looked at Lin Sun with a trace of complexity in their eyes. Since laughing at the heavens arrived here, he had occupied a place by himself. No one had aroused his interest, but Lin Sun made him take the initiative to speak. This undoubtedly proved that in laughing at the heavens' eyes, demon god Lin was a worthy opponent. What a cocky fellow! Alu glanced sideways at laughing at the heavens and muttered. In this inharmonious atmosphere, his words were undoubtedly very conspicuous. Everyone was stunned. This barbarian was truly daring, however, to their disappointment, laughing at the heavens seemed to turn a deaf ear to him. He didn't open his eyes, nor did he pay attention to Alu's provocative words. Alu seemed to be a little disappointed. He curled his lips and didn't say anything more. How much longer do we have to wait? Lin Sun looked at the immortal god mountain that towered into the sky. About 2 more days. 2 days later, the great Tao prohibition on this mountain will disappear and allow us to ascend the mountain, Xianxia answered. Lin Sun replied with a oh. He was puzzled. Didn't they say that Zhao Jingxian had already arrived? Why didn't he see any trace of her? The people of Heaven's Pivot Holy Land are here, someone said. Hearing this, everyone looked into the distance and saw a golden-robed young man, surrounded by a group of men and women, rushing towards them. This golden-robed young man was handsome and slender. He was bathed in golden light, and his blood and chi were astonishing. When he walked, faint dragon roars and tiger roars could be heard around him. His calm and elegant temperament made many geniuses of sex feel inferior. Chu Beihai. The enmity between Lin Sun and the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land had been formed since they were in the Green Deer Academy of Xiao Empire. But the real enmity was caused in the ancient Song province where the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land was located. And the root of the trouble was Chu Beihai. At the Jade Flame City Stone Appraisal Conference, Chu Beihai launched an operation to kill Lin Sun, causing the matter to become more and more serious. Therefore, when he saw Chu Beihai, the mastermind behind the scenes, appear, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel a wisp of killing intent. Demon God Lin. How dare you show yourself here? At the same time, Chu Beihai saw Lin Sun as well. His eyes suddenly shot out a fiery golden light and locked onto Lin Sun from afar. The geniuses from different ancient orthodoxies nearby revealed strange expressions when they saw this. They all knew about the enmity between Lin Sun and the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land, so they naturally understood that Chu Beihai's reaction was reasonable. Why can't I come? Lin Sun spoke indifferently, and his black eyes were deep like an abyss. Speaking of which, you should feel lucky that you didn't attack me in the ancient Song province. Otherwise, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to come today. The two of them confronted each other, causing the atmosphere here to suddenly become oppressive. Cut the crap. Since you're here today, you're bound to die. I'll leave my words here. Chu Beihai's face was gloomy, and his words were powerful. His aura surged, his clothes fluttered, and his entire body was bathed in dazzling golden light. At that time, Lin Sun killed countless descendants of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land in the ancient Song province, and even an old monster of the King realm was trapped and killed. Even Zhang Zhang and Shui Qianhen, 2 core disciples, were completely crippled. How could Chu Beihai endure such deep hatred? Everyone gasped, and they realized that great waves were bound to be stirred up in the competition for the junior titans this time. Alu laughed loudly and said as if he wanted to see the world in chaos, "Who is this guy?" Demon God Lin, don't be a coward, or I'll look down on you. Xianxia frowned instead, and he reminded via voice transmission. It's utterly impossible to determine life and death within the deathless forbidden area due to being restrained by the laws and order of the heavens and the earth. Since this fellow dares to speak like this, then he's surely waiting for you to leave before making a move. I suspect that when the time comes, it won't be just Chu Beihai attacking alone. It's extremely likely that the old fellows from the Heaven's Pivot Sacred Ground will join in as well. Lin Sun nodded with a calm look. Ever since he had entered the ancient Desolation realm, he had been hunted countless times. He had gotten used to it. Moreover, he had a strong backing this time, so he wouldn't take this threat seriously. Humph. Chu Beihai withdrew his gaze and ignored Lin Sun and the others. Compared with killing Lin Sun, he was more concerned about the competition for the junior tycoon ranking. In the following period of time, batches after batches of Heaven's Prides arrived. There were successors from the ancient orthodoxies and sage families of the East Victory domain. There were also outstanding figures from the Western Hing domain, the Northern Dipper domain, and the Southern Profound domain. Following this, quite a bit of commotion arose in the surroundings. When some peerless influential figures appeared, they would even attract the attention of the audience. For example, Yi Chen, the descendant of the Yi clan of the Crepe Myrtle Mountain in the Northern Dipper realm. This young man who was known as the Sword Demon drew the attention of everyone the moment he made an appearance. He wore a purple robe, and his black hair was as smooth as silk. His straight and thin figure was like a sword that could pierce through the sky. As his black eyes opened and closed, a terrifying scene of thousands of swords bursting forth was reflected. All the experts who were swept by his eyes felt as if their souls were being cut apart. The appearance of the sword demon Yi Chen also attracted the attention of Laughing at the Heavens. Their gazes collided in midair, and it was like the clash of swords and sabers. "You shouldn't have come," said Laughing at the Heavens. His words were direct, domineering, and fierce. "Are you afraid that I'll suppress you and remove your name from the title of Sword and Saber Duel?" Yi Chen's tone was flat, but it had its own fierceness that was as frightening as a sword. Laughing at the Heavens chuckled. He closed his eyes and said nothing as if he was ignoring Yi Chen. The sword demon Yi Chen shrugged and didn't take it seriously. After that, he suddenly made a sound of surprise and looked at Lin Sun, who was on the other side. A playful smile appeared on the corners of his mouth as he said, "Demon God Lin, I really didn't misjudge you outside the Dao Discussion Lantern Festival. I really look forward to your participation in the Minor Tycoon list." Lin Sun was stunned and said, "You met me at the Dao Discussion Lantern Festival?" The sword demon Yi Chen smiled and said, "That's not important. What's important is that I really appreciate what you've done. If there's a chance, I'll fight you. No matter if you win or lose, I'll treat you to 3 cups of wine. The first cup is to my liking, the second cup is to your liking, and the third cup is to our liking." Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and said, "Since we're going to drink, why do we have to fight?" Yi Chen laughed and asked in reply, "If we're going to drink, how can we not fight to our heart's content first?" As soon as he finished speaking, he sat down on the ground and closed his eyes. He actually started meditating and paid no attention to the various gazes around him. If it were others, they might feel that it was very unsightly to sit on the ground, which was not in line with the identity of a peerless figure whose name shook the whole world. But Yi Chen obviously didn't care about this. He only cared about his own mind, which was to follow his heart and act according to his heart. The same was true of his sword. All of a sudden, everyone looked at Lin Sun in a different way. Since Lin Sun first arrived here, he had been very ordinary. He didn't stand out and didn't attract attention. But when people learned about his identity, there were bursts of restlessness in the field. At that time, although many geniuses attached importance to Lin Sun, they didn't think they were inferior to Lin Sun, so they soon calmed down. However, as Laughing Heaven took the initiative to talk to Lin Sun, many geniuses felt that it was unusual and valued Lin Sun more and more. At this time, when they saw Sword Demon Yi Chen didn't hide his attention and appreciation to Lin Sun, those geniuses from different orthodoxies finally couldn't calm down. Did this mean that in the eyes of the 2 most dazzling figures in the Big Dipper world, Demon God Lin was already on an equal footing with them? This was too amazing, and this caused Ah Lu to murmur discontentedly, "Another arrogant guy." Everyone's faces were filled with black lines. This barbarian was simply asking for a beating to the extreme. They'd never seen someone with such an annoying mouth. As time went by, more and more geniuses came to the foot of the Immortal Mountain, making the atmosphere more and more oppressive. Many of the conversations unconsciously became much quieter. Everyone expected that the Junior Giants list this time was really different from the past. Not only were there a large number of participants, but there were also many geniuses and strong people, There was no lack of top figures like Laughing Heaven and Yi Chen who had already dominated a region. This made many Heaven's favorites' hearts feel heavy and the pressure they felt multiplied. In the past Junior Giants list, it was rare for so many top figures to participate in it at the same time. The people of the Heaven-reaching sword sect are here. On the morning of the second day after Lin Sun's arrival, there was a stir in the field and everyone looked in the same direction. In the extremely distant sky, numerous strands of sword light whistled over like gorgeous divine rays of light, and they were dazzling, blazing, fierce, and terrifying. Then, these sword lights suddenly stopped in the void, and a group of men and women appeared. The person in the lead was a thin man that wore a golden crown and feathered clothes. His entire body was brimming with heroic spirit and revealed an indescribably fierce and domineering aura. Being stared at by him was like being struck by lightning, and it caused one's heart to tremble involuntarily. Jin Muyun, he was the leader of the 13 swords of the Heaven-reaching sword sect and held the Brahma sword. He was the leader of the core disciples of the Heaven-reaching sword sect. If Yun Qingbai was the leader of the previous generation of the Heaven-reaching sword sect, then Jin Muyun was the most amazing swordsman of the current generation of the Heaven-reaching sword sect. In terms of talent and physique, he was not much inferior to Yun Qingbai. Jin Muyun was very young, at most in his 20s, but he had cultivated a domineering swordsmanship that was sharp and domineering. Overall, this person's reputation was not inferior to extraordinary figures like Laughing at the Heavens and Sword Devil Yi Chen. There were even busybodies who saw him as the second Yun Qingbai of the Heaven-reaching sword sect. There was a stir in the field and countless gazes were attracted by Jin Muyun. This genius of swordsmanship who was regarded as the Brahma sword undoubtedly had a graceful bearing and background that made people have no choice but to pay attention to him. In comparison, the group of men and women of the Heaven-reaching sword sect around him was slightly dim, and the limelight was completely overshadowed by Jin Muyun. Lin Sun also noticed this person. Moreover, Xianxia had already told him about Jin Muyun's background. He is indeed a powerful figure. Lin Sun commented in his heart and withdrew his gaze. Although Jin Muyun was strong, he was not Yun Qingbai. However, to Lin Sun's and everyone else's surprise, the moment Jin Muyun arrived, he swept his gaze across the field and said coldly, "Is Demon God Lin here?" His voice was like a sword, sonorous and reverberating in the surroundings, causing piercing pain in one's eardrums and making one's heart tremble. Subconsciously, many gazes looked towards where Lin Sun was, and there was more or less a trace of surprise in their expressions. The matter of Lin Sun charging into the White Jade Capital's 12 floors alone a while ago had already caused a sensation in the world. It was known to every household in Dongxing domain, including women and children. To the Heaven-reaching sword sect, it was destined that they would not have any good impression of Lin Sun. However, many people did not expect that the moment Jin Muyun arrived, he would point his spear at Lin Sun. "You are Demon God Lin?" The aura around Jin Muyun was fierce and domineering. His eyes were like sharp swords as he stared at Lin Sun. "How dare you snatch my senior brother Yun's Night Flower sword? This crime is destined to be unforgivable." Everyone was shocked. First, there was Chu Beihai, and then there was Jin Muyun. Both of them actually wanted to kill Demon God Lin. Moreover, Jin Muyun's performance was even more domineering and direct. Of course, the most shocking thing was that Demon God Lin had actually snatched Yun Qingbai's sword from back then. That was a famous sword that had once beheaded hundreds of half-step King Realm experts. Faced with the aggressive, fierce, and domineering Jin Muyun, Lin Sun could not help but roll his eyes. He said, "Isn't it easy to die? Don't be anxious. After I kill Chu Beihai, I'll send you on your way." Chu Beihai's face darkened at Lin Sun's words. He said coldly, "Lin Sun, I'll let you die a horrible death just because of what you said." Jin Muyun's eyes were as cold as swords. Lin Sun's words were full of contempt. Obviously, Jin Muyun didn't take him seriously. Arrogance comes at a price. "When the time comes, I will use your blood to warm the wine, and your soul to wipe the edge of my sword." Jin Muyun said word by word, full of killing intent. He gave off a domineering aura, which made many people's faces change slightly. Lin Sun seemed to be unaware of it. He asked, "People say you're the second Yun Qingbai. Let me ask you, have you ever defeated Yun Qingbai's record?" Jin Muyun narrowed his eyes slightly, and a shadow appeared between his eyebrows imperceptibly. On the other hand, the expressions of everyone here had become strange. There was no need to guess the answer. If Jin Muyun had broken Yun Qingbai's record in the 12th floor, it would have caused a sensation in White Jade Capital and been known to the world. But obviously, he hadn't. It was Lin Sun who had broken 5 of Yun Qingbai's records. That's just the record set by senior brother Yun 10 years ago. What's there to be proud of? Jin Muyun said coldly. I'm not proud. I'm just thinking, you can't even break Yun Qingbai's record 10 years ago. What right do you have to talk big? At the end of his words, Lin Sun's voice carried an invisible power. His voice was like a clap of thunder, shaking Jin Muyun's ears fiercely. Jin Muyun's heart twitched imperceptibly, and his expression was uncertain. Don't be arrogant. Lin Sun, are you stupid enough to think that you can be lawless just because you broke senior brother Yun's record 10 years ago? Arrogant and reckless. Beside Jin Muyun, a group of heaven-reaching sword sect talents criticized Lin Sun. Lin Sun turned to Alu and said, do me a favor. What favor? Alu was stunned. Scold them, Lin Sun said. Don't you scare the Zhenhou branch with your scolding skills? This is the perfect time to show your strength. Alu's lips twitched, and he shouted, Devil Lin, damn you. What do you take me for? A shrew? What's more, even if I were to scold them, these guys aren't qualified to be scolded by me. Why don't you take a look at their morals? Scolding them would only dirty my mouth. Lin Sun couldn't help but feel amused. Alu was indeed a natural candidate for shooting his mouth off. As soon as he opened his mouth, he achieved the effect of scolding a group of people. As for the heavenly sword sect's side, everyone's faces, including Jin Muyun's, darkened. This barbarian actually said that they were not qualified to be scolded by him. This was simply going too far. Alu hurriedly explained, don't misunderstand. I'm not scolding you. I'm scolding you for not being qualified to be scolded by me. Do you understand? Pucci, many people couldn't help but laugh. Jin Muyun and the rest were so angry that their faces turned green. They had originally thought that Lin Sun was timid and asking for help. Who would have thought that it would be a barbarian who didn't care about anything scolding them? Furthermore, his words were simply too vicious. I can tell that you've misunderstood. I despise you, but I'm not in the mood to scold you. After all, not everyone is qualified to be scolded by me. You should understand now, right? Alu explained very patiently. But the more he acted like this, the more uncontrollably the laughter resounded. Even Lin Sun and Xianxia sighed with emotion. What was a natural king of shooting his mouth off? Alu was one. There were also some people who were stupefied and looked as if they had seen a ghost. This barbarian was definitely a weirdo who would infuriate others to death. He didn't even use vulgarities when scolding others, but it was like a knife that pierced one's heart. Enough. Jin Muyun couldn't help but be angry as well. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and his whole body surged with a terrifying killing intent, causing the atmosphere to suddenly become oppressive. Just you wait. His eyes surged with a terrifying sharpness, and he was incomparably cold. Obviously, he was really angry. Alu was just about to say something when he was stopped by Lin Sun. It was useless to say anything more at this moment. Alas, how did things turn out like this? Alu sighed. Because your mouth is annoying, Xianxia answered. Then, there were signs of a quarrel between the two. Lin Sun could only mediate between them, and he was very busy. This farce passed in the blink of an eye. No matter what, the arrival of Jin Muyun's group had caused the geniuses of the various sects present to realize that demon god Lin's appearance this time was probably going to cause another great wave. However, before Lin Sun could calm down for a while, what happened next made him frown. This was because quite a few old acquaintances had arrived. Yu Lingkong, dressed in a jade robe and wearing a feather crown on his head, came to the scene like a dream, and his tall figure was surrounded by crystal light, which caused a commotion. He was also accompanied by some talents of the Pure Land of Longevity. As soon as he arrived, he attracted the attention of all the people present. But Yu Lingkong only looked at Lin Sun with an indifferent and cold look. He said a sentence full of killing intent, Lin Sun, you're the only one who can do that. Lin Sun, I'll repay you 10 times for what you did last time. His words shocked all the people present. Lin Sun said calmly. The successors of Sangmei Taoism sect in Shihing domain had also arrived. The leader was a man named Li Qingping. When he sensed Lin Sun's presence, he only asked one question: "Did you kill my younger brother, Li Qinghuan?" Lin Sun nodded. Li Qingping said good 3 times in a row, and the killing intent in his words made many strong people's hair stand on end. Before long, a black-robed young man appeared, emitting a biting cold current all over his body. He looked at Lin Sun with a cold smile and said casually, "My name is Go Yanjun. Go Xuxing asked me to kill you this time. Although I'm a little reluctant, Go Xuxing is a descendant of our black demon dog tribe after all. Moreover, many strong people of our tribe have died in your hands, so I have no choice but to agree reluctantly." Go Yanjun, a top strong man of the black demon dog tribe regarded as the 10,000 killer, was also a murderous devil that made countless practitioners pale at the mention of. With his appearance, the strong people of all the big orthodoxies all showed a look of fear or disgust. But when Go Yanjun pointed his spear at Lin Sun, everyone's expression changed subtly. Being targeted by the black demon dog tribe would definitely not end well. In this regard, Lin Sun just smiled and said, "You came at the right time. I happen to be short of black dog meat recently." Go Yanjun smiled grimly and made a beheading gesture to Lin Sun. Then he ignored Lin Sun. At this time, many people looked at Lin Sun with a complicated expression, some gloating and some pity. It was true that Lin Sun was the most popular among the young generation of Dongxing world a few days ago. But at the same time, his rise was accompanied by countless disturbances and troubles. Just like now, the competition for the junior giants had attracted the hostility of Chu Beihai, Jin Muyun, Li Qingping, Yu Lingkong, Go Yanjun, and other peerless figures. They unceremoniously expressed that they would make Lin Sun suffer this time. Anyone who saw this scene was bound to have all kinds of thoughts. "It turns out that you have offended so many people." Alu was very surprised. "Do you think his title of devil is just for show?" Xianxia said angrily. In fact, he was extremely worried in his heart. The development of the situation was also beyond his expectation. Seeing Lin Sun being targeted like this, it was difficult for him to stay calm. Only Lin Sun smiled disapprovingly and said, "They are just some old opponents. Since they still dare to jump out, it can only prove one thing. They haven't learned their lesson and forgotten the painful lessons of the past." His voice was casual but with a touch of coldness. How could he not be angry when being targeted like this? If he was not limited by the order of nature of the 4 forbidden lands, he would absolutely not endure it like this. He had secretly decided that after leaving this place, he would find a chance to kill all these guys. "Do you need help?" Suddenly, Sword Demon Yechen opened his eyes for meditation and asked Lin Sun directly, ignoring the strange eyes around him. The atmosphere suddenly changed. The expressions of Chu Beihai, Yu Lingkong, Jin Muyun, and the other powerhouses changed accordingly. If Sword Demon Yechen intervened in this matter, it would be a little troublesome. To everyone's surprise, Lin Sun said casually, "No need. If you really want to drink after we deal with them, I don't mind getting drunk with you." Yechen was also stunned. He didn't expect Lin Sun to refuse him so directly. Then, a smile appeared on his lips. In the end, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. His voice shook the world. "Okay. But before we get drunk, you have to survive first," Yechen said. "Just wait for the good wine you have prepared," Lin Sun smiled. "Arrogant." Chu Beihai snorted coldly. Jin Muyun, Yu Lingkong, and the others also sneered. They didn't believe that Lin Sun could survive this time. "The people of Spirit Treasure Holy Land are here." At this moment, someone said. Suddenly, many people's gazes became more and more strange. Because just a few days ago, Lin Sun had just made a mess in Mabai province. Not only did he seriously injure Suer, who had set foot on the second tribulation of longevity, but he also hung a group of descendants of Spirit Treasure Holy Land on the top of the city wall of Wuling as a show of force. This was equivalent to slapping the face of Spirit Treasure Holy Land, which made this ancient orthodoxy furious. They couldn't wait to pull out Lin Sun's tendons, skin him, and grind his bones to ashes. Now, the descendants of Spirit Treasure Holy Land also came to participate in the ranking of junior giants. It could be imagined that they were destined to be unhappy with Lin Sun. However, Lin Sun didn't care about this. At this moment, he also looked over, and there was a rare trace of inexplicable tension in his heart. Soon, a familiar slender figure came into view. The person was dressed in a purple dress, with bright eyes and white teeth. Her eyebrows were picturesque. Her black hair was tied up in a bun with a green wooden hairpin, revealing a bright and clear face that was both angry and happy. She was charming, and there was a valiant and charming air in her every movement. Her beauty was fresh and refined, which was different from the world. Zhao Jingxian, with just a glance, Lin Sun couldn't help but recall the scenes of his contact with Zhao Jingxian in the past, which made his mood fluctuate and a strange emotion spread. She was still as beautiful as before, and her appearance was even better than before. Zhao Jingxian came with the airs of the numinous treasure Holy Land. When Lin Sun's gaze and mind were attracted by Zhao Jingxian, the gazes of the prodigies of the various orthodoxies were attracted by the man beside Zhao Jingxian. This man was dressed in snow-white clothes, and he had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. His figure was aloof like a pine tree on a cliff, and his clothes fluttered as he walked. He had a restrained and peerless bearing. His eyes were calm, and a faint smile hung on the corners of his mouth. He seemed like a refreshing spring breeze, but in fact, he gave others a feeling of unreachable distance. He seemed so extraordinary that even figures like laughing at the heavens and Yechen were alarmed. When they saw this man's appearance clearly, a strange expression flashed in their eyes. In the eyes of peerless figures like them, this white-clothed man had a different bearing. His seemingly thin figure actually contained a disdainful and domineering aura. This was an aura of absolute confidence that looked down on everything. It was like a king patrolling his own territory, possessing an inviolable divine might. Xianxia, a name appeared in everyone's mind at the same time. This man who was dressed in snow-white clothes and had an extraordinary bearing was like a legend. He was the current saint of the numinous treasure Holy Land, and he was born in the Yan clan. Rumor had it that his mother's clan was related to the bloodline of the ancient true dragon. He was born with a dragon-scale Taoist pattern on his back, and he mastered the 8th-division heavenly dragon Tao. He was crowned as the undefeatable true dragon. Now, he was ranked third among the 10 peerless figures of the Eastern Victory world, who dared to ignore such a peerless figure who could be said to be top-notch in terms of birth, background, foundation, and combat strength. All Lu's eyes suddenly lit up, and a wisp of imperceptible blazing battle intent flashed through them. It was as if he'd found an opponent that was strong enough to excite him. Shouting, his scalp went numb, and he felt something was wrong. He didn't expect that Xianxia would really come. However, only Lin Sun ignored Xianxia. It wasn't intentional, but his attention and thoughts were on Zhao Jingxian. At the same time, Zhao Jingxian noticed Lin Sun as well, and she was slightly stunned. Her clear eyes opened wide while ripples flowed within them, and a wisp of a smile unconsciously suffused the corners of her moist and plump lips. After that, her ink-black brows knit together while her lips parted slightly, and she sent a voice transmission. "Aren't you a little too audacious? You caused such a great calamity, yet you still dare to come here?" Her voice was as clear as a stream, pleasing to the ear. Lin Sun smiled silently. The familiar words carried the same concern as before, which made his slightly nervous state of mind inexplicably relaxed. "Do you know what I did in Mabai province?" Lin Sun asked. "That's why I said you're too bold, and you're even bolder than before." Zhao Jingshuan's clear eyes narrowed as she teased him. Lin Sun couldn't help smiling, remembering that many busybodies called him Bold Lin in Ziyao Empire. "Right, you have to be careful. Senior brother Yan heard about what you did, and he even asked me about you." Zhao Jingxian suddenly reminded him. "Although he didn't reveal any emotions at that time, I know he's definitely made up his mind." As she finished speaking, a wisp of worry couldn't help but appear between her brows, and she warned seriously. "So you must be careful." At this moment, Lin Sun had noticed Yan Zhanqiu as well. Even he had to admit that this was an extremely formidable existence that caused him to feel an indescribable pressure. This was the first time he'd felt such a seemingly material pressure since arriving at the foot of the Immortal Mountain, and he instantly realized that Yan Zhanqiu really wasn't someone ordinary peerless figures could compare to. It could even be said that he was the strongest expert that Lin Sun had seen so far that had stepped foot on the apex path. However, Lin Sun quickly collected his thoughts and said, "Don't worry, I've been through all kinds of storms. After leaving the ultimate, I was chased all over the sky by a group of King Realm old monsters, but I survived in the end. This kind of situation won't scare me." Zhao Jingxian spat, and her clear eyes were filled with both anger and joy as she said, "I didn't realize that you'd become so cocky after not seeing you for a few years. Have you been led astray by the narcissistic old toad?" Old toad, Lin Sun was speechless. In terms of narcissism, arrogance, smugness, and shamelessness, he was far inferior to the old toad. When this guy was cocky, it was enough to make people and gods angry. Of course, the old toad was still in seclusion in the wordless pagoda. Otherwise, if it heard Lin Sun's thoughts, it would definitely quarrel with Lin Sun. As they conversed, Xianxia brought Zhao Jingxian and the others to the foot of the immortal mountain. Many descendants of ancient orthodoxies took the initiative to greet Xianxia, which made the place quite lively. Xianxia was also very polite and modest as he greeted them one by one. He laughed heartily and said, "This time's minor tycoon ranking is really a gathering of stars and talents. It can be said to be an unprecedented grand occasion. At least, when I participated in the minor tycoon ranking back then, I didn't see so many powerful figures." Most of the people present laughed in agreement. This was a kind of recognition of Xianxia's status and strength. "It's a pity that I'm already over 30 years old and have already participated in such a competition. Otherwise, I'd really like to have a spar with the fellow Taoists from the four great realms." As soon as Xianxia said this, the atmosphere became more relaxed. Only then did many people realize that Xianxia was already one of the top 10 tycoons of Dongxing domain. Naturally, it was impossible for him to participate in this minor tycoon ranking. Thinking of this, they all breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. "Senior brother Yin, that guy is Lin Sun." Suddenly, a voice that carried dense hatred resounded, and it caused the atmosphere in the surroundings to change. The one who spoke was a young man in a red robe. It was Su Xingfeng. At this moment, his face was gloomy, and he stared at Lin Sun in the distance with hatred in his eyes. It was as if he wanted to skin Lin Sun alive. A few days ago, he was knocked out by Lin Sun and hung on the city wall as a warning to the public. It could be said that he had lost his face and reputation. Sure enough, he came, everyone had different expressions. They had already expected this scene. Xianxia nodded and looked at Lin Sun. His robe was whiter than snow, and he had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He seemed peaceful, but the moment he looked at Lin Sun, an invisible and terrifying power emerged from his figure. The void nearby suddenly let out a wail as if it couldn't bear the weight, and the sky above his head changed color. In an instant, everyone faintly felt that Xianxia seemed to have become a different person. He was no longer peaceful and humble, and instead, he showed a domineering aura that could shake the wind and clouds and look down on the universe. That kind of power oppressed many powerhouses to breathe, and Lin Sun was the first to bear the brunt. Being oppressed by this kind of power, his body tensed up subconsciously, and his deep black eyes narrowed slightly. His expression was as calm as usual, and he wasn't affected at all. Thinking about it, he didn't know how many old monsters in the King realm he had confronted over the years, and he also didn't know how many terrifying and boundless power he had faced. Although Xianxia's power was strong, no matter how strong he was, how could he be stronger than an old monster in the King realm? Therefore, it was naturally impossible for Lin Sun to be intimidated. The atmosphere was deathly silent, and the air seemed to have frozen. Although Xianxia stood quietly and looked Lin Sun up and down, the invisible power from his body made people not dare to make a sound. Zhao Jingxian bit her cherry lips lightly, and there was a trace of imperceptible worry in her clear eyes. She was very clear about how powerful Xianxia was. If Lin Sun was targeted by such a terrifying person, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Are you old friends with junior sister Jingxian?" After a while, Xianxia finally spoke. However, his question left everyone dumbfounded. "That's right." Lin Sun nodded and met Xianxia's gaze calmly. "How is your relationship?" Xianxia asked with interest. "Very good," Lin Sun said casually. "How good?" Xianxia asked. "Better than you can imagine," Lin Sun thought for a while and answered seriously. Hearing this question and answer, some people who knew about the relationship between Yan Zhanqiu and Zhao Jingxian revealed a strange expression. They would never forget that one year, a successor of the Saint Hermit place went to the Holy Land of Numinous Treasure to propose marriage to Zhao Jingxian. In the end, Yan Zhanqiu, who was in seclusion, came out. Ignoring the objections of the higher-ups, Yan Zhanqiu beat the successor of the Saint Hermit place half to death and threw him out of the Sanqing mountain. At that time, Yan Zhanqiu even said, "Whoever dares to have designs on Zhao Jingxian in the future will have to go through him first. Otherwise, even if the Emperor of Heaven comes, he will still beat him up." Now, Lin Sun actually said in front of Yan Zhanqiu that he had an unusually good relationship with Zhao Jingxian. This was equivalent to throwing Yan Zhanqiu's gun at him. This demon god Lin is really daring. How dare he have designs on the woman that Yan Zhanqiu regards as his exclusive property? Is he tired of living? Many powerhouses secretly clicked their tongues. When Zhao Jingxian saw this, a hint of embarrassment flashed across her clear and fair face, and there was a hint of rebuke in her clear eyes. She was angry at Lin Sun's straightforwardness and boldness, but she was also worried about the possible consequences of his actions. "Junior sister Jingxian, is what he said true?" Yan Zhanqiu's expression was still very calm, and his clear black eyes were as calm as a lake. However, the invisible aura that emanated from his body became more and more terrifying, causing the void around him to collapse inch by inch. One could vaguely see wisps of obscure and terrifying rules of order flashing near the collapsing void. Just a wisp of this rules of order's aura was enough to make one's scalp go numb and feel like their organs were being torn apart. There was no doubt that Yan Zhanqiu's aura was too powerful and dangerous, and it had already triggered a reaction from the rules of heaven and earth here. At this moment, even laughing at the heavens, Ye Chen, and the other top figures present could not maintain their composure. Just from this scene alone, one could see how powerful Yan Zhanqiu was. However, Yan Zhanqiu seemed to be completely unaware of the rules of order of heaven and earth that emanated a fatal threat, and his eyes were still fixed on Lin Sun. The atmosphere was dead silent. Only the mournful wails from the collapse of the void around Yan Zhanqiu's body could be heard echoing in the air. Lin Sun looked at Zhao Jingxian. At this moment, most people also looked at Zhao Jingxian, waiting for her reply. This reply might make Yan Zhanqiu form some kind of judgment and decide his attitude towards Lin Sun. Perhaps it was a matter of life and death. Zhao Jingxuan's slender and long eyebrows furrowed. She looked at Lin Sun, then at Yan Zhanqiu, who was dressed in snow-white robes. One could clearly see that her clear and pretty face carried a trace of hesitation, annoyance, and helplessness. But in the end, she took a deep breath and seemed to have made some kind of decision. The atmosphere was also extremely tense at this moment. But unexpectedly, before Zhao Jingxian could speak, Yan Zhanqiu suddenly waved his hand and said, "Don't be in a hurry to answer me. It won't be too late to make a decision after you've thought it through." Everyone was stunned, and many people couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Lin Sun also raised his eyebrows. He couldn't understand Yan Zhanqiu. Previously, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous, not because he felt pressured, but because he didn't know what kind of answer Zhao Jingxian would give. But when Yan Zhanqiu stopped all this, Lin Sun was both a little displeased and a little relieved. Perhaps not knowing the answer at this time was not a bad result. He looked at Zhao Jingxian, who was also looking at him with her clear eyes. There was a hint of relief in her eyes, but also an indescribable hint of surprise. "Lin Sun, don't think too much about it," Zhao Jingxuan's pleasant voice sounded in his ears. What am I thinking about?" Lin Sun blinked his eyes. "Keep pretending." Zhao Jingxian narrowed her clear eyes and glared at Lin Sun. There was a hint of annoyance in her voice. Lin Sun touched his nose. He suddenly felt that it was not bad to judge the relationship between them without a reply. "Junior sister Jingxian, come over here. The minor giants ranking battle is about to begin, and there are some things I need to remind you of." Yan Zhanqiu didn't pay any more attention to Lin Sun. That's it? Many people were disappointed. They had thought that Yan Zhanqiu would definitely target Lin Sun to express his stance and stand, whether it was for Zhao Jingxian or for the sake of his sect. But who would have thought that from the beginning to the end, he only asked a few questions that didn't hurt or itch, and didn't express anything at all. Chu Beihai, Jin Muyun, Li Qingping, and Go Yanjun also frowned. They couldn't figure out what Yan Zhanqiu was thinking. To be honest, they couldn't wait for Xianxia to join them in dealing with Lin Sun. Suddenly, Lin Sun noticed that Xianxia had also come to the field. She was dressed in a black dress, and her figure was slender and graceful. Her temperament was ethereal and holy, and her exquisite and beautiful facial features were like a masterpiece of God. She had an almost illusory beauty, like a fairy walking out of a painting. She was all alone in a secluded corner. Coupled with the fact that everyone's attention was on Xianxia, only a small portion of them noticed her. When did this proud girl become so low-key? Lin Sun was surprised. Others might not know, but he knew very well how powerful Xianxia, the current saintess of Xianwen Swordsmanship House, was. At the same time, Xianxia also noticed Lin Sun's gaze. Her dreamy eyes suddenly burst out a touch of coldness, and she glared at him fiercely. Inexplicable, Lin Sun muttered in his heart, didn't I just bump into your butt? Why do you still take it to heart now? Xianxia ground her teeth secretly. What's wrong with me? Every time I see this hateful and shameless guy, I can't help but want to beat him up. It's so infuriating. The situation in the field was treacherous, but as time went by, everyone's mind was focused on the upcoming Junior Giants ranking competition. Compared with some disputes and frictions, these talents from the ancient orthodoxies of the four major worlds undoubtedly attached more importance to the upcoming competition on the Immortal Mountain. At this point, all the Skyprides who were qualified to participate in this competition had already arrived. Laughing at the heavens, Ye Chen, Yu Lingkong, each of them was domineering, aloof, fierce, or unruly. Every one of them was shining like the stars in the sky. Among the young generation of the four major worlds in the ancient Desolation realm, this girl might be able to represent the highest level of cultivation. Every generation has its own talents. This time, no matter whether you have already become famous or not, this great world is destined to belong to us. Someone sneered in his heart. As talents, they were all proud and conceited, with the belief that they were invincible. Naturally, there were many people who were not convinced by figures like laughing at the heavens and Ye Chen. I have been waiting for many years. This time, one of the 36 peaks of the Immortal Mountain is destined to belong to me. Some people were excited and complacent. The great world is coming. Only we can stir up the world. Those old guys are destined to wither and die. This is the great world that belongs to us. Some people secretly clenched their fists. It's just a competition for the list of minor giants, but there are already so many talents and bright stars. This scene is really longing for and looking forward to. Seeing the dazzling experts in the field, even Lin Sun felt a surging spirit in his heart. He hadn't looked forward to a battle like this for a long time. After all, Lin Sun was a young man. He was not a monk who had nothing in the world, nor was he a saint who was untainted by worldly affairs. He had emotions and fighting spirit. In the face of so many top figures among his peers, the blood and fighting spirit in his body that had been silent for a long time were opened like a sword sealed in a box. In the past, when facing his peers or even the half-step king realm, although he fought seriously, he didn't have that kind of hot-blooded expectation in his subconscious fighting instinct. Because he knew that he would definitely win. But this time it was different. Not only Lin Sun's fighting spirit were awakening, but also the other talents in the field. The competition for the list of minor giants was about the fate of the Great Way and the capital to become a king. What's more, if he could be ranked in the top 36, his name was bound to spread throughout the four great realms of the ancient Desolation territory and attract the attention of the world. Attracting the world's wind and clouds was the real prestige. It was true that there were many powerful people participating in this competition, and it was extremely difficult to get on the list. But so long as he was able to accomplish this, then he was already bound to ascend into the top ranks of the younger generation, and even if a great era arrived, it would be sufficient for him to reveal the edge that belonged to him. The talents of a region were nothing at all. Only the talents of a generation were qualified to compete for the world, control the universe, and roam the world proudly in the future. It was hard to say who would become the leading figure of the era after the great era came, but at least, he must step into the list of minor giants first. Seeing this scene, Xianxia couldn't help thinking of the scenes when he participated in the competition for the list of minor giants, and he couldn't help sighing with emotion. He could be regarded as the top figure of the previous generation, and belonged to the same category as Yunqing Bai, Wang Xuanyu, Mi Hengzhen, and Yi Mo. However, back then, he was also high-spirited. Although he wasn't as powerful as he was today, he was determined to enter the list of minor giants. Luckily, it's not too late. Xianxia thought to himself. He was still young, and he had been suppressing his realm all these years, waiting for the great era to come. Moreover, on the path of competing for the fortune of the great era, compared to these people in front of him, the top figures of the previous generation like him undoubtedly had a great advantage. This was because they had accumulated and settled more time to cultivate, and they had also obtained more luck of the great Tao. However, Xianxia was also clear that many of the people who had entered the list of minor giants like him back then couldn't resist the temptation of advancing to the king stage, and they had already broken through their own realms, either to the half-step king stage or to the real king stage. Although the battle strength of the king stage had reached a level where they could look down on the 5 great realms, at the same time, these people had lost the qualification to become the top figures in the great era. Luckily, the great era is finally coming. Xianxia murmured to himself. Boom, while the skyprides were immersed in their own thoughts, time passed by unknowingly. Suddenly, the majestic and immortal god mountain let out a loud roar, as if it had awakened from a long slumber. Then, streaks of dreamlike golden paths unfurled from the 36 mountains all the way to the foot of the mountains. Every golden path shone brilliantly, exuding a sacred and solemn aura of the great Tao. It was grand and magnificent, and it was shocking. The aura that lingered on it contained the power of rules and order, and it would never be extinguished. The battle for the list of minor giants had begun. Let's go. The skyprides who had been waiting for a long time reacted immediately, and they rushed toward different golden paths. Before this, they had weighed the pros and cons before choosing the peak that they liked. Therefore, the moment they started to ascend the mountain, very few people hesitated. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, countless prodigies of the various sects flew up the mountain like rainbows in dazzling streaks of light. They only had 30 minutes to ascend the mountain and guard it. Everyone was clear that the immortal god mountain was extremely tall and majestic. If they didn't hurry, it would be difficult to ascend the mountain, let alone guard it. Moreover, if they ascended the mountain immediately, they wouldn't have to worry about being obstructed by other powerful cultivators, and they could ascend the mountain regardless of the consequences. If they were one step slower, it would be a different story. Once they encountered opponents that they had a grudge against, they would definitely be intercepted and attacked. Even if they weren't eliminated, they would still waste a lot of time and energy, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Of course, those who had absolute confidence in their strength did not have to be so anxious. Novels, on the contrary, most of them were not in a hurry to climb the mountain. Instead, they would wait for some time to judge the path chosen by their opponents, and then decide which mountain to climb. In this way, they could avoid some tricky people as much as possible and achieve the purpose of "a king doesn't see another king." As for how to judge who should not be provoked, each talent had his own measurement and standard, which couldn't be generalized. For example, in the eyes of some top talents, those top figures were definitely kings who could not be provoked. But in the eyes of the top figures, they had different judgments about each other's combat power and cultivation. Lin Sun, I'll go first. Xianxia made a judgment, waved his hand to Lin Sun, and then turned around and swept towards one of the golden paths. Boring. Isn't it the same no matter which path I take? As Alu said, he also strode forward. His figure, which was as tall as a mountain, rushed straight to the nearest mountain path, which seemed very simple and rough. Lin Sun, you have to be on guard. Although there are many strong practitioners from the ancient orthodoxies who come to participate in the competition, each orthodoxy can only pin its hope on one of the most powerful successors. Zhao Jingshuan's warning sounded in Lin Sun's ears. As for the others, although they are also qualified to participate in the competition, they are just sparring partners. Sparring partners? Lin Sun asked. Yes, don't underestimate them. These sparring partners have other purposes. First, it is to prevent the strongest practitioners of their sects from being besieged and obstructed by other sections. Second, it is to besiege and obstruct the strongest practitioners of other sects. According to Zhao Jingxian, the competition on the list of junior giants would never be as simple as individual combat power. In order to ensure that their successors could be ranked in the top 36 on the list of junior giants, The ancient orthodoxies would send many core disciples to participate in the competition to protect one of the strongest practitioners. In this way, there would be no need to worry about being besieged in the competition of climbing the mountain or guarding the mountain. Similarly, there was competition and hostility between the ancient orthodoxies. It was inevitable that they would target each other and play dirty tricks on each other. In the past, similar things often happened. Simply put, this competition for the minor tycoon rankings was a competition of individual combat strength, and it was also an invisible battle between the strengths of the various sections. According to Zhao Jingxuan's judgment, Lin Sun was a loner and had made enemies with many heirs. When he climbed the mountain, he was bound to be stared at by many evil eyes, therefore, she reminded Lin Sun at the first time, lest Lin Sun should be careless and fail miserably. "Don't worry, I can't wait for them to do that." A cold smile appeared on the corner of Lin Sun's mouth. He glanced at Chu Beihai, Jin Muyun, Li Qingping, Yu Lingkong, Go Yanjun, and others who hadn't taken action yet. After that, he withdrew his gaze and chose a golden path that led to the peak of the mountain. His clothes fluttered in the wind as he flashed up it. This guy is going to go berserk again. Looks like he's been targeted time and time again, causing him to be very unhappy and furious. Zhao Jingxian was stunned. Her clear eyes rippled while her clear and pretty face was suffused with a wisp of helplessness. Although they hadn't seen each other for several years, no one knew Lin Sun's character better than her. This guy was never one who would swallow humiliation. "Let's go." Watching Lin Sun's departing figure, a strong killing intent flashed across Chu Beihai's eyes. Immediately, several successors of the divine pivot Holy Land beside him began to take action and rushed towards the mountain path Lin Sun had chosen. "Remember, stop this guy at all costs." Li Qingping ordered the successors of the Taoism sect of Songmei beside him. On the immortal mountain, even if there was a conflict and life and death was determined, there would be no real death. Because this was the immortal mountain. Even if the body was blown up and the soul was destroyed, it was just a fake death. The rules and order of the immortal mountain would save them. In short, it was impossible for the practitioners who climbed the immortal mountain to die completely even if they wanted to. Of course, after fake death, they would be eliminated. He's just a nobody from the mortal world. How dare he think about the list of junior giants? What a wishful thinking. You should know what to do, right? Deep hatred flashed across Yu Lingkong's eyes. He couldn't forget the humiliation Lin Sun brought him at the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival. Next to him, a group of successors of the Pure Land of Longevity took the order and set out. "I don't need you to protect me, nor do I need you to help me deal with other forces. What you need to do is to stop this little bastard. Don't let him succeed in guarding the mountain." Go Yanjun's black robe was fluttering, and his scarlet eyes were full of coldness. Whether in the West Hing boundary or the Dongxing boundary, there were many strong practitioners of the Dark Tengu who died in Lin Sun's hands. Even if Go Fuxing didn't ask for help this time, Go Yanjun wouldn't sit back and do nothing. "Do you see? There are so many forces who want to deal with this guy. Our heaven-reaching sword sect can't be left behind. You go too. It's time to teach this devil Lin a painful lesson." Jin Muyun's voice was sonorous and decisive. Many successors of the ancient orthodoxies set out one after another, and the mountain path they chose was exactly the same as Lin Sun's, which made many strong practitioners present look strange. Before, they had already guessed that Lin Sun was bound to encounter an unexpected blow on this mountain. But they didn't expect that the ancient orthodoxies had already shown their sharp fangs just at the beginning. There's only 30 minutes left. Being targeted and suppressed like this, does Devil Lin still have a chance to make it to the list of junior giants? Some practitioners of the ancient orthodoxies who had maintained a neutral attitude couldn't help but sigh in their hearts when they saw this. They were not optimistic about Lin Sun's trip. They've gone too far. Is this the demeanor of the ancient orthodoxies? Zhao Jingxian also witnessed this scene. She frowned, and a touch of disgust, mockery, and anger emerged in her clear eyes. Could it be that everything is predetermined? Since he has provoked so many enemies, these are the consequences that he should bear. Yan Zhanqiu put his hands behind his back, and his figure was as aloof as a cliff. His clothes were whiter than snow, and his expression was calm and indifferent. Zhao Jingxian was just about to say something when she saw the successors of the Holy Land of Lingbao also set out at this moment. The mountain path they chose was also the same as Lin Sun's. "Senior brother Yan, is this your idea?" Zhao Jingxuan's heart shook, and a storm was set off in her heart. Yan Zhanqiu avoided answering her question. He pointed to a mountain path in the distance and said, "Junior sister Jingxian, we only have 30 minutes to climb the mountain. We can't afford any delay. I've already chosen the most suitable path for you. Look, it's that one." Zhao Jingxuan's beautiful face flickered, and she stared at Yan Zhanqiu with her clear eyes. There seemed to be a pair of burning torches in the depths of her pupils. "You've disappointed me." In the end, she only said this calmly. Her tone was like a pool of stagnant water, without any ripples or emotional fluctuations. After that, Zhao Jingxian turned around and left, without looking at Yan Zhanqiu again. Her graceful and slender figure carried a hint of stubbornness. Yan Zhanqiu silently watched her figure disappear into the golden mountain path. After a while, he suddenly sighed softly and shook his head without saying a word. However, when he looked at the mountain path Lin Sun had chosen, he had already regained his usual calmness and indifference. It's still not enough after all. Yan Zhanqiu quickly withdrew his gaze. Before coming here, he had learned about Lin Sun, and he knew that the reason why Lin Sun could repeatedly escape danger was because of two things. One was the King's Way Forbidden Formation. The other was the Saint Treasure. On this immortal god mountain, everyone was restricted by the rules and order. No one could set up a formation, let alone use the Saint Treasure. This was equivalent to cutting off Lin Sun's biggest reliance. Under such circumstances, it was not easy for him to climb the mountain, let alone succeed in guarding the mountain. Climbing the mountain was the first test of the junior tycoon list. 36 paths paved with golden light led to the top of the 16 peaks of the mountain. Everyone was an opponent. It would be fine if there were no obstacles or suppression along the way, but once there were obstacles, or even if someone blocked the way, it could cause a conflict. The golden path was 15 feet wide and overflowing with colorful lights. Stepping on it was like stepping on a divine rainbow. On both sides of the path were ancient and rugged mountain rocks, which were covered by an obscure and immortal forbidden power. No one dared to approach. Lin Sun chose the 9th path. It was neither too early nor too late to climb the mountain. However, this was also the time when most people climbed the mountain. The 15 feet wide golden path went straight up like a path made of golden clouds. The figures on it flickered, all of them fighting to be the first to ascend. Boom, an invisible oppressive force came from all directions, making Lin Sun's figure sink as soon as he set foot on the path. Sure enough, climbing the mountain is also very particular. Lin Sun took a deep breath and ran his qi to resist the oppressive force in an instant. However, not long after Lin Sun moved forward, a battle broke out on the path ahead. If he wanted to pass, he would inevitably be involved in it. Lin Sun frowned, but he didn't stop. An invisible force burst out from his body, and his whole body was like a sharp knife, rushing straight in, bang, bang, bang. The experts who were fighting were also elites of the ancient orthodoxies and geniuses of the younger generation. However, when the oppressive force released by Lin Sun came over, they suddenly felt like being hit by a holy mountain and flew out in disorder. The luckier ones were thrown to one side. The more tragic ones were directly knocked out of the golden path, and were directly eliminated by the rule power of the immortal mountain with unreconciled screams. Lin Sun didn't look at them and went straight ahead. It was not that he was overbearing, but the way to climb the mountain was originally a competition. Since they participated in the competition, no matter who it was, they had to bear the risk of being eliminated. Such scenes were happening frequently on the 36 golden paths at the moment. At this point, the junior tycoon list before the arrival of the Great Era began. Although Lin Sun had a great reputation, his journey up the mountain was not smooth. Boom, in just a moment, several talents, who obviously came from the same ancient orthodoxy, joined hands and launched a siege on the mountain road, which was barely 15 meters wide. There was no way to avoid the pressure of Mount Tai. Lin Sun knew at a glance that these guys were looking for trouble on purpose. Maybe they were entrusted by someone to make trouble for him on purpose, or they simply didn't want to be surpassed by him. Unfortunately, although these talents were strong, almost none of them had set foot on the extreme way. They could only be regarded as the inherited disciples, which was not enough for Lin Sun. Lin Sun didn't even bother to take action. A snow-white ice dragon rushed out from under his feet, raised its head, and waved its tail, easily crushing them one by one. Their bones burst into pieces, and their flesh and blood flew everywhere. They fell into the mountains on both sides of the mountain road and disappeared. This demon god Lin is really sick. Someone nearby noticed this scene. They gasped and didn't dare to block Lin Sun anymore. They subconsciously got out of the way. Lin Sun didn't embarrass them. He passed them and continued to move forward. Demon Lin, we meet again. However, it didn't take long for someone to take out a brass seal and kill Lin Sun fiercely. It's Xianxia, the leader of the young generation of the Thunder Wing clan. I heard that Xianxia has set foot on the extreme way. He can manipulate the secret method of thunder and lightning. His combat power is extremely strong. Behind him, the successors of the ancient orthodoxy such as the Holy Land of Heaven's Pivot, the Heaven-Reaching Sword Sect, the Pure Land of Longevity, and the Black Sea Tengu all gloated when they saw this scene. Demon Lin had offended too many people. His way up the mountain was destined to be full of killing. Xianxia's combat power was indeed extraordinary. Although he was not as good as Xianxia, he was not far behind. Unfortunately, he was suppressed by Lin Sun in the chaotic Star Beach. Not only did he almost die, but he also lost the moly arrow that he relied on. Now, although his strength had improved a lot, Lin Sun's combat power had also changed dramatically. Swish, Lin Sun used the ice dragon steps and disappeared in an instant. When he appeared again, he was in front of Xianxia and pressed his palm. Damn it! Xianxia's expression changed abruptly, and he suddenly circulated all of his strength. His body emitted a thunderous roar, and a pair of dragon and snake phantoms appeared, lifelike and lifelike. They were condensed from pure lightning energy, and they flowed with a sparkling, heart-palpitating, dazzling lightning. This was the secret technique passed down in their clan, Dragon Snake Lightning Strike. When executed to the limit, it was like a dragon rising from the ground, and its destructive force shook the heavens and the earth. Bang! Lin Sun's body suddenly exploded like a piece of paper. This caused Xianxia to stare blankly, and then his hair stood on end. This wasn't Lin Sun at all, it was clearly just an afterimage left behind by Lin Sun. The reason for this was obviously because his opponent's movement technique was so swift that it had already surpassed his ability to react. If you want to fight, I'll wait for you at the peak. Hearing Lin Sun's indifferent and calm voice, Xianxia suddenly looked up and saw that Lin Sun was already dozens of meters ahead of him. All of a sudden, Xianxia's expression changed. He wasn't stupid. The short exchange had made him realize that the gap between him and demon god Lin was growing wider. Lin Sun had long reached an unprecedented height on the path of Tao. Instantly, he felt hesitant and regretful. With demon god Lin on this mountain path, who could stand up to him? Friend, although demon god Lin is strong, he has many enemies. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Furthermore, there are quite a number of people who want to deal with him. Why don't we ascend the mountain together? A successor of the Heaven's Pivot Sacred Ground spoke up. They were the first orthodoxies to rush over, and they had witnessed the scene. They were also shocked by Lin Sun's means. At this moment, it would be best if they could rope in more helpers to deal with demon god Lin. I know what decision to make. Xianxia snorted coldly. He knew the intentions of dealing with Lin Sun, but it did not mean that he would be used in such a manner. The successor of the Heaven's Pivot Sacred Ground did not try to persuade him further as he continued ascending the mountain. Xianxia, you are already riding a tiger with nowhere to go. If you don't get rid of demon god Lin, the peak of this mountain will definitely be occupied by him. Are you willing to accept that? The successor of the Heavenly Sword Sect also came and gave such a reminder to Xianxia. Xianxia was even more hesitant and conflicted. Then, the successors of the Holy Land of Lingbao, the Black Sea Dog Tribe, the Pure Land of Longevity, the Vast Sea Taoist Sect, all the orthodoxies that had a grudge against Lin Sun appeared. Seeing this, Xianxia finally gritted his teeth and decided to continue climbing the mountain. He was a peerless figure himself. If he could get rid of demon god Lin with the help of others, then he would have a great chance of successfully guarding the mountain in the upcoming competition. Something similar happened on the 9th mountain path. The successors of these orthodoxies tried their best to rope in other strong practitioners along the way, hoping to form an alliance to deal with Lin Sun together. In this way, they would have a greater chance of winning. From this, it could be seen that although they outnumbered Lin Sun, in their hearts, they were extremely fearful of him. They regarded him as their number one enemy, and no one dared to neglect or belittle him. Lin Sun was a loner, and it had only been a short time since he entered the ancient desolation realm. On the other hand, these ancient orthodoxies all had shocking foundations. All the geniuses that they roped in were extremely powerful. Most of them agreed to join the team to encircle Lin Sun for the sake of face or fear of the power of these orthodoxies. In this way, the alliance composed of different ancient orthodoxies became stronger and stronger like a rolling snowball. Even if only some practitioners refused to do so, they followed closely with the idea of the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, and planned to wait for the right opportunity to take action. For a time, fierce battles broke out frequently on other mountain paths, and some strong practitioners were eliminated from time to time. But the situation on the 9th mountain path was the opposite. More than half of the competition and fighting strangely disappeared, all because Lin Sun was regarded as a top threat. This kind of situation rarely happened in the past years. Because in order to ensure that the strongest successor participating in the competition was ranked on the list of junior giants, each ancient orthodoxy would send many forces to protect and defend. It was a pity that Lin Sun was a loner without any background or backing, so those ancient orthodoxies dared to form an alliance unscrupulously to deal with him. If Lin Sun was also a successor of an ancient orthodoxy, this kind of strange situation was bound to happen. The situation was very serious. Lin Sun had already seen all this. In addition to anger, there was a kind of cold-killing intent that was almost uncontrollable in his heart. So many talents of ancient orthodoxies had formed an alliance to deal with him. This kind of means could be described as shameless and despicable. These bastards really think highly of me. In this case, today on this immortal mountain, I will accompany them to the end. Let's see who will cry first in the end. Lin Sun secretly made up his mind. The reason why he didn't kill Xianxia before was that he didn't want to waste time and delay his action of climbing the mountain. There was another more important reason. That was, as long as he could climb to the top of the mountain and seize the position of mountain guard, he would have the opportunity to obtain the fate of the Great Way. At that time, every time he defeated an opponent, he would be able to seize a trace of the fate of the Great Way. The more fate of the Great Way he accumulated, the greater the advantage he would obtain in the next competition of fighting for fate. Fighting for fate was a competition of ranking. The higher the ranking, the greater the benefits. Whoosh, in the following time, Lin Sun didn't hold back anymore. He used ice dragon steps and sprinted straight to the top of the mountain at a speed visible to the naked eye. Along the way, although the pressure released by the immortal mountain was great, it couldn't slow down Lin Sun's speed at all. Along the way, although there were many strong practitioners rushing to climb higher, Lin Sun would soon catch up with them and leave them far behind. Along the way, it caused a lot of astonished gazes and uproars, but it didn't affect Lin Sun at all. At the foot of the mountain, Xianxia casually sat on a rock and happened to witness this scene. He raised his sword-like eyebrows and said thoughtfully, "This lad has amazing potential. He is indeed extraordinary to be able to break the record set by Yun Qingbai 10 years ago." After that, he revealed a ruminating expression. However, the more he acts in this manner, the greater his exhaustion will be. When he's defending the mountain, he'll have to face wave after wave of attacks. That's extremely unwise. Looks like his heart is already in chaos. Shaking his head, Xianxia looked at the other mountain paths. Only a small group of people attracted his attention. Among them, there were Jin Muyun, Ye Chen, laughing at the heavens, Yu Lingkong, Ji Xingyao, and so on. Of course, there was only one person he paid attention to the most, Zhao Jingxian. In less than 15 minutes, Lin Sun rushed to the top of the 9th mountain path. This was also the end of the 9th mountain peak. A huge Taoist altar stood on it. The Taoist altar was simple and unadorned, filled with a sacred and ethereal aura. It was shaped like a blooming lotus, half of which was black and the other half was white, just like the separation of clear and turbid, and the coexistence of yin and yang. If he wanted to guard the mountain, he must guard this Taoist altar. From climbing the mountain to guarding the mountain, the success or failure could be determined after 30 minutes. Whoosh, without any hesitation, Lin Sun appeared on the Taoist altar. At the same time, the black and white yin and yang on the surface of the Taoist altar seemed to wake up from silence, emitting a magical fluctuation of luck. Luck was originally illusory, but at this time, it was like a breeze, enshrouding the Taoist altar. Lin Sun couldn't help but be shocked. This immortal mountain was really mysterious and unpredictable. It deserved to be one of the 5 most famous forbidden areas since ancient times. Boom, before long, a dragon-shaped stone tablet appeared in the center of the Taoist altar. It was 9 meters high, with the dragon's head facing the sky and the dragon's body entrenched. Its eyes, dragon whiskers, dragon claws, dragon scales, were all visible, emitting an ancient and majestic aura, which made people feel awe. It was just that the stone tablet was dull and lifeless, lacking an indescribable power. This was the coiling dragon tablet, the luck and power of Tao that the talents who participated in the competition could obtain in the process of guarding the mountain would all appear on it. P.S. Please bear with it for a few more days. It's the end of this month. The goldfish is warming up in advance. It will explode from the first day of next month. Please prepare your monthly tickets. The more monthly tickets you have, the more it will explode. You won't be disappointed. Please use the search engine to search for keywords. Yu Yu novel The Coiling Dragon Tablet. It represented the amount of luck of the great way a talent could obtain. It was difficult to climb a mountain, and even more difficult to guard it. Standing on the altar meant that one might be challenged by other talents at any time. Moreover, this kind of challenge was not limited to one time. The battle would not stop until the end of 30 minutes. Lin Sun's gaze carefully stared at the coiling dragon tablet for a long time. The killing intent, fighting spirit, rage, lofty sentiments that had accumulated in his heart mixed together, causing the battle intent in his heart to soar and boil. This was just the ranking of junior giants. Since he came here, there was only one goal, the first place, because the first place of the ranking of junior giants could not only obtain more luck of the great way, but also an extra reward of entering the immortal secret realm. The magical function of the immortal secret realm was very simple. It reversed the time rule. 1 year in the immortal secret realm was only 1 day in the outside world. Even the sages who had stepped into the divine path could only look up to such a method, but they couldn't do it, because the law of time was the highest law in the world. It was too high and incredible. Even the sages could only sigh with emotion. Time is like this, and nothing can be changed. For Lin Sun, time was undoubtedly the most urgent thing he needed. Because he already knew that the gap between him and Yin Qingbai was the precipitation of time. I'm going to be the first. Lin Sun murmured in his heart. His eyebrows were calm, and his head was full of determination. Then, he looked down at the mountain road below. From a distance, he could see that many figures were approaching the top of the mountain like a long snake. There were so many people that the golden road of 15 meters wide was filled with them. They had a surprising tacit understanding. There was no competition or killing. Because they had all formed an alliance, and their primary target was Lin Sun stood silently with his hands behind his back. His moon-white clothes were fluttering in the wind. Clouds and mist surrounded him, making his figure seem otherworldly and otherworldly. His black eyes were deep and cold, full of indifference. Demon Lin, I'll give you a chance. Jump down from this mountain, and we won't embarrass you anymore. You don't have to suffer physical pain. The people of Heaven's Pivot Holy Land came up and looked at Lin Sun, who stood alone on the platform. Their faces were full of ridicule and awe. Didn't Shui Qianhan and Zhang Zhang learn their lesson when they were crippled? Lin Sun said indifferently. His words caused the other party's expression to instantly turn gloomy and extremely livid. Jump? Wouldn't that be letting him off too easily? Even though I can't kill him completely on the undying sacred mountain, I still want to kill him one slash at a time. In just a moment, the successor of the Heavenly Sword sect had also arrived. The one who had spoken was Ant Shooting Sword, Kong Ling. She was a descendant of the Peacock bloodline. She wore a fiery red dress and her eyes were filled with hatred. Back then, Yun Qingbai's Night Flower Sword had been snatched from her hands by Lin Sun. This made her furious and ashamed. A loser dares to clamor. I'll pluck off all your feathers later. Lin Sun sneered with an indulgent look, as if no one else was present. You're courting death. Kong Ling's eyes were spitting fire. Demon God Lin, you've seen the current situation. If you don't want to lose too badly, get down from the platform. Get down. At this time, the holy land of Lingbao, the pure land of longevity, the Taoist sect of Vast Sea, the Black Sea Dog tribe and other talents arrived one after another. They gathered there densely, pointing at Lin Sun and clamoring. Their expressions were either filled with hatred or killing intent. Do you think you have nothing to fear just because you have more people? You're all the so-called successors of the ancient orthodoxies. What a disgrace. Lin Sun's black eyes were cold and his voice resounded through the clouds like a big bell. I'm not in the mood to talk nonsense with you. If you're not convinced, just come up. His figure was peerless, overlooking the crowd. His words were calm, but there was a sense of disdain for the world. His voice rumbled up and down the ninth peak, stirring up the wind and clouds. At the foot of the mountain, the strong practitioners of the Wind Whisperer tribe, who had been paying attention to the battle for a long time, had their eyes lit up. They took out the golden message tree leaf they had prepared and recorded the scene without missing a single detail. At the top of the mountain, the crowd was furious and their faces were gloomy. They had thought that demon god Lin would at least be a little afraid of him. Who would have thought that Lin Sun was still so unscrupulous and bold? Ho ho, you're really a reckless madman. How dare you say such big words by yourself? A person sneered disdainfully. Boom, on the Taoist platform, Lin Sun pressed his palm and a palm print appeared in the void, pressing down across the air. The crowd only felt a blur in front of their eyes. The palm print was like a monstrous sun, dazzling to the extreme, and its speed was unparalleled. Ah, that person screamed. He also took out his treasures to block and tried his best to avoid it, but it was useless. This was a talent with the strength of the fulfillment of the reincarnation developing realm, and he was also a successor disciple of an ancient orthodoxy. But at this time, he was killed by the palm print like a piece of grass. Puff, his body exploded, and a rain of blood splattered. Lin Sun's attack was absolutely overbearing and unparalleled. In the blink of an eye, he killed a genius of an ancient orthodoxy. This bloody scene immediately shocked everyone. At this time, Lin Sun still stood on the Taoist platform, his clothes fluttering, his black eyes cold, and his breath pure and ethereal, as if he had never made a move. Everyone's expression changed. Some were angry, and some were afraid. Everyone, let's kill this bastard together. Seeing that Lin Sun had taken the lead and affected everyone's morale, a successor of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land stood out without hesitation. It was a barefooted young man in hemp garments. Before he could finish speaking, before his voice died away, he leaped into the air and took out a jade ruler. It was like a blue lightning, illuminating eternity. This jade ruler was fierce and fierce. It was obviously a terrifying supreme weapon of kingcraft, and its power was not limited by the rules and order of the Immortal Mountain. Clang, Kong Ling of the Sky-Reaching Sword sect also attacked. He took out the Gusha sword, and a dazzling sword chi of hundreds of meters long gushed out. Whether it was the young man in linen or Kong Ling, they were all influential figures who had set foot on the top of the world. At this moment, their attacks seemed incomparably powerful. Seeing this, the other powerhouses who were hesitant also attacked from all directions towards Lin Sun in the center of the Taoist platform. This was not an arena battle, and there was no fairness to speak of. Standing on the Taoist platform, one was bound to be besieged and attacked by groups. Clang, Lin Sun's body was surrounded by endless green divine light, which surged up and down like a vast ocean, illuminated the void, and blocked the jade ruler. At the same time, a Swanee seal was condensed, and it emitted the divine power to suppress the universe. It met the bright sword chi head-on. Kill. The battle was completely ignited at this moment, and the curtains were drawn. A group of geniuses from different ancient orthodoxies rushed to the Taoist platform with shocking momentum and boundless terror. But Lin Sun did not retreat half a step. Instead, he took the initiative to fight with them. Since entering the immortal Forbidden Land, he had been targeted everywhere along the way, and it seemed that they wanted to kill him. Until he ascended the mountain, the dignified successors of ancient orthodoxies shamelessly joined forces to deal with him. How could Lin Sun bear it? A group of clowns had repeatedly offended him. If he didn't completely suppress their arrogance, how could he pursue the Tao in the future? As Zhao Jingxian had guessed before, Lin Sun had already made up his mind to kill this time. If he didn't do so, he wouldn't be able to vent his inner anger. Kill. Lin Sun's cold eyes flashed, and his figure shone dazzlingly, like a green sun moving horizontally, illuminating the mountains and rivers. Boom! The Upanishad of 9 strikes for shaking heaven ran wantonly, and a series of punches burst out, like the fists of gods and demons, which could break the sky. With a bang, Kong Ling's Guxia sword was shaken away, and her delicate body trembled and almost fell out of the Taoist platform. On the other side, the jade ruler of the young man in linen was stepped on by Lin Sun. No matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. Puff! Puff! At this time, with the burst of Lin Sun's terrible fist power that was enough to shake the heaven and earth, the talents who were close to him had no time to dodge. Their bodies exploded like fireworks, and blood rain poured down and dyed the void red. At the foot of the mountain, there was a commotion and uproar. With the opening of the ranking of junior giants, the geniuses who were qualified to participate in the competition had already taken action, leaving only some legendary figures, squires, and old servants at the foot of the mountain. When they noticed this scene, they couldn't help but be surprised, and their expressions changed suddenly. The successors of those ancient orthodoxies were all the top figures among their peers, like the blazing sun. Now they gathered together and aimed at Lin Sun. How terrible their power was, but the result was that Lin Sun blocked them calmly and started a massacre. He was as powerful as a demon, and he dominated the Taoist platform. Go to hell! Lin Sun's palm and fingers expanded, and a burning galaxy spread out in the void, burning the sky and destroying the earth, violent and amazing. The peerless Taoist method, fire refining galaxy, under the control of the power of fire at the level of Taoist truth. As soon as this Taoist method was displayed, it seemed that there were burning stars exploding on the Taoist platform. The terrible power of destruction swallowed more than a dozen geniuses on the spot, making them scream miserably. Bastard, how dare you! The young man in linen was furious, and his jade ruler shone brilliantly, splashing thousands of lightning arcs, and shrouding Lin Sun. Get lost! Lin Sun, who was fighting freely, didn't even look back. A phantom of a divine beast emerged from his back, and then it soared into the air. In an instant, the young man in linen and the jade ruler in his hand were knocked away, and the sound of bones breaking came from his body, which made him spew blood from his mouth and nose, and almost die. Boom! At this time, Lin Sun's fist strength was like a dragon, whistling through the universe, and met the successor of the pure land of longevity. His fist intent was invincible, majestic, and boundless, and shook the enemies in all directions. At the foot of the mountain, the legendary figures and servants of various orthodoxies were all trembling. For most of them, it was the first time for them to see Lin Sun fight. They thought that a peerless figure, no matter how strong he was doomed to be killed when he was besieged. But who would have thought that Demon Lin was far stronger and more terrible than the rumor said? Boom! The jade ruler was sent flying again, wailing incessantly. Lin Sun was like a demon. As he raised his hand, his fist force broke the void and blasted out a powerful punch. Ah! The youth in linen screamed. This top-core disciple of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land was defeated by Lin Sun after several exchanges. He was seriously injured and on the verge of death, coughing up blood. But his expression was still resolute and he roared resentfully, Demon Lin, on this immortal mountain, we are immortal. No matter how strong you are, you will eventually be exhausted. Boom! Lin Sun's fist force swept across and cracked his body. Without any hesitation, Lin Sun punched again. The void shattered and the youth in linen exploded, disappearing from where he was. You outnumber me and threaten me with death. Trash like this deserves to be called a top talent? Lin Sun's expression was cold, his black eyes merciless. He turned around and stared at Kong Ling quick. Let's attack together and kill this demon. Kong Ling screamed. Lin Sun's strength chilled her heart and impacted her fighting spirit. The youth in linen was the first top talent to be eliminated since the start of the battle. This was nothing. What was frightening was that he was no match for Lin Sun, who was also a top talent. The hearts of the geniuses from the other orthodoxies were also impacted. It had only been a short while since the start of the battle, but more than 20 geniuses had already been killed. Although they wouldn't really die, such losses were still shocking. From the moment we set foot on this mountain, we have no way out. If we don't kill this demon, do we have to let him kill us one by one? A descendant of the Lingbao Holy Land roared. There is a limit to one's strength. No matter how strong Demon Lin is, he is only at the reincarnation developing realm. Kill. We won't die. Even if we are eliminated, it will be worth it if we can drag this bastard down with us. The fighting spirit of the heroes was ignited once again. It was not that they were not afraid of death, but there was no possibility of death on this immortal mountain. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, figures rushed up one after another, bursting with killing intent and terrifying aura. They were surrounded by dazzling Taoist light. All sorts of Tao arts and secret arts were like a torrential downpour that covered the heavens and the earth, and it covered the Tao platform. The treasures, overflowing with colorful brilliance, deduced different wonderful appearances and powers, shrouded Lin Sun alone. Such a shocking scene was sufficient to cause any half-step King Realm expert to feel despair. At this moment, the Wind Whisperer powerhouses who were recording this scene with the leaves of the golden message tree were so shocked that their scalps went numb. Such a horrifying incident had never occurred in the battles for the position of minor titans in the past. If this spread to the outside world, the entire East Victorious domain, no, the entire ancient Desolation region would be in an uproar. But at the same time, Demon God Lin's divine might of holding the pass alone left the Wind Whisperer experts dazzled. Their blood boiled as a result. He fought against the geniuses of the various sects all by himself. Such boldness could shake the heavens and earth and shock the world. Rumble as the battle became more and more intense, Lin Sun's figure became more and more dazzling, ethereal like a dream. His spirit, chi, and spirit were completely burning and boiling like a big furnace, and the strong foundation of Taoism in his body was fully operated. At this moment, every skin of his was flowing with Taoist light, and every strand of his hair was crystal clear, shining with a frightening luster. As he raised his hands and feet, the power of the Great Way roared and caused the void to resonate. The power released by each blow showed the unparalleled power of destruction. Clang, the cold light of Gu's shooting sword flashed, and it was extremely fierce. Puff, at the same time, Lin Sun's palm and finger swept across, like a heavenly saber breaking the sky, bright and sharp. Kong Ling screamed, but it was too late to dodge. Her throat was cut, and scarlet blood sprayed out. Her headless body turned into a peacock with gorgeous wings, but Lin Sun burned her wings into ashes with the Star River refining method, and her body was scorched black. A phoenix without feathers was not as good as a chicken, and a peacock with burnt feathers was even worse. Unfortunately, in the blink of an eye, Kong Ling's body disappeared into thin air. Otherwise, Lin Sun would have the impulse to taste the peacock's meat. On the Taoist altar, blood was raining, and screams were heard one after another. Lin Sun's figure moved, and his whole body shone. His fists were powerful and heavy. Many talents of the ancient orthodoxies exploded one by one, and all of them were killed. Here, the divine light roared, the wind and thunder surged, and the blood chi was like an ocean. Lin Sun rushed up alone. Although he was surrounded by enemies from all directions, he had the courage to fight against 10,000 enemies. On the Taoist altar, blood splashed and gathered into a pool, scarlet and dazzling. Then, the fluctuation of the rules of order emerged, and the blood and corpses all disappeared. Only on the ancient dragon steel, there were wisps of illusory luster, like tiny wriggling earthworms, constantly gathering. Vaguely, the gray scales on the dragon-shaped body on the steel were glowing with a faint luster, and there was an extra trace of spirituality. This was the power of the Great Way. Every time he defeated an opponent on the Taoist altar, he could obtain a wisp of the Great Way from the immortal mountain and gather it on the dragon steel. Now, as Lin Sun killed more and more opponents, the power of the Great Way gathered on the dragon steel gradually increased. At the same time, conflicts also broke out on the top of the other 35 peaks. Relatively speaking, it was extremely chaotic. No one was deliberately targeted, but everyone who guarded the Taoist altar had to bear the risk of being challenged constantly. Of course, the competition on other peaks was far less fierce than that on the Taoist altar where Lin Sun was. Boom, the divine light collided, and the magic weapons flew everywhere. The killing was still going on. It was not that Lin Sun didn't feel the pressure, but the pressure of being surrounded by enemies from all directions was far more than he could bear. The most important point was that, although he had met some peerless figures up to this point, they were not as powerful as Xianxia in terms of combat power. You trash, do you only dare to hide behind and wait to take advantage of me? Suddenly, Lin Sun said coldly. He noticed that some peerless figures with extremely powerful auras gathered in the distance and didn't rush forward. Obviously, they intended to use others to wear down Lin Sun's strength. When Lin Sun's strength was exhausted, these guys would attack without hesitation. As soon as Lin Sun's words came out, the faces of those geniuses who were attacking turned gloomy and extremely annoyed. Anyone who was used as cannon fodder would not feel happy. How dare you? Don't try to mislead us. A successor of the pure land of longevity with a feather crown on his head rushed out. In an instant, he rushed to the Taoist altar, waved a big halberd, and chopped down. This was an extremely outstanding young man who had set foot on the peak with extraordinary divine power. As soon as he attacked, he showed his arrogant and domineering spirit. But just a moment later, he was punched in the chest by Lin Sun, and his body burst like a piece of paper. The bloody scene shocked everyone in the field and made their souls tremble. Since when could peerless figures be killed so easily? At the foot of the mountain, the famous figures and squires of various orthodoxies were also shocked. Even among the peerless talents, demon god Lin could be regarded as the top. His combat power was too strong. Lin Sun glanced at the crowd and said in a cold voice, "Today, I'm here. No matter which ancient orthodoxy you come from, no matter who you are, if you dare to take a step forward, I will kill you without mercy." At this time, the sky above the Taoist altar was empty. The geniuses who rushed up earlier had all been killed, and only Lin Sun stood on it. Under his feet, there was a pool of blood that hadn't faded away. The void around him was filled with a strong and choking smell of blood. But he was spotless, and his figure was out of this world. He was like a demon god overlooking all directions. His power made many people tremble. One person, like a mountain, stood proudly on the Taoist altar, stopping the successors of the major orthodoxies and suppressing all enemies here. This was too crazy. Similarly, this was something that no one could have predicted before. Who could believe that a person with the same cultivation of reincarnation developing realm could defeat the geniuses of the ancient orthodoxies? Those geniuses were all outstanding talents of the younger generation in the outside world. They were famous and were the center of attention. But in front of demon god Lin, they seemed so vulnerable that no one could bear to watch. All of this proved that demon god Lin's combat strength had already arrived at an unprecedented state on the path towards the absolute Tao. Not to mention ordinary geniuses, even existences that were similarly at the apex of the world didn't have the qualifications to compete with demon god Lin. Fortunately, this was on the immortal mountain, and there were rules and regulations, so there wouldn't be any real deaths. Otherwise, the orthodoxies would be doomed to suffer such heavy losses. Moreover, it was precisely because they knew that they wouldn't die completely that these geniuses dared to attack without fear of death. At this time, Xianxia couldn't ignore this battle. Lin's performance surprised him, and a strange look surged in his eyes. The first spurt of energy, the second decline, and the third exhaustion. I'm afraid this lad has consumed a lot of energy in this battle. I don't know how long he can last. Xianxia muttered to himself, and then he shook his head. There was nothing to pay attention to. Every top figure who could be ranked on the minor giants list could do this. If Lin Sun hadn't been targeted like this, with the combat strength he had displayed, it wouldn't be a problem for him to be ranked on the minor giants list. Unfortunately, his situation wasn't optimistic. As if confirming Xianxia's guess, someone on the mountain peak couldn't help but speak coldly. Demon god Lin, although your combat strength is outstanding, who gave you the guts to look down on us ancient orthodoxies that have existed for a long time? It wasn't just one person who spoke, but a group of people. They were all top figures, and their eyes were cold. According to their judgment, Lin Sun should have consumed a lot of energy in the battle, and it was destined that he wouldn't be able to last for long. Therefore, they were ready to attack. Unfortunately, no one knew how strong Lin Sun's foundation was. In terms of cultivation, no one could compare to him. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Why don't you come up and die? Lin Sun's cold eyes were even more frightening. Demon god Lin, you're too arrogant. Do you really think you're invincible? A woman sneered. Although she was shocked, she couldn't help but feel angry. Because as the descendants of ancient orthodoxies, they had always been high and mighty, and they had an innate sense of superiority when facing people like Lin Sun who had no one to rely on. But now, they were repeatedly defeated by Lin Sun. This was a great humiliation, and it was difficult for them to not be angry. Pooh, however, as soon as the woman finished speaking, a sharp light that was as white as snow swept out from Lin Sun, and the woman's head was chopped off. Clang, the broken sword returned to Lin Sun's hand with an illusory snow-white luster. In the distance, the woman died on the spot. Up until the moment of her death, her cold laughter still reverberated through the surroundings, and it had become a great irony. The crowd was furious. They would not sit still and wait for death, so they attacked. The battle became more and more fierce. This time was different from before. Many top figures had been mobilized, and there was no lack of extremely troublesome and powerful experts. For example, a burly man from the Taoism sect of Sangmei wielded a pair of bronze whips, smashing the void into pieces. A yellow-robed woman from the Pure Land of Longevity was also very eye-catching. She activated a golden lamp, which shone brightly and produced an extremely terrible purification power. On the other side, a black-robed man from the Black Sea Dog tribe held a blood-colored awl in his hand. With a gentle sweep, the blood light surged and crushed the void. In addition, there were also top figures such as the Holy Land of Lingbao and the Heaven-Reaching Sword sect. They were all outstanding with outstanding combat power. The small Taoist altar was full of sabers and swords. The collision of treasures and Taoist magic was like thunder in the ninth heaven, shaking the mountain top. At this time, Lin Sun finally felt a heavy pressure. But this did not make him afraid. Instead, it stimulated the surging fighting intent in the depths of his heart, and his momentum also rose. Although the opponents became stronger, Lin Sun's fighting method changed accordingly. He attacked with the broken sword and fought with the 6 cuts of heavenly yuan. Clang! 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 The clear sound of the broken sword surged through the sky like a tide, like a cry thirsting for blood. It was as white as snow, light and illusory. It was an unfathomable magic weapon and was not restricted by the rules of the immortal mountain. Obscure and mysterious Tao marking diagrams seethed and flickered on the edge of the blade, and it increased its peerlessly fierce might. And Lin Sun's breath had become extremely fierce. Originally, with his own combat power, even without using the broken sword, he was strong enough to fight against the opponent. But Lin Sun did not want to be delayed. For him, only by killing more opponents in the shortest time could he completely vent his anger and fire. Boom! The robust man held the bronze whips in his hand as he smashed them down. With this strike, wind and lightning surged while the tune of the Tao rumbled, and it emanated might capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth. At this moment, a cold light flashed in Lin Sun's eyes. Star-plucking slash, it was like an eternal night had descended, and 10,000 stars fell. When the saber struck, it illuminated the eternal night and swept up the 10,000 stars. Ka-cha, the pair of bronze whips were broken. This pair of treasures was an imperial Tao extreme weapon with an ancient history. They were the ancient treasures of the vast Sea Tao sect. But now, it was cut in half by the broken blade. The tall and sturdy male was furious. His heart was bleeding, and the pain he felt was indescribable. On this immortal divine mountain, there was indeed no such thing as true death. However, if the treasure was destroyed, there was no way for it to recover to its original state. After all, the Imperial Path ultimate weapon was not a living thing, so there was no such thing as life and death. Seeing Lin Sun coming, the burly man could only endure and dodge, even though he hated Lin Sun so much. Boom! An expanse of bright multicolored light enveloped over, dispersing the darkness. It was filled with a holy and purifying power, brilliant like divine light illuminating everything. It was the yellow-robed woman from the Pure Land of Longevity. Lin Sun attacked with the broken blade, while he continued to rush towards the burly man. The burly man's face changed greatly. He exerted all his strength to fight against Lin Sun, but he was punched out of the Taoist altar by Lin Sun. He fell to the ground with a thud, and blood spurted from his mouth. Falling from the Taoist altar meant failure. The burly man couldn't accept it for a while. He couldn't help roaring angrily and rushed to the Taoist altar again. But when he was halfway there, he was shrouded by the invisible power of order and disappeared in an instant. Obviously, he'd been completely eliminated from the competition, at this time, the duel on the Taoist altar was still going on, and it was unprecedentedly fierce. If such a fight happened in the outside world, it was bound to cause unpredictable disasters and make the world panic and uproar. Similarly, a duel like this was bound to attract the attention of countless practitioners and cause a sensation. After all, a duel between the top was rare, and a duel like Lin Sun, who fought against a group of top figures by himself, was even rarer. Whoosh, before long, the yellow-robed woman from the pure land of longevity screamed. One of her snow-white arms was cut off by the broken blade. Her pretty face turned pale with pain, and she almost lost control of the golden lamp. The crowd was frightened and their pupils dilated. Up to this point, Devil Lin didn't show any sign of weakness. On the contrary, he became braver and more powerful. Some practitioners' morale was shaken and they hesitated. Even if they knew they wouldn't really die, they felt desperate and depressed when they thought that there was little hope even if they fought desperately. Bang! Soon, the yellow-robed woman couldn't hold on any longer and was suppressed by Lin Sun. The broken blade swept across and cut off her slim waist, causing her blood to flow like a waterfall. At the foot of the mountain, the famous figures and attendants of the ancient orthodoxies all clenched their fists. Their breath was terrible, and their faces were livid. Those who were eliminated were the successors of their orthodoxies, which made them feel extremely aggrieved and annoyed. Some of the elders were so angry that their faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. Invisible killing intent filled their bodies. The successors of their sects were also top figures, but they were defeated in such a way, which was very difficult for them to accept. Of course, most of the spectators were excited, and there was a hubbub of excitement. Since it had nothing to do with them, they were naturally happy to watch the show. This was something that hadn't happened for many years. A young man without any foundation had defeated the successors of those ancient orthodoxies. It made people feel emotional. I've underestimated his ability, Xianxia frowned. Lin Sun's performance had exceeded his expectations once again, and he was surprised. However, he's still not mature enough. The path of cultivation isn't so simple. Xianxia was ranked third among the top 10 giants of Dongxing world, and he had been immersed in the path of cultivation for many years. Even though Lin Sun's performance had surprised him time and time again, it wasn't really shocking, and it wasn't even enough to make him feel fearful. If the Peerless Tao path was divided into 3 levels, first glimpse, advanced, and peak, then Xianxia judged that Lin Sun's combat prowess should be at the advanced level, but he was still far from the peak level. Moreover, the ancient orthodoxies of the ancient desolation acknowledged that the top geniuses at the beginner level already possessed the qualifications to charge into the minor giants rankings. The top geniuses that possessed the attainment of the ascendant level would definitely be able to ascend into the minor giants rankings if nothing unexpected happened. As for the top geniuses at the peak level, every single one of them could be said to be giants amongst their peers, and they possessed the potential to be ranked among the top 10 giants. If you were a figure at the peak level, then perhaps I would look at you differently. Unfortunately, when Xianxia thought up to here, he couldn't help but shake his head. There was nothing to feel sorry about. At the same time, the situation of the battles on the other peaks was becoming clearer and clearer. As soon as the top geniuses like Laughing in the Heavens, Ye Chen, Jing Muyun, Li Qingping, Yu Lingkong, and Ji Xingyao ascended the Taoist altar, they had already confirmed their overlord status. Moreover, although there were many experts who dared to challenge them, no one dared to gang up on them. This was the advantage of being the inheritors of the ancient orthodoxies. If anyone dared to treat them unfairly, then sorry to say, they would be punished later. In this way, although the threat they suffered while guarding the mountain was always there, compared to Lin Sun, one was in the sky, and the other was on the ground. However, there were also exceptions. For example, although Alu wasn't ganged up on, the treatment he received was similar to that of Lin Sun. Because no one knew who this barbarian-like guy was. When dealing with him, they naturally couldn't be as fearful as dealing with the inheritors of the ancient orthodoxies. What was strange was that since Alu ascended the Taoist altar, he frequently provoked others, giving full play to his natural talent of shooting his mouth off. Trash. Too trash. Is this the so-called top geniuses? Even a pig in my village is stronger than you. Bah. I finally understand that the so-called top geniuses in the world are all fools who deceive the world. None of them can fight. Don't accept it? If you don't accept it, then fight. Whoever is a coward is a coward. Just by listening to these arrogant words, one could know how ugly the faces of those who were provoked by Alu would be. However, it had to be admitted that Alu was really abnormal. His majestic body was like an unshakable mountain, and all the experts who fought with him could only be beaten passively. Such an eye-catching performance naturally attracted the attention of countless people. Zhao Jingxian and Xianxia also ascended the Taoist altar and fought fiercely with their opponents. Their performance was not eye-catching, but it was hard to predict the outcome. Fortunately, at least up to now, the two had not been eliminated. At this time, more than half of the time had passed, and the situation on each mountain was getting more and more tragic. In order to be ranked on the list of junior giants, no matter who it was, they were doing their best to fight and kill, lest they would be eliminated. Only the 9th mountain where Lin Sun was the most special exception. Most of the top geniuses who ascended this mountain aimed to defeat Lin Sun. Moreover, from the beginning of the battle, Lin Sun dominated the Taoist altar, so that no matter what intention they had to defeat Lin Sun first in order to achieve their wish. Clang, the snow-white broken blade collided with the blood-red awl, making a deafening roar. Then, the blood-red awl in the hand of the black-robed man of the Black Tengu clan exploded with a loud bang and turned into a rain of light. At the same time, Lin Sun had already moved. He took a step forward and punched 3 times in an instant. Each punch was faster and faster than the previous one, like overlapping thunder and raging waves. Bang! The first punch made the black-robed man feel as if he was struck by lightning. His body sank, his right shoulder collapsed, and his tendons and bones were broken. Plop! The second punch made the black-robed man kneel on the ground with blood oozing from his 7 orifices. He let out a heart-wrenching scream, and his spine was broken. Puff! The third punch smashed his head, and the headless body turned into the original shape of a black dog, lying on the ground dripping with blood. The 3 punches were completed in one breath and landed in an instant, as fast as lightning. The expert from the Black Tengu clan was killed on the spot by Lin Sun in a domineering manner. One day, he would slaughter all the black demonic dogs in the world. Lin Sun would never forget what he had said in the West Hing boundary. Lin Sun really hated this clan to the extreme. It was not only harmful to the world, but also guilty of many sins. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were utterly heartless. Therefore, when Lin Sun killed the black-robed man, his means were particularly domineering and bloody. A commotion broke out in the surroundings. Many geniuses revealed looks of shock, shaken by the scene. It's really abnormal. Even a top figure can't be so strong, can he? Someone said in a trembling voice. Up to this point, at least dozens of geniuses had been killed by Lin Sun, and 7 or 8 of the top figures had been killed by Lin Sun. But Lin Sun was not even injured from beginning to end. On the Taoist altar, Lin Sun did not intend to stop and continued to attack his opponents. How dare you? A young man in a splendid robe screamed. Noticing that Lin Sun was rushing over, he trembled with fear. Idiot! Lin Sun looked cold. His clothes and black hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were as deep and frightening as the abyss. Boom! When he opened his mouth, he had already pressed his palm. The young man in a splendid robe retreated and flashed away. At the same time, he shouted angrily, "You are inviting disaster for yourself. Even if you can be invincible here, you will be killed in the outside world." As soon as his voice fell, his neck was suddenly cut by a broken blade, and a bloody head was thrown into the air. Damn it! The others' faces were livid, and their eyes were full of anger and hatred. They should have encircled Lin Sun, but they never thought that they would be killed one after another by Lin Sun. No one had expected this, and the blow was too heavy. Demon Lin, do you know what you are doing? You don't bow your head obediently, but act violently. This will only make your death more embarrassing when you return to the outside world. They made threats. Don't you descendants of the orthodoxy feel ashamed? You can't defeat me even if you attack me together. Now you are defeated by me. Not only do you not know how to respect me, but you also dare to threaten me. Do you deserve to be called talents? Lin Sun blocked the Taoist altar alone, like a demon dominator, oppressing people to the point of suffocation. Regardless of whether it was the experts not too far away from the Tao platform or the renowned figures and attendants at the foot of the mountain, all of their expressions were extremely unsightly. Being reprimanded like this by a young man that didn't belong to any sect was something they'd never experienced before, and they felt extremely furious and aggrieved in their hearts. With me, Lin Sun, here today, all of you little rats can dream of occupying this place. Lin Sun's words were cold and overbearing, and he revealed the elegant demeanor of a devil god. Boasting shamelessly, kill! Someone roared and charged forward with the others. They had no way out. Even if Lin Sun was strong enough to make them frightened and uneasy, they had no choice but to fight desperately. In any case, he wouldn't truly die. If they could exhaust Lin Sun's physical strength and kill him, it would be a victory. Unfortunately, these geniuses were doomed to be no match for Lin Sun. Their blood flowed like a river, and their heads rolled on the ground. There were more than 100 experts in this group, and they were already the last force to ascend this mountain peak. Their scale could also be said to be the largest, and they had the advantage in numbers. But the result didn't change. Under the slaughter of Lin Sun's broken sword, blood splashed. And screams rang out from time to time. On the coiling dragon tablet, wisps of Great Way luck like tiny earthworms were gathering and increasing rapidly. The fine dragon scales were shining with the unique luster of Great Way luck. Later, the area where the dragon tail was entrenched suddenly lit up, showing a golden and holy luster, full of spirituality like an illusion. This was an extremely amazing phenomenon produced when the Great Way luck gathered and accumulated to a certain extent. It's a miracle. He actually managed to light up the dragon tail while guarding the mountain. This has never happened before in the past. At the foot of the mountain, an elder of an ancient sect was shocked and moved. Nearby, there was also an uproar. Many people were dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. The coiling dragon tablet was shaped like a lying dragon, and it was divided into 7 areas: dragon tail, dragon claws, dragon body, dragon head, dragon whiskers, dragon horns, and dragon eyes. When the obtained Great Way luck gathered to a certain extent, one part of the coiling dragon could produce a divine glow. In the ranking battle for providence, it would decide the ranking. The more the luck, the more parts of the coiling dragon would produce the divine glow, and the higher its ranking would be, and vice versa. In the past years, there had never been a person like Lin Sun, who could make a part of the coiling dragon tablet produce the divine glow just by guarding the mountain. This could be said to be the first in history, and it was unparalleled in both ancient and modern times. This isn't surprising at all. Any expert that possesses the attainments of reaching the next level in a hopeless situation would similarly be able to accomplish this if they were placed in the same situation. Some people were very calm. It can only be said that demon god Lin has the opportunity to create this miracle because the situation is too special. Xianxia nodded secretly. This was true. In his opinion, the luck Lin Sun had obtained could indeed rank first among the 36 mountains. But it was just guarding the mountain after all. When the battle for luck broke out, the more luck Lin Sun had, the more he would lose, and the more luck he would lose. In the end, it was very likely that others would benefit from it. Thinking of this, Xianxia was stunned. He suddenly realized that all the assumptions and conjectures he had made had unconsciously confirmed that Lin Sun could successfully guard the mountain. This made him frown. This was another accident. You, don't come over. On the platform of the 9th mountain, at the end of the battle, a powerhouse was so frightened that his fighting spirit collapsed. Before Lin Sun could approach, he screamed. Swoosh, the other strong man turned around and ran away, jumping off the Taoist altar in a panic. He was really frightened by Lin Sun's overwhelming power of the demon god. This was shocking and also made people's hearts tremble. As for the rest, after seeing this scene, they completely broke down and began to flee regardless of anything. Even if they knew that they could not really die, they did not want to face demon god Lin again. Lin Sun was like a divine mountain lying on the platform. It was impossible for him to shake him. Shame! What a disgrace! At the foot of the mountain, a senior figure roared in anger and stamped his feet. No one could accept this. As the successor of an ancient orthodoxy, he was famous, prestigious, and had a high status. But now, his fighting spirit collapsed and he fled in a panic, even abandoning his face and dignity. If this was spread out, it would definitely be a stain on these ancient orthodoxies and they would become a joke. On the platform, only Lin Sun was left. He stood there alone, looking down at the heroes in the distance with a cold expression. "Is that all you've got?" he asked. The surrounding area could not calm down. All the talents of the sects were livid, their chests heaving up and down, their hearts filled with shame and grievance. But when they met Lin Sun's indifferent and deep eyes, none of them dared to step forward and fight him. They were really frightened. "Although you are strong, do you think you can leave this place alive?" Someone gritted his teeth and said. Puff, Lin Sun struck with his broken sword. Blood splashed and the man's body was cut into two halves. Blood poured out like a waterfall. "It's nothing more than intimidation and threats. I've killed so many idiots like you since I entered the ancient desolation realm. Why do I care about these bullshit tea threats?" Lin Sun's face was full of disdain and his words were plain, showing his invincible confidence. The faces of the people in the field turned pale. Clang, Lin Sun stood on the Taoist altar and killed those geniuses from different sects with his broken sword. Since he had offended them completely, there was no reason for him to show mercy. Although he could not kill them completely, he just wanted to kill them to his heart's content. Blood splashed. Several people were killed on the spot because they were caught off guard. "Run!" The rest of the people were in a complete panic. They scattered and rushed down the mountain road in panic like stray dogs. Some people directly rushed to the mountains on both sides of the Golden Path, but were instantly eliminated by the rules of the Immortal Mountain. This made the elders of the ancient orthodoxy at the foot of the mountain livid. Today's defeat was not only unyielding, but also a disgrace that could not be washed away. In fact, they also saw that Lin Sun had already established the general trend and was difficult to be defeated. But it was too shameful for their successors to scatter and flee like this. If possible, Lin Sun would like to catch all these guys in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, he had to guard the mountain and could not leave the platform. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Taking a deep breath, Lin Sun stopped thinking about it. He looked sideways at the coiling dragon tablet not far away and calculated the time. Then he sat cross-legged on the ground and began to meditate. The battle didn't last long from the beginning to the end, but it was absolutely tragic. Of course, this was only for Lin Sun's opponents. Some people had speculated that he couldn't hold on for long, but the result was exactly the opposite. However, Lin Sun did consume a lot of energy at this time. After the battle, he had consumed at least 70% of his spiritual energy. This was not a problem. Before the battle for Providence, the Immortal Mountain would send a divine rain, which could restore all the strength of the practitioners who succeeded in guarding the mountain in an instant. Before the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival, Xianxia from the Dachenlan Temple in the sacred hermit land was right. In this world, not everyone is qualified to be called a heavenly son. Lin Sun's black eyes flashed with contemplation. After this battle, he increasingly agreed with Xianxia's view. In the previous battle, although it was extremely fierce, he didn't use the fury of Yazi or fighting saint method from beginning to end, including silence chop, life and death chop and other killing moves, but in such a case, the heavenly son of a sect still couldn't be defeated. How could he be called a heavenly son? It was laughable. At the same time, Lin Sun's cognition of the extreme Tao also had a different understanding. In the past, he had always regarded the extreme Tao as the strongest Tao, which was rare since ancient times. Even in the ancient times, it was extremely rare. But now it seemed that there was obviously a misunderstanding in his cognition. The Absolute Way was regarded as the strongest way. When Lin Sun first came into contact with the Absolute Way, this way was described as unreachable and enviable. It was rare in ancient times. In ancient times, this way was almost as ethereal as a legend, and many geniuses sighed at it. Some people even doubted whether this way really existed. But as Lin Sun's cultivation deepened and he experienced many things, he gradually found that the definition of the Absolute Way by the practitioners in the world had changed along with the passage of time. In his understanding, the Absolute Way was the strongest way since ancient times. When one reached this level, he was like the king of a realm and could defeat all opponents. But in the eyes of other practitioners, the core successors of ancient orthodoxies like Kong Ling, Su Xingfeng and Shui Qianhen were already the Absolute Way. There were bound to be mistakes in this, in the previous battles, Lin Sun had killed more than 10 so-called peerless figures. But according to Lin Sun's judgment, the strength of these peerless figures could only be regarded as touching the threshold of the road to the top, but had not yet entered it. Even some people who hadn't touched the threshold boasted that they were the absolute way, which made Lin Sun feel absurd and ridiculous. Was his cognition too harsh, or the world's definition of the absolute way had become extremely tolerant? Lin Sun didn't know. But he knew that compared with these absolute way, people like Sword Devil Ye Chen and Laughing at the Heavens were undoubtedly more in line with the definition of the absolute way. Even if I take a step back and divide the absolute way into 3 levels, those guys who were killed by me just now are at the bottom at best, just at the beginning of the absolute way. As for people like Ye Chen and Laughing at the Heavens, they are just at the beginning of the absolute way. As for how strong they are, it's hard to estimate. And the top figures of the previous generation, such as Yin Qingbai, Yan Zhanqiu, Wang Xuanyu, Mi Hingzhen, and Yi Mo, should have extremely amazing achievements on the absolute way. Even if they can't be called the strongest, they should not be far from it, Lin Sun pondered. The Great Era was coming, which meant that there would be countless peerless geniuses in the world, rising like stars and competing in the Great Era. Before that, if he could have a deep and accurate understanding of the absolute way among his peers, it would be beneficial and harmless. No matter what, I will walk my Tao. The path of the Tao will be the most unprecedented. After a long time, all the doubts in Lin Sun's mind disappeared. His Taoist heart was clear and firm. He sat cross-legged on the Taoist altar and pondered the mysteries of the summit. On the other mountain peaks, the great battles were still unfolding. At the same time, the spectators from different orthodoxies at the foot of the mountain were also paying close attention to the situation. Lin Sun was destined to get one of the 36 places on the list of junior giants. Now, it was time to see who would get the places on the other peaks. The battles on every single mountain peak could be said to be horrifying. It was a battle between those of the same generation and a battle between experts. Any single battle was sufficient to cause a great uproar in the outside world. But on the Immortal God Mountain, it was a common sight. The powerhouses of the Wind Whisperer clan were almost too busy. There were too many remarkable battles, and there were countless peerless characters who shone brilliantly on the battlefield. Moreover, each of them had their own distinct characteristics. It was really dazzling, and it was difficult to choose between them. At the same time, Lin Sun also looked at the peaks of other mountains and spread out his huge spiritual power to watch the battles. The wild blade laughs at the heavens. His saber was as fast as lightning with earth-shattering power. Since he ascended to the Taoist altar, almost no one could stand more than 10 moves from him. The sword Devil Yi Chen was similarly outstanding. The ancient crepe myrtle sword emitted a vast sword intent, and it possessed a dignified aura and an extremely destructive devilish might. It swept through everything before it, and no one was able to resist its edge. On the contrary, Jin Muyun was also a peerless swordsman, but his sword intent was as violent as thunder. It was overwhelming and strong, and its killing intent soared into the sky. Li Qingping's fighting means were strange, cruel, and unpredictable. He fought with a green jade flute. The sound of the flute was like the sound of ghosts and gods, which had the power to take away people's souls. Yu Lingkong, Ji Xingyao, Go Yanjun, these peerless characters who had been famous for a long time were destined to be on the list of junior giants. Lin Sun paid special attention to Go Yanjun. His fighting style could be described as cruel and abnormal. Any opponent that challenged him would definitely have their bodies forcefully torn apart by his hands, causing severed limbs to shatter and a rain of blood to spray down like a waterfall. His opponents would suffer unimaginable torture and devastation before they were eliminated. Such cruel means also aroused the anger and roar of the elders of many ancient orthodoxies. They couldn't wait to kill this black dog with their own hands. But although Go Yanjun's means were cruel, it was extremely shocking. Most of the strong people who witnessed such a bloody scene were so shocked that they didn't dare to challenge him, for fear that they would be torn apart by Go Yanjun. When Lin Sun looked over, he saw Go Yanjun holding a beautiful woman in his hands. His hands separated, and the woman's arms and body were torn apart like a piece of cloth. The bright red blood rained down on the Taoist altar like a waterfall. Go Yanjun revealed an excited and bloodthirsty smile, and then he stretched out his scarlet red tongue to lick the blood that was sprinkling in the air. After that, he suddenly took a deep breath and let out a moan of comfort while his expression became extremely intoxicated. Whoosh, almost at the same time, he also noticed Lin Sun's gaze. He grinned, revealing his snow-white teeth, and said something silently, "You're right, Lin Sun. Demon God Lin, I'll tear your hands apart like this and taste whether your blood has the wonderful breath of a demon god." His Adam's apple moved, and he laughed unscrupulously as if he was staring at a tempting prey. Lin Sun glanced at him quietly and withdrew his gaze with a straight face. If he met Go Yanjin in the battle for luck, he didn't mind torturing this black dog to death little by little. Then, Lin Sun saw Xianxia. Lin Sun was surprised that Xianxia could continue fighting on the Taoist altar until now. As far as he knew, although Xianxia was powerful, there was still a long way to go from the real top. But Xianxia could guard the mountain until now, which could only prove that this guy's potential was extremely deep, far beyond the real strength he showed. But immediately, Lin Sun frowned. Xianxia was in a bad situation. His opponent was a young man in a feather robe with a feminine aura. His skin was fair, his face was handsome like a woman, and he carried a unique charm. If Lin Sun remembered correctly, this young man in a feather robe was called Qing Wenwan, and he was regarded as the holy son of Qing Wan. Qing Lianer, who died in Lin Sun's hands, was the cousin of Qing Wenwan. At this moment, Qing Wenwan's figure was unfathomable, like an ethereal figure. He was not only fast, but also extremely mysterious. No matter how Xianxia attacked, he couldn't even touch Qing Wenwan's clothes. There was no doubt that Qing Wenwan had an absolute advantage in body movement. Originally, Xianxia had no hope of winning under normal circumstances, but Qing Wenwan wasn't in a hurry to defeat his opponent. Instead, he played with Xianxia. Like a cat playing with a mouse. Qing Wenwan's temperament was feminine like a woman, and he was extremely enchanting. His slender and fair hand held a thin and sharp golden needle. He seemed to be embroidering and regarded Xianxia as a piece of cloth. Every time he attacked, he would pierce a fine needle-like hole on Xianxia's body. Xianxia was obviously suffering great pain. His face was livid, and he was extremely angry. But he couldn't catch Qing Wenwan's steps at all, so he suffered more and more injuries. It could be clearly seen that the skin all over his body was pierced with fine bloody holes, and strands of blood soaked out, outlining the embryonic form of a rose. Qing Wenwan was indeed embroidering, his movements even carried a kind of unconstrained and effortless beauty, like a great painter who had reached the extreme realm, waving his brush and splashing ink. However, this method of treating his opponent as a canvas, using blood as ink, and golden needles as the tip of his brush, didn't make people feel a trace of beauty. Instead, it seemed extremely horrifying. Anyone who saw this scene would probably feel their scalp numb and feel terrified. Xianxia was in great pain. His skin was trembling all over, and his eyes were about to crack. He seemed to be desperately trying to kill Qing Wenwan with all his strength. But everything seemed to be in vain. Qing Wenwan looked leisurely and calm. The golden needles in his hand flew, and he turned a blind eye to Xianxia's anger. This was a humiliation. After all, Xianxia was also one of the 16 blazing sons of Sun Moon Palace. His identity, status, and combat strength could be regarded as the top of the younger generation in the world. But at this time, he was manipulated as a canvas, which was undoubtedly a serious trampling and insult to his dignity and Taoist heart. Even Lin Sun couldn't help but reveal a touch of coldness in his black eyes, and there was an irrepressible killing intent in his heart. Although Qing Wenwan's means were not as brutal as Go Yanjin's, he was even more abnormal. At this moment, Lin Sun's face changed. He clenched his fists quietly, and the killing intent in his eyes seemed to be real, bursting out with a frightening divine light. On the top of the mountain in the distance, Xianxia's figure suddenly stiffened and stopped in the air as if he was cast with the fixed body technique. At this moment, Qing Wenwan stepped forward, pinched the slender golden needles, and pierced them into Xianxia's heart. Then, his figure flashed, and he returned to his original place. But Xianxia's body seemed to have been sliced by countless crisscrossing threads, and it suddenly exploded. The blood mist evaporated, reflected in the void, and turned into a rich and enchanting bloody rose pattern, bright red and dazzling. All the strongmen who noticed this scene felt cold all over, and fear arose in their hearts. This means was simply abnormal to the extreme. However, Qing Wenwan seemed to be completely unaware of this. She rubbed her chin as she stared at the blood-red rose that was blooming furiously in the sky, and her feminine and fair face was filled with admiration. Although Lin Sun knew that it was impossible for Xianxia to die on the immortal mountain, he still felt endless anger in his heart, and his black eyes were terrifyingly cold. Killing was just a matter of nodding one's head to the ground, but Qing Wenwan used such abnormal and bloody means to humiliate and torture Xianxia. This was absolutely unforgivable. Xianxia was eliminated in an extremely humiliating and cruel way. This made Lin Sun unable to restrain his anger. It was not a big deal to be defeated, but it was unacceptable for Lin Sun to be humiliated in such a way. Lin Sun, are you very angry? That's right. When you killed my cousin Lianer, I was also very angry. A feminine and hoarse voice came to his ears, like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. Lin Sun saw that Qing Wenwan had looked at the mountain where Lin Sun was from a distance. He was dressed in a feather robe. His skin was white, his face was handsome and enchanting, and his thin lips were scarlet like a red blade. You can take revenge on me. Why did you kill Xianxia? Lin Sun looked cold. Because I also want you to experience the feeling of being angry. Qing Wenwan laughed wantonly and arrogantly, speaking of which, you have no one to rely on. You don't even have a relative in the ancient desolation realm. It's a headache for me to take revenge on you. Fortunately, I finally found Xianxia. Obviously, before this, Qing Wenwan had secretly inquired about Lin Sun and intended to kill Lin Sun's close people. Don't you worry about being attacked by the Sun Moon Palace? Lin Sun frowned. He felt that this guy looked feminine and calm, but in fact, he was as crazy as a pervert. If I was afraid, would I dare to do this? Qing Wenwan said unhurriedly, you've seen what happened to Xianxia. I'm not afraid to tell you that unless you obediently kneel down and beg me right now, I'll make every single person related to you into a painting of blood. In the end, he couldn't help but smile. His feminine and enchanting face was full of a crazy aura. Lin Sun was silent for a moment, and then he also smiled and said, then I'd like to see whether your Scion Phoenix tribe can bear my anger. If you dare to do this, I dare to destroy your whole tribe. If you don't believe me, you can try to see who will laugh in the end. By the way, you'd better pray that I don't meet you later. His voice was calm, but it was filled with determination. After that, he withdrew his eyes and no longer looked at Qing Wenwan. Qing Wenchuan's actions had already touched his reverse scale, causing him to be unable to endure it any longer, and he aroused the resolution to kill Qing Wenwan. At the same time, Qing Wenwan was startled. Suddenly, she giggled hysterically. Her feminine eyes were filled with madness. Then let's give it a try. Clang, on another mountain peak, Alu was like a ferocious fighting beast that didn't know fatigue. With just his bare fists, he blasted away his opponent's treasure and kicked him out of the Dao platform. His battle intent surged into the sky as he looked arrogantly at the surroundings, and then he pointed at the group of geniuses nearby that were terrified to the point of not daring to move forward. He said with displeasure, why are all of you terrified? Aren't you guys unconvinced? Why are you cowering there like a girl? You guys are bull-shastrous tea prodigies. It was extremely provocative, and it caused the geniuses of the various sects to be infuriated to the point their lungs almost exploded. They wished for nothing more than to tear apart this barbarian's stinky mouth. But in the end, no one dared to step forward. It couldn't be helped, this barbarian's combat strength was just like his foul mouth, they were ridiculously powerful. Up until this point in the battle, even peerless figures had been forcefully suppressed by him, so who would dare to step forward? Seeing this, Lin Sun withdrew his gaze and looked at Zhao Jingxian on another mountain peak. After several years, Zhao Jingxuan's strength had also advanced by leaps and bounds, even to the extent that even Lin Sun was amazed by her strength. Dressed in a purple dress, her slender and graceful figure was as graceful as a swimming dragon, fighting on the Dao platform like a fairy strolling leisurely in the courtyard. A treasure cauldron of 9 dragons was controlled by her, which deduced 9 phantoms of real dragons. They held their heads high in the void, flying and roaring, and their divine power was monstrous, as if the power of heaven was descending. Her opponent was a peerless figure, but in just dozens of rounds, he was firmly suppressed by Zhao Jingxian in a head-on confrontation. She has Imperial Dragon Chi and has mastered the unique skills of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land. It's reasonable for her to have such achievements. Lin Sun was relieved. According to his judgment, if nothing unexpected happened, Zhao Jingxian could easily be promoted to the junior tycoon list. Yes, junior sister Jingxian has reached the level of reaching the next level on the way of peerless cultivation, and is not far from reaching the peak. At the same time, Yan Zhanqiu, who had been paying attention to Zhao Jingxian, also nodded secretly, with a touch of heartfelt admiration in his eyes. Buzz. Suddenly, the whole immortal mountain was buzzing incessantly, producing the immortal and supreme rule of the Great Way, which made the top of the 36 peaks shine brilliantly. It could be clearly seen that the battles on every Taoist altar were stopped at this moment. At the same time, the powerhouses who failed the challenge were expelled from the Taoist altar by an invisible force, leaving only 36 figures standing on the Taoist altar. After 30 minutes, the guarding of the mountain was over. In an instant, the people waiting at the foot of the mountain all looked at the figures standing on the top of the mountain. Laughing at the heavens, Yi Chen, Jing Muyun, Chu Beihai, Li Qingping, Yu Lingkong, Ji Xingyao, Go Yanjun, Zhao Jingxian, of course, there was also Lin Sun. A total of 36 talents had successfully guarded the mountain. Those who climbed the mountain but didn't rush to the Taoist altar all showed a look of frustration and disappointment when they saw the scene. Climbing the mountain and guarding the mountain seemed to be a step apart, but there was a world of difference between them. Those who succeeded in guarding the mountain would be ranked on the junior tycoon list and become a junior tycoon among the younger generation. This was a form of extraordinary glory, and it was the most powerful display of one's strength. As for the geniuses of the other sex, they could only be reduced to supporting roles and be eliminated. So, they were bound to be unable to draw too much attention in the future. This was the competition for the Grand Tao, and a single step was very likely to be the difference between the heavens and the earth. Next, it's time to carry out the final ranking battle for karmic luck. I wonder who amongst the 36 junior tycoons will be able to take the first place in the end. The cultivators at the foot of the mountain discussed animatedly, and the cultivators of the various ancient sects were watching from the sidelines. Compared to the past, the competition this time can absolutely be said to be unprecedented. Some of the geniuses of the sects would absolutely possess the strength to be ranked on the junior tycoon list if it was in the past. Yet now, they've become losers, and it's a pity. Exactly. It isn't that they aren't strong, but the most dazzling and peerless figures from the 4 great worlds of the region of ancient desolation have converged amongst the geniuses participating in the competition this time. So, their losses aren't because of the battle. Every time a great era comes, there will be countless monstrous and geniuses rising to compete for supremacy in the world and the Grand Tao. Although the great era hasn't come this time, we can already feel from these young people that this great era is destined to be unprecedented and unprecedented. Those seniors were all sighing with emotion. The only exception is perhaps Demon God Lin. Being targeted and attacked by so many geniuses of the ancient orthodoxies, if it were someone else, I'm afraid he would have been killed long ago. But this guy held on until the end, which is really amazing. Haha, just wait and see. The more eye-catching he is, the more miserable he will be when he leaves the immortal Forbidden Land. Many people were also paying attention to Lin Sun. Before, no one had expected that he could be ranked on the junior tycoon list. They all thought that he was destined to be eliminated under the attack of the geniuses of the ancient orthodoxies. But the result was unexpected. Lin Sun won. He alone defeated all the geniuses on the 9th mountain peak. This also attracted the attention of the experts on the junior tycoon list on the other mountain peaks. This is interesting. Laughing at the heavens' sharp eyes burst out a touch of brilliance. Demon God Lin. I'm looking forward to having a drink with you. Sword Demon Yi Chen's sleeves fluttered in the wind as he smiled happily. That's more like a demon god. Ah Lu grinned. Jin Muyun, Chu Beihai, Yu Lingkong, Li Qingping, Go Yanjun, and the others all looked gloomy and unsightly. Previously, they had all sent their forces to suppress Lin Sun, but they never thought that Lin Sun would be able to win under such circumstances. This made them feel disgusted as if they had eaten a fly. Impressive, demon god little brother. Zhao Jingxian blinked and teased mischievously. So what if he won? Let's see how long a shameless guy like you can be arrogant in the upcoming fight for Providence. Ji Xingyao was very displeased. As for the other geniuses who had no enmity with Lin Sun and did not know him, but were also ranked on the junior tycoon list, they could not help but pay more attention to Lin Sun. Some were surprised, some were impressed, and some were wary and vigilant. Next would be the ranking battle. Lin Sun's existence was undoubtedly an anomaly, so they had to pay attention to him. Lin Sun did not care about these people's attention at all. At his level, although he did not dare to boast that he was absolutely sure to win among his peers, he was absolutely not afraid of any opponent. How will the fight for Providence proceed? Lin Sun looked at the Taoist altars on different peaks. There were no judges on the Immortal God Mountain. Lin Sun only knew that it was enough to follow the rules. Boom, just as Lin Sun was pondering, every Taoist altar on the 36 peaks rumbled, and rays of golden light rushed out. They intersected in the void at the center of the peaks, bursting out a shocking holy luster. Then, the divine light intertwined and gradually formed a huge battlefield. The battlefield was black and white, and it was incomparably huge. It was built on the void, shining with indestructible eternal luster. As soon as it appeared, it attracted everyone's attention. The 36 golden paths led to the center of the battlefield from the peaks of the different peaks. This was the battlefield of Providence. The ranking battle of the junior tycoons was about to begin. When the battle began, the restrictive formation of the Immortal God Mountain would automatically operate and move different experts to the battlefield to fight. The winner would not only be ranked higher, but would also be able to seize a part of the Great Way's providence. It's about to begin. At the foot of the mountain, everyone's eyes were focused on the battlefield of Providence in the sky. The experts of the Wind Whisperer clan had prepared a thick stack of golden message tree leaves, intending to record the providence that was about to erupt. The unparalleled battles on the battlefield. At the same time, the junior giants on the other mountain peaks looked at the central battlefield with unprecedented fanaticism. No matter how talented or shrewd they were, those who could stand on the list of junior giants were all young people under the age of 30. Who could remain indifferent at such a moment? As geniuses who had reached the top and surpassed their peers, they all had their own pride. In this battle for luck, no matter who it was, they would do their best. No one was willing to be below others. Fight for an earth-shattering victory. Suddenly, a strange buzzing sound rang out, shaking the universe. Under countless gazes, 2 of the 36 golden paths were rippling like a tide. The next moment, the junior giants standing in front of the 2 golden paths were moved to the central battlefield. They were a man and a woman. The man was tall, and his momentum was like ice and snow, emitting a bone-piercing chill. He came from the origin sect of Dongxing territory, and his name was Lai Wenliang. The woman was slim and graceful, like a lotus in a pond. She had delicate features, and wisps of purple light lingered around her, making her look ethereal. She came from the Tai Taoism school, and her name was Gu Liangping. Both of them were top figures that Lin Sun didn't know, but the fact that they could occupy a mountain peak and become one of the 36 junior giants was enough to prove their strength. Soon, the battle broke out without any suspense. The battlefield was full of divine splendor and treasure light. As soon as it began, an earth-shattering and fierce battle appeared. At the foot of the mountain, there was a constant uproar. On the mountain peak, Lin Sun and the other junior giants were also paying close attention. It didn't take long for the battle to come to an end. With a slight advantage, Gu Liangping defeated Lai Wenliang, seriously injuring him. At the same time, an illusory power of Great Wei rushed out of the dragon tablet that originally belonged to Lai Wenliang and poured into the dragon tablet that belonged to Gu Liangping. Moreover, the Immortal God Mountain rewarded Gu Liangping, the winner, with an additional power of Great Wei. This was how the battle for luck was like. Not only could they seize the opponent's Great Wei luck, but they could also receive rewards from the Immortal God Mountain. Without sacred treasures and forbidden powers as trump cards, the competition is based on one's true battle prowess. Lai Wenliang is also extremely powerful, but the power of the great path he controls is slightly inferior to that of Gu Liangping. Lin Sun was lost in thought. The other minor giants were also evaluating Gu Liangping's battle prowess. They were thinking about how they would deal with and win against this woman. Soon, the second match began. It was Go Yanjin's turn. His opponent was a man named Gao Shanhai, who was from the Tianyun Dao sect in the Westing realm. He was extremely powerful. Boom, the moment the battle began, Gao Shanhai took out his treasure and gave it his all. It was obvious that he knew how terrifying Go Yan was. Go Yanjin grinned ferociously as he pulled out a blood-colored whip. It had a total of 72 segments, and it was like a blood-colored spine. As soon as it was whipped, an extremely ear-piercing explosion resounded in the battlefield. His figure was wild and flamboyant. The blood whip soared into the air, releasing terrifying fluctuations of the great path. In just a dozen exchanges, he had suppressed Gao Shanhai. After more than 40 rounds, Gao Shanhai had been whipped until his entire body was covered in cuts and bruises, and many of his muscles and bones were broken. After more than 60 rounds, Gao Shanhai's head was smashed, and his body was forcefully blown apart by the blood whip. Whoosh, blood rained down, bathing Go Yanjin's figure in it. It made him look like a bloodthirsty demon, extremely terrifying. He's too strong. This black dog has actually comprehended the great path of Black Demon Azura, which is a rare power of the great path on the Supreme Path list. Its power is treacherous and ruthless. Although the Black Demon Azura clan is disgusting, I have to admit that this clan has a strong foundation. Go Yanjin is definitely a core character in the clan. At the foot of the mountain, there was a constant discussion. They were all shocked by Go Yanjin's brutal and fierce fighting posture. It was extremely difficult to defeat a powerhouse who was also a small tycoon like him. And it was even more difficult to kill him. But Go Yanjin could do this, which undoubtedly proved that the combat power he possessed was enough to rank in the top ranks in this battle for luck. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant and brutal. It turns out that he has something to rely on. Lin Sun's black eyes surged. He had a panoramic view of the battle, and finally had a rough idea of Go Yanjin's real strength. Lin Sun. You should know that you are the one I want to kill the most. You'd better wash your neck and wait for me. Suddenly, Go Yanjin let out a shout, and his scarlet eyes flashed with a cruel luster. Then, he was moved back to the Taoist altar at the top of the mountain. On the dragon tablet beside him, there was also a reward of the great path of luck. Look, what did I say just now? Even if Demon God Lin ranks in the list of small giants, he will be targeted and suppressed. At the foot of the mountain, many strong sects gloated. Lin Sun looked calm and unmoved. In this battle for luck, there were two people he wanted to kill the most. The first was Qin Wenwan, and the second was Go Yanjin. In the third battle, Yu Lingkong appeared on the battlefield. After dozens of rounds, he defeated his opponent. Compared with the time at the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival, Yu Lingkong had undoubtedly become more powerful. However, Lin Sun was not surprised. In his view, Yu Lingkong's talent and foundation were extremely outstanding, and he was born in a sage family. It was difficult for him not to become powerful after entering the Pure Land of Longevity. In the fourth battle, Laughing at the Heavens won. In the fifth battle, Li Qingping won. In the sixth battle, one battle after another was carried out. Among them, there were some powerful figures that no one could ignore. There were even some unfamiliar ones, such as Zhang Feng, the successor of the Nine Wondrous Sword Pavilion in the southern Profound World, and by Dong Lu, the descendant of the ancient Baifeng clan in the Dongxing world, and so on. In fact, at this time, those who could rank 36th on the list of small giants were all very terrifying. In the 14th battle, Zhao Jingxian faced off against Tuoba Zhe, the descendant of the Tuoba clan in the Dongxing world. Tuoba Zhe was one of the more dazzling ones. His fighting style could be described as ghostly and swift like thunder. The spectators had long since remembered him. However, when he encountered Zhao Jingxian, he lost miserably. In just a moment, he had no choice but to admit defeat. The reason was very simple. Zhao Jingxian had displayed the ultimate technique of the spiritual treasure Holy Land, the myriad transformation scripture. As soon as this technique was used, Zhao Jingxuan's body turned into thousands of figures. The battlefield of luck was filled with her figures, and every one of them seemed real. Tuoba Zhe's biggest advantage was his extraordinary speed. However, when he encountered such a scene, he was immediately at a loss. No matter how he attacked, he could not lock on to Zhao Jingxuan's real body. In the end, he could only admit defeat. When he saw this, Lin Sun couldn't help but recall the time he'd killed Gong Yangyu. Gong Yangyu had similarly cultivated the myriad transformation scripture. Unfortunately, Gong Yangyu was obviously too inferior when compared to Zhao Jingxian. In the 15th battle, Chu Beihai moved out. However, it seemed like fate made a fool of him, and he'd encountered the sword devil, Yi Chen. This battle drew the attention of many, and the battle was unprecedentedly intense. No matter if it was Chu Beihai or Yi Chen, both of them were influential figures amongst peerless figures. This battle between them could be said to be a battle between dragons and tigers. However, after over 100 moves, Chu Beihai was no match for Yi Chen in the end. Yi Chen's sword pierced through his chest, and he had no choice but to admit defeat. In my opinion, even if you have the chance to fight Lin Sun, you're bound to be no match for him. After the victor was decided, Yi Chen spoke abruptly. His words were like a thorn that pierced into Chu Beihai's heart, and it caused his face to sink while he was furious. Yi Chen smiled lightly, and he paid no attention to Chu Beihai before turning around and leaving. Chu Beihai grunted coldly, and he left with a belly full of rage and unwillingness. He wanted to see what rank Lin Sun could ascend to. In the 16th battle, Jin Muyan's opponent admitted defeat. In the 17th battle, the golden path in front of Lin Sun abruptly rolled. It's finally my turn. Lin Sun only felt his figure shake, and then he was swept away by an invisible force. The next moment, he appeared on the central battlefield. Raising his eyes, Lin Sun looked at the opposite side, and then he couldn't help but be startled. At the same time, a figure who had been moved to the central battlefield with Lin Sun was also startled, and then he suddenly let out a feminine laugh. God is really kind to me to let me meet you in the first round. How lucky I am. His laughter was filled with maniacal delight. This person was dressed in a feather robe, and his appearance was handsome and enchanting. He was even more beautiful than a woman. His thin lips were like a burning red blade, scarlet and enchanting. It was Qing Wenwan, the holy son of Xian Phoenix. Ha ha ha, there's a good show to watch. Qing Wenchuan's means are incomparably abnormal, and his combat strength is outstanding. Many small giants are extremely afraid of him. Who would have thought that Lin Sun would encounter him? He's really unlucky. In this way, Qing Wenwan is abnormal, and Lin Sun is a demon. Abnormal against a demon, this battle is bound to be wonderful. I'm looking forward to Qing Wenchuan's painting of Demon Lin into a bloody rose. That scene will definitely be amazing. At the foot of the mountain, the spectators were completely shocked. They had long seen Qing Wenchuan's abnormal strength, and Lin Sun's strength also surprised them. Now, the two met, which made many strong practitioners of ancient orthodoxies who were hostile to Lin Sun laugh gloatingly. Nothing was more exciting than the battle in front of them. At the same time, other small giants also showed different expressions on their faces. Some were playful, some were expectant, some were mocking, and some were gloating and laughing heartily. He met Qing Wenwan in the first round. This guy's luck is really bad, Zhao Jingxian couldn't help sighing faintly. She was not worried about Lin Sun. In other words, as early as in Ziyao Empire, she had never worried about Lin Sun. This was not blind confidence, but she firmly believed that any opponent who underestimated Lin Sun would pay a heavy price. Similarly, in the face of any unoptimistic situation, Lin Sun never lacked the means to turn the situation around. The only thing Zhao Jingxian worried about was that Lin Sun might be forced to expose all his trump cards in advance after this battle. Trump cards were the key to winning by surprise. If they were exposed, it would inevitably arouse the vigilance of other strong practitioners. Lin Sun, what I said before still stands. As long as you kneel down and beg for mercy, maybe I will not harm your relatives and friends in a good mood. As soon as Qing Wenwan finished speaking, Lin Sun thought of Xianxia, who was regarded as a canvas and suffered cruel torture. The killing intent that had accumulated in his heart surged uncontrollably in his chest. I don't know whether God favors me or not. I only know that if you don't satisfy me this time, you won't be able to leave this battlefield. Lin Sun's black eyes were cold, and he said word by word. An invisible killing intent spread from his body like a tide, which changed his momentum. Qing Wenwan smiled. His feminine and enchanting face was full of madness as he said, Demon Lin, I'll draw you a mandala flower. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. Boom, as he spoke, the two moved at the same time. Two figures turned into lightning and rushed at each other like two comets, bursting out dazzling divine light and roaring like thunder. A great battle broke out at this moment. In the battlefield, it was like two furnaces colliding, causing the void to tremble and the air to explode. The battlefield of Providence was completely filled with rolling haze and surging Taoist light. It was as vast as the ocean, and the collision of the supreme power changed the color of heaven and earth. So powerful. Comparatively speaking, this battle is undoubtedly the most intense so far. It's like a battle between the sun and the moon, and its momentum is amazing. At the foot of the mountain, all the spectators were moved. Other small giants standing on the mountain top were also paying close attention. Now they all knew how powerful Demon Lin was. But no one could give an accurate answer as to how powerful he was. Now, they might be able to find some clues in this battle. Boom, on the battlefield of Providence, the two sides suddenly separated. After a while, the place was restored to peace, and all kinds of divine light disappeared. The two figures stood in a distant confrontation, each standing on one side. Demon Lin is indeed worthy of being called the Demon Lin. I heard that you broke some records set by Yun Qingbai 10 years ago. If I kill you today, does it mean that Yun Qingbai 10 years ago is not as good as me today? Qing Wenchuan's eyes were surging with brilliant Taoist light flowing in them. As soon as these words came out, the experts of the heaven-reaching sword sect all looked terrible. How arrogant he was to compare Yun Qingbai, who was like a god in their hearts. Jin Muyun also snorted coldly. His eyes were fierce and unkind. You really think too much. Lin Sun's expression was cold. At this moment, many people noticed that even though the two of them were conversing, their imposing auras were imperceptibly rising swiftly and becoming even more terrifying. Lin Sun's clothes and black hair fluttered in the wind. It was as if a demon had awakened in his body. On the other side, the pores on Qing Wenchuan's entire body opened up while strands of divine radiance sprayed out. His entire body seemed as if flames were coiled around it, and it caused the nearby space to be warped and incinerated while his imposing aura shook the heavens. The atmosphere here had become oppressive. Even if they were very far away, it still caused many cultivators at the foot of the mountain to feel suffocated. Boom, Qing Wenchuan was the first to attack. His footsteps were calm as he stepped on the sky like a green luan dancing in the heavens. An expanse of Tao patterns appeared at the center of his palm, and it surged with scarlet-red multicolored light as it struck forward with boundlessly terrifying power. At this moment, his aura was wreaking havoc, and his palm energy was dazzling and monstrous. It was as if a god had come out, shocking everyone present. Green luan races inherited extreme art sky-splitting technique. An older generation figure said softly. He was moved. Almost at the same time, a large expanse of green divine light appeared on Lin Sun's side. His figure seemed illusory and ethereal, but it erupted with unparalleled spiritual fluctuations. Bang, he clenched his palm into a fist and deduced the profundities of the 9 strikes for shaking the heavens. In an instant, space collapsed while the force of his fist seemed to have penetrated through time and space and erupted onto the battlefield. A deafening sound of collision resounded, and it was like a volcano had erupted. Both of them fought intensely. They were swift and fierce like bolts of lightning while exerting force that was like a mountain. Both of them revealed extraordinary combat ability, and their grasp of timing was exquisite to the extreme. They fully displayed the might of a true peerless figure. The foot of the mountain was perfectly silent while the spectators held their breaths in concentration, and their hearts shook. Even if it was the various great figures that stood on different peaks, they revealed serious and solemn expressions at this moment, and they didn't blink in the slightest as they were deeply afraid of missing the slightest detail. Bang, Qing Wenchuan's palm was like a pair of sharp blades that were coiled with crimson-red divine flames, and they sliced and tore apart space while blazing violently. Everywhere that met the eye, the wind from his palm was like fire, and it seemed to have transformed into a sea of flames. His movements were agile like a green luan soaring through the sky, and he possessed an extreme speed that dazzled the eyes of others. Moreover, his aura was terrifying like a god that was bathed in flames. Lin Sun utilized the ice WYRM steps and similarly collided head-on with Qing Wenchuan with extreme speed. His fists were simple and natural, and they didn't carry the slightest aura of battle. But every single punch of his carried a might that shook the heavens and the earth, and he didn't dodge in the slightest. Right at this instant, the heavens and the earth were filled with the rumbling of the Tao, and it was like the furious cry of a green luan and the shout of a fiend god resounded out. The two of them fought fiercely. Crimson divine flames and green divine radiance seethed, and they erupted with boundless light that enveloped the entire battlefield. Not bad, not bad. At this moment, Qing Wenwan seemed to be extremely excited. His handsome and devilishly handsome face flushed with a sickly red color, and he roared with laughter while his aura grew stronger and stronger. Numerous ancient green lantern phantoms appeared around him while divine flames surged, and it was a world-shocking phenomenon. This was the embodiment of a secret technique of the Great Tao. This was the might of the supreme inheritance of the Azure Phoenix clan, Sky Split technique. The flames of the green lanterns could split the sky, however, even though he was strong, Lin Sun wasn't much inferior to him. Every single move he made carried boundless might that rumbled through the heavens and the earth, and the sky was in chaos. The battle between the two of them was really too shocking. It had just begun, but it had already revealed the power that far exceeded that of ordinary peerless experts. The Tao was vast and mighty, and the rays of light were monstrous. Everyone was dazzled, their hearts swayed, and they couldn't help but gasp. Compared with them, those peerless figures who hadn't been ranked on the list of junior giants were undoubtedly too dim. This undoubtedly proved that at least on the path of peerless cultivation, both Lin Sun and Qing Wenwan had reached an astonishing height. The fact was indeed so. Qing Wenwan's combat strength was absolutely at the top level among the 36 junior giants. Even some of the minor giants who had already won the previous battles were secretly shocked when they saw this. Many people even felt lucky that they didn't encounter these two people in the first round of the Battle of Luck, otherwise, the consequences would be hard to say. Boom. Another collision resounded. The two of them had fought for hundreds of rounds up to this point. The battle was fierce and swift, and it was completely a head-on collision. It was so fast that many practitioners couldn't even clearly capture the details of the battle. Clang, suddenly, Qing Wenwan took out a brilliant golden needle and stabbed it towards Lin Sun at an incredible speed. He had the sky-splitting skill and the sky-patching needle. This golden needle was his most powerful means of killing. Whoosh, in the void, the tip of the needle was like lightning, and the golden light was like rain. In an instant, the golden needle shuttled through the void, drawing thousands of sharp golden rays, like a big net, to shroud and cut Lin Sun. At this moment, even the peerless junior giants like laughing at the heavens, Ye Chen, and Jin Muyun couldn't help but be shocked and realize the horror of the sky-patching needle. This Qing Wenwan from the Cyan Phoenix tribe of the Shihing world is so powerful. It seems that there are many worthy of attention in this world besides the Dongxing world. Even Xianxia was a little surprised at this moment. Although Qing Wenchuan's performance was eye-catching before, he came from the Shihing world after all, and was not well known in the Dongxing world. But now it seemed that he was undoubtedly an existence that couldn't be underestimated in the desperate situation. Lin Sun is a little unlucky. Yan Zhanqiu thought to himself that it was really unfortunate for him to encounter Qing Wenwan in the first round of the Battle of Luck. But soon, Yan Zhanqiu didn't have time to think too much and focused his mind on the battlefield again. Whoosh whoosh, the sky-patching needle glowed with golden light and danced in the air. Countless golden threads cut through the void, and they were so sharp that they seemed to be able to cut through everything. To everyone's surprise, Lin Sun was still barehanded in the face of such a murderous attack. However, the strength of his fist became majestic and boundless, like the raging waves of a boundless sea. When he punched out, merely the strength of his punch crushed the golden threads to the point they collapsed and dispersed in disorder. This was completely a method of breaking through technique with force. What was even more shocking was that Lin Sun had successfully suppressed the attack of the sky-patching needle. This caused many spectators to be moved. Qing Wenwan had displayed an extremely abnormal combat strength, but demon god Lin actually surpassed him. Qing Wenwan, who was in the midst of battle, seemed to be a little impatient after failing to take down Lin Sun for a long time. He suddenly let out a low roar and swung his hand fiercely. Clang, the golden needle in his hand suddenly swept out and pierced through Lin Sun's fist at an incredible speed. It pierced through his fist and brought out a wisp of scarlet blood. At the same time, a wisp of icy and piercing power spread from the wound and stabbed at Lin Sun's divine sense like a bolt of lightning. This was the power of the sky-patching needle, which could attack one's soul. Cultivators who didn't understand it would definitely suffer a great loss if they were caught off guard. Obviously, Lin Sun was also hit. What? Demon God Lin is injured? In the distance, everyone was shocked. Everyone witnessed this scene, especially those who had fought with Lin Sun before. they knew how terrifying Lin Sun was. But now, he was actually injured by Qing Wenwan. How could the sky-patching needle of the Cyan Phoenix clan be so terrifying? Wasn't it said that the true mystery of this secret method had long been lost in ancient times, and what was left was only an incomplete version? Some of the older generation couldn't stay calm either. As for the junior magnates on the mountain peak, most of them looked grave. Some of the junior magnates who had grudges against Lin Sun were also a little surprised. Qing Wenchuan's strength was also beyond their expectations. At this moment, Qing Wenwan revealed an excited and morbid smile. Without hesitation, he manipulated the golden needle and approached Lin Sun, intending to take advantage of this opportunity to start painting. He wanted to use Lin Sun's body as the canvas and his blood as the ink to paint a blood-colored mandala. Just thinking about that bloody scene caused Qing Wenwan's entire body to tremble with an indescribable excitement. In his view, Lin Sun's soul was destined to be seriously damaged under the assassination of the sky-patching needle. Soon, Lin Sun would become his work of painting just like how he dealt with Xianxia before. However, as soon as he approached and the sky-patching needle was aimed at Lin Sun, he suddenly stiffened and felt a strong uneasiness and palpitation. At the same time, he met Lin Sun's cold eyes, which were as deep as the abyss, as if he was staring at a dead man. Tomorrow. However, Goldfish was fearful and uneasy in her heart. The goldfish had been maintaining a moderate update speed ever since the genius had started writing. Now that he had suddenly said that he was going to explode, he became exceptionally nervous. I'm afraid that when I explode, there won't be many responses from her former or current readers. I'm also afraid that if I explode, the monthly votes and data will be too pathetic and embarrassing. If that happens, it will be very embarrassing. It will also affect my enthusiasm. For a very long time, Goldfish had not asked for subscriptions or tried to break through the monthly votes. It wasn't that she didn't care. It was because there were too many trivial things in life. Her time was always out of her control. However, this time, Goldfish didn't intend to stay calm. Passion and motivation were needed in life. It was the same for writing a book. In July, Goldfish decided to explode, break through the monthly votes. Just like when she wrote about Talisman Emperor back then, she wanted to explode. Goldfish didn't know if her old friends who supported her were willing to fight alongside her. She also didn't know if her new friends who had grown up with Prodigy would be willing to support Goldfish. However, without support, would she not explode? No, since she had exploded, even if she was fighting alone, even if she was charging forward alone, even if she seemed small and pitiful, this time, Goldfish had to fight till the end. This was the first time since Goldfish wrote Prodigy. She had asked for help from her readers. Goldfish was terrified. She was afraid that no one would care about her. Therefore, in this July, those who like geniuses and who like to see Goldfish explode, please come and support the Goldfish if you have the ability. If you have the monthly votes, smash them. If you don't have the monthly votes, subscribe and leave a message of encouragement. At the very least, this would let Goldfish know that she wasn't fighting alone. Kids, the Goldfish really needs your help and support this time, and the Goldfish will explode for you. After midnight on July 1st, Goldfish will release the first update. Today is the end of the month. From July 1st onwards, children who support Goldfish, please come and smash your monthly votes. On July 1st, no matter how many monthly votes you have, Goldfish will release 5 updates. With more monthly votes accumulated, you will continue to release 5 updates on the second day. On the third day, the fourth day, as long as you have enough monthly votes, it won't be a problem for you to continuously release more. It's time to raise the sales. Didn't the power of the sky-mending needle hurt him? How could it be possible? The sky-mending needle, the most precious treasure of the Cyan Phoenix branch, was almost lost. This treasure had the power to kill the soul, which was mysterious, strange and cruel. Anyone who was hit by it would be seriously injured even if he had a soul treasure. This was also the reason why Qing Wenwan dared to approach Lin Sun so fearlessly. But, when he saw Lin Sun's eyes, Qing Wenwan realized that there was an accident this time. Without hesitation, he retreated violently. His ability to change was amazing. But how could Lin Sun, who had been waiting for a long time, let the prey escape? At the moment when Qing Wenwan retreated violently, he had already taken action. Boom! Lin Sun's punch, which gathered all his strength, suddenly burst out with infinite clear light. It was not only fast, but also incomparably terrible. With a bang, Qing Wenwan was smashed to the ground. His shoulder bone was broken, and his flesh and blood were flying everywhere. The ground shook a little. The spectators were astonished and shocked. Before, they all thought that Lin Sun was injured and was likely to be suppressed. But in the blink of an eye, he had launched a counterattack. Looking at Qing Wenwan, who was smashed to the ground by a solid punch, many people felt a pain in their hearts. This blow was simply too fierce. However, it had to be said that Qing Wenwan's reaction was extremely outstanding. After being smashed to the ground, he had no time to care about his injury and retreated immediately. At the same time, he spat out a red flame to block Lin Sun's attack. Boom! However, Lin Sun would not delay after seizing the first opportunity. He rushed forward with an unparalleled momentum. His punches were surging, and his attacks were fierce and overbearing. Puff! Soon, Qing Wenwan was hit again and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was shocked and angry. He screamed and ran the sky-splitting skill and the sky-mending needle with all his strength. Unfortunately, once the first opportunity was lost, he would fall into a passive position step by step. For a person at Lin Sun's level, he would not miss such an opportunity to suppress his opponent. For a moment, on the battlefield of Providence, Qing Wenwan kept retreating and fleeing back and forth in a mess, looking extremely embarrassed. Lin Sun, on the other hand, pressed Qing Wenwan step by step with a posture of chasing and attacking fiercely. Qing Wenwan was injured again and again. Everyone outside the arena was shocked and dumbfounded. Everything had turned around too quickly. Previously, the two of them were evenly matched, and there was no clear victor. But now, Qing Wenwan, who had just gained the upper hand, was being chased and beaten by demon god Lin. His wretched appearance left many experts in disbelief. One wrong step, and every step will be wrong. Yi Chen's eyes were as bright as the stars, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his lips. He had seen through the mystery within. I wonder how he neutralized the power of the heaven-repairing needle. More people were curious about how Lin Sun reversed the situation. The reason was simple. Restricted by the power of the undying forbidden land, Little Silver couldn't appear and help Lin Sun fight, but he was not affected in the sea of consciousness. Although the power of the sky-mending needle was unparalleled, it paled in comparison to Little Silver, who was a member of the spirit-eating insect clan, and was able to destroy it effortlessly. Of course, Lin Sun wouldn't be affected. Unfortunately, Qing Wenwan didn't know this. Because of this negligence, or in other words, his overconfidence in the heaven-repairing needle, Lin Sun seized the initiative. At this moment, Qing Wenwan's handsome and devilishly handsome face was completely livid. He was mad with hatred and aggrieved to the point of going mad. A small mistake had turned this situation around, which made him want to slap himself. Why was he so careless at that time? Bang! Lin Sun rushed to Qing Wenwan and swept out his fist, which almost hit his forehead. Demon God Lin, do you really think you can beat me like this? Naive. Qing Wenwan couldn't hold back anymore and roared. At this moment, his whole body was fiery red, and his breath was terrible. His body was like a volcano, emitting bright divine flames. He rushed out violently, and his palms and fingers were like wings, dancing with divine flames all over the sky, as if he was going to smash the sky. Bang! Lin Sun's decisive blow was blocked, which made his black eyes narrow. He realized that this guy was going to fight desperately. Boom! At the same time, Qing Wenwan's entire body suddenly changed, and he transformed into a peerlessly handsome azure phoenix with jade-green feathers. His sharp claws were like gold, and his entire body seethed with divine flames. He was like a real divine bird, fluttering his wings in the void, high and mighty, disdainful and frightening. Originally, I didn't want to use my trump card to deal with you, but now, I'll let you see the real unique skill of my Cyan Phoenix clan. Qing Wenwan let out a clear cry and spread his wings like a pair of divine flame fans. The red wings were bright and dazzling. Whoosh, he swooped down, and his wings crushed the void, swift and fierce to an appalling extent. Lin Sun dodged, and a terrible explosion suddenly occurred at his original position. It was extremely turbulent, like a meteorite falling there with amazing destructive power. Some small giant's eyelids twitched. At this time, Qing Wenwan was obviously much stronger than before. He had used some kind of secret method, and his power was unpredictable. This is the 8 ultimate attacks of Cyan Phoenix, the supreme ancestral method of Cyan Phoenix. Some elders were surprised and couldn't believe it. Qing Wenchuan's performance made people have an illusion of a new understanding of him. Dodge? Haha, do you also know how to dodge? Didn't you have a good time chasing me just now? Qing Wenhuan laughed wildly. His attacks became more and more violent, and each blow had great destructive power. The divine flames were like rain, burning the void and covering the whole battlefield. Seeing this, Lin Sun realized that it was impossible to hold back. A top figure like Qing Wenhuan was not so easy to be suppressed. Boom! Without hesitation, Lin Sun's breath suddenly soared, and the profound meaning of Yazi's wrath was operated by him without reservation. Many strongmen's faces changed slightly. Did Demon Lin also hold back? Moreover, until now, he still hadn't used that magical broken sword. Why was that? Was it disdain or some other plot? Just when everyone was in doubt, Lin Sun had already rushed up and moved the void with ice-drake steps. In a flash, he collided with Qing Wenhuan. Boom! In the earth-shattering collision, Qing Wenhuan screamed angrily, "How can your combat power become so strong?" At this time, people finally saw clearly that in the roar of divine light, Qing Wenhuan, who had turned into a cyan phoenix, staggered and flew backward. Its wings were askew and fluttered in the void. There was a dead silence. Whether it was the spectators at the foot of the mountain or the small giants on the top of the mountain, they all looked at Lin Sun as if he was a monster. Only now did they find that Lin Sun had been holding back in the previous battle. The breath he showed at this moment was more than twice as strong as before. No wonder Qing Wenhuan would be so shocked and furious. If it was anyone else that encountered this scene, that person would probably be shocked to the point of jumping up and down. Do you think I don't have a trump card? I said that if you can't satisfy me today, you can't leave this battlefield. Lin Sun rushed forward, his black hair flying. At this moment, he seemed like a fiend god that looked down upon the world, and his entire body was enveloped by the brilliant green glow of the Tao. Originally, if he used the broken sword, it was enough to kill Qing Wenhuan, but Lin Sun didn't intend to let this abnormal and cruel beast go so easily. Boom! On the battlefield, the battle became more and more fierce. However, the situation was reversed again. Lin Sun regained the dominant position. He chased after Qing Wenhuan and punched him so hard that Qing Wenhuan screamed angrily. It's really surprising. Laughing at the heavens couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't know what to say about Lin Sun's strength. The expressions of the others were almost the same. It was very complicated. This demon Lin was always unexpected, and this time was no exception. Qing Wenhuan was abnormal enough, but who would have thought that Lin Sun still didn't reduce his demonic power? He was so fierce that he suppressed Qing Wenhuan. What a loser! Seeing this, Jin Muyun, Li Qingping, Go Yanjun and others were very unhappy. The stronger Lin Sun was, the more vigilant they were. Originally, they thought it would be good if they could use Qing Wenhuan to defeat and eliminate Lin Sun. Who would have thought that even Qing Wenhuan couldn't do it? I knew it would be like this. Zhao Jingxian shrugged her shoulders. Her clear eyes were calm, as if she was used to it. Perhaps she was the only one who understood Lin Sun's fighting style the best. If he could avoid using his trump card, he would never use it. He played the low-key style of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger to the fullest. He didn't do it on purpose. It was an extremely clever tactical strategy. If he was seen through with a single glance, it would be bad. Plop! On the battlefield, under Lin Sun's overbearing attacks, Qing Wenhuan was smashed hard on the ground. His wings were stained with blood, and he spat out blood from his lips. Even his body was trembling. He struggled to get up, but Lin Sun, who had descended from the sky, kicked him in the back. He was firmly stepped on the ground, unable to move. Qing Wenhuan is finished. Many people sighed. Honestly, Qing Wenhuan was very strong. He was even more amazing than some of the small giants who had just won. But he met Demon Lin, who didn't play by the rules, and suffered a crushing defeat. This shocked the spectators at the foot of the mountain, and they couldn't help but feel pity. Qing Wenhuan was suppressed in the first round. His ranking on the list of small giants was destined to be lower. The strong practitioners of the Cyan Phoenix clan all looked terrible, and their eyes were about to burst into flames. Originally, they hoped that Qing Wenhuan could be ranked in the top 10 of the list of small giants, but now, Now, it was impossible for Qing Wenwan to raise his head. He was suppressed under Lin Sun's feet in a humiliating way, unable to move. You like painting very much, and I like roast chicken wings very much. Lin Sun opened his mouth and said something that made everyone feel puzzled. How could he say such nonsense at a time like this? But soon, they understood. Lin Sun kicked the cyan phoenix transformed by Qing Wenwan and used his hands to pluck off all the feathers of Qing Wenwan in a short time. In the process, Qing Wenwan was so angry that he almost coughed up blood. He cursed angrily, but it was doomed to be in vain. In just a few breaths, Qing Wenwan's feathers were plucked off, and his whole body was clean and smooth. A pair of fleshy wings as crystal as snow was more than 30 meters long. What a wonderful ingredient! Lin Sun's black eyes brightened, and he exclaimed. Qing Wenwan was so ashamed and angry that his face turned green. He was the current holy son of Cyan Phoenix branch. He had a high status and was trained as a future lord. When had he ever been humiliated like this? Under the watchful eyes of countless talents of his generation, he was trampled on the ground and stripped of all his feathers, which made him choose to commit suicide. Yes, commit suicide. In any case, there was no true death on the undying divine mountain. Rather than being humiliated and tortured, it was better to die as soon as possible. As for fighting for luck and ranking, Qing Wenwan was not in the mood to care. If he continued to be humiliated, even if he lived in the future, he was destined to be a stain on his life. He would be laughed at by others and would never be able to lift his head again. However, when Qing Wenwan was about to take action, he suddenly found that his body was imprisoned by an obscure force. He couldn't even lift a finger, let alone commit suicide. This was the power of Basha prohibition. Before, Xiao Qinghe was defeated by torture and humiliation. How could Lin Sun let Qing Wenwan escape early this time? Even if it was suicide, it was not allowed. Demon Lin, do you really want to be my enemy? You should know that life and death can't be determined on the immortal mountain. If you go too far, don't you worry that I will pay you back tenfold? Qing Wenwan's handsome and enchanting face was twisted and ferocious as he threatened. Bang, the back of his head was hit so hard that he saw stars. His head felt dizzy and painful. Then he heard Lin Sun's calm voice, I haven't eaten roasted cyan phoenix wings yet. I must have a try today. Qing Wenwan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Although he was a pervert, he could only torture his opponents. But Demon Lin Sun wanted to eat him. Lin Sun didn't hesitate at all. Holding the broken sword, he cut off the 2 wings of Cyan Phoenix, which were more than 30 meters long. This pair of wings was bare, sparkling and translucent snow white, the flesh very rich. Lin Sun first activated the power of water, condensed water, and washed the blood stains on the wings. Then he took out a bronze spear from the storage ring and strung the wings together. During this entire process, Qing Wenwan was in so much pain that he almost fainted. However, compared to this, the humiliation and resentment in his heart grew even greater. Everyone outside was stunned. What was Demon God Lin doing? Could it be that he was really planning to roast the azure phoenix wings to eat? Their minds were in a daze, and it felt very surreal. Boom! Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lin Sun's palm burst into flames and covered the skewered cyan phoenix wings. He skillfully roasted them, and from time to time he rotated the bronze spear to avoid being burnt. My God! The saint of my azure phoenix bloodline is actually viewed as food? What a shame! At the foot of the mountain, the eyes of some people of Cyan Phoenix clan turned red. They couldn't wait to rush up and fight Lin Sun. Qing Wenwan being humiliated like this made them seethe with anger. The others all felt their scalps go numb, their eyes staring straight. How ancient and terrifying was the Green Luan race. This was especially true for Qing Wenwan. He was the holy child of the race's younger generation, his status venerated, yet he was actually reduced to food. Lin Sun's movements were swift. Moreover, he used the peerless Taoist method fire-smelting galaxy to roast the wings, and the effect was absolutely astonishing. In just a moment, the pair of Cyan Phoenix wings was roasted to a golden and glossy state. The aroma was rich, and the oil dripped into the flames, making sizzling sounds. The most miraculous thing was that the roasted wings were still glistening with auspicious light, and an alluring aroma of meat spread in spirals across the battlefield of Providence. The quality of this meat is really extraordinary. Lin Sun took a deep breath. He was also a little surprised. The aroma of the roasted cyan phoenix wings was unexpectedly wonderful. For ordinary people, eating a mouthful of it could prolong their lives. It was a treasure of great nourishment. Even for cultivators, being able to eat a mouthful of pure-blooded cyan phoenix meat was absolutely no different from gnawing on elixirs. At the beginning of cultivation, cultivators would often use the blood and flesh of various divine birds and fierce beasts to temper their physique and foundation. The rich aroma overflowed, and the cyan phoenix wings were overflowing with brilliant rays of light. The other cultivators couldn't help but swallow their saliva secretly. This sort of ingredient was absolutely a treasure of the heavens and the earth that was a great nourishment. At this moment, Qing Wenwan was already angered to the point of coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. He'd gone completely mad, and his Dao heart was on the verge of collapse while he roared furiously and screamed repeatedly. However, Lin Sun paid no attention to him at all, and he continued roasting the meat. As soon as he finished roasting the cyan phoenix wings, he swiftly chopped off a pair of claws, washed them clean, and started roasting them again. Fiend God Lin, you'll die a horrible death. At the foot of the mountain, the experts of the cyan phoenix race were angered to the point of roaring loudly, and they were on the verge of going mad. The other spectators from the various ancient sects were speechless. An unparalleled battle had been reduced to a barbecue in the end. Moreover, it happened on the battlefield of Providence, so anyone would probably be dumbstruck if they saw it. He really is a fiend god that stops at nothing. The cultivators that were hostile towards Lin Sun shuddered with fear and felt a chill run down their spines. Isn't he afraid of being stuffed to death by taking a genius that stepped foot onto the peak of the divine Tao realm as food? As for the junior magnates, they were all shocked by this scene with different expressions. Qing Wenwan was really miserable. He had thought that it would be a misfortune for Fiend God Lin to meet him, but who would have thought that it would be the real misfortune for him to meet Fiend God Lin? If this news spread to the outside world, even if Qing Wenwan could still live, how could he raise his head in the future? Anyone who saw it would be extremely shameful to think that he had once become Fiend God Lin's food. Puff, Qing Wenwan was so angry that he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood after suffering such humiliation and torture. His eyes rolled back, and he passed out directly. A dignified genius with a strong state of mind was so angry that he passed out. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they probably wouldn't have believed it. Clatter as Qing Wenwan passed out, a force of rules and order emerged and took him out of the battlefield of Providence. Even the cyan phoenix wings and cyan phoenix claws that had just been roasted by Lin Sun were taken away. Lin Sun, who had planned to have a big meal, was stunned and regretted it. He sighed, "Why do you compete with me for food? I haven't even tasted a bite." Everyone outside the arena was completely speechless. Was Fiend God Lin a foodie? In fact, Lin Sun really didn't want to eat Qing Wenwan. He just used this method to avenge Xianxia. Whoosh, when Lin Sun returned to the Taoist altar on the summit, there were two more forces of fate on the dragon tablet where he was. One came from Qing Wenchuan's dragon tablet. The other came from the forbidden land of immortality. It could be clearly seen that the 4 dragon claws on the dragon tablet showed a illusory golden luster at this moment, which complemented the dragon's tail. At this moment, the junior magnates on the other summits looked at Lin Sun with a hint of fear. Qing Wenchuan's tyrannical combat strength made many junior magnates nervous. They were secretly glad that they didn't meet him in the first round. Some junior magnates were even sure that if they met Qing Wenwan, even if they tried their best, they would at most be injured. It would be extremely difficult to win. Fortunately, Fiend God Lin suppressed Qing Wenwan. However, Qing Wenwan was eliminated, leaving behind the even more terrifying Fiend God Lin. I can't fight with Lin Sun head-on. I should use my strength to overcome his weakness. Fiend God Lin has already displayed the power of water and fire. His punches, body movements, and palm techniques are all marvelous and powerful. If I want to defeat him, I have to. What's terrifying is that he hasn't used that broken blade. Is his trump card really just this? These little giants were all pondering in their hearts, silently recalling the details of the battle just now, using this to verify and compare. As the saying went, know yourself and know your enemy, and you can win 100 battles. Although Lin Sun was powerful, they also had their own means and trump cards. What they had to consider now was how to effectively suppress Lin Sun if they met him. In this battle, the change happened when Fiend God Lin dissolved the sky-repairing needle. He seemed to be injured, but in fact, he wasn't affected at all. The junior magnates like laughing at the heavens. Ye Qin, Jing Muyun, and Yu Lingkong had more considerations. If they were of equal strength, the factors that would affect the outcome of the battle would fall on other aspects. However, when they thought of how Qing Wenwan had been suppressed by Lin Sun despite having the upper hand with 8 supreme strikes of Scion Phoenix, they couldn't figure it out. Back then, Lin Sun's combat strength had instantly risen to an unprecedented level. Had he deliberately held back his strength, or had he used some secret technique to stimulate his potential? This lad definitely has a trump card. In the end, they came to a conclusion. This made them look at Lin Sun with even more subtle expressions. It wasn't terrifying to have a powerful opponent. What was terrifying was not being able to see through the opponent. Without a doubt, in the eyes of these junior magnates, the strength Lin Sun had previously displayed had aroused their vigilance and fear. Of course, this wasn't because they were afraid. They each had their own trump cards to rely on. In a real battle, they might be able to suppress Lin Sun. The 18th battle began. It was Al Lu who stepped onto the battlefield. In just 10 minutes, his opponent was suppressed. He was beaten to the point that almost all his bones were fractured. He had no choice but to admit defeat. Al Lu's ferocious and domineering fighting style that crushed his opponent left everyone's jaws dropping to the ground. No one would have thought that this barbarian who had come out of nowhere would be a brutal figure on the path of sanctification of the body. This was already the last battle of the first round. There were a total of 36 top figures on the junior magnates list. After the first round of one-on-one battles, there were 18 victors and 18 eliminated. The ranking of the eliminated would be based on the amount of luck of the great path they had obtained from the coiling dragon steel and their performance on the battlefield of Providence. The victors would then proceed to the second round of battles. Whoosh, however, before the second round of battles began, colorful rain fell from the sky above the heads of Lin Sun and the other junior magnates, bathing them in it. This was the divine spiritual rain unique to the Immortal Mountain. P.S. From last night until dawn, many people have tipped, voted, and left messages to encourage Goldfish. I'm really touched. Needless to say, the only thing Goldfish could do was write more words to repay the trust and support of her friends. Brothers and sisters, if you have tickets, please continue to spend money and make an earth-shattering scene, around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The divine rain could restore a practitioner's injury and consumption to the peak state in an instant. Before the first round of battles began, a rain of deities had descended. Otherwise, no matter how outstanding a genius was, they wouldn't be able to withstand it if they continued to fight. Feeling the recovery of his cultivation, Lin Sun couldn't help sighing with emotion. The power of rules and order of the Immortal Mountain was really too magical and incredible. Taking a deep breath, Lin Sun began to think about the next duels. After the first round of duels, the 18 top talents had been ranked in the top 18 of the list of junior giants. In other words, the next duels would be for the top 18 positions. This kind of competition would undoubtedly be more dangerous and difficult. After all, it was extremely difficult to be ranked in the list of junior giants. Those who could stand out in the first round of duels were absolutely top-notch existences. Of course, there were exceptions, such as Chu Beihai, who was extremely unlucky to meet Sword Devil Yi Chen, and Qing Wenwan, who also met Lin Sun tragically. According to their real combat strength, if they weren't a little unlucky, there should be no problem for them to be ranked in the top 18 of the list of junior giants. However, this was the competition. Luck was also a kind of strength, or else these heaven's favorites wouldn't have gathered on the Immortal Mountain and fought to the death for the fortune of the great path. What's more, without luck, how could one become a king? In the second round, each junior giant has 3 chances to fight. Those who win 3 battles are destined to be among the best and can enter the final duel. Those who win 2 battles and lose 1 battle, even if they can pass the second round, their ranking can't be too high. Those who win 1 battle and lose 2 battles are destined to be eliminated. Those who lose 3 battles are destined to be eliminated. Lin Sun pondered and analyzed the rules of the second round of duels. There was no need for others to tell him. The power of rules and order of the Immortal Mountain had already imprinted the rules of duels on the coiling dragon steel. He could understand it with a little perception. According to the rules, no matter who you are destined to find an opponent who is sure to win. However, each person only has 3 chances to fight, and only 1 chance to choose an opponent. The remaining 2 chances will be passively accepted by others. In this way, there are many variables. Lin Sun murmured in his heart. There were indeed many variables. For example, if Lin Sun appeared, he could naturally choose an opponent to fight. But in the same way, others could also choose Lin Sun to fight. This made it very difficult to determine which opponent he would encounter. Of course, he could also reject challenges from others. However, he had to pay a price for refusing. Every time he refused, a portion of the great Dao luck on his coiling dragon steel would be taken by the other party. If it wasn't necessary, then no matter who it was, they were bound to not choose to refuse. After all, the karmic luck of the Grand Dao wasn't easy to come by, so who would be willing to give it up? While Lin was thinking, other small giants were also analyzing in their minds. There were too many uncertainties and variables in the second round. No matter who it was, no one dared to be careless or underestimate it. Lin. As for Jin Muyun, Li Qingping, Yu Lingkong and Go Yanjun, the first opponent that came to their mind after they understood the rules was Lin Sun. For different reasons, they all regarded Lin Sun as their enemy and wished to kill him as soon as possible. However, after calming down, they were somewhat hesitant. Witnessing Lin Sun's performance when he guarded the mountain and witnessing the battle where he suppressed Qin Wenwan, they were shocked and fearful of Lin Sun's combat strength. In the second round, there was only 1 chance to initiate a challenge, and the other 2 rounds were full of variables. In order to prevent the worst from happening, the wisest way was to first choose an opponent that they could definitely win. What should we do? The rules of the second round are really disgusting. Whatever, I'll just adapt to the situation when the time comes. If there's really a chance to challenge Demon God Lin, then, fight. Jin Muyun and the other 3 had different thoughts and made different decisions. This was to judge the situation. No one who could come this far was stupid. But in the end, no one made a foolproof plan. Including Lin Sun. Because there were too many variables in the rules of the second round. No one knew who would be the first to fight, and no one knew who would take the initiative to challenge. Under such circumstances, to a large extent, they could only adapt to the situation. For example, Jin Muyun and the other 3 wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to suppress Lin Sun. However, there were only 3 chances in the second round, and one of them was Lin Sun's decision. In this way, among the 4 of them, no matter who took the initiative or who took the initiative, at least one of them would not have the chance to fight with Lin Sun. In the worst case, they might not even have the chance to fight with Lin Sun. At the foot of the mountain, the spectators were also analyzing, but in the end, they all had a headache. There were too many variables. Suddenly, Lin Sun, who was thinking, narrowed his eyes. The next moment, he was moved to the central battlefield by an invisible power of rules and order. Obviously, the curtains had been drawn on the second round, and he was the first to fight. Seeing this, the expressions of Jin Muyun and the others changed slightly. Demon God Lin was the first to fight, and he was destined to choose one of them to fight. There was no need to think about it. At the foot of the mountain, the spectators were also surprised. Demon God Lin was the first to fight? Who would he choose to fight? Go Yanjun. Zhao Jingxian thought to herself. On the battlefield of Providence, Lin Sun's black eyes swept across. Every junior tycoon who looked at him had different expressions. Some were eager to fight, some were fearful, and some were dignified. Some even avoided looking at him, as if they were afraid of being chosen by Lin Sun. When Lin Sun looked at Jin Muyun, the latter snorted coldly, and a sharp sword light burst out of his eyes. When Lin Sun looked at Yu Lingkong, the latter's face was cold, and his eyes were filled with terrifying hatred. When Lin Sun looked at Li Qingping, the latter's expression was cold, and a provocative arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lin Sun paused for a moment, and finally moved his eyes away and fell on Go Yanjun. Puppy, come over here, he waved his hand with a warm smile, as if he was summoning his pet. Sure enough, Zhao Jingxian smiled knowingly. Her clear and beautiful face was like a lotus after the rain, fresh and refined. This guess came from understanding, and it was also a kind of cognition that had never been wrong until now. The others more or less secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Honestly speaking, no one wanted to encounter demon god Lin in the first battle. If they clashed with him, they might be able to win, but it would be extremely difficult. Of course, people like Ye Chen and Laughing at the Heavens were not affected at all. This came from their absolute confidence in their own strength. Whether they took the initiative to challenge or accepted the challenge passively, there was nothing to be afraid of. Lin Sun, do you know that you're courting death? Go Yanjin's face was gloomy. Being chosen by Lin Sun made him very uncomfortable. Was he a pushover in Lin Sun's eyes? Puppy, don't just bark. Come over here if you have the guts, Lin Sun said casually. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Sun repeatedly called him a puppy, which made Go Yanjin's killing intent surge. He could no longer tolerate it. He suddenly roared to the sky, and with a flash, he rushed to the battlefield of Providence. Since you can't wait to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Go Yanjin's expression was grim. He was dressed in a black robe, and his body was surging with violent and wanton bloody light. He was like an azure from hell, and his power was extremely terrifying. In an instant, everyone's gazes converged on him. Go Yanjin's methods might not be as abnormal as Qing Wenjuan's, but in terms of brutality, Qing Wenjuan couldn't compare. Countless geniuses had been torn apart by him while he was guarding the mountain earlier, and his brutal and bloody combat methods had long since left a deep impression on the spectators. Bang! As soon as he stepped onto the battlefield, Go Yanjin attacked. Obviously, he couldn't restrain his killing intent any longer, and he took a step forward, causing the void to become chaotic. He was like an Azura. One could clearly see that his long hair had actually instantly turned blood red, and his eyes were scarlet red as if they were burning. His entire body's might was ostentatious and ruthless to the extreme. Slash! A long and narrow blood-red blade had suddenly appeared in his hand, and it flashed explosively through the void like a river of blood from the netherworld as it swept over. Rumble! The bloody light there blazed and rumbled incessantly, and the ghastly and overbearing killing intent through the wind and clouds in all directions. So strong. This is the strength of the Black Azure Dao? It's really terrifying. Everyone outside the battlefield held their breath with astonishment in their eyes. As soon as Go Yanjin attacked, he had already used his strongest means. Obviously, he had already known Lin Sun's fighting strength, and it was useless to test and hold back. It's time to use some other means. In fact, Lin Sun still had absolute confidence to kill Go Yanjin without using the broken blade. But in that case, he had to operate the profound of anger of Yazi and 9 strikes for shaking heaven to the extreme, which would be too shocking. Each of his trump cards was reserved so that no one could see through him. Clang! The broken blade, as white as snow, flashed in the air, and the surface of the blade was flowing with obscure Taoist patterns. In an instant, the sound of the blade resounded through the world like a tide. Reaching for the stars, Lin Sun's figure rushed violently, and the broken blade chopped down in the void under the control of his huge and unparalleled spiritual awareness. Bang! With a violent collision, the void in the battlefield was completely chaotic, as if the sun and the moon had collided together. The surging divine light spread, making the world roar. Kill! After one blow, the two didn't decide the winner. Without hesitation, they attacked again and exerted their own fighting strength. On the battlefield, it was like a bloody Azura and a demon were fighting for hegemony. They fought fiercely, and ghosts cried and gods howled. It was as if they had come to hell. How terrifying. If a half-step King Realm expert approached, he would be killed in an instant. Is this the true power of the pinnacle? The spectators trembled in their hearts. Many people couldn't imagine that the confrontation of the supreme power would be so powerful and nature-defying, which completely broke their inherent understanding. Compared with this, the previous confrontation between Lin Sun and Qing Wenjuan seemed inferior. Go Yanjin seemed to have transformed into an Azura of hell. His blood-red hair was burning, and his whole body was surging with blood-red light. Along with his attack, numerous phantoms of Azuras, Yixias, and demons appeared in the void, and they roared at the heavens and the earth. In a trance, it seemed to have transformed into a purgatory, and Go Yanjin was the master, causing many spectators to tremble. Lin Sun's figure was ethereal, and the broken blade was like a heaven-defying weapon that emitted a myriad of starlight. It was like a waterfall of stars sweeping down from the sky, fierce, overbearing, and invincible. The two of them fought in the center of the battlefield, dazzling everyone and causing them to tremble in fear. Who do you think will win if they continue fighting like this? Go Yanjin uses the power of the Great Way of Black Sea Azura and the Sanluo blood conversion scripture. Its lethality is shocking, so he has a higher chance of winning. That broken blade in Fiend God Lin's hand is a divine weapon. It's mighty, profound, and unfathomable. Moreover, he has already attained the Tao of water to the state of Tao truth. Every strike of his possesses tremendous and indestructible might. In my opinion, he'll probably have the last laugh. Actually, it's best if both of them are injured. Go Yanjin is disgusting, but isn't Demon God Lin also disgusting? Discussions arose, and the spectators held their own opinions. Boom, in the battlefield, Go Yanjin's eyes were scarlet. After a head-on collision with Lin Sun, he couldn't help but sneer, "Lin Sun, you still intend to hold back your trump card at this time? Bring it on if you have any means. Don't make me look down on you." As he spoke, a blood-red whip suddenly appeared in his empty left hand. It was divided into 72 sections like a spine. With a slight shake, the whip shadows rippled in the void, and they evolved into phantoms of Azuras and Yixias that attacked Lin Sun. Azure whip, in an instant, Go Yanjin's combat strength skyrocketed again. His saber and whip attacks were like a storm that covered the sky and the earth, causing the expressions of many small giants to change slightly. At the same time, Lin Sun also felt great pressure. Compared to Qin Wenwan, Go Yanjin was obviously much stronger. It wasn't because his combat strength was stronger than Go Yanjin's, but the power of the Great Way of Black Sea Azura that he mastered was a special Great Way that was one of the 99 Great Ways on the Supreme Tao list. Bang, bang, bang. The broken blade was like a flowing light. After defusing the opponent's attack, Lin was also shaken back more than 30 meters. This caused all the spectators to gasp. They'd never imagined that Go Yanjin would actually be ferocious to such an extent that even demonic god Lin seemed to be on the verge of being suppressed. But Lin Sun's expression was calm. Inexplicable coldness surged in his black eyes and he said, "A broken blade is enough to deal with you, a son of a bitch." Boom, on the battlefield, the two of them once again fought in close combat. The sky darkened and the earth darkened. The surroundings were covered in a boundless bloody mist, and all sorts of phantoms could be seen. At this point in the battle, what they were competing on was their foundations on the absolute path of the Tao. This sort of accumulation wasn't closely related to one's cultivation. Instead, it was related to the great Tao that one had grasped, the martial Tao secret techniques that one had grasped, and one's own combat experience and awareness. On the other hand, in terms of the foundation of the great Tao, Go Yanjin's performance was undoubtedly more dazzling. Every strike of his blade and whip was like an Azura from hell conquering the heavens and the earth, and it was filled with unimaginable destructive force. On the contrary, Lin Sun fought with the broken blade from beginning to end. Although it was extremely fierce and domineering, his fighting means seemed to be too simple. Of course, this was just the performance on the surface. No one would be stupid enough to think that Lin Sun was only capable of this. Clang, after another collision, an ancient bloody rune appeared around Go Yanjin's body. With a frightening divine power, it merged with the bloody sharp blade in his hand. In an instant, dozens of Azura souls rushed out of the bloody sharp blade. They were well armed and fierce, and their murderous spirit pierced through the world. This was a kind of fatal blow, known as the forbidden secret power of the Sanluo blood conversion scripture. It was said that if it was used by a real Azura, it was enough to make ghosts and gods despair. "Lin Sun, I'd like to see how you can block this blow." Go Yanjin laughed with his bloody hair flying in the air. He looked like a great Azura galloping in the purgatory. "Don't you want to know my trump card? I'll satisfy you." A cold light flashed in Lin Sun's black eyes. With a buzzing sound, the broken blade rushed into the sky, and the obscure Taoist rune suddenly flashed on the blade. In an instant, people only felt a tingling pain in front of their eyes, as if a lightning tore the chaos and appeared in the world. It was so bright and blazing that people dared not to look at it directly. Crack, a long gap was torn in the sky above the battlefield. Then, everything seemed to be still, and all sounds and movements seemed to disappear. Only a flash of lightning-like resplendent saber light shot out from the silence, Silence cut. At this time, Lin Sun finally used the fourth cut of the 6 cuts of Tianyuan. Puff. 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 More than a dozen azure war god phantoms that charged forward were instantly slashed apart. Their bodies exploded and turned into a rain of light that fluttered in the air. What a powerful strike. Quite a few people's hearts trembled. They were stunned by the power of this strike. Go Yanjin's scarlet eyes shrank, and then he laughed. Is this your strongest skill? Just SOSO. He rushed forward at a high speed without retreating. His whole body flashed with blood light. With a long roar, he launched another fierce attack. Before, he was a little afraid of Lin Sun because he couldn't figure out Lin Sun's trump card. But now, he roughly knew Lin Sun's trump card, and the trace of fear in his heart disappeared completely. He ran the power of Black Nightmare Azure Path and Sun Luo Blood Scripture to the extreme. He became more and more powerful. At this time, they had fought for more than 500 rounds. It was time to decide the winner. Go Yanjin's scarlet eyes were full of killing intent. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Seeing this, Lin Sun stood still. His black eyes were deep, and the figure of Go Yanjin was reflected in his pupils. He pressed his fingers together. Whoosh, in an instant, a ray of bright light swept out from the broken blade. This slash seemed illusory, swift like a bolt of lightning, and filled with unimaginable destructive force. It was too fast. It seemed to break the shackles of time and space and penetrate the shackles of heaven and earth. When this cut swept out, most people outside the battlefield had no time to react. Even Go Yanjin only noticed it when the slash approached. Then, his hair stood on end, and his scalp almost exploded from shock. Almost driven by instinct, he made a defense. Unfortunately, it was still a step late. With a puff, he flew upside down with his left arm cut off. On his chest, there was a straight wound. His skin and flesh were torn, and his bones were vaguely visible. Scarlet blood poured out. With a plop, his body rolled to the ground and screamed painfully. At this moment, the whole audience was silent. Everyone's eyes were wide open with a look of horror and disbelief. It was really too fast. Before, Go Yanjin had gained the upper hand. His offensive was like a gale and his figure was like Azura at night, violent and wanton, attracting the attention of the audience. But in the blink of an eye, he was seriously injured. Many people still didn't believe it and couldn't help rubbing their eyes, thinking that they were dazzled. On the other hand, the hearts of even more people shook, and they felt a strand of indescribable terror. That slash from before was actually unable to be captured by them, and this undoubtedly proved that the speed of that slash had arrived at an astounding level. But Go Yanjin was seriously injured by this attack, which showed that this attack was not only fast, but also terrifying. This was life and death cut. A snap of the fingers was 60 moments, and a moment was 900 lives and death. Life and death cut was derived from the essence of life and death in an instant. Life and death could be separated in an instant. Its speed and fierceness could be called unparalleled. It was absolutely the strongest attack of 6 cuts of Sky Yuan that Lin Sun had mastered at present. Lin Sun hadn't really used this move since he comprehended it. It was the first time that he used it on Go Yanjin. Of course, Lin Sun still had some reservations. Otherwise, if he integrated the power of Yazi's Fury, Fighting Saint Method and Star Obliteration devouring way into this attack, the power would be far more than this, but even so, Go Yanjin had been seriously injured. How could it be? Go Yanjin was shocked and angry. His face was pale, and he was panting. He crawled on the ground and couldn't stand up. The skin injury was not terrible. What was terrible was that the power of the cut was so fierce that it rushed into his body and raged, causing him to suffer far more serious injuries than what he looked like. This was what frightened Go Yanjin the most. What was the power of that cut? How could it be so horrible? How could Lin Sun give Go Yanjin a chance to breathe? He rushed to Go Yanjin without hesitation and was about to capture him. But Go Yanjin let out a vicious grin, and his whole body was steaming with bloody light, exuding an extremely dangerous aura. Lin Sun's pupil shrank. He suddenly stopped and then rushed to the back. At the same time, he ran the broken sword with all his strength to defend in front of him. Even if I lose, I will drag you down with me. Go Yanjin roared, and his body exploded under the horrified gaze of the crowd, like a volcano that had been silent for countless years erupting at this moment. The whole battlefield was covered by endless bloody light, which made the world shake and produced a deafening roar. It was so horrible that Go Yanjin used some kind of forbidden skill to self-destruct. No one had expected this. However, this move was cruel enough. Under the restriction of the immortal mountain, it was impossible for him to die completely even if he self-destructed. In this way, it was enough to give Lin Sun a fatal blow. Whether it was the spectators at the foot of the mountain or the small giants on the top of the mountain, they couldn't calm down at this moment. This battle was so dangerous and terrible that people felt their souls trembling and palpitating when they saw it from afar. Especially Go Yanjin's self-destruction at the end, it shocked those small giants and made them gasp. Many people secretly rejoiced that they weren't fighting against Go Yanjin this time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Is Demon Lin still alive? In the shocking and palpitating atmosphere, many people fixed their eyes on the battlefield of Providence, where bloody light was steaming and full of destructive aura. I'm afraid it's over, Jin Muyun, Li Qingping, and Yu Lingkong couldn't help but gloat. Go Yanjin was a pinnacle existence among the absolute peak figures. How could the power of his self-destruction be so easily blocked? P.S. It's been updated 4 times. Thank you, brothers and sisters, for your support, votes, and messages. No one expected Go Yanjin to really self-destruct, including Zhao Jingxian. Her heart couldn't help but constrict when she witnessed this scene, and her fair and slender hands couldn't help but clench tightly while her clear eyes stared fixedly at the battlefield of karmic luck. Even though she was extremely confident in Lin Sun, she couldn't help but worry at this moment. His methods are too despicable. It's a disgrace to be ranked with him on the minor giants list. Yi Chen frowned as disgust rose in his heart. It was just a battle for the minor giants list. Everyone could rely on their own methods, but Go Yanjin had done such a sinister and vicious thing. Yi Chen didn't like it. Unscrupulous and has no bottom line. This Go Yanjin really isn't a good person. It's a pity for Demon God Lin. If he's eliminated, the following battles won't be interesting, laughing at the heavens sighed. At the foot of the mountain, the sects that were hostile to Lin Sun were eager for him to be eliminated, while the neutral sects were shocked by Go Yanjin's ruthlessness. However, it made sense after thinking about it. The Black Sea Heavenly Dog clan had a bad reputation, and they were notorious. However, there were many reasons why they could survive in the ancient Desolation region until now. Most importantly, this clan was vengeful and vicious. Not only were they vicious to their enemies, but they were even more vicious to themselves. Just like this battle, even though Go Yanjin had been defeated, he had already displayed his ferocity. If anyone met him in the outside world in the future, they would think about what had happened today. No one would be willing to go against such a ruthless person who dared to exchange his life for another. Look, Demon God Lin is still alive. Someone suddenly exclaimed. At the same time, everyone who had fixed their eyes on the battlefield of Providence also saw that as the bloody light faded, a figure appeared. It was Lin Sun, however, he looked like he was bathed in blood. His face was pale, his clothes were tattered, and he was coughing violently. He looked miserable, but he was still alive. Everyone was seething as if they had witnessed a miracle. He's still alive? Jin Muyun and the rest were shocked and in disbelief. Originally, they were still gloating, but now, it was as if they had eaten a dead fly. There was no need to mention how uncomfortable it was. Impossible. At the foot of the mountain, the members of the Black Sea Tengu race roared. Their eyes were red. Go Yanjin had paid such a huge price, but he still couldn't pull the other party down. This was unacceptable to them. What a pity. The ancient orthodoxies that were hostile to Lin Sun could not help but shake their heads. They felt depressed. This demon god Lin's life was really tough. I knew you wouldn't be eliminated, but you were seriously injured. Zhao Jingxian breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help worrying about Lin Sun. At this time, there was no god spirit reign to help heal his injuries and recover his strength. In this way, once Lin Sun was targeted by his opponent in the next duel, his situation was bound to be not optimistic. Sure enough, in an instant, Zhao Jingxian keenly noticed that some small giants looked at Lin Sun subtly. It was as if an experienced hunter had set his eyes on his prey. It was especially so for Jin Muyun, Li Qingping, Yu Lingkong, and the others. They didn't conceal their killing intent at all and were eager to make a move. If I have a chance to fight first, I'll definitely choose one of them to fight first so that Lin Sun can have more time to recover his strength. Zhao Jingxian secretly made up his mind. Suddenly, Alu, who was on another mountain, shouted. Devil God Lin, you can't be a coward. I, Alu, only have you and Xiaoqing as friends in the East Victory region. If I have the chance to attack, then I'll surely help you get rid of an opponent. Jin Muyun and the others immediately looked gloomy. This barbarian's words were obviously aimed at them. Almost at the same time, Sword Devil Yechen also spoke. Lin Sun, do you need help? If you're eliminated, wouldn't it be too unpleasant for me to drink alone? This was the second time he had spoken up for Lin Sun. He was complaining about the injustice. Jin Muyun and the others looked even more gloomy. They didn't expect that Yechen would value Lin Sun so much. On the battlefield, Lin Sun stopped coughing, wiped off the blood stain on the corner of his mouth, and said with a smile, no need. It's just a minor injury. It's not a problem for me. What a boast, many spectators almost rolled their eyes. Even a fool could see that demon god Lin was covered in blood and his breath was on the verge of disorder. How could this be a minor injury? He's afraid of making a fool of himself and being targeted. After all, there are still 2 more matches. Injured, he's destined to be the best prey. Some people analyzed and appeared very confident, as though they had seen through Lin Sun's thoughts. Lin Sun didn't say much and returned to the Taoist altar at the summit. However, just as his figure landed, he staggered and his body swayed as he coughed violently. Look. He can't hold on much longer, right? If someone were to make a move now, they would definitely be able to defeat Demon God Lin easily. Many spectators became excited. There were also people who sighed. Go. Yanjin was too ruthless. Not only did he self-destruct, he even caused Demon God Lin to suffer. Demon God Lin originally had a chance to strive for the highest ranking, but now, it was likely impossible. Lin Sun ignored them. He sat cross-legged on the ground, took out elixirs, and poured them into his mouth like they were free. This made people even more certain that Demon God Lin's injuries must be extremely serious. Only Zhao Jingxian was a little suspicious. In the past, no matter how serious his injuries were, Lin Sun would never show it so obviously. He would rather endure it than let others see any clues. How are your injuries? She couldn't help but transmit her voice to him. Lin Sun coughed repeatedly, his face pale. He said with difficulty, I'm already in this state. Can't you tell, really? Zhao Jingxuan's clear eyes widened, feeling a little nervous. At least, it shouldn't be a problem for me to last until the end of the second round, right? Lin Sun blinked. Although his face was pale, there was a hint of a smile in his black eyes. You're such a jerk. Zhao Jingxian glared at him fiercely, her tone angry. However, the worry between her eyebrows faded and was replaced by a touch of joy. Don't make a sound. I'd like to see who can't help but jump out first, Lin Sun hurriedly transmitted his voice. Zhao Jingxian rolled her eyes and said, how long are you going to pretend? It's best if I can pretend until the end. Lin Sun's words were originally a little sinister and black-bellied, but he said it matter-of-factly. Zhao Jingxuan's expression was strange as she nodded inconspicuously. However, she was muttering in her heart, I haven't seen him for several years. When did this guy become so sinister? He couldn't have really been led astray by old Toad, could he? While they were talking, Lin Sun's coiling dragon steel suddenly gained 2 strands of Great Way luck. One belonged to the reward of the immortal god mountain. The other strand came from the defeated Go Yanjin. However, this strand of karmic luck of the Grand Dao seemed to be exceptionally strong. In just an instant, it actually caused the dragon section on the stone steel to light up with a bright golden glow, and it was extraordinary and miraculous. Lin Sun's black eyes narrowed in surprise. At the same time, there was an uproar in the field. It turned out that the power of Great Way luck that lingered on the coiling dragon steel on the Taoist altar where Go Yanjin originally stood had all disappeared at this moment. He used a forbidden method and violated the rules and order of the immortal god mountain. He was disqualified from the second round. That is to say, his ranking in the first round will also be affected. and it is very likely that he will fall out of the top 18? That's for sure. Similar things have happened in the past. Demon Lin got a blessing in disguise. The Great Wei luck that was originally obtained by Go Yanjun now belongs to Demon Lin. There was a burst of discussion, and many people looked at Lin Sun with complicated gazes. Compared to the Great Wei luck on the coiling dragon steel, Lin Sun could undoubtedly be ranked first. Of course, the battle for luck was not over yet. Being ranked first now might not be able to maintain it in the end. Some of the small giants who originally saw Lin Sun as their prey could not control their impulses at this moment. Lin Sun was currently seriously injured and weak, but his Great Wei luck was the best. If they could defeat him, they would definitely be able to seize the power of luck far beyond ordinary. Facing these gazes, Lin Sun only frowned and coughed, occasionally spitting out a mouthful of blood, as if he was seriously injured. He's too pretentious, Zhao Jingxian criticized in her mind. If I can obtain such an opportunity, not only will I be able to completely defeat Demon God Lin, but I'll also be able to seize his great Tao providence. It can be said to be killing two birds with one stone. However, anyone can see this point. I wonder which lucky person will be the second to appear and get a great bargain, Li Qingping murmured in his heart. Suddenly, he felt his body being enveloped by an invisible force. The next moment, he appeared on the battlefield of luck. Li Qingping was slightly dazed. He felt like he had been struck by a pie from the sky. He felt an indescribable sense of joy. The heavens were watching over him. He held back his laughter and tried his best to control his joy, trying his best to maintain a cold and stern appearance. If others were to see that a peak figure like him would take advantage of Lin Sun's misfortune and bully the weak, it would not be honorable if word got out. It's actually him. Many of the small giants were envious as they secretly cursed Li Qingping for his luck to snatch first place. At the foot of the mountain, the spectators also sighed. They were unsure if Demon Lin was unlucky or lucky. If he was unlucky, he had survived Go Yanjun's self-destruction. Furthermore, he had obtained all the Great Wei luck that originally belonged to Go Yanjun. But if he was lucky, the second to fight was Li Qingping. If it were anyone else, they might not have been able to bear it and would not have attacked him. But Li Qingping was different. This peak figure from the Zhengmei Daoist sect had made no attempt to conceal his killing intent towards Lin Sun long before he ascended the mountain. Under such circumstances, even a fool knew what choice Li Qingping would make. Indeed, Li Qingping's eyes were like lightning as he locked onto Lin Sun. His lips curled into a cold arc as he said indifferently, "Lin Sun, although your injuries are severe, you should know that this is a battle for luck. Within the rules, even if you are on the brink of death, you have to fight me on the battlefield today. P.S. Here's the 5th update. Today's harvest was huge. Monthly votes, support, messages, encouragement. Goldfish was extremely touched. Brothers and sisters, thank you so much." End of chapter 1072. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.